I Am an Evil Sword Chapter 79 to Chapter 156. Scorpion, you and I are in charge of dealing with Xianxia. Evil Tiger ordered. White Wolf, after you kill Xianxia, come and support us. Dali, Black Yak, Qi Shui, you guys are in charge of cleaning up the others. Xianxia was seriously injured by Evil Tiger and was already at the end of his rope. It was too easy for White Wolf to deal with him. Dali, Black Yak, and Qi Shui immediately split up and charged into the inner courtyard of the Qian family, killing everyone they saw. It was 17's first time on a mission, but it was not his first time killing people. In terms of the number of people he had killed, he was definitely not at the bottom of the Blue Shadow Guards. After being an executioner in Yang City for a few months, it was not that he had never encountered criminals who had their entire family executed, 9 generations killed, and 3 clans exterminated. His heart had been tempered to be cold enough. XVI did not hold back. Evil Tiger's order was to exterminate the entire Qian family, so he did it. If he did not do it, Dali, Black Yak, and the others would do it. Those who resisted before death, those who fled, and those who hid under the bed were all killed by the 3 of them. Other than Xianxia and Xianxia, there were almost no decent experts in the Qian family. The strongest was probably the young master of the Qian family, Xianxia, who was at the early stage of the true energy realm, but he was killed by Dali and Black Yak. After the 3 of them completed their mission, they rushed to the Qian family's hall. Xianxia was at the peak of the true energy realm. Only Evil Tiger, who was at the late stage of the true energy realm, could resist him. Scorpion and White Wolf were only assisting from the side. The 3 of them could not help at all. In the hall, Xianxia was quickly defeated. Evil Tiger displayed combat strength not inferior to the peak of the true energy realm and finally killed Xianxia. If Xianxia wanted to run, Evil Tiger and the others might not have been able to stop him. Unfortunately, he was so angry that he went crazy. Evil Tiger cut off Xianxia's head, panting and smiling with satisfaction. It's rare to be able to exterminate a family. Everyone, let's clean up and see what we can get. With that, he pulled off the storage bag at Xianxia's waist. This is my favorite time. Black Bull chuckled. How could 17 not understand what Evil Tiger meant? No matter what, the Qian family was considered a tyrant in East Eclipse City. Even if they didn't have enough resources, their family would definitely have some good items. 17 felt like a bandit as she searched the corpse and rummaged through the cabinets. However, after finding a dozen spirit stones, his guilt was quickly replaced by excitement. In the end, the 5 of them gathered all their gains in the Qian clan's hall. A low-grade profound level cultivation technique, sharp metal technique, a sword technique, sharp metal sword technique, a low-grade profound level movement technique, chasing wind steps, 7 sets of yellow level cultivation techniques and martial skills, 1 high-grade profound level longsword, 2 mid-grade profound level longswords, 3 profound level longswords, 76 spirit stones, more than 7,000 gold coins, and the deeds to some shops and fields. The harvest this time is not bad. Each of you make a copy of all the cultivation methods, and then I will hand it over to the family. I will take 40 spirit stones, 1 upper grade profound weapon long sword, 4,000 gold coins. Scorpion and White Wolf spirit stones, 10 each. 2 profound weapon long swords, 1,000 gold coins each. Evil Tiger began to distribute the spoils of war. As for the remaining shops and farmland contracts, we'll simply hand them over to the family and exchange them for merit points before we distribute them. Do you have any objections? No. No objections. Listen to Captain. XVI took the initiative and said, I didn't help much this time. I already have the blood red heavy sword, I don't need the profound weapon long sword. Dali and Black Ox smiled with satisfaction. They also didn't need the long sword, but they could sell it. In the end, XVI received more than 500 gold coins and 6 spirit stones. Of course, he already got the most precious items. The low-grade profound level cultivation technique, sharp metal technique, the sword technique, sharp metal sword technique, and the low-grade profound level movement technique, chasing wind steps. The 5 of them left the Qian clan with Alchemist G. They didn't have to worry about the aftermath. Even if the Qian clan fell, there was still the Zhao clan, Sun clan, Li clan, Those who thought they had the strength would clean up the mess, occupy the Qian clan, and replace the Qian clan's position in Dongyue City. Brother Black Ox? Can we get such a harvest every time? The harvest was too abundant. Xvii felt like he was dreaming. They got the profound level cultivation technique and profound level martial skills just like that? Scorpion smiled and said, how is that possible? This kind of mission to exterminate a clan is very rare. I have been in the Blue Shadow Guard for 10 years, and this is the second time I've encountered it. Scorpion was in a very good mood. Captain Evil Tiger explained, even if our Lan clan is a top clan, we still have to abide by the rules. Without a proper reason, we can't casually exterminate other clans. This is the established rule between clans. If we really make the heavens angry, those small clans will unite and become an extremely powerful force. XVII, go back and learn this sharp metal technique, sharp metal sword technique, and chasing wind steps! Chen Hao, who hadn't spoken for a long time, suddenly said, also, if you have time, it's better to learn those yellow-level cultivation techniques and martial skills together. The low-grade profound level movement technique, chasing wind steps 17 definitely had to learn. Movement techniques were very important to a martial artist, whether it was escaping or chasing. But why did he still want to learn this sharp metal technique and other yellow-level cultivation techniques? Only an idiot would give up the mid-grade profound level cultivation technique, Blood River technique, to cultivate a low-grade yellow-level cultivation technique. Sir Jianling, I won't talk about the yellow-level martial skills, but why do I want to learn those yellow-level cultivation techniques? Chen Hao said with a smile, as a sword technique of the Crimson Blood Demon Sword, your talent and perception are far superior to ordinary people. But I hope that you won't be limited by the martial arts of your predecessors. If you walk the path of others, you will never reach the highest realm of martial arts. Sir Jianling, what do you mean? Xvii seemed to have guessed Sir Jianling's thoughts, but he didn't dare to be sure. Chen Hao continued, have you ever thought about where the Blood River technique, 1000 average sword technique, and flash steps that you cultivate actually came from? They were created by our predecessors. That's right, they were all created by our predecessors. Chen Hao said with a smile. The 17th, have you never thought of creating your own cultivation technique or martial skill? Can I do it? Xvii wanted to create his own martial skill, of course he wanted to. Even if it was just a dream, it was the same as a book fan who was addicted to reading novels. He always liked to make up his own stories in his mind, fantasizing that he could write the story and be accepted by the readers. Xvii liked to practice martial arts, so he also fantasized about creating his own martial skill. However, Xvii didn't have the confidence to create his own cultivation technique or martial skill. It was like asking a student to write a textbook. It felt very difficult. Why not? You are the sword master of the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. Chen Hao said bewitchingly, think about Fu Yuanming. His talent is not as good as yours, but he can still create a profound level martial skill. If he can create his own sword technique, of course you can too. I want you to learn more cultivation techniques and martial skills so that you can have a good foundation for creating your own martial skill. Chen Hao was afraid that Xvii wouldn't agree, so he continued, don't worry, you only need to cultivate the martial skill to the entry level, and the cultivation technique will transform a little bit of true qi. It won't delay your cultivation time too much, and I will compensate you so that your cultivation level can improve faster. Xvii, I have great expectations for you. Xvii said very seriously, thank you, Sir Jianling, for your nurturing, I will definitely work hard. This was the benefit of having a young sword master. In 17's eyes, the Lord Sword Spirit of the Crimson Blood Demon Sword was like a master to her. His position was second only to Lan Yanlin. It was Jianling who helped him grow and taught him profound martial arts. It was Jianling who helped him fulfill his long-cherished wish. He remembered that almost all of his current achievements were accomplished under the guidance and help of the Lord Sword Spirit. Dilly asked curiously, right, Red Blood, why are you called Red Blood? I'm called Dilly because I'm strong. You're called Red Blood because your blood is red? Traveling was extremely dull and boring. Dilly and the others weren't familiar with Xvii before, but after going through a mission together, the other members of the team became closer to Xvii. Xbii pointed at the heavy sword on his back and said, "My weapon is called Red Blood." Dilly looked at the heavy sword and said, "Looks like you like your sword a lot. Even its name is the same." "Yes." Black Bull smiled and said, "That heavy sword Red Blood never leaves his hand. It's like his life." When Xianxia heard this, he suddenly had the urge to recognize Black Bull as the sword master. After passing by Shattered Cloud Mountain again, Evil Tiger didn't stop. Xbii looked at the place where the incident happened. The corpses on both sides of the road were mostly cleaned up. Only a few broken skeletons and torn clothes were left in the grass. They were probably eaten by hungry beasts. Winter was the season when food was extremely scarce. After returning to the secret realm, he received 53 merit points. 53 merit points weren't much, and he couldn't spend it for the time being. Thus, he returned to Lan Yanling's house and continued his life as a guard. Every morning, he would go to Yang City to carry out the execution. When he wasn't around, Tui Dao would take over. Tui Dao wasn't very happy about his return. However, he didn't dare to say anything in front of Xbii. After all, 17's identity was different from before. The news of him being defeated by Lan Haoyu had already spread in Yang City. Now, he was considered a rising young genius of the Lan family, second only to Lan Haoyu. Now, even if they met members of the Lan family on the road, they would take the initiative to greet Xbii. His strength had already been acknowledged by the Lan family. Xbii clearly felt that Master Jianling wanted to help him improve his cultivation. During the execution, the energy and true qi he obtained had increased by half. Xbii could feel that he was almost at the late stage of the qi high realm. He didn't disappoint Sir Jianling's expectations. In a short period of time, he had cultivated the acute gold secret art, acute gold sword art, and several other yellow-level cultivation methods, sword arts, and martial skills to the entry level. Now, he started to cultivate the wind-chasing steps. Wind-chasing steps didn't have as much explosive power as flash steps, but wind-chasing steps had its own advantages. It was suitable for long-distance attacks. Profound-level movement techniques were very rare, and Xbii was not picky at all. 10 days later, Xbii became a late Qi High warrior. Then, Xbii continued to follow Captain Evil Tiger to complete the Blue Shadow Guard's missions. Captain Evil Tiger was a very outstanding martial artist, and 17 had learned a lot from him. She had gradually turned from a newbie with no experience to a veteran with some experience. He slowly realized that aristocratic families were not as glamorous as they appeared to be. The filth and darkness behind him was enough to make many commoners speechless. He had slaughtered bandits, saved merchants, assassinated the geniuses of other families, and snatched important cultivation methods and martial skills for the family. As long as it was a mission to protect the Lan family's interests and authority, he had done it all. This also made him understand more deeply that under the foundation of every top aristocratic family, there were countless bones buried, but, so what, he was a person who benefited from it. He risked his life for the Lan family, and the Lan family also provided him with all kinds of rich resources. 2 months later, 17 successfully broke through to the peak of the Qi High realm. Chasing Wind Steps was trained to the small success level, 1000 average heavy sword was trained to the large success level, and the yellow high-level flash steps and the yellow high-level bronze body forging technique had been trained to the max level by him. What was worth mentioning was that the body forging technique was indeed the cultivation method that required the most resources. Training the bronze body forging technique to the max level had used up most of his accumulated merit points. The only thing that troubled Xbii was that a few days ago, Lan Yanlin had banned him. Without summoning him, he was not allowed to come within 10 steps of the house. The reason was that the murderous aura on his body made the group of little girls uncomfortable. According to Granny, it was because the little muddle-headed girl had nightmares at night while delivering food during the day. Actually, Xbii also noticed that the murderous aura on his body was getting stronger and stronger. He had indeed killed many people, but the number of people he killed was definitely not as much as Captain Evil Tiger, but the murderous aura on his body was even more obvious and terrifying than Captain Evil Tiger's. Master Jianling, could the murderous aura on my body be because of the red blood sword? It should be. Xianxia would not shirk the responsibility. When the sword owner of the red blood demon sword kills people, it is easier for him to generate more and stronger murderous aura than ordinary warriors. When the red blood heavy sword killed people, even their souls would be killed and absorbed. The resentment of the dead before they died was also stronger than that of ordinary people. Asking XVI to give up the red blood demon sword, that was impossible, he could only choose to accept it. The latest mission. Recently, 2 remote mountain villages in the area under the jurisdiction of Juyuan City were suspected to have been slaughtered by demon warriors. The corpses found at the scene were all shriveled and dry. The water in their bodies seemed to have been sucked dry. 5 days ago, the commander of the city guards of Juyuan City led 100 city guards to track down the murderers. After that, there was no news of them. After that, the mayor of Juyuan City continued to send people to look for them. The corpses were found the day before yesterday, and they died in the same way. Evil Tiger said roughly, so the mayor of Juyuan City asked for help from Yang City, hoping that we could send experts to investigate. The mission was assigned to us. Isn't that Juyuan City's matter? What does it have to do with us? XVI asked, puzzled. The mayor of Juyuan City has always followed Yang City's lead. Moreover, Juyuan City and Yang City are close to each other. They even sent people to ask for help. That's why our Lan family intervened in this mission. After listening to Evil Tiger's explanation, 17 understood. It turned out that the mayor of Juyuan City was a hardcore follower of the Lan family. Moreover, judging from the other party's cruel actions of massacring ordinary civilians, he might attack the civilians under the jurisdiction of Yang City. Once demon warriors started massacring civilians on a large scale, they would definitely attract strong suppression from the government, family clans, and righteous sects. Even if they often treated civilians as weeds, they still couldn't ignore the value of ordinary civilians. Were demon warriors strong? Yes, however, they were murderous by nature, good at destruction, and liked to plunder. They were not good at management and lacked a foundation. Their innate attributes determined that they would never be able to compete with the government, righteous sects, and aristocratic families. They would always be the minority among the martial artists. XVI cultivated the demon cultivation technique Blood River art. He knew very well what kind of terrible consequences it would cause if demon warriors really overran the city. Captain Evil Tiger said solemnly, "This time, we are facing demon warriors whose strength is unknown. Everyone must be fully prepared." Under the guidance of the guide, 17's group arrived at the Li family village. The Li family village was a remote village to the south of Juyuan City. Without a guide, it would have been difficult to find this village. There was not a single villager left in the village. They had all perished in the disaster. "Where are the corpses?" The guide replied, "They're all buried behind the village." The guide provided by Juyuan City was a hunter who lived not far from the Li family village. At the same time, he was one of the first to discover the massacre. Zhou Lihao was in his 30s, and he was at the peak of the qi condensation realm. A person without any strength was not qualified to be a hunter. Ihu ordered, "Take us there." "All right." Behind the Li family village, a large mound of dirt stood before their eyes. Zhou Lihao pointed at the mound and said, "The Li family village's 320 the 17th villagers are all buried there. Dig." Ihu ordered. It was unrealistic to let the hunter dig alone. They did not have that much time. Thus, the group began to dig up the graves. It was winter, and the soil was almost frozen. But this was not a problem for the powerful martial artists like the Blue Shadow Guards. In just a quarter of an hour, they had dug up the buried villagers' corpses. The corpses were almost all dried up. Their skin was a dark gray, and each corpse had different wounds. They were all curled up in a ball, as if all the water in their bodies had been sucked out. Scorpion said, "This looks like a remnant of the Blood God sect. There might be less than one." The Blood God sect was a demonic sect that had run rampant in the southern domain 200 years ago. Its inner disciples all used the essence blood of martial artists and commoners to cultivate their techniques. In the end, it was destroyed by the combined forces of the southern domain. Although the Blood God sect was destroyed, the techniques it left behind had not been completely wiped out. Occasionally, there would be a few demons who cultivated the techniques left behind by the Blood God sect. Evil Tiger pinched the hard corpse and said, "It's not a cultivation technique. According to the latest intelligence from Juyuan City, it's a formation that caused this tragedy. The guide, Zhou Lihao, also said, that's right. Last time, Commander Sun also thought that it was caused by a formation. Almost all the corpses were piled up in the center of the village. Commander Sun also found a few spirit stones that had lost their spiritual chi embedded around the corpses. Commander Sun said that the other party seemed to have used some evil formation to make all the villagers go crazy and kill each other in order to achieve some goal. Let's hope we won't stumble into a formation mage, the Black Ox said worriedly. XBII nodded. Similarly, he did not wish to encounter a battle mage. Array Master was a very rare profession. Without exceptional talent and perception, it was simply impossible to get started. When they were prepared, the battle prowess of an Array Master far surpassed that of an ordinary martial artist. As long as they were given enough time and enough spirit stones, they could even kill an enemy who was a whole realm higher. Alright, bring us to another village. In another village, Captain E, who did not request to dig up any more corpses, because he had found traces left behind by the city guards when they left. White Wolf, you take the lead and track down the traces of the city guards of Juyuan City. White Wolf was not only good at movement, but he was also an expert at tracking. Hundreds of city guards did not even think about covering their tracks when they were chasing after the culprit, so it was easy for White Wolf to track them down. The city lord of Juyuan City had asked the Lan family for help because the commander of Juyuan City, Sun Jiaqing, had been killed. Sun Jiaqing was very strong. He was at the late stage of the true energy realm and was one of the top fighters in Juyuan City. He was also the right-hand man of the city lord. With Sun Jiaqing dead, the city lord of Juyuan City did not have anyone stronger to send to track him down. They followed White Wolf through the forest for an entire day and killed a few low-level demonic beasts that they happened to encounter. When it was close to evening, they heard the sound of a small river. White Wolf raised his hand and gestured for everyone to be careful. What's wrong? There seems to be something up ahead. The group slowly approached the river and saw a large open space piled up with pebbles by the river. There were many corpses densely lying on the open space. A pack of wolves with long green manes surrounded the corpses and feasted on them. The corpses that had lost their moisture were very hard. They struggled to lie on the ground and chew on the meat. From afar, these corpses were wearing ordinary leather armor. They died in the same way as the villagers of the two villages. There was no moisture on their bodies and they were all curled up into a ball. Dali lowered his voice and asked, "They're all dead?" Evil Tiger nodded with a calm face. 100 city guards and a commander at the late stage of the true energy realm had all died here. The opponent was very strong. White Wolf asked in a low voice, "Do you want to go and take a look?" No. Evil Tiger shook his head and said, "Let's check if there's anyone nearby." Soon, everyone gathered at the same place again. There's no one. I've also checked over there. There's no one there either. Me too. White Wolf took out a long saber and said, "I found some remains of the corpse. Judging from the armor and this middle-grade profound artifact long saber, the corpse is very likely to be Sun Jiaqing's. His body has not been drained of water. Then I also found a few bloodstains on a few leaves of grass. The Array Master might be injured. Besides White Wolf, let's go and chase away the Greenwood wolves. Be careful of the surroundings." Leader Evil Tiger thought for a moment and said, "White Wolf, you're in charge of checking the corpses. See if there are any clues. Be careful." The Greenwood wolves in front of them were only a medium-sized pack. There were about 30 of them. Besides the leader wolf who was at the peak of the Chi High realm, the other adult wolves were all at the early stage of the Chi High realm. When XBII and the others walked out of the forest and released their Chi, the leader wolf looked at the food unwillingly and left with the rest of the wolves. With a few flashes, White Wolf arrived near the corpses. He carefully approached the corpses and after making sure there was no danger, he began to search the corpses. "Leader, they must have been ambushed by the Array Master and killed each other. I found these things." White Wolf took out a few white spirit stones. With a light pinch, the spirit stones turned into powder. Evil Tiger thought for a moment and said, "Sun Jiaqing was careless and was ambushed by the Array Master. The Array Master's strength shouldn't be too strong. Sun Jiaqing broke through his array, but in the end, he couldn't kill the array master. Also, the array master might have been injured. Evil Tiger ordered, continue the search. After finding the location of Sun Jiaqing's corpse, White Wolf pointed at the grass and said, the array master should have escaped in this direction. XVI looked in that direction. The grass was thick and there were no signs of collapse. The array master was very careful. Even if he was injured, he tried his best to hide the blood on his body. White Wolf smiled and turned over the back of a leaf. There was a reddish-brown mark and said, but he might not have noticed that when he left, some blood stains were on the leaves of the grass. There was a heavy rain last night and almost destroyed all the clues. However, the blood stains are still on the back of the leaf. Evil Tiger thought for a moment and said, then let's continue the search. However, everyone must be careful. This array master is very sinister. No matter how powerful the array is, there is always a limit to its range. Let's just split up a little. One person every 300 meters. Don't leave the line of sight of others. Once you're in the array, don't help. Find the location of the array master first and kill him. Understand? Understood. Everyone knew that in the face of a sinister array master, Evil Tiger's arrangement was undoubtedly the most reasonable, but at this moment, the ground trembled slightly and a violent wave of spirit energy appeared. The entire world seemed to have turned blood red. Dilly whispered, oh no, we've been ambushed. Scorpion stomped his foot, White Wolf cursed, damn it. 17 held the crimson blood sword tightly and stared at the blood-red sky. The corpses from 5 days ago, the pack of greenwood wolves, Sun Jiaqing who broke out of the array, the injured array master, the bloodstains left behind on the grass and leaves. These scenes and traces all hinted that the array master had left. No one would have thought that the formation master who had ambushed and killed the guards of Juyuan City a few days ago would still be here. He was still here, preparing a big surprise for them. The whole world was dyed red. 17 found that the blood-red ground, the blood-red trees, the blood-red sky. He could barely distinguish the difference between the sky, ground, trees, and people by the shade and shape of the blood-red color. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply. Even 17 couldn't stand it. Soon, 17 found that the coldness didn't come from the outside, but from the inside. His entire spirit was in an extreme state of suppression. He had a desire to raise his sword and kill madly to vent his anger. The desire grew stronger and stronger, almost destroying 17's rationality. This was a very familiar feeling. 17 had experienced it many times. If he wasn't in the array, he would have suspected that the evil aura in the crimson blood sword had been activated. No wonder the villagers and city guards would kill each other so crazily. In the array, Evil Tiger, White Wolf, Dilly, Scorpion, Black Bull, and Zhou Lihao all had the same feeling. Evil Tiger struggled to hold on and shouted with his remaining rationality, let's rush out together. This was the only way he could think of in this situation. His rationality was already affected. It was impossible to think of a solution seriously. White Wolf, Dilly, Scorpion, Black Bull, 17, and the guide followed Evil Tiger and rushed in one direction. After taking a few steps forward, 17 saw Zhou Lihao stabbing Black Bull's back with his sword. Black Bull roared and threw a punch at Zhou Lihao. The two of them started fighting each other, not holding back at all. It was as if they were mortal enemies. Dilly turned around and shouted, Black Bull. But Black Bull didn't respond. He had completely lost his rationality. Dilly turned around and hit Zhou Lihao's back with his stick. But then, he attacked Black Bull. 17 knew that Dilly had completely gone crazy. Evil Tiger shouted, what are you all standing there for? Run with me. But what answered him was White Wolf and Scorpion's weapons. Leader, let me help you. Okay. Seeing that the White Wolf and the Scorpion were entangled with the Evil Tiger, 17 immediately waved her heavy sword and rushed over to help. 17 was very clear that Evil Tiger was the strongest among them. If she wanted to escape the array and kill that sinister array master, without Captain Evil Tiger's help, it was almost impossible, but 17 had overestimated his own strength. He was only at the peak of the Qi-Hai realm, and he couldn't fight against Bai Lang and Scorpion. Plus, he was worried about Bai Lang and Scorpion's status, so he couldn't help much. Master Jianling, 10% evil spirit field. Xianxia sneered in the demon's sword. Kid, you better think carefully. You can't hold on anymore. If you activate the evil spirit field, you will go crazy like those people. Evil Tiger forced White Wolf and Scorpion back with one move and immediately ran away without looking back. White Wolf had already gone crazy. He chased after Evil Tiger crazily, while Scorpion turned around and rushed towards 17. Damn it, 17. How could he not know that he had been abandoned? Facing Scorpion, 17 could kill her. If he used all his trump cards, it was still possible to kill Scorpion, who had lost her rationality. But what should he do after killing Scorpion? The evil spirit field was very similar to the formation he was in. 17 had experienced the evil spirit field many times. In terms of mental strength, he was much stronger than normal warriors. That was why he could hold on until now. But he was very clear that every time he killed a warrior, it would be harder to stay conscious in the formation. Once he lost his rationality in the formation, the consequences would be unimaginable. 17 ran towards the place where Black Ox, Dili, and Zhou Lihao were fighting. Scorpion, who had lost her rationality, was indeed entangled with them. Wind-chasing steps. He ran in the direction where Evil Tiger disappeared, but after running for more than 10 meters, a blood-red human silhouette appeared. Looking at the figure, it was undoubtedly Captain Evil Tiger. Captain, why are you back? The answer to 17 was a sharp sword aura. Damn it. They were all crazy. Flash steps. 17 ran towards Scorpion with all his strength. Fortunately, he was not far from them. Otherwise, 17 was not confident that he could escape from Captain Evil Tiger's crazy attacks. White Wolf was most likely dead. Evil Tiger, Black Ox, Dili, Zhou Lihao, and Scorpion, who had completely lost their rationality, were fighting. Not long after, one of the 5 human-shaped blood shadows disappeared. Even Captain Evil Tiger lost his rationality. Didn't that Sun Jiaqing escape? Xianxia laughed in a low voice. Maybe that array master deliberately gave you an illusion? Master Jianling, what should I do? Do you have a way to wake up Captain and the others? Sorry, I don't have a way to wake them up. But I have the confidence to make them even crazier. Xianxia thought about the current situation and decided to help 17. He did not want the array master to get it, even if the other party was really strong. He thought for a moment and replied, I do have a way that might destroy the array. What way? This array is very similar to the evil aura field. If the evil aura field is completely activated, it might burst. 17 urged, then let's open it. He felt that his rationality was about to disappear. But you have to think carefully. If you really activate the evil aura field and break the array, the secret of the Crimson Blood Demon Sword might be discovered by those who have woken up. Xianxia said in a low voice. At that time, I might be taken away by the Lan family. Could the Lan family find the Crimson Blood Demon Sword? Of course it was possible. If he let the Crimson Blood Demon Sword fully release the evil aura field, that terrifying phenomenon could not be concealed at all. Especially when the experienced and loyal Captain Evil Tiger was still present. They only lost their rationality temporarily. It did not mean that they would lose all their memories after waking up. 17 once went crazy during the first execution, but after that, he could still remember some of the things that happened after he lost his rationality. After doing so many missions, 17 did not believe in the integrity of the Lan family at all. Xianxia added, I need to make it clear to you that the Crimson Blood Demon Sword can only change its owner after the previous Renkenju dies. Master Jianling, you mean? When they die, we will try to break the array? 17 did not even dare to think about killing people to silence them. He could not beat Evil Tiger, Black Ox, Dili, and Scorpion working together. No, I mean, you should kill them while they are all crazy. Why should I kill them? Affected by the array, XVII's thoughts began to stagnate. You forgot, there is still an array master waiting for you outside. Xianxia said seriously, you can only use the power of the Crimson Blood Demon Sword to greatly increase your cultivation in a short period of time to have a chance to survive. But if I kill them, I can only break through to the early stage of the true energy realm at most. No, I am confident that I can help you break through to the middle or late stage of the true energy realm, but the side effects are very big. Chen Hao said in a low voice, "You have three choices. The first choice, do nothing and all of you die together. The second choice, I will directly activate the murderous aura field and have a chance to destroy the array. If I succeed, Evil Tiger, Black Ox, Dili, and Scorpion may survive, and then the Crimson Blood Demon Sword may be taken away, and you will die in the end. The third choice, kill Evil Tiger, Black Ox, Dili, and Scorpion to increase your strength, and I will try my best to destroy the array. You have a good chance to escape and continue to fulfill your unfinished oath. Which one do you choose? Tell me." "XVII, I will give you one last warning. It is better to control your own fate in your own hands. Don't believe in illusory luck. Evil Tiger and the others know your ability very well. Don't bet on the possibility that the Crimson Blood Demon Sword will not be discovered. To be honest, my Renkenju is not very lucky." When he saw XVII struggling for a long time and finally walking towards Evil Tiger and the others with the heavy sword, Chen Hao was very gratified. Between sacrificing himself for others and sacrificing others for himself, XVII chose the latter. With his help, XVII was about to grow up. He was no longer that simple and honest youth. As long as the Sword Master could make a decision, Chen Hao would never force the Sword Master to do anything. At most, he would only provide some pertinent suggestions to the Sword Master. As for what the Sword Master chose, he never interfered. Am I a demon sword? Occasionally, Chen Hao would doubt himself. But that kind of doubt never lasted long. As for whether he was a demon sword or not, he didn't care at all. Why bother about his identity? In this world, the majority of people were unhappy, and there would always be cruel realities that forced the Sword Masters to choose to become demons. As for why Chen Hao had been suppressing the growth of 17's strength, one of the reasons was to witness what was about to happen. He liked to watch the Sword Master make his own choice. Evil Tiger, a master of the late stage of the true energy realm, if he wasn't crazy, the three XVII wouldn't be his match. But now they were completely crazy. Dili had disappeared, and Scorpion was in danger. XVII stood behind Evil Tiger and said in a low voice, "Sorry, everyone. Behead." The first move was a killing move. 17 knew very well that if he couldn't get rid of Evil Tiger immediately, the crazy Evil Tiger would probably immediately target him. In the formation, the behead move was even more terrifying. Evil Tiger didn't even have time to react before falling to the ground. The corpse that fell to the ground shriveled into a ball and became a dry corpse. All the essence, blood and soul were absorbed by the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. The condition of the corpse looked very much like it was killed by an evil formation. Chen Hao had already adjusted the feedback mode of the killing feedback skill. The feedback ratio was 99%, and the feedback purity was 80%. It could be said that he had made the biggest concession in history. After all, he didn't want to fall into the hands of a formation master. The methods of a formation master were strange and unpredictable. What if the other party saw something and sealed him directly? A feedback purity of 80% would allow the demon sword to absorb even more of the modeled energy from the deceased's body. As for why the feedback rate was 99% and not 100%, Chen Hao could only say that it was a matter of principle. As a demonic sword, XVII gritted her teeth and killed the Black Bull and the Scorpion one by one. After the Evil Tiger, Black Bull, and Scorpion died, they turned into energy and were absorbed by the Scarlet Blood Heavy Sword. Then, that energy surged and drilled into 17's meridians, gathering in his dantian. The energy that the Crimson Blood Demon Sword passed to 17 was very complicated, and it also contained an extremely violent aura. The thick murderous aura in the array seemed to be attracted and all rushed to XVII. It poured into his body through his 6 orifices and merged into his meridians. Even Chen Hao was surprised to see this. XVII seemed to have absorbed all the murderous aura in the formation during the breakthrough. Chen Hao had no idea what kind of abnormalities would occur. But he didn't stop it. He wanted to see what the result would be. 17's dantian was filled with blood rain. The blood rain fell, condensing into a sea of blood and liquid true energy, dyeing his dantian blood red. The blood red sea of energy surged and boiled. Waves of dark red murderous aura mixed in, emitting a cold aura. Bang, a loud sound was heard. XVII broke through. He became an early-stage true energy realm martial artist. However, the energy from the demon sword didn't weaken because of his breakthrough. More energy continued to be transmitted. XVII didn't rest. Instead, he continued to break through in one go. After killing the evil tiger, black bull, and scorpion, under the influence of the array and the scarlet blood demon sword, he was already on the verge of madness. Middle stage true energy realm, the murderous aura in the array formed a strange vortex with 17's breakthrough. This murderous aura drilled into 17's body and merged into his true energy. When he successfully broke through to the late stage true energy realm, Xianxia found that half of the murderous aura in the entire array had been absorbed by XVII. XVII opened his eyes. His eyes were glowing with blood. Xianxia could feel the boiling murderous aura in his body. It was as if the murderous aura field had been activated in his body. Xianxia asked in a low voice, XVII, tell me, what is 16 plus 28? XVII lowered his head, then raised it again. He gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, I'd better go find that array master. Half of the dense murderous aura in the array was absorbed by XVII, and the power of the entire array was also reduced by half. The murderous aura outside still existed, but the murderous aura in 17's body was equally strong. The two murderous auras came from the same source, and XVII was actually in a strange state of balance. XVII was still on the verge of madness. Half crazy but not crazy, like a barrel of explosives, it would explode at a touch. Seeing 17 running for thousands of meters in the array but still unable to walk out, Xianxia knew that the array master must have deliberately let Sun Jiaqing run out of the array. He used this to give the following pursuers an illusion that a late-stage true energy realm martial artist had a chance to break through the array. If Sun Jiaqing's body was not outside the array at that time, but directly killed inside the array, perhaps the evil tiger would not have chosen to continue chasing. You can't walk out. The array master's strength is stronger than you think. Then let's use the last method. Xianxia reminded, okay, you have to be prepared. It's about to start. In your current state, you may lose your mind in an instant, but you have to recover as soon as possible. Let's begin. XVII raised the crimson blood demon sword high, and a blood-red murderous aura spewed out of the crimson blood demon sword. The murderous aura spread and soon filled the entire array. However, Xianxia used all his strength, and the terrifying murderous aura continued to surge out of the crimson blood demon sword. Finally, the murderous aura in the array seemed to have reached its limit. Crash, like the sound of glass breaking, the power of the array was already half absorbed by XVII. Now that it was attacked by Xianxia's murderous aura field, it had reached its limit and completely collapsed. Outside the array master had been observing the changes in the array. When he saw that XVII, who was still conscious, actually attacked his companion, he thought that the end was over. However, what happened next was completely out of his expectations. That young man actually broke through from the peak of the Qi High realm to the late-stage true energy realm, with such a terrifying speed of improvement. How could the array master not covet it? Demon martial artists' pursuit of power was far beyond that of normal martial artists. The array was broken, but with XVII as the center, it was still a world of red. That was the crimson blood demon sword murderous aura field. The array master did not look at the blood-red long blade in the center of the 7-killing array. Instead, he looked at the heavy sword in the young man's hand with a burning gaze. A voice echoed in his mind, that is a real demonic weapon, a weapon that I have always desired. Get it, get it. Formation Master Chu Fei was originally a civilian martial artist. When he was 13 years old, he accidentally stumbled into a cave and found a skeleton and an incomplete secret book on formation arrays in the cave. If an ordinary warrior accidentally found an incomplete formation manual, it would be difficult to learn the basics of formation even if they spent their whole life. However, Chu Fei was a person with luck. After a few years of study, he could barely learn the formations in the formation manual. One of them was the evil spirit demon refining formation that XVII had just broken through. The evil spirit demon refining formation was an evil formation used to refine demonic weapons. It could make the warriors in the formation completely crazy and kill each other. In the end, their essence and blood would become the nourishment of the demonic weapon. What Chu Fei wanted to refine was a demonic sword. He was good at sword techniques. As for why he didn't want to be a formation master and wanted to refine a demonic sword, Chu Fei had his own difficulties. If he could become a formation master, of course he wouldn't cultivate martial arts, The problem was that the secret book on formations he had obtained was incomplete. Other than the basic knowledge of formations, there were only 4 formations left in the secret book. The 4 arrays were all support-type arrays, and 3 of them were related to refining demonic artifacts. Formation Master was a rare profession on the continent, and the inheritance of Formation Masters was even rarer. Chu Fei had been searching for it for decades and had only seen the inheritance of Formation Masters twice, but it was taken by the big forces. He had no choice but to cultivate martial arts on the side. Among all the weapons, he preferred sword techniques, so he began to use the evil spirit demon refining formation to refine a demonic weapon for himself. But how could refining a demonic weapon be as easy as snatching one out of thin air? Chu Fei looked at 17 in horror and said, "You can actually break through my evil spirit demon refining formation. You are definitely not an ordinary true energy realm warrior. Who are you?" He looked like a despicable person who had used up all his trump cards and was at the end of his rope. Unfortunately, no matter how frightened he was, XVII didn't look up at him. Since the formation was destroyed, XVII knelt on the ground with one leg, holding the demonic sword in his hand. He didn't move at all, like a statue. So, he wasted his expression. But Chu Fei didn't know. He continued to plead, "Please, spare my life. As long as you spare my life, I, Chu Fei, am willing to pledge my loyalty to you in the future." Was Formation Master Chu Fei really at the end of his rope? Of course not. Sure, Chu Fei didn't go up to deal with XVII directly because he was better at formations. Almost all formations had a limited range. Unfortunately, he didn't set up other formations in the fiendish demon refining formation. He didn't have the ability to do so. When XVII broke through the evil spirit refining array, he just hurriedly set up the heaven and earth reversal array around him. If XVII didn't attack, Chu Fei didn't dare to attack. He and XVII were both warriors in the late stage of the true energy realm. If the two of them fought head-on, he wasn't sure he could win. Chu Fei hoped that the young man in front of him would not run away. If he really ran away, then it would be troublesome. "Can you listen to me?" At this time, 17 was still unmoved, which made Chu Fei a little confused. He didn't want to be in a stalemate here. What if the other party's support came? Not long after, Chu Fei sighed that something was wrong. Did the other party exhaust all his energy to break through the evil spirit refining array and couldn't even stand up? It wasn't impossible. Relying on the 3 sets of formations, Chu Fei relied on the 3 sets of formations to trick many warriors. He was very clear about the power of the evil spirit refining array. Even a warrior in the late stage of the true energy realm was very likely to die once trapped in the formation. The young man in front of him used an unknown evil method to break through to the late stage of the true energy realm and forcibly broke through the evil spirit refining array. It was very likely that he was exhausted. However, Chu Fei was experienced after all and wasn't a reckless warrior. He pulled out a dagger from his back and fiercely threw it at XVII. With a clang, the heavy sword blocked in front of XVII. Looking at the big hand holding the heavy sword, Chu Fei smiled viciously. "I knew it. You want to trick me? No way. Kid, you killed all your teammates with your own hands. How does it feel? Does it feel good?" Chu Fei smiled viciously. "Do you know why I like to use the evil spirit refining array? That's because I like to see you kill each other. I won't hide it from you. When you killed your teammates just now, I was so excited that I almost climaxed." Chu Fei took a deep breath and continued, "How is your relationship with your teammates? Compared to them, it should be good, right? After all, they were brothers and sisters who had gone on many missions together and were willing to risk their lives for each other. They died in your hands. You must be very sad, right?" Looking at the young man slowly raising his head, Chu Fei's smile became even brighter, but when he saw the young man's red eyes, he was stunned. A bone-chilling coldness filled his heart. XVII suddenly stood up and bounced his legs, rushing towards Chu Fei. "Possessed?" Chu Fei was surprised. This time, he was really surprised. But 17's possessed was both unexpected and reasonable. It would be strange if there were no side effects after breaking through from the peak of the Qi High realm to the late stage of the true energy realm. But 17's attack was exactly what Chu Fei wanted. Normal warriors would have a hard time dealing with a possessed warrior who didn't fear death. But to Chu Fei, a possessed warrior was much easier to deal with than normal warriors. Their brains weren't working well, and they wouldn't think of running away. It was bad luck for a possessed young man to meet a formation master like him. Chu Fei took out a spirit stone from his pocket and placed it under his feet. He laughed softly. Heaven and Earth Reversal Array. The array was activated. With Chu Fei as the center, a white light appeared within a radius of 50 meters. 17, who was rushing towards Chu Fei, shook his body. He was rushing forward, but in reality, he was retreating. Chu Fei saw this and smiled proudly. He took out the blood-red long sword from his waist and rushed in front of XVII. He slashed towards 17's right shoulder. XVII instinctively wanted to dodge to the left, but in reality, he was the one who dodged to the left. The longsword slashed onto 17's left shoulder. If it wasn't for 17's quick reaction, the sword would have split his head open. Chu Fei laughed again. The setup of the Heaven and Earth Reversal Array was very simple, but it was Chu Fei's trump card against strong enemies. The principle of the array was also very simple. It was to reverse the universe. The person in the array would walk forward, but in reality, he would retreat. The person in the array would dodge to the left, but in reality, he would dodge to the right, just like 17's situation now. In a life and death battle between warriors of the same level, there was no room for carelessness. Most of Chu Fei's enemies couldn't understand why they were retreating to avoid Chu Fei's attack, but in reality, they were facing the blade of the long sword. Even if a small number of powerful and smart warriors could discover the secret of the array, they would still die in Chu Fei's hands because they couldn't adapt to the new rules in a short period of time. After all, habits formed over 10 years or decades couldn't be changed immediately. Chu Fei was different. After learning the Heaven and Earth Reversal Array, he began to practice in the array. He was familiar with all the rules of the array, therefore, in the array, Chu Fei had the absolute advantage. Warriors of the same level were almost invincible. XVII, who had lost his mind due to the evil aura field, the murderous aura in his body, and the murderous aura in the evil aura demon refining array, was covered in blood. His true strength was definitely higher than Chu Fei's, but no matter how strong he was, if he couldn't touch someone, there was nothing he could do. Just as XVII fell and Chu Fei was about to kill him with a smile, the crimson blood demon sword suddenly left 17's hand, rushed out of the array, and flew towards the dense forest in the distance. Chu Fei wasn't mentally prepared at all. He only reacted when the crimson blood demon sword broke through the array. Want to run? No way. He abandoned XVII and chased after the crimson blood demon sword. XVII was just a small character to him. What he desired was that demon weapon. The crimson blood demon sword could not escape from Chu Fei's pursuit. Chen Hao had only absorbed XVII Qi from the peak of Qi High. No matter how weak Chu Fei's strength was, he was still at the late stage of the true energy realm. Chu Fei held the struggling crimson blood demon sword tightly with both hands, his face filled with joy. How could he not see that the sword in his hand was not ordinary? A divine weapon with a sentient weapon spirit was a true divine weapon. Weapon spirits also had likes and dislikes. They would choose the master they liked. That was why there was the saying that weapons choose their masters. Chu Fei knew that the demon sword in his hand also had a weapon spirit, and it did not seem to like him and did not want to recognize him as its master, but Chu Fei did not care about the demon sword's likes and dislikes. There were two ways to obtain a weapon with intelligence. The first way was to let the weapon recognize him. Chu Fei did not count on this method. He did not have the patience to use sincerity to move the weapon spirit. Most of the weapon spirits of the demon weapons were fierce and violent. It was very difficult to control a demon weapon. The second way was to forcefully tame it, either use absolute strength to completely subdue the demon weapon, or use other methods to make the demon weapon obediently listen to orders. Coincidentally, the array inheritance that Chu Fei had obtained had this method. Among the 4 arrays that he had obtained, 3 of them were actually used to refine demon weapons. Evil Qi Refining Array. Place a top-grade Xian weapon in the eye of the array. The array will absorb the blood essence and soul of the dead to create a new weapon spirit. Demon Weapon Sealing Array. Specially used to seal a demon weapon that has a weapon spirit. Blood Refining Array. First feed the demon weapon, then use one's own blood essence to refine the demon weapon until the sealed demon weapon spirit completely recognizes its master. It was very difficult to refine a demon weapon by oneself. It required a large amount of human lives. But the entire southern mountain range was very unfriendly to demon warriors, especially those who liked to massacre villages and cities. After his strength reached the late stage of the true energy realm, Chu Fei had some ability to protect himself. He felt that it would be difficult for him to improve in a short period of time, so he started to refine the demon weapon. Struggle. Struggle. Soon, you will no longer struggle. Chu Fei laughed heartily as he found a secluded place. With one hand tightly gripping the demonic sword, he began to set up an array formation with his other hand. The array formation was very complicated, but Chu Fei had studied the 4 array formations for more than 10 years. He was already very familiar with them. After only half an hour, a complex array was engraved on the ground, and more than 100 low-grade spirit stones were placed in a certain order. The arrangement of the array was nearing completion. Chen Hao already felt that the situation was not good. He didn't know how to set up arrays, so he didn't know what kind of array the array master in front of him was setting up. However, he knew that it was very likely that this array was targeting him. As soon as he sensed danger, Chen Hao activated his murderous aura field again. A blood-red murderous aura instantly enveloped Chu Fei. The spirit stone in Chu Fei's hand fell to the ground. Realizing that something was wrong, his face darkened. He bit the tip of his tongue and quickly pulled out a small jade bottle from his storage bag. He poured out a milky white pill and stuffed it into his mouth. After a long while, he heaved a sigh of relief and said proudly, "Hee hee, do you think you can drive me crazy with this murderous aura? I have the infernal aura demon refining array, so why wouldn't I be prepared? The mysterious ice spirit clearing pill can at least give me a quarter of an hour without being affected by you. A quarter of an hour is enough. However, I am more and more satisfied with you." The closer he was to success, the more excited Chu Fei became. As long as this array is activated, you will completely lose control of the demonic weapon. After you are completely sealed, I will blood refine you. After blood refining, you will no longer reject me. You will wholeheartedly acknowledge me as your master. Wholeheartedly help me become a top expert of the demonic path. Hearing the array master's words, Chen Hao became anxious. He didn't want his personality to change and become the sword master's slave. Chen Hao counted his skills, but discovered that none of them could be used. Misfortune Explosion was the skill he was most proud of, but it could only target the sword master. It was too late to change the sword master now. Even if the array master in front of him was the sword master, he would still need 5 days. 5 days. The daylily would be too late. As for the martial skills and the master slaying inheritance, he could use them, but the true energy stored in the demonic sword was not enough. System, is what he said true? Can he really change my personality and force me to acknowledge him as my master? At this critical moment, Chen Hao finally remembered that he still had the system. His system was very mechanical. Only when he changed the sword master or upgraded it would it show its existence. If Chen Hao didn't ask it, it wouldn't make a sound for 1,000 years. Of course, the host is not invincible now. You are the demonic sword, so you will have the weakness of the demonic sword. There are many ways to change you in this world, such as completely changing your attributes, or completely destroying your soul, or blood refining to acknowledge you as its master. Forcefully changing attributes? Forcefully brainwashing. Chen Hao was in a panic. Forcefully changing attributes was still okay, but forcefully brainwashing, then he might as well die. But XVI didn't die. Then I won't be able to acknowledge you as my master. When you, the weapon spirit, truly acknowledge the array master, you will automatically kill XVI and change him to be the sword master. You have this ability, don't you? Chen Hao was completely out of ideas. He could only ask the system for help. Then what should I do now? The system said coldly and mechanically, I am only an auxiliary system. I don't know how to fight. Everything depends on the host. Saying it was the same as not saying anything. Chen Hao knew that the system was unreliable. If the system could really be relied on, he wouldn't have been refined into a demonic sword in the first place. It's finally finished. Chu Fei let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He firmly pressed the crimson blood demon sword in the center of the array, and then placed the last spirit stone in the last gap. The array activated, and a powerful spiritual energy instantly locked Chen Hao in place. It was like a chain, constantly shrinking, slowly imprisoning Chen Hao's soul in the crimson blood demon sword. the powerful spiritual energy carved patterns on the crimson blood demon sword. Although it was only a part, the shape was very similar to the array that array masters set up on the ground. Chen Hao discovered that he was actually slowly losing control of the crimson blood demon sword. Glancing at the status panel, he discovered something even more terrifying. All the active skills of the crimson blood demon sword under his control were disappearing. Misfortune, sealed. Misfortune outbreak, sealed. Seeing the crimson blood demon sword stop struggling, Chu Fei proudly said, "Now you're obedient? Let me tell you, it's already too late. I'm a person who is very afraid of death. If I can't completely control a demonic weapon, I'd rather throw it away or destroy it than use it. Therefore, I must make you completely submit to me. Completely obey my orders. Completely recognize me as your only master." Another 15 minutes passed, and the spirit stones placed in the array were about to be used up. Chu Fei looked at the crimson blood demon sword that only a small part of the pattern was completed. He was both heartbroken and happy as he exchanged the spirit stones. His heart ached for the spirit stones. These spirit stones were all his hard-earned savings from many years of life and death. He was happy because the array said that the stronger the demonic weapon, the stronger the weapon spirit, and the more spirit stones it needed to consume. A normal spirit-grade demonic weapon wouldn't even be able to use up the spirit stones required to set up the array for the first time. But the demonic sword in front of him needed to be exchanged for spirit stones 3 times. This undoubtedly showed that this demonic sword wasn't a normal demonic weapon. It was very powerful. Fortunately, Chu Fei was well prepared. It was quite difficult to produce a spiritual artifact. In order to refine a demonic artifact, he was prepared to kill tens of thousands of people, even if he was hunted down by the righteous path, but he never expected that he would be so lucky. He had just sacrificed hundreds of people, and someone came to him with a demonic artifact. Chu Fei even wondered if he was the son of destiny. "This demonic sword is what I deserve." Seeing the seal pattern on the demonic sword gradually complete, Chu Fei's breathing gradually quickened. But at this moment, a blood-red shadow suddenly appeared in front of him, charging at the demonic sword in the seal formation at lightning speed. "Stop!" Chu Fei was furious and slashed at the blood shadow. However, blood shadow did not dodge. He took the blow head-on. He rushed into the formation, grabbed the crimson blood demonic sword, and rushed for hundreds of meters before stopping. After leaving the demonic artifact sealing formation, the formation pattern on the crimson blood demonic sword collapsed instantly, and Chen Hao regained his freedom. "Well done, XVI." Chu Fei's anger burned fiercely. He stared at the bloody youth in front of him, wishing he could cut him into pieces. Because of his obstruction, the wealth that Chu Fei had accumulated over the years was almost all gone. He did not understand how the youth could still find this place when the place he chose was hidden enough. But he did not think too much about it. Taking back the demonic sword and dealing with the youth in front of him was the most important thing. Chu Fei roared angrily, "I will skin you alive. XVI, kill him." Chen Hao said loudly in the demonic sword. "I was almost sealed by him." XVI had regained some clarity, but when he heard that the other party almost sealed Lord Jianling, his eyes turned red again. He wanted to kill the formation master in front of him, but when he lifted his foot, he found that he could not move. He lowered his head and looked at his legs. Bang! 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 There were 6 consecutive explosions, and the Taishi, Dazhong, and Zhongfeng acupoints on his feet exploded instantly. "Lord Jianling, I don't think I can move." "Why are your legs injured?" XVI said concisely, "Flash step." "Ha ha ha." Seeing this, Chu Fei threw his head back and laughed. The youth had already been severely injured by him earlier, and now, for some unknown reason, his leg was also severely injured. He couldn't figure out how he had lost. A sinister smile appeared on his face. "Hee hee, I won't let you die so easily." Chen Hao asked XVI, "What should we do?" XVI lowered her head and looked at her legs angrily. She said in a low voice, "Master Jianling, use that forbidden skill." "But you'll die." Chen Hao said with concern. "But even if you don't, I will still die." XVI said in a low voice, "At least, Master Jianling will be fine." XVI found that Lord Jianling didn't speak, as if he was deep in thought. Chu Fei didn't know that the youth in front of him was communicating with Jianling. He just wanted to chop the 17th into a human stick. XVI looked at the vast sky, took a deep breath, and shouted in a low voice, "The last elegy." The last elegy was a skill of the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. As the owner of the Crimson Blood Demon Sword, XVI had the ability to use it. "Wait, stop right there." With a loud shout, he shouted out 17. "What's wrong, Master Jianling? Can I use the secret technique of the Blood River technique, the Burning Blood technique?" "Yes." "Then what forbidden skill are you using, you pig brain?" The Blood River technique was the secret technique of Ancestor Red River in the past. In addition to all kinds of strange and bloody ways to increase one's strength, it also recorded some demonic secret techniques. The Burning Blood technique was one of them. It burned the warrior's true chi and blood to stimulate the body's potential, allowing the warrior to explode with twice the combat power. The side effect was permanent loss of strength. After Jianling's reminder, XVI suddenly woke up. He couldn't be blamed. Too many things happened today. He was affected by the evil chi demon refining array, the evil chi field, and the murderous aura in his body. He even completely lost his mind at one point. Now he was seriously injured and dying. The fact that he could hold on until now had already impressed Chen Hao. Burning Blood technique. XVI roared, his face was as red as blood, and a bloody mist rose from his body. Wind-chasing steps. He rushed towards Chu Fei. XVI was born tall and strong. His eyes were red as he held the heavy sword. The blood all over his body didn't make him look weak. Instead, it strengthened his momentum. A trapped beast will still fight, this was Chu Fei's first reaction. Facing such an enemy, Chu Fei subconsciously touched his storage bag and found that he could only take out 7 spirit stones. 7 spirit stones. Not enough. In desperation, he could only raise his sword to meet it. Crimson Flame Sword technique. There was a raging fire on the long sword. As soon as the long sword collided with the evil sword, Chu Fei only felt a huge force suddenly hit him. The long sword was directly split by XVI, and Chu Fei's stomach was almost cut open. So strong. Previously, in the inverse universe array, 17's heavy sword didn't touch Chu Fei at all. He had been beaten passively, but now it was different. XVI, who used the Burning Blood technique, doubled his physical strength. How could Chu Fei resist? Chu Fei suddenly retreated more than 10 meters, still in shock. However, XVI wouldn't give him any time to breathe at all. He flashed towards Chu Fei. Chu Fei turned around awkwardly, and the sword light of the heavy sword drew a 10-meter-long hole on the ground. Heavy sword. In the next move, Chu Fei's body wasn't steady, so he could only use the long sword in his hand to resist. The huge force hit him again. Chu Fei's long sword fell out of his hand, and the back of the long sword was smashed into his chest by the heavy sword. Behead! A huge head soared into the sky. XVI sat on the ground, panting heavily. He said happily, "Master Jianling, I won, I won." "Good, good." Chen Hao praised. If it weren't for XVI, today, he would have died. At the same time, Chen Hao felt a sense of vigilance and urgency in his heart. Today, relying on XVI, he escaped a disaster. What if XVI was gone in the future? He was still too weak now. It wasn't until the night came that XVI slowly got up from the ground. He had used up all the healing pills in his storage bag. He could only rely on his own body to hold on. If it weren't for killing Chu Fei during the day, he would have died directly. However, in order to kill Chu Fei, XVI also paid a heavy price. Using the Burning Blood technique, his strength dropped from the late stage of the true energy realm to the middle stage of the true energy realm. Using the flash steps many times, the meridians in his legs exploded and he completely lost feeling. Forcefully increasing his strength, the blood attribute true chi in his body was impure and mixed with a large amount of murderous aura. The influence of the murderous aura was always there, making him in a half-demonic state. Chen Hao suspected that maybe because 17 had fixed the murderous aura in his body many times, the murderous aura affected his physique, causing him to absorb a large amount of murderous aura when he was supposed to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The impure true chi in 17's body was mixed with a large amount of murderous aura that affected the mind. If he was an ordinary warrior, his martial arts path would have been ruined. A golden-toothed jackal smelled the smell of blood and chased after it. It saw two fresh corpses on the ground. One of them was cold to the bone, while the other was warm to the touch. Even if they were scavengers, they preferred fresh meat. It waited for a long time and found that the warm corpse didn't move, so it carefully approached it. Just then, a pair of bloody hands grabbed its neck. Xbii drank all the blood of the golden-toothed jackal, made a fire, and threw the array master's clothes into the fire. Watching the fire grow bigger and bigger, he used the light of the fire to flip through a damaged book he found on the array master's body. The array master's reversal of heaven and earth, murderous aura demon refining array, demonic weapon sealing array, and blood refining array entered his sight. Does he want to use this formation to seal Master Jianling? 17 stared at the magic weapon sealing formation on the incomplete book and asked with gritted teeth. Chen Hao looked at 17 quietly. Yes. Damn it. 17 angrily tore the precious incomplete book in half, and then threw the pages into the bonfire one by one, burning them to ashes. Chen Hao looked at 17 silently, and then suddenly thought, 17, don't burn that one. Why? Master Jianling, the formation is too powerful. It's a threat to you. Why don't you burn it and end it? Leave that evil demon refining formation, it's useful to me. Thinking of the evil demon refining formation, Xvii's expression changed a little, but he still chose to listen to Master Jianling's instructions. Reflecting the fire, 17 asked in a low voice, Master Jianling, do you want to use the formation to become stronger? This is an effective way to become stronger, what do you think? Yes. 17 nodded. Today, I almost died. Chen Hao said gloomily, when I evolved into a spiritual weapon, I thought I was invincible. Now that I think about it, I was really ignorant and arrogant. 17 scratched his head and barely understood Jianling's words. I just realized that I'm not strong enough. 17 could feel Master Jianling's anger, thinking of the blood refining formation, he could understand where the anger came from. After a long time, Chen Hao asked in a low voice, 17, can you help me? Yes. 17 only held the hilt of his sword, and murderous intent rose from his body. This was not only Jianling's wish, but also his wish. 17, who had been through blood, had deeply understood that strength was not important. 17 crawled back to the place where the formation master ambushed Evil Tiger and Scorpion. When he crawled to the formation, the bodies of his teammates had disappeared, leaving only their weapons. 3 days later, he was found by the Blue Shadow Guards and returned to the Lan family. The captain of the Blue Shadow Guards personally asked about the situation at that time. After learning about the death of Evil Tiger and the others, he didn't say anything, and just told 17 to recuperate well. 17 received good treatment, and could finally walk after 10 days. He heard that the direct descendant of the Chen family in Brightsword City had been a guest in the Lan family recently, and he even practiced martial arts with the Lan family's disciples. Brightsword City's Chen clan, Southern Cloud Nation's top aristocratic family. Most importantly, the Lan clan's eldest miss and Chen clan's eldest young master were engaged. 17 had gradually put Lan Yanlin down. As the Jianling to the Lan family is to Jito Jianling to protect to Jianling. She almost to no danger, he didn't see the Jiao Jianling Jiao so he went to his hut. At the entrance of Jianling's house, 2 maids were sweeping the snow at the door. A majestic figure stood in front of him. The 2 maids raised their heads and met Xvii's gaze. They were so scared that they hurriedly took 2 steps back. It's you? You're back? 17 nodded. He didn't care about the 2 maids' fear of him at all. Ever since he forcefully broke through, his body was tainted with too much murderous intent. Lying in bed for a few days, few servants dared to approach him. He asked in a low voice, has the Chen family come to see Miss? Cui Er whispered, they came today, but another young maidservant beside her tugged at her. Chen Hao pretended not to see and went to visit his mother-in-law first. When Cui Er brought food to 17, she was blocked by 17. You, what do you want? Cui Er looked at the burly man in front of her and said in fear, I'm Mrs. Maid. 17 froze for a moment. He didn't expect Cui Er to have such a reaction. If you really like me, you can tell Miss. XVII's murderous intent made the little maid afraid, but a strong murderous intent also had a strong charm. 17 was the genius of Lawn Manor after all. No matter how fierce his aura was, many young girls couldn't help but think of him. A strong murderous intent proved that he was strong. The strong were always the dream lovers in the hearts of young girls. Murderous intent was also a kind of charm. At least, it was recognized in this world. If 17 really had the heart, no maid would refuse. 17 cleared his throat and said, "Don't think too much. I just want to ask you about what happened just now." "Just now, I asked you if the Chen family came to see Mississippi. What was the thing you didn't finish?" "Nothing." "You heard wrong." XVII's eyes narrowed, and a murderous intent made Cui Er's whole body cold. "Tell me the truth, or I'll make trouble for you." "Believe me, I'll do what I say." Cui Er resisted. "No. Sister Luya said that we're not allowed to gossip." This time, 17 wouldn't let Cui Er go. "If you tell me, I won't tell anyone. Even if Miss asks, I won't tell her." "Really?" Cui Er hesitated. As a maid, she was well informed. She knew that she really couldn't afford to offend 17. And she was really afraid. That Chen family's direct descendant is not a good person at first glance. He looks like a snake and his eyes are sneaky. His eyes are even peeking at Miss. "We don't like him, but Sister Luya said that we're not allowed to go out and talk nonsense. Whoever talks nonsense will have their tongue pulled out." Hearing Cui Er's words, XVII's murderous intent became even stronger. "Do you know where he is?" "I heard that they are going to Zuyu restaurant to drink this afternoon." "Okay, you can go back." 17 didn't have the appetite to eat. He went straight out of the Lawn Manor and went to the famous Zuyu restaurant in Yang City. Zuyu restaurant was the property of the Lawn Manor. 17 easily found the private room of the Chen family's direct descendant with his waist token and ordered a table of dishes next to the private room. Holding a cup of wine, he came to the window. The window next to him was also wide open. Looking at the bustling Yang City in the distance, 17 focused on the conversation of the people next door. Through the conversation, 17 quickly learned that the other party was the Chen family's direct descendant, the fourth young master. The people drinking with him were a group of children from small families attached to the Chen family. They all called him fourth young master. Fourth young master Chen went out to train. The table of people drank wine and talked about the interesting things that happened during the training time. Then the topic turned to the 10 cities that they passed by on the way from Bright Sword City to Yang City. Which cities' girls were the best, most beautiful, and most interesting? In the end, the girls in Cloud Crane City's fragrance house stood out. They seemed to have drunk too much wine, and the more they talked, the more explicit they became. 17 shook his head helplessly. Was this still considered going out to train? It was more like going out on a trip, but what 17 didn't expect was that the city lord's concubine, Madame Lu, actually came from Fragrance House. "Right, fourth young master, how did you feel when you met your future sister-in-law today?" XVII's ears perked up. Chen family's fourth young master said, "A rare beauty, a delicate beauty, I've never seen anyone like her in my life." 17 silently drank a mouthful of wine. Eldest young miss was indeed very beautiful. They still had some taste. Hee, if she's really a beauty, then it's a pity. Of all the people she could marry, she had to marry your big brother. It's simply, if it wasn't for Big Brother's health, how could he marry the Lawn family's eldest young miss? Who doesn't know that the Lawn family's eldest young miss has health problems? That's right, that's right. Her health is a big problem, and I heard that her mother is a village woman. 17 didn't know this at all before. Maybe someone in the Lawn Manor knew, but the news would damage the Lawn Manor's reputation, so it was blocked. He didn't like to socialize and had almost no friends. He focused on cultivation, so he almost didn't know some secrets. But he knew that every aristocratic family had a lot of dirty people behind them. There was only something they couldn't think of, nothing they couldn't do, even the Lawn family. Was there something wrong with Chen family's eldest young master's health? 17 thought silently. But this made sense. If there was nothing wrong with him, how could he marry eldest young miss? Aristocratic families attached great importance to their descendants. Eldest young Mrs. Health was indeed a big problem. As for who eldest young Mrs. Mother was, he didn't care at all. Fourth young Master Chen praised, so what if her mother is a village woman? It's enough that she's good-looking. No matter how good-looking she is, you can only look at her. Fourth young Master Chen said, hee, that's hard to say. I know women. How can a woman stand that kind of loneliness? When the time comes, as long as I only, she says. With a loud bang, smoke and dust filled the sky. The Chen family's fourth young master and his lackeys turned their eyes to the big hole in the wall at the same time. A burly figure appeared in front of him. The person was extremely tall and strong. He held a huge sword in his hand, and his entire body was filled with a murderous aura. Who are you? The Chen family's fourth young master stood up and asked. But Xvii didn't want to speak, and the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Miss Lan was very important to him, and he couldn't tolerate anyone insulting her behind her back. Ever since he returned, 17's emotions had been unstable. He had been trying his best to control himself, but now he couldn't take it anymore. Xvii didn't speak. He looked at the Chen family's fourth young master as if he was looking at a dead man. The heavy sword swept over, and the somewhat drunk Chen family's fourth young master dodged. When he turned around, the chair he was sitting on had been cut in half. He really wants to kill me. Chen family's fourth young master rolled on the ground and shouted, protect me, help me stop this lunatic. His lackeys also reacted and drew their weapons, wanting to stop Xvii. Unfortunately, they were too weak. The strongest was only at the early stage of the true element realm. They were no match for Xvii at all. Xvii only used 3 moves to severely injure the 4 of them. Who are you? I don't remember offending you? You offended me. Xvii roared in a low voice. I'm the 4th young master of Brightsword City. Yang City's Lan family and our Chen family are in-laws. If you dare to touch me, you will never be able to leave Yang City. You offended me. 17's answer was completely inappropriate, but Chen family's 4th young master was even more afraid. The other party seemed to be a lunatic, and the murderous aura on his body was terrifying. It reminded Chen family's 4th young master of the demonic path who was locked up in the dungeon of Brightsword City. With just one strike, Chen family's 4th young master was sent flying. He hit the wall and spat out blood. Save me, save me, save me. Chen family's 4th young master shouted as he spat out blood. Even if 4th young master Chen's cultivation was lacking, with the abundant resources of the Chen family, his cultivation was considered to be in the upper echelons of his peers. It was impossible for a true energy primary stage cultivator to be defeated so quickly by relying on the powerful martial arts passed down in the family. Unfortunately, his willpower was weak, and he rarely fought with others. He also drank a lot of wine. Shocked by 17's powerful aura, his strength instantly decreased by half. 17 had no other thoughts in his mind. He just wanted to kill the scum in front of him who insulted Miss. He raised his heavy sword and slashed at 4th young master Chen's neck. If this sword strike landed, 4th young master Chen would definitely lose his life in the Drunken Moon Pavilion today. Stop. Just as 4th young master Chen was about to be beheaded, a loud shout was heard. Xvii felt a sharp pain in his right hand. 4th young master Chen had escaped death. The heavy sword sliced through 4th young master Chen's head, cutting off a layer of his hair. 4th young master Chen's legs trembled as he lay limp on the ground. His crotch was soaked with water. Who are you? How dare you commit murder in Yang City? Xvii turned his head. The person in front of him was wearing blue clothes and a blue mask. He knew who it was, but he couldn't remember who it was. But no matter who it was, he couldn't stop his thoughts of killing 4th young master Chen. Once the thought of killing 4th young master Chen appeared, Xvii couldn't control himself. You are the blue shadow guard Qi Shui? The person narrowed his eyes and looked at Xvii with surprise. Then he looked at 4th young master Chen who was sitting on the ground and asked, why did you assassinate Qin Yuxuan? Blue shadow guard? You blue shadow guard sent someone to kill me? Qin Yuxuan who was sitting on the ground shouted, do you want to start a war between the two families? Absolutely not. Chen Xiaoya, you misunderstood. I was sent by 1st young master to protect you. The person said loudly. Since you are here to protect me, help me kill him. Qin Yuxuan pointed at Xbii and shouted, if you don't kill him, I will report this to my father and let him decide. Xbii held Qi Shui's sword tightly and attacked Qin Yuxuan directly. There was only one thought in his mind. Even if God came, it was useless. But the blue shadow guard who came to protect Qin Yuxuan was faster. The blue shadow guard suddenly appeared in front of Qin Yuxuan and blocked Xbii with his sword. But he didn't expect 17's strength to be so amazing. He took 2 steps back awkwardly. I didn't expect you to progress so fast. The blue shadow guard sighed. Just as he finished sighing, 6 blue shadows appeared around Qin Yuxuan and protected him. Quick, help me kill him. Qin Yuxuan saw the blue shadow guard arrive and immediately stood up and ordered, help me cripple him and then let me deal with him. Catch him. Kill Qi Shui. The blue shadow guard captain didn't have the determination. He always felt that things were strange. As a blue shadow guard, it was not a secret that first young master valued Qi Shui. Why did Qi Shui attack fourth young master Qin? He didn't know, and he found that Qi Shui's condition was not right. He didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. This team of blue shadow guards were all true energy realm experts. The strongest blue shadow guard captain was also at the late stage of true energy realm. They had worked together for many years and were good at cooperating, but in the face of the crazy Xbii, they were completely suppressed. The battle directly flattened the top floor of Zuiyu building. Until another team of blue shadow guards arrived, they barely subdued the exhausted Xbii. Let me deal with him. Seeing the 17th being captured, Qin Yuxuan shouted loudly. But the blue shadow guards didn't care about his words. They looked at the bound Xbii with a solemn expression and exchanged a look with each other. Let first young master deal with him. Okay. Don't tell me you want to cover up for him? Qin Yuxuan asked loudly, if you dare to cover up for him, I will tell my father about this. Facing Xbii, he was scared witless. Facing the blue shadow guards, he was more like an arrogant and despotic young master. Don't worry, Qin Xiaoya, we will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. The captain of the peak true energy realm who came to support said, but this person is somewhat important. How to deal with him needs to be decided by the young master himself. He said coldly, Humph, I will wait for you to give me a satisfactory answer. Xbii was tied up like a dumpling, and even the Crimson Blood Demon sword was taken away. After the Crimson Blood Demon sword left him, he slightly regained his senses. When Xbii was escorted into the Lan family, a small figure glanced at her and then hurriedly ran back. The Lan family's dungeon was dark and damp. Xbii was carried into the cell. His limbs were shackled by special handcuffs and shackles. He looked up at the blue shadow guards, where is my sword? The blue shadow guard shook his head and said, Qi Shui, I don't know if you are really crazy or pretending, but you have made a big mistake today. You should worry about your own life. The matter was of great importance. The blue shadow guard quickly reported the matter of scarlet blood to the Lan family's young master Lan Yanming. After listening to the report, Lan Yanming's face sank. Lan Xbii was a youth that he thought highly of. His talent was extraordinary and he was loyal to the Lan family. He had already seen Xbii as an important chess piece to control the blue shadow guard in the future. But he never thought that he would actually attempt to kill the Chen family's fourth young master. This was definitely an intolerable mistake, not to mention that the Chen family and the Lan family were both top forces in the southern Cloud Country. The most important thing was that the Lan family had already prepared a marriage alliance with the Chen family. 17's actions were completely betraying the family. At that time, we found that his situation was very strange. The blue shadow guard faithfully reported the actual situation at that time. He seemed to have gone mad, his mind was a little unclear, his strength was very strong. He suddenly reached the middle stage of the true element realm. The murderous aura on his body made me feel apprehensive. Lan Yanming remembered the special physique that Xbii had mentioned before, then waved his hand and said, execute him. No matter if the 17th was really crazy or not, it would not shake Lan Yanming's determination. 17's identity as a genius could indeed make Lan Yanming give him more tolerance, but the crime he committed was too big. Even he, Lan Yanming, couldn't cover it up. A useful genius, that's called a talent. A useless genius, that's nothing. No matter if he's really crazy or not, the result is the same, kill him. If he was really crazy, it meant that XVII was already uncontrollable, leaving him alive would be a disaster. It's better to just kill him. If he was just pretending to be crazy, killing him would be even more right. This subordinate obeys. 17's fate was decided just like that. The Scarlet Blood Demon sword was hanging on the waist of a blue Shadow Guard, a low-grade profound weapon. It was not enough to move the blue Shadow Guard's captain. Xianxia sized up the young man who was most likely to become his next Renkenju. He was a little dispirited. Almost 30 years old, true element realm early stage, and a blue Shadow Guard. Really boring. Should he wait for XVII to die, then find a chance to kill the blue Shadow Guard beside him, then fly far away and find an evil person to be the sword master? After being stimulated by the array master, Xianxia urgently wanted to increase his strength. In the Lan family's dungeon, Lan Yanlin went straight into the dungeon. Lan Yanlin saw the jailer coming up and ordered, "Take me to see XVII. I heard that they are locked up here." The jailer said awkwardly, "Miss, this is not a place you should be. Moreover, the Blue Shadow Guard has instructed that no one is allowed to get close to Blue XVII." Lan Yanlin asked with a cold face, "Are you a member of our Lan family or a member of the Blue Shadow Guard?" This question was a little harsh. The jailer hurriedly replied, "Of course it's the Lan family." "Then let me ask you, did my father say that he won't let me see 17? No. Then did my brother say that he won't let me see 17? No. Then why aren't you leading the way for me?" Okay. Miss, watch your step and follow me." Blue XVII lived in a single room, and there were no other annoying prisoners around. Lan Yanlin said to the jailer, "Stay away from me. I have something to ask him." "Okay, but miss, be careful. He's a little dangerous. He's already tied up like that." "What danger can there be?" The jailer thought about it and agreed. In the cell, XVII looked at the miss standing outside. He was a little excited, but he didn't move and still lay on the ground. Lan Yanlin looked at XVII in the cell and asked in a low voice, "XVII, tell me, why did you kill Qin Yushuan?" Her tone was a little cold. "He was disrespectful to you." "Humph, there are many people who are disrespectful to me." "Can you kill them all?" XVII said in a fierce tone, "I'll just kill them all when I see them." Lan Yanlin straightened her back and pursed her lips. "Do you regret it? Originally, Big Brother valued you very much and was already considering marrying Lan Haoying to you. After that," she added, "that's the granddaughter of the second elder." "I regret it." XVII turned over and changed into a more comfortable position. "I regret that I didn't kill that beast with a sword." Lan Yanlin asked angrily, "Do you think I'll appreciate it?" XVII shook his head. "I don't care whether you appreciate it or not." XVII raised his head. Under the dim light, he could only see the slender black shadow. His eyes were filled with warmth, and then he smiled mockingly. "Okay, to be honest, I was indeed hot-headed at that time. But now that I think about it, I don't regret it. I'm also a little afraid of death, and I feel guilty. I feel sorry for the expectations of the sword. It's too late to say this now. Miss, I'm going to die. Before I die, I want to ask you, are you really willing to marry into the Qin family? I heard that the young master of the Qin family seems to be impotent." After being in the Blue Shadow Guard for so long, XVII was no longer an ignorant youth. "If I were a commoner, with my body, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to hold on until now." Lan Yanlin said in a low voice, "As the daughter of the Lan family, I enjoy everything that the Lan family gives me. Of course, I should bear my own responsibility." "Then are you happy?" Lan Yanlin lowered her head, and her entire face was hidden in the dark shadows. Then, she didn't raise her head again, nor did she reply to 17's words. After a long silence, Lan Yanlin asked, "Little the 17th, you're still too impulsive. If you have the chance to leave the Lan family, will you live well?" XVII looked at Miss in surprise. The cell door opened again, and Lan Yanlin and XVII heard the jailer talking. XVII is right in front. Miss asked us to wait. I'm under the orders of young master to execute him. Lan Yanlin stood where she was, waiting for a team of Blue Shadow Guards to walk in front of her. The blue shadow guards bowed and said, "Greetings, miss. I heard that you want to execute him?" "Yes." The blue shadow guards replied. "Don't execute XVI yet. Wait for me for 2 hours. I'll go see Big Brother. But this is young master's order. He wants us to execute Qi Shui." Lan Yanlin frowned slightly and asked with a cold face, "I remember that the blue shadow guards only listen to the orders of the patriarch, right?" "Yes." "Then my father isn't dead yet. Why are you relying on my big brother?" In front of the blue shadow guards, Lan Yanlin was petite and weak, but her current aura suppressed the blue shadow guards. The atmosphere was oppressive. The blue shadow guards didn't know how to answer. "You guys are right here." Lan Yanlin pointed to the square inch of land under her feet and said, "Right here, wait for me for an hour, okay?" Lan Yanlin's words sounded like an inquiry, but her tone was extremely tough. "Okay, just an hour." In the end, the blue shadow guards compromised. After all, Lan Yanlin was the miss of the Lan family. They had to respect her. Moreover, young master only said to execute Qi Shui. He didn't say to execute it immediately. Even though it was almost spring, the weather was still very cold. Lan Yanlin walked out of the dungeon and the cold wind blew past, causing her to shiver. A black stooped figure slowly appeared beside her. "Eldest miss." Lan Yanlin said in a low voice, "Grandma, you still came?" "Where is eldest miss going?" "To see my elder brother." "Are you planning to plead for 17? Grandma asked in surprise, "Haven't you always disliked the 17th? I just thought that I should give him a chance. He's still young." Lan Yanlin tightened her clothes and thought of the scene when 17 appeared in front of her. A simple and honest young man who kept his promise. Just to help her vent her anger, he dared to kill the Chen family. Although Lan Yanlin didn't like his recklessness, it was impossible for her to not be touched. Seeing her elder brother Lan Yanming, Lan Yanlin asked his servant to leave. "Tell me, why are you looking for me?" Lan Yanlin didn't stand on ceremony with her elder brother and said directly, "I hope you can let little XVI go." "That's impossible." Lan Yanming gritted his teeth and said, "Do you know what he did? He actually tried to assassinate the Chen family's 4th young master in Zuyu restaurant. Fortunately, the blue shadow guard was nearby, otherwise, our Lan family's plan would have been ruined by him." "Isn't that Qin Yuxuan still alive?" Lan Yanlin didn't have a good impression of Qin Yuxuan, only disgust. Since she was young, this was the first time he stared at her so unscrupulously. "Not dead?" Lan Yanming was almost driven mad by his sister. This is not a problem of whether Qin Yuxuan is dead or not. As a blue shadow guard, XVI intended to assassinate Qin Yuxuan, which is equivalent to betraying the family. He is an unstable factor and must be eliminated. And Qin Yuxuan is still waiting for our Lan family to give him an explanation. XVI must die. Then, what if I beg you? Lan Yanming looked at his sister in disbelief. Speaking of which, this was the first time Lan Yanlin begged him. "Yanlin, don't tell me you have a good impression of that kid?" "Good impression, there is." Lan Yanlin looked straight into her brother's eyes. Her expression was still cold. "I also don't want him to die at such a young age." Lan Yanming gritted his teeth and said, "No, Lan XVI must die." His sister's plea made Lan Yanming even more certain that Lan XVI was a scourge. With his understanding of his sister, he knew that it was basically impossible for Yanlin to really fall in love with Blue XVI. But if Blue XVI gained Lan Yanlin's favor, then he must die. Lan Yanlin looked at her elder brother coldly. That cold and slightly crazy gaze made Lan Yanming's heart turn cold. "Big brother, I really don't like your attitude of treating human lives as nothing." She tilted her head and her tone was very calm, too calm. Her eyes were blank as she aimlessly looked at the furnishings in the room. It seemed that she was not angry because of her brother's rejection. She even seemed to be indifferent. Lan Yanming looked at his sister and didn't say anything. He knew that this was all just a facade. When his sister was angry, she always had this expression. Most people in the Lan manor thought that Miss Lan had a good temper and was very kind. Actually, only Lan Yanming, as her elder brother, knew that it was fake. That was all Lan Yanlin's disguise. the real situation was, her temper was bigger than anyone else's. When she was willful, she was more willful than anyone else's. When she was ruthless, she was more ruthless than anyone else's. Lan Yanming rubbed his eyes and gritted his teeth. His cheeks puffed up. What if I must kill him? Then you should prepare to marry someone else to the Chen family. Lan Yanming looked at his sister taking out a shiny dagger from who knows where. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Put down the dagger." However, Lan Yanlin turned a deaf ear to his words. The dagger's blade gently scratched the pad of her thumb. She squinted her beautiful eyes in enjoyment. Lan Yanming grabbed her dagger and said angrily, "Are you threatening me?" Lan Yanlin didn't care that the dagger was taken away. "No, we are discussing." Lan Yanming gritted his teeth and asked, "Do you believe that I will imprison you now and send you to the Chen family on the day of the wedding? Then do you believe that I can kill that Chen family's eldest young master?" Lan Yanlin tiptoed and whispered in her elder brother's ear. After saying that, she shook her head again and said with a depressed expression, "I seem to have forgotten that Chen family's eldest young master doesn't get close to women. Maybe it's easier to deal with Chen Yuxuan. I just need to hook my little finger and he will send himself up." "Pa!" Lan Yanming slapped her face fiercely. "You bitch." Lan Yanlin covered her face and chuckled. "Am I bitch? I always feel that what I do is 100 times more noble than what you do." The iron door of the prison opened. 2 blue shadow guards untied 17's handcuffs and shackles. XVI was taken out by them. XVI asked in a low voice, "Are you here to kill me? You'll know when you get out." At the entrance of the dungeon, the blue shadow guard put him down and stuffed the red blood demon sword into his hand. Chen Hao greeted with a smile, "Yo, XVI, nice to see you. Come with us." The blue shadow guard ordered. When they came to the side door of the Lan family's house, XVI saw Lan Yanlin and the eldest young master standing beside her. The eldest young master Lan Yanming's face was livid as he stared at XVI angrily, as if he wanted to eat him. XVI lowered his head and didn't say anything. He was indeed ashamed of the eldest young master. "Humph, I'll leave him to you." Lan Yanming left after saying this coldly. He didn't even look at XVI. Lan Yanlin stood quietly in front of XVI. In the night, XVI couldn't see her face clearly. But he knew that he wouldn't die. The reason must be the eldest young lady. "Little the 17th, you were too impulsive this time. There won't be a next time, understand?" Lan Yanlin said to 17 in a rare gentle tone. Her tone was like coaxing a child. "I'll remember. Just remember. After leaving the Lan family, don't ever come back. Live well." Leave the Lan family? XVI didn't expect this outcome at all. "Yes, you have to leave. If you don't leave, you will definitely die." Lan Yanlin said in a low voice, "Big brother has promised me to let you go." "Eldest young lady." XVI choked. His tiger eyes were filled with tears. "Don't cry. Little XVI, you're not young anymore. You're already 15 years old. You're an adult." Lan Yanlin took a deep breath and said, "Sometimes, I envy you guys. You can practice martial arts and wander freely outside. But I've never left Yang City in my life. Sometimes, I think how good it would be if I wasn't a human but a cloud. Little XVI, can you promise me 3 things?" "Yes." XVI didn't hesitate. "First, don't cry in the future. You're 15 years old. You're a grown man. If you cry again, people will look down on you." "Yes, I know." XVI wiped his tears and said, "This is the last time. Second, live well. Don't die. If you make a name for yourself in the future, I'll be very happy. I'm tough. I won't die so easily." Chen Hao rolled his eyes in the demon sword. He disagreed. "Third, don't spread what you learned from the Lan family. Don't resent the Lan family. Don't take revenge on the Lan family. Don't do anything bad to the Lan family. Do you understand?" "Understood." Lan Yanlin nodded and said, "Then go. I still have to see my brother. He won't give up. I can only delay him for a while. Live well." The farther you go, the better. Don't come back. Miss, there's one more important thing that you seem to have forgotten. Looking at Lan Yanlin, who wanted to leave in a hurry, XVI stopped her. What is it? You should give me a name. The orphans adopted by the Lan Manor only had a number and no name. When they were 15 years old and passed the test, they could have their own name. Logically speaking, as Lan Yanlin's guard, 17's name should be given by her. But because she always relied on him, XVI wasn't liked by Miss, so his name was never changed. Lan Yanlin slowly said, Peng Fei then. I hope you can fly as far as possible, it's best if we never meet again in this life. As a military town in the north of southern Cloud Country, Yang City at night implemented a curfew policy. The curfew was to prohibit night activities. Violating the curfew at night was a serious crime, except for the Blue Shadow Guards. Unfortunately, 17 was no longer a Blue Shadow Guard. Along the way, he cleverly avoided the patrols of the city guards several times, and then came to the south gate of Yang City. The south gate was already closed. If he wanted to leave the city tonight, he could only climb over the city wall. Before he left, Lan Yanlin had reminded him that eldest young master would definitely not let him go so easily. Every minute he stayed in Yang City would increase the danger he faced. Standing on the wall and the ground, XVI held the Scarlet Blood Demon sword and said, Master Jianling, can you turn into a short sword? All right. Knowing that XVI was running for his life, Chen Hao didn't make things difficult for him. The Scarlet Blood Demon sword quickly shrunk and became thin, and finally became a short sword. Inserting the Scarlet Blood Demon sword into the city wall, half of the sword disappeared, and the solid city wall was like a piece of tofu. XVI nodded in satisfaction. He pulled out the short sword and retreated 100 steps. Flash step. Instantly accelerating, he rushed towards the city wall. Just as he was about to hit the city wall, his legs suddenly kicked, and his whole body leaped up, and then used the city wall to fly up. Just as the power of the jump was about to disappear, he inserted the Scarlet Blood Demon sword into the wall, lifted his arm, and his whole body rose up again. After repeating this 5 times, he successfully stood on the city wall. On the city wall, there were 2 soldiers standing guard every 30 meters. XVI was very familiar with the distribution of guards in Yang City. The place where he jumped was between 2 guards. After crossing the city wall, he once again stabbed his dagger into the wall at an angle, forcibly reducing the speed of his fall. When he stepped on solid ground, he let out a long sigh of relief. Looking up at the familiar city walls, he sighed and left without looking back. Heading south, 17 headed towards the hinterland of the southern Cloud Nation. He didn't go to the Qin State. He went from Yang City to the Qin State. The Lan family was very powerful. If he was unlucky, he might encounter the Golden Armor Army. XVI wasn't that stupid. XVI didn't dare to walk on the main road, so she chose a remote path in the forest. 3 days later, just as XVI was about to leave Yang City, 17 met a team of Blue Shadow Guards. The leader of the Blue Shadow Guards said in a low voice, Blue XVI, kill yourself. XVI looked at the 7 of them and slowly pulled out his heavy sword. If you don't have the strength of the True Element Realm Peak, then you can't stop me. A True Element Realm middle stage martial artist dares to boast so shamelessly. Murderous aura overflowed. As soon as they fought, XVI used his killing move. The head of the Blue Shadow Guard captain flew into the sky. A quarter of an hour later, XVI left a ground full of corpses and hurriedly fled. Chen Hao teased in the sword, XVI, you seem to have promised Lan Yanlin not to make a move on the Lan family. XVI replied, I first promised her to live well. Your mouth is on your body. You can say whatever you want. XVI thought for a moment and said, Master Jianling, can you hide the red pattern on the heavy sword? The spies of the Lan family still have some strength in the southern Cloud Nation. The blood-red pattern on the red blood heavy sword was too unique. It was hard to guarantee that the Lan family's intelligence organization would not follow the characteristics of the heavy sword to find him. Of course not. Chen Hao laughed and said, but I think the characteristics of your face are more obvious. XVI lowered his head. He had to admit that Jianling was telling the truth. If he didn't hide it, the next time he met the Blue Shadow Guards, it wouldn't be a true element late-stage martial artist. Wear a mask? XVI was the first to be rejected. If he just wore a mask, he couldn't even enter the city. No one would believe a martial artist who didn't dare to show his true face. Disguise, 17 new simple disguise skills, but he wasn't proficient in it. It was impossible to hide from others for a long time. He stared at the red blood-heavy sword, gritted his teeth, and faced the blade with his face. Ah! XVI screamed. Chen Hao looked at XVI in a daze and asked inexplicably, disfigured? Do you need to do this? XVI used simple herbs to apply on his face, and then wrapped his face tightly with bandages, revealing only a pair of eyes on his face. This is the safest way. As long as you don't reveal anything, others will definitely not recognize you. Chen Hao asked, can't you leave the Southern Cloud Nation? Although the Lan family is powerful, it's impossible for them to reach other countries. XVI looked in the direction of Yang City and said, I still don't want to leave. Young man, I seem to smell the sour and ugly smell of love. XVI said in a low voice, I don't know, I just don't want to leave. What do you feel? What do you feel? In front of Jianling, XVI didn't hide anything. He thought for a while and said, I should have died. If the young miss didn't save me, I wouldn't have any complaints. But she saved me. I know the mistake I made. I know that the young miss didn't have it easy to save me. The young miss is a kind person, the kindest person I have ever seen. I don't think she should be like this. I just want to see the young miss again. XVI raised his head and looked at the blue sky. He clenched his fist and said, I want to appear in front of her openly, not as a servant. I want to tell her that she can make any choice, as long as she is happy. I will protect her. Chen Hao was somewhat sure that XVI might really like Lan Yanlin. He had to admit that Lan Yanlin was a very charming girl. She was beautiful, elegant, and had a cold appearance. Her character was mature and firm. But she wasn't a heartless woman. Her sickly body was also a kind of charm that could arouse a man's desire to protect her. With this analysis, it wasn't strange that the 15-year-old XVI would fall in love with Lan Yanlin. The wound on his face was slightly better. XVI untied the bandage and put on the silver mask that he had prepared earlier. He had prepared the mask before and hadn't used it yet. He first went to Jiyuan City to get the blueprint of the evil qi refining array. Then he didn't enter Jiyuan City and continued to escape south. Half a month later, XVI left White Sand State and arrived at Shengyun State. 1 month later, he crossed Shengyun State and arrived at Heishui State. When he stepped into Heishui State's territory, XVI felt slightly safer. As a former Blue Shadow Guard, he was very clear about the Blue family's sphere of influence. The Blue family had some power in Shengyun State, but in Heishui State, the Blue family's power plummeted. They only retained some intelligence network. The Blue Shadow Guard rarely entered Heishui State's territory to carry out missions. This was because Southern Cloud Nation's Redbud Army was overseeing this place. The Redbud Army was the elite of the Southern Cloud Nation's elite army. The army was completely loyal to the Southern Cloud Nation's royal family. Heishui State and Heishui State bordered each other, and Heishui State was the most warlike country in the entire Southern Domain. Heishui State was different from other countries in the Southern Domain. In other countries, demonic path martial artists were suppressed by righteous path martial artists. If they were slightly indulgent, they would be hunted down by righteous path martial artists and families. However, Heishui State was an anomaly. It was the world of demonic path martial artists. Even the Heishui State's royal family cultivated demonic path techniques. Heishui State's emperor, Yi Tian, was also a demonic path authority. 100 years ago, Heishui State was originally a small country in the corner of the Southern Domain. It was originally not called Heishui State, but Heishui State. However, after a coup, Heishui State's royal family was exterminated overnight. Heishui State was then controlled by Heishui State's peak demonic path expert, Yi Tian. After Yi Tian ascended the throne, the first thing he did was change Heishui State's name to Heishui State. After demonic path martial artists completely controlled Heishui State, Heishui State's power greatly expanded. In a short 100 years, they annexed 6 surrounding small countries and became one of the strongest countries in the southern domain. However, even after annexing 6 small countries and expanding their territory by 5 times, Heishui State still did not slow down their pace of invasion. Heishui State and Southern Cloud State bordered each other. Heishui State became Southern Cloud State's mortal enemy. In reality, Southern Cloud State's power was inferior to Heishui State. Fortunately, it was not only Southern Cloud State that bordered Heishui State, there was also Zhou State whose power did not lose to Heishui State. Zhou State was very wary of Heishui State. 2 years ago, Zhou State's emperor personally joined forces with the surrounding small countries to resist Heishui State's expansion. The Black Blood country and the alliance led by the Zhou State had been confronting each other on the border for nearly a year. On the borders of the Black Blood Kingdom, bloody conflicts would occur from time to time. There weren't any major wars, but there were countless small-scale bloody conflicts. However, anyone with a discerning eye knew that with the aggressive nature of the Black Blood country, the alliance led by the Black Blood country and the Zhou country would eventually have a great battle. XVII came to the boundary of Blackwater Commandery and went straight to the border between Blackwater Commandery and Black Blood Kingdom. Just as he was about to reach Linhu City, he encountered a group of bandits at the foot of Bailin Mountain. There were a total of 7 bandits, and all of them looked fierce and ferocious. They were tall and burly, and some of them were wearing beast skins, some were wearing martial artist clothes, and some were even completely naked, revealing the muscles on their bodies. The one with the mask, it's your bad luck to bump into us. If you know what's good for you, hand over all your belongings. The leader of the bandits laughed loudly. There were many roads at the foot of Bailin Mountain, and their team often patrolled the roads at the foot of the mountain. Once they met a fat sheep that looked easy to bully, they would swarm up and kill if they could kill, and rob if they could rob. There was absolutely no waste. XVI sized up the group of bandits, and the crimson blood demon sword on his back trembled slightly. He smiled as he pulled out the heavy sword, and asked with a smile, "Lord Jianling, you can't hold it in anymore?" The crimson blood demon sword couldn't hold it in for a long time. In the past month or so, it had been the most sullen time for the crimson blood demon sword. Other than some demon beasts, it hadn't even drunk human blood. To describe it in one sentence, it had long been unable to hold back its thirst. It wasn't easy to meet one today, we definitely can't let him go. The leader of the bandits shouted loudly, "Brothers, let's go, kill him." As bandits, it was impossible for them to talk about morality. Everyone would attack together, holding the heavy sword tightly. A murderous aura emanated from 17's body. Coupled with the silver mask and his tall and sturdy figure, he looked very cold. Kill. The crimson blood demon sword was thirsty, and he also wanted to kill. He even suspected that if he didn't kill anyone and continued like this, the murderous aura in his body would rebel, and Lord Jianling and the crimson blood demon sword would directly abandon him. One had to know that Lord Jianling's temper had been very irritable in the past few days. It was so irritable that it made XVI tremble in fear. The 2 bandits running in front had just met XVI and raised their long swords to slash. XVI swung the heavy sword and cut the 2 bandits into 4 pieces along with their swords. Blood splattered everywhere. XVI roared towards the sky. It was as if he was venting his frustration for the past month or so. "Trash, all of you must die." Every time he killed someone, the crimson blood demon sword would feed back a strong warm current. That warm current kept washing 17's body, making XVI, who hadn't experienced this kind of stimulation for a long time, a little intoxicated. He could feel that the true chi in his body was violently fluctuating, as if it was happy and cheering. None of the 7 bandits was a match for XVI. The strongest among them was only at the early stage of the chi returning realm. "Are you their boss?" XVI pointed at the last bandit with his heavy sword and asked. "I'm just a small leader. My boss is one-eyed, and my boss is the #1 master in Linhu City." The last bandit was a little stubborn, and he directly threatened XVI, "Don't think that you're powerful just because you can kill us. If you dare to kill me, my boss will definitely avenge me." "How powerful is he?" "A warrior at the peak of the true energy realm." 17's mouth revealed a cruel smile. "Do you think I'll believe your words? A warrior at the peak of the true energy realm would hide in this poor place and rely on robbing traveling merchants to survive? You're very dishonest." XVII felt that the other party must have exaggerated their boss's strength. Take me to your boss, and I'll spare your life. If you don't want to, you can accompany your brothers. The bandit looked at his body parts scattered everywhere, and his face was pale with fear. He had no other choice. I'll lead the way, please let me go. If there are enough people in your village, I'll let you go. The bandit didn't understand why the other party would let him go if there were more people in the village. After going up by Lin Mountain and walking through the narrow mountain path, a sentry post appeared in front of XVII. That's our village, please let me go. The bandit begged. Including the women and children, there are more than 300 people. Not bad, there are indeed a lot of people. XVII nodded in satisfaction and said, let's go, take me in. The ground was covered with blood and limbs, and XVII was standing in the middle of the village. In front of him stood a man with a full beard. The man was about 40 years old, and his left eye was covered by an eye patch. Just like his nickname, he was really one-eyed. His upper body was naked, revealing his strong muscles. His body was full of crisscrossed scars, and the scars kept bleeding, staining him with blood. One-eyed gritted his teeth and stared at him with hatred. You are not a human. You even killed the old, the weak, the women and the children. Don't you feel sorry for them? XVII shook his head indifferently and smiled. They deserve to die. I remember that there is a law in the southern cloud country that if a bandit is robbed, the bandit's family will be punished the same as the bandit. After all, you are feeding them with the blood of others. XVII squinted and continued, so I killed them for the sake of the people. One-eyed asked, are you from the imperial court? No. Then are you going to be a hero? For the sake of the people? XVII hesitated and said, actually, what I said just now was a lie. I just wanted to kill people, but I don't think it's good to kill people casually. I happened to meet your little brother, so I found a reason to kill for the sake of the people. I think it's a good reason. What do you think? I have always dreamed of being a chivalrous hero, and today my wish came true. The big brother over there, I'm talking about you. Don't hide behind the wall, I saw you a long time ago. Say hello to your boss. If you don't come out, I will kill you. The bandit who led the way for the 17th trembled and stood out from behind the wall. Did you see that? It's that warm-hearted big brother who brought me up. It's him who brought me up. Ren Fei. Qinhao whispered, XVII, you talk too much. End it quickly. If you keep talking, I will kill you. Urged by Jianling, 17 acted quickly. He hadn't talked to anyone for more than a month, so he was a little excited to see someone he could talk to. My name is Chen Pengfei, the successor of Ancestor Red River. It's your honor to die in my hands. XVII said with a serious expression as she raised the scarlet blood sword. After killing the true energy middle stage one-eye, XVII slowly walked to Ren Fei. Ren Fei lay on the ground and cried, please, senior, please let me go. Spare my worthless life. I can let you go, but there are conditions. What conditions? I'm Chen Pengfei, the direct disciple of Ancestor Red River. I'm 15 years old this year, an early-stage true energy realm master. I have no problem challenging those with higher realms. I want fame. XVII lowered his head and looked at Chen Pengfei. Do you understand? I understand. I understand. I understand. Martial artists were no different from ordinary people. In the end, they could not escape fame and fortune. Ren Fei could understand that 17 wanted fame. I think your family members might be among those corpses. If you hate me, if you want to avenge your family members, then do your best to spread my name. 17 smiled and left Bai Lin. As he walked, he repeated, I'm Chen Pengfei, the direct disciple of Ancestor Red River. I'm 15 years old this year, an early-stage true energy realm master. I can challenge those with higher realms. I'm known as the #1 genius of Southern Cloud Nation. I like to kill people. Ren Fei looked at the disappearing demon and the corpses in the village. Tears kept flowing down his face. His eyes were full of hatred. He said word by word, Chen Pengfei, the direct disciple of Ancestor Red River. I'm 15 years old, an early-stage true energy realm master. He was afraid of missing a word, a piece of information. In Linhu City, Xvii rested for 2 days. On the 3rd day, he kicked away a gang member who was blocking his way. That night, he destroyed the gang, leaving only the 2 most loyal gang members. The next morning, he set off again. After passing through 7 cities in Heishui County, Xvii left the name Chen Pengfei in all 7 cities, ancestor Red River's direct disciple. There was no need to mention him. Southern Cloud Nation's #1 genius of Devil Path. He was bloodthirsty and loved to kill the innocent. His personality was violent and arrogant. Eating raw babies, XX women, he liked men, especially handsome gigolos. Wait, there seemed to be something strange mixed in. Anyway, with the group of survivors sparing no effort in bragging, whatever reputation was hated by others. Chen Pengfei had that kind of reputation. There were even people who made up stories about 17 when he was young. He was born as an illegitimate son of a certain family. He was born heartless and cruel since young. He liked to torture cute little animals. He betrayed his family and became Ancestor Blood River's disciple. After he succeeded, he destroyed his own family. Then, he betrayed and poisoned Ancestor Blood River. One should never underestimate the imagination of the people in this world. One should never underestimate a group of people with a strong background and a deep-seated hatred for their enemy. In a short period of time, in the southern part of Heishui County, Chen Pengfei's notoriety caught up with a group of veteran innate devil path experts. Redbud City, the city closest to Black Blood country in southern Cloud Nation. When Xvii arrived at the city gate, a guard stopped him. "What are you doing?" "Joining the army." The guard's serious expression eased a little. "Take off your mask." Xvii took off his silver mask, revealing a hideous scar. The guard's mouth twitched. He poured the water from the water bottle on his waist into his hand. He smiled and pointed at the row of well-equipped soldiers. "Sorry for the offense. It's my duty." He used his wet hand to rub 17's face. When he found no abnormalities, he nodded. And said, "Go in. This is Redbud City. Remember not to cause trouble." A few days after entering Redbud City, Xvii heard about his resounding reputation from the inn. 17's current strength was at the peak of the middle stage of True Essence Realm. He could break through to the late stage of True Essence Realm at any time. However, he didn't plan to join the army with his cultivation at the middle stage of True Essence Realm. After all, a 15-year-old middle stage of True Essence Realm was too high profile. It might be extremely rare in Southern Cloud Nation. Once his reputation as a genius was spread out, he might be noticed by the Lan clan. The Lan clan's influence was concentrated in the Golden Armor Army. However, the Lan clan was still operating in Southern Cloud Nation. They might even have people in the Redbud Army. During a war, it was too easy to create an accident and cause a wild genius to fall. Without an identity, it was impossible for him to join the elite army of Southern Cloud Nation. Xvii needed a new identity. He needed to stall for time. At least, he needed to gain a foothold in the Redbud Army. Moreover, with the help of Lord Jianling, he was confident that he could establish his new identity. Xvii cultivated the breath concealment technique. However, the breath concealment technique wasn't enough for Xvii to avoid the strict inspection of the army. He could only choose to forcefully lower his cultivation. Burning blood technique. 17's face turned red. 2 days later, Xvii broke out of his weakened state. His strength had stabilized at the peak of the early stage of True Essence Realm. He wore his mask and hurried out. Just as he stepped out, he was stopped by someone. "You're the #1 genius of the demonic path, Chen Pengfei?" Xvii was slightly surprised. The side effect of his reputation came. He didn't expect it to come so quickly. Xvii asked in a cold tone. "I am Chen Pengfei." "Who are you?" "You can be considered a person. You deserve to know my name. Remember, my name is Su Haifeng. You will die under my sword." Becoming famous always had its pros and cons. Especially for someone with such a bad reputation like the 17th, there were many disadvantages. Not strong, but having a great reputation, it was simply the best choice to gain fame. Xvii was already prepared for someone to find him, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. Su Haifeng, XVI remembered that there was a Su family in Blackwater region. Su family's strength was slightly inferior to Lan family, but it was considered a first-rate family in southern Cloud Nation. Su Haifeng seemed to be 2 or 3 years older than XVI, so he was probably stronger than him. If he didn't have confidence, the other party wouldn't be able to deal with him. XVI smiled and asked, "This is Redbud City, do you really plan to make a move here? A villain like you, everyone has the right to kill you." Su Haifeng held his long sword and was about to make a move. XVI was slightly stunned, but he knew that the other party was most likely the Su family disciple in Lan family's information. And his status wasn't low, or else he wouldn't dare to make a move in Redbud City. "Young Master Su, kill him, and your name will be known throughout Blackwater region." "Yes, young Master Su, kill him." XVI glanced at the group of supporters behind Su Haifeng, and his face didn't look good. Su Haifeng pulled out his long sword and said calmly, "I'll give you a one-on-one chance to defeat you, the number 1 demonic genius in the southern region fair and square." Number 1 demonic genius in the southern region? 17 instantly had a headache. Wasn't he the number 1 demonic genius in southern Cloud Nation not long ago? How did it become the southern region? This rumor was too vicious. XVI looked at the sky and felt that it was about time, so he said to Su Haifeng, "Don't you want to defeat me? How about we go to the arena?" In this continent where strength was respected, there was no lack of arenas. Almost every city had an arena, which was specially provided for those who were energetic, fierce, or had grudges against each other. Fighting on the arena was a contract of life and death, and the city guards wouldn't interfere. If XVI fought with Su Haifeng outside the arena, even if he was lucky enough to win, he would probably be caught by the city guards of Redbud City and thrown into the dungeon. Once caught in the dungeon, it was hard to say if he could walk out alive. After all, he didn't have a good reputation in Blackwater Prefecture. "Alright, let's go to the arena." A group of people surrounded XVI and Su Haifeng as they moved towards the arena in Forbidden City. Along the way, Su Haifeng's friends kept telling the passers-by. When the passers-by heard that they were going to have a life-and-death duel in the arena, they spontaneously followed XVI and the others to the arena. One was the number 1 genius of the southern region, and the other was the direct descendant of the Su family of Blackwater Prefecture. When they were about to reach the arena, more and more passers-by started to gather, as if they were going to block the entire street. "That masked man is the number 1 genius of the Devil Dao in the southern region? His murderous aura is so strong. Who knows how many innocent lives have been stained with his hands? Su Haifeng? I heard that he's the number 1 genius of the Su clan. He's not even 18 yet, but he's already at true energy realm advanced stage. I wonder if that's true. The number 1 demonic genius in the southern region? I want to challenge him too." Unfortunately, Su Haifeng beat us to it. 17 knew that there were quite a few people who wanted to use him as a stepping stone to become famous. If it was really like what others said, that Su Haifeng was at true energy realm advanced stage, it was almost impossible for him to escape unscathed today. As they gradually approached the arena, XVI looked anxiously at a small pergola beside the arena. There was a square table and 2 chairs in the pergola. On the chair sat a burly general and a scholar dressed as a scholar. Beside them stood a group of majestic and murderous soldiers. On the opposite street, a vendor selling buns was shouting loudly, "Buns for sale, fresh meat buns, thin skin and lots of meat, fresh meat buns." 17 heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Today was indeed like the previous 2 days. XVI glanced at Su Haifeng, who was walking in front, and then looked at Su Haifeng's helpers. His helpers were very responsible and surrounded him, not giving him a chance to escape. XVI shouted, "Wait, stop. What, do you want to go back on your word?" Su Haifeng and the others stared at XVI, as if he dared to go back on his word, they would swarm him, tie him up, and throw him into the arena. Chen Pengfei must go to the arena, must become Su Haifeng's stepping stone, must become Su Haifeng's tool to make a name for himself. The number 1 genius of the demonic path is actually scared. Is he afraid? The ridicule of passers-by didn't make the 17th feel nervous or embarrassed. He had seen even grander scenes than this. He shouted, "I was in seclusion in the guest room of the inn for 2 days and didn't eat a drop of rice. As soon as I went out, I was blocked by Su Haifeng. Now my stomach is empty and I'm so hungry that I have no strength at all. It's not fair for me to compete in the arena in my current state. 2 days without eating was indeed not a small loss for a true energy realm expert. If you don't eat, you have no strength. This was common sense. Only a Khanate stage expert could go without eating for more than 10 days and still be lively. Then what do you want? Do you want to eat first? One of Su Haifeng's helpers shouted, what if you take the opportunity to run away? No need. XVI waved his hand, pointed to the bun seller in front and said loudly, I see there's a meat bun seller in front. I'll have strength after 3 baskets. With that, he used his fan-sized hand to separate the crowd. Su Haifeng's 2 helpers blocked the way and didn't let XVI go out. XVI asked Su Haifeng angrily, what, the genius of the Su family wants to compete with me, but you don't even let me eat. If you don't let me eat, what's the point of competing? You might as well just kill me. With that, XVI stretched out his neck, pointed to his neck and said, come on, just cut it off. Brother Su? Su Haifeng suppressed his anger and ordered, he won't be arrogant for long. Let him eat and die with a full stomach. Otherwise, even if I win, others will think that I have an unfair advantage. That's more like it. The 17th proudly grabbed the heads of Su Haifeng's 2 helpers with both hands and arrogantly flew them away. He strode towards the bun seller. Su Haifeng narrowed his eyes and said, let's go, let's follow him. XVI took 2 steps, then suddenly sped up and rushed towards the bun seller. He was like a reincarnated hungry ghost. Su Haifeng felt that something was wrong. He tried to separate the people in front of him who were ready to watch the show and shouted, stop him. Unfortunately, it was too late. The group of people they brought to watch the show bought some time for XVI. XVI went straight to the awning and shouted at the soldiers inside, General, I'm here to sign up for the army. I'm not a general, neither is the person next to me. Those who are here to join the army, fill in this form and then wait at the back. The scholar pointed to a small door at the back and handed over a form. The form was very simple. Fill in your name, strength, place of origin, family, and master. Chen Pengfei, don't even think about escaping. Su Haifeng's group aggressively went straight to the recruitment office. What greeted them was a group of soldiers with cold spears. Should they go or not? They hesitated. The general sitting next to the scholar slowly stood up and asked, are you here to sign up for the army and protect the country? No. Su Haifeng quickly said. As the genius of the Su family, Su Haifeng couldn't be a soldier. Even if he wanted to, the Su family wouldn't let him go to the battlefield. For a long time, there were very few clans and sects that were willing to send their talented disciples to the battlefield. On the battlefield, the effect of a person's talent and strength was infinitely reduced. Even if you have a shocking talent, as long as you don't mature, you won't be able to make any waves on the battlefield. Clans and sects were not willing to let their talented disciples step onto the battlefield. Only within the sect, they could receive the best training and protection, greatly reducing their chances of dying young. Unleashing their full potential, their chances of becoming an expert were infinitely increased. After all, the talented disciples were the pillars of every clan and sect. Losing one was a great loss. But on the battlefield, their chances of dying were frighteningly high. Within the sect, if the difference in strength was too great, one could reject the challenge. On the battlefield, one had to accept the challenge and decide life and death. One's own opponent also had no choice. If one was lucky, one could meet a Qi condensation realm noob. If one was unlucky, one could meet a post-celestial general. Therefore, those who chose to join the army were mostly commoner martial artists. Commoner martial artists were the foundation of the army, the middle-aged general said with a cold face, since you are not here to join the army, then get out of here. I'm Su Haifeng from the Su family. Su family can attack our Red Bud Army's recruitment office? Su Haifeng's face turned sluggish and quickly said, I'm looking for that person, Chen Pengfei. At this moment, XVI had already filled out the form and handed it over to the middle-aged scholar. No, he has already signed up for the army. According to the rules, he has to enter the recruit camp to undergo training and assessment. Su Haifeng said, he is a demonic cultivator. He killed the innocent and committed countless murders in Heishui Prefecture. The middle-aged general was slightly surprised and asked, "Is he a wanted criminal?" "I don't think so." 17's killing methods were ruthless, but she had a sense of propriety in choosing her targets. The people she killed were all evildoers that were not recognized by the Southern Cloud Nation's officials. Most of them were from gangs and bandits. The city lord's mansion, city guards, and other officials were not touched at all. How could he be a wanted criminal in Southern Cloud Nation? The worst thing was that he destroyed 2 small clans. But the Southern Cloud Nation's officials never had a good impression of clans. "Since he is not a wanted criminal, then I can't reject his application," the middle-aged general said with a straight face. "Please go back." In the end, Su Haifeng and his group did not dare to rush into the recruitment office. The middle-aged scholar glanced at 17's application form and sized him up with slight surprise. Then, he nodded and revealed a smile. "All right, you can enter through this door. There will be people to receive you. I hope you can pass the test." XVI turned around and walked straight to the small door. When he reached the door, he stopped and turned around to look at the exasperated Su Haifeng. He was in a good mood. It was impossible for him to enter the arena. Su Haifeng was at the late stage of the true energy realm, while he was at the early stage of the true energy realm. If he lost, he would lose his life. He could not afford to lose. If they win and Su Haifeng dies, XVI will be in even more trouble. Entering the inner gate, XVI came to a small square, and a soldier took him to a room. In the room, an old man sat there quietly. "Give me the form." There were 2 copies of the enlistment form, and XVI had one with her. 15 years old, early stage of the true energy realm, not bad. The old man took note of 17's master and asked with a frown, "You are Ancestor Red River's disciple?" "Yes." XVI nodded. "Our army does not reject demonic martial artists, but you must tell us your background honestly and make us believe that you are not a spy sent by the enemy." Speaking of old Ancestor Red River, 17 was definitely the person who understood him the most out of everyone alive. The Crimson Blood Demon Sword had witnessed how Ancestor Red River's last 3 disciples met their end one by one. So XVI roughly mentioned some secrets about Ancestor Red River and the 3 ghosts of Red River. The old man buried his head in records and occasionally nodded, as if he was very interested. The old man asked, "What is your purpose in joining the army?" "Of course it is because killing people here is not illegal." The old man sighed, "Your answer is really unexpected. Take off your mask and let me see." XVI took off his mask and revealed the hideous scar on his face. "I was fighting with someone and was careless, so my face was cut." "Why do you keep the scar?" "It is a memento and also a reminder to myself." The old man nodded. "Put it on." Next, the old man took the 17th to feel his bone age. There was no doubt that he was not 15 years old. After the bone age, it was time to test his strength. This part was done by a late stage True Energy Realm Master. He pushed his true energy out of 17's body and then directly sensed the strength of 17's true energy. There was almost no way to disguise it. After a series of checks, XVI was thrown into the recruit camp. In the recruit camp, they needed to undergo 10 days of recruit training before they were officially integrated into the army. 17's new recruit camp had a total of more than 500 martial artists. They were all between the ages of 15 to 35, and there were only 10 true element boundary martial artists. 17 was the youngest of them all, and perhaps the strongest one. Because the 10 of them were all civilian martial artists, and none of them were mid-stage true energy realm martial artists. After the 10 days of recruit training, XVI won first place. He was received by the instructor. At the recruit instructor's side, he saw an old man with a powerful aura. He was asked to demonstrate Red River Ancestor's secret technique. This was not difficult for XVI. He already knew Blood River technique and a bit of Blood King Fist. The old man said in front of the instructor, "It is without a doubt Red River Ancestor's secret technique. I fought with him in the past. It left a deep impression." After the old man left, the instructor said to 17, "Chen Pengfei, congratulations. You passed the test." XVI nodded with a cold face. He knew that from now on, his title as Red River Ancestor's successor was confirmed. The army doesn't care about the people you killed in the past. The instructor said in a low voice, but in the future, you must always remember to strictly follow the rules of the army. Don't treat the camp as any other place, understand? Understood. The instructor gave XVI a warning before asking, you are the strongest among this batch of recruits. Do you have any requirements for which unit you will be assigned to? You are qualified to join the Redbud Army. The instructor added, of course, even with your current strength, if you join the Redbud Army, you can only start as a sergeant. I don't care which army I join. I just want to kill people. Instructor, do you have any recommendations? The head instructor was slightly taken aback. He roughly understood what 17 meant. He seemed to be saying, wherever there is a fire pit, please push me in. He had never met a recruit who couldn't wait to die. However, the head instructor had already noticed Chen Pengfei. The commander thought that he had talent, strength, and wasn't afraid of death. If he was trained well, he would be a sharp knife, for someone as talented as Chen Pengfei. As long as he sincerely joined, no faction wouldn't welcome him. The commander suggested to focus on grooming Chen Pengfei. At that time, there were people who disagreed, saying that Chen Pengfei's motive for joining the army wasn't pure. The commander only said one sentence and made everyone shut their mouths. As long as he killed the enemy, he would be their comrade. I will convey your wishes to the commander. Thank you. That afternoon, XVI and the other recruits gathered at the square. The head instructor in charge of the recruits encouraged all the recruits and announced their appointments according to the results of the recruit camp. Chen Pengfei, temporarily appointed as a Baihu. He will be assigned to the city guards of Redbud City and will be in charge of suppressing bandits. Suppressing bandits, XVI rubbed his nose. He didn't expect this. He thought he was going to the front line, however, when it came to suppressing bandits, he didn't reject it at all. He suspected that the person who assigned him the position had seen his resume. When it came to suppressing bandits, he still had experience. Immediately after, the head instructor selected 112 recruits to join XVI. A Baihu, also known as a centurion, had 2 flags under him. Each flag had 50 people, and each flag had 5 small flags under it. No matter what, XVI was considered an officer. He had hundreds of subordinates. The soldiers who were assigned to 17's command were rather nervous. On one hand, they were absolutely convinced by 17's strength, on the other hand, they were worried that XVI was young and inexperienced. In the army, having a good boss was definitely very important. Soon, the Qianhu of Redbud City brought a group of recruits out of the recruit training camp. They were assigned to the new city guard camp. Qianhu was called Zhou Ran. He was in his 30s, and he was at the late stage of the true element realm. He was a commoner martial artist, and he was tall and sturdy. He had a big beard and a fierce face. He did not look easy to talk to. He brought XVI into the tent and introduced the other 9 Baihu under him one by one. The other Baihu were very friendly to 17. At least on the surface, they seemed to be very welcoming of XVI. Seeing that everyone was familiar with each other, Zhou Ran sat on the main seat and instructed, everyone, sit down. The group of Baihu quickly sat down, and XVI sat at the end. Zhou Ran said, the war with the Black Blood Kingdom is unavoidable. Although we city guards are not on the front lines, we still have a very important mission. The city lord has received orders from the great general that we have to ensure the stability of the rear before the war. We have to ensure that the rear is completely stabilized. The city guard's mission is to wipe out all the bandits in the Redbud City's jurisdiction as much as possible. We also have to cooperate in wiping out the uncertified sects and factions in the nearby cities. The local city guards will cooperate with us. A Baihu raised a very practical question. What if the local city guards are in cahoots with those gangs? Then they will be treated as accomplices and wiped out together. Zhou Ran said with a serious expression. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Everything is for the stability of the rear. Lord Qianhu, are we going to work together or separately? I have a mission information here. The small factions will be split up by the Baihu. As for the slightly larger factions, I will distribute them according to their strength and let you work together. Chen Pengfei, you are a newcomer. Do you have any objections? Xbii thought for a moment and asked, Lord Qianhu, I just want to ask, can we not keep the captives? The other 9 Baihu all looked at Xbii. Although Xbii was a newcomer, his words made everyone feel a chill down their spines. When the city guards of the Redbud City went out to wipe out bandits, if the bandits surrendered, the city guards would usually bring them back to the city to be judged. Those with lighter crimes might be punished as laborers. Those with heavier crimes would all be thrown to the front lines as cannon fodder. Zhou Ran thought for a moment and said, if it's not convenient, then don't keep them. He only cared about completing the mission and was not worried about the lives of the targets. Then I have no objections. Xbii said with a smile. After the meeting, Zhou Ran brought the 10 Baihu to the restaurant to drink. Xbii didn't refuse. 17's physique was already extraordinary. In addition, his body was often nourished by the blood energy from the Crimson Blood Demon Sword, so his alcohol tolerance was very high. In the middle of the night, the other 9 Baihu were all drunk under the table. Only he and Lord Qianhu were still sober. After returning to the camp, Xbii lay in his own tent and couldn't fall asleep for a long time. He was now a Baihu of the city guards and had more than 100 people under him. He was definitely familiar with killing and arson, but he was a little powerless to lead troops into battle. Back then, the Lan family didn't cultivate his ability to lead troops. Lord Jianling, do you know how to lead troops? When encountering problems that he couldn't solve, Xbii would ask Lord Jianling for help. In his eyes, although Lord Jianling wasn't omnipotent, he was definitely a wise man with rich experience. When Chen Hao heard 17's question, he immediately replied, of course I know how to lead troops into battle. Really? Are you doubting me? Of course not. 17 quickly explained, I hope Lord Jianling can teach me. Give me 3 minutes. Why? Chen Hao said impatiently, when it comes to war, I have too much experience. I'm afraid that if it's too deep, you won't understand. Give me 3 minutes, I'll make my experience into a story. That way, with your current level, it'll be easier for you to accept. After 3 minutes, Chen Hao slowly said, the story I made up is called Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Listen carefully. Ever since he became Jianling, Chen Hao kept leveling up through killing, and his soul power kept getting stronger. He found that he could recall all the information he had read before, such as novels and movies. When it came to marching and fighting, Chen Hao was a rookie. When it came to armchair strategy, in this world where important knowledge was almost monopolized by the aristocratic families and sects, he was definitely a king. Romance of the Three Kingdoms was definitely a classic of the Chinese civilization in Chen Hao's world. It was definitely suitable to use it as a military enlightenment course for 17, anyway, staying in the demon sword, he couldn't do anything. Since he had nothing to do, it wasn't a bad idea to tell stories. In the end, Chen Hao was so enraptured that he spent the entire night talking, and 17 was so excited that she stayed up until dawn. In the next 3 days, Xvii lived and ate with his subordinates. When he was free, he would ask the soldiers how they were doing and give them pointers on martial arts. 17 originally had a pretty good talent in martial arts, and after obtaining the Crimson Blood Demon Sword, his talent in martial arts had increased by a lot. Moreover, under the guidance of the Sword Spirit, he had dabbled in many cultivation methods and martial skills, so he didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure in guiding a group of civilian soldiers with weak foundations. Other than having lower innate talent compared to the disciples of the aristocratic families, the biggest difference was their teachers. Many warriors who didn't have good teachers would be troubled by a simple problem for a long time. After all, most warriors weren't geniuses and couldn't learn without a teacher. And precious time was slowly being wasted just like that. Many of the martial arts problems that had been troubling them for a long time were solved by 17. Those soldiers who had heard of 17's ferocious reputation and were afraid of him, ostracized him, and loathed him slowly accepted this young officer. Lord Baihu, I'm practicing the battle sword arts, but it seems like I've hit a bottleneck recently and haven't made any progress. The person who asked Xvii was called Xianxia, one of his subordinates. He wasn't even 30 years old and was at the peak of the Qi realm. Show it to me. Okay. Xianxia's battle sword arts was quite good and was almost at the level of completion. There weren't any big problems with the moves. Xvii thought for a while and said, the battle sword arts is a sword art on the battlefield. You've hit a bottleneck now because you don't have enough killing intent. When you get to the battlefield, your progress will be very fast. Many of you should have practiced the horizontal sword arts and battle sword arts. These two sword arts have already been trained to perfection. I'll show you once and you can feel it carefully. It should be helpful for you. Hearing that the Baihu was going to personally practice the horizontal sword arts and battle sword arts, almost all the soldiers gathered around. Among them, more than half of them had practiced these two sword arts before. Watching an expert practice the sword arts to perfection would be very beneficial for their sword arts training. Seeing everyone looking at him expectantly, and even the other city guards looking at him from afar, Xvii forced a smile under his mask. He pulled out the Crimson Blood Demon Sword and activated the Blood River art. A blood-red mist enveloped Xvii, then, 17's murderous aura completely exploded. That terrifying and powerful murderous aura caused all the soldiers present to involuntarily retreat. Murderous aura, 20%. After activating the murderous aura field, 17's murderous aura became even stronger. All the soldiers watching his performance were enveloped by the murderous aura field. Watch carefully, the first move of the horizontal sword technique. As soon as 17's horizontal sword technique was used, the murderous aura on his body became stronger. The blood-red true chi rushed out, and the whole training field was flying and stones were moving. The sword chi was everywhere, shrouded in the murderous aura. The soldiers with weak willpower seemed to see countless corpses and hear the miserable screams of countless humans before they die. Those were the lives that were ended by the Crimson Blood Demon Sword Rinkenju. Some soldiers were still persevering, while others turned around and fled, as if they had seen a ghost. There were also 3 soldiers who directly pulled out their weapons and slashed wildly. Fortunately, the 2 division commanders reacted quickly enough to prevent chaos from erupting. Did you get anything? Xvii looked around and found that only 1/10 of the soldiers were left standing. Another 5/10 of the soldiers were paralyzed on the ground, and the remaining 4/10 of the soldiers were missing. They were probably scared away. Xianxia, whose face was pale, said, yes, Lord Baihu's swordsmanship is superb. I am sincerely convinced. The other division commander, Wu Guang, also said, I am sincerely convinced too. Wu Guang was not much better. The 2 division commanders could see that their Baihu was indeed worthy of his reputation. He was definitely a genius of the devil path. The murderous aura on his body was enough to make most of the soldiers collapse. That's good. Xvii glanced at the people present and said, bring back all the soldiers who ran away. In the future, besides training, you must also get used to my murderous aura. Yes, sir. Xianxia and Wu Guang smiled bitterly. When all the soldiers gathered again, Xvii found that in addition to fear, there was also some respect in their eyes. He did not care. Instead, he said loudly, your performance has disappointed me. From now on, you can put aside your other training for the time being. You must first get used to my aura and my murderous aura. If you can't even get used to this, when you are on the battlefield in the future and need to fight, as long as I use all my strength, you may collapse before the enemy even touches you. Then, how can you fight a war? Looking at the Baihu standing in the center with a mask on his face and a disappointed tone in his cold voice, almost all the soldiers were ashamed, especially those soldiers who were so scared that they were paralyzed and ran away. They did not even dare to raise their heads after being scolded. Most of them were young people whose average strength was in the chi condensation realm. They were not experienced soldiers. Xvii said in a serious tone, I know that with your current strength, it is difficult to get rid of the influence of the murderous aura on your mind. But since you are not resisting, then don't resist. Completely accept the fear, trembling, and despair. Then, you can imagine the person you hate the most in my murderous aura. You have to turn the fear and despair in your heart into a crazy fighting will. So, you need to learn to pick up weapons and fight crazily in my murderous aura. You can ask the soldiers who drew their swords just now and find out how they did it. Of course, you have to learn to distinguish between friend and foe. Do you understand? Understood. If you don't improve in training, then you can only be eliminated. The murderous aura field was a skill that could only distinguish between the sword master and friend. It could cause all creatures in the range except the Sword Master to produce a series of negative emotions. Those with a slightly weaker will would feel fear, horror, and despair, but XVII knew that as long as someone could guide it, fear and despair could also be turned into a crazy power. Fear and despair could also allow soldiers to unleash extraordinary strength. 3 days later, most of the soldiers under XVII could barely adapt to the murderous ore field. XVII and the others were summoned by the Qianhu again. Zhou Ran said in a deep voice, "I received the notice from the commander. This mission is related to the face of the city lord. This time, we have to do the mission quickly and beautifully. At least, we can't be slower than that old guy Xiao Xiang. If the commander and the city lord are satisfied, we can all get rewards." The tasks were quickly assigned. Looking at the few pieces of paper that he had, and the thick stack of papers that everyone else had, it was clearly unfair. The 17th was dissatisfied. "Xianhu, why do other people have so many missions? Is my mission only this?" Zhou Ran was not angry. How could he be dissatisfied when his subordinates worked so hard? Your subordinates are all recruits. You are also a newcomer. You still need to experience. Then if I complete the mission, can I do other people's missions? Zhou Ran nodded and said, "Yes, when the time comes, whoever's mission you like, as long as they haven't completed it, you can take it. I will make the decision for you." 17 looked at the mission target and map in his hand. He called Xiongtingji and Wu Guang over for a discussion. Both of them were locals of Blackwater Prefecture. After explaining the mission given by the Qianhu, Xiongtingji said, "The bandits we need to eliminate are all concentrated on the main trade route from Redbud City to Mulin City. Among them, the bandits of Black Dragon Stronghold and 7-Star Mountain are the strongest. Both of them are in Mulin City. The rest are small groups of bandits. With our strength, they are nothing to worry about. I have heard of the Blue Devil Gang in Mulin City. They are relatively strong. The gang leader seems to be a true Energy Realm late-stage expert. They are our most troublesome opponent. We need the help of the city guards of Mulin City. Then we should eliminate the bandits first." Xiongtingji said with some worry, "Lord Baihu, it is said that the Black Dragon Stronghold is easy to defend and hard to attack. The city guards of Mulin City have been mobilized several times, but they have not been able to take it down. You don't have to worry about this. I will consider it." 17 said softly, "We need to be fast. It is best if we are faster than the other city guards." Wu Guang asked softly, "Lord, if we are not prepared to act rashly, we will lose a lot of men." 17 shook her head and said, "This time, half of our Redbud City's city guards have been mobilized. There are more than 4,000 city guards participating. It's a huge force, and the news will definitely spread. If we are slow, I'm afraid that they will be prepared. Xiongtingji, immediately go to Redbud City and check which caravan needs to go to Mulin City in the next 2 days. Wu Guang, get the brothers to prepare for battle." Xiongtingji moved very quickly. In just the afternoon, he returned. "The people of Luan Chamber of Commerce are going to Mulin City tomorrow morning. I have already brought the president of their Chamber of Commerce." "How strong is the Chamber of Commerce?" 17 asked. In Redbud City, Luan Chamber of Commerce can only be considered a middle to lower tier Chamber of Commerce. They mainly cooperate with our military. A portion of the military's food is purchased from their Chamber of Commerce. How about the people they have escorting the caravan this time? A true Energy Realm early-stage expert, some of the guards trained by the Chamber of Commerce, and some hired mercenaries. Get the person in charge of their Chamber of Commerce to see me." "All right." Not long after, the tent was opened, and a girl about 17-8 years old entered the door. The young girl was beautiful, and her beautiful black hair was tied up, making her look somewhat capable. She wasn't wearing any makeup, and there was a smile on her face. Her eyes revealed the shrewdness of a businesswoman. The president of a chamber of commerce was actually a young and beautiful lady. XVII didn't expect this. However, this was not something he needed to be concerned about. XVII looked at her and said, "I heard your merchant guild is going to Mulin City tomorrow? I need you to cooperate with me." "Baihu Darren, how do you need us to cooperate?" XVII briefly explained the plan to her. If we act according to Sir's plan, it will disrupt our Chamber of Commerce's plans and, stop nagging. XVI waved his hand and interrupted her rudely. He stared into the girl's eyes and asked coldly, I only need your answer. Do you agree to cooperate or not? If Lord Baihu doesn't make up for it, there is no compensation. Then please forgive us, the Luan Chamber of Commerce, for not being able to comply. The girl was not afraid at all and directly retorted 17's words. Although the Luan Chamber of Commerce was not a big chamber of commerce, it still had connections in Redbud City and was not afraid of a small city guard Qianhu. XVI sat in a chair, tapped the table with his fingers and whispered, Qianhu Darren said that if anyone dares to collude with the bandits and inform them, then they will be guilty of the same crime as them and can be eliminated directly. Are you threatening me? The girl laughed angrily, do you think I will be afraid of you? I know you have a backer. But if. I'm saying if all of you die, will the person behind you stand up for you? Through the silver mask, the girl could see the Baihu in front of her smiling. The girl asked, do you dare to bet? Of course, my name is Chen Pengfei, I just joined the city guards. Chen Pengfei, bloody butcher Chen Pengfei, the girl was completely stunned, she heard about Chen Pengfei joining the army, but she didn't expect that he was not in the Redbud army, but in the city guards. 17 suddenly sat up from her chair. His mighty and majestic body and his cruel deeds gave the young girl a huge pressure. When she thought of Chen Pengfei's undisguised crazy deeds not long ago, she felt that she couldn't breathe. Many people who paid attention to Chen Pengfei's news knew why he joined the army. Killing people was not against the law. I have no interest in money or power, I just like to kill people, no matter who the target is. XVI whispered, if you don't cooperate with me, I don't mind using you to get military merits. Your ears are really beautiful. The girl fled to the corner of the tent like a rabbit, and then hurriedly said, our Luan Chamber of Commerce will fully cooperate with Qianhu Darren's actions, and no news will be leaked. The next morning, the Luan Chamber of Commerce set off. A carriage accidentally rolled over, and a box on the carriage fell out, and shiny gold coins were spread all over the ground. The passers-by greedily looked at the gold coins all over the ground and the guards of the caravan, but they wisely did not act. More than 50 guards, mercenaries, and more than 50 servants protected more than 20 carriages leaving the Redbud City. After more than 30 miles away from the Redbud City, the city guards were far behind. The first target of the city guards was the Black Dragon stronghold at the junction of the Redbud City and the Mulin City. For them, the Black Dragon stronghold was an extremely difficult bone to chew. Not to mention its strength, the stronghold was built in a strategic place, which was easy to defend and difficult to attack. The city guards of the Mulin City had besieged it several times, but they did not succeed. This time, in order to clear the hidden dangers in the rear, the military gave a death order to give the city guards of the Redbud City the power to fight across the cities. The city guards of the Redbud City were much more powerful than the city guards of other cities. The Mulin City was just an ordinary small city. Except for a little more farmland, there were no special products. The bandits entrenched on this trade route were not very strong. XVI sat in the carriage, holding the demon sword in his hand. His eyes looked forward, and his eyes were unfocused as if he was thinking about something. Sitting opposite him was the president of the Luan Chamber of Commerce. The president of the Luan Chamber of Commerce, Enian Liang, was quite famous in the Redbud City. The reason was, of course, her outstanding management and communication skills and extraordinary beauty. She had always thought that she relied on her ability to make a living. She never cared about her beauty. At least, that was what Enian Liang said, but deep in her heart, she was very confident about her appearance. But now, she had really suffered a blow. Enian Liang was afraid and disgusted with Chen Pengfei. Before Chen Pengfei got on the carriage, she had decided not to be nice to him. If the other party asked, she would answer honestly and try not to touch the other party's bottom line. If the other party didn't speak, she wouldn't say anything. As a weakling, this was the only way she could save her last bit of dignity. But she didn't expect that. For 3 days, in the same carriage, the other party didn't say a word to her. Was he still a man? When they were about to approach the Black Dragon village, Enian Liang lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked at the dark clouds in the sky. She said worriedly, it seems like it's going to rain heavily. XVI looked out of the window and said in a low voice, it's good to rain. Tell them to prepare to set up camp. After the rain, we'll pass near the Black Dragon village. After the rain, the road was muddy and difficult to walk on. The speed of the entire team slowed down by half. When they passed near the Black Dragon village, they didn't even see the shadow of the Black Dragon village's mountain bandits. Annie and Liang was quite happy. They didn't have to encounter danger, failed Chen Pengfei's plan, and didn't have to bear his anger. Was there a better ending than this? No. Chen Baihu, in another 4 hours, will completely leave the Black Dragon village. Xvii opened his eyes and said, break the leg of the third carriage and cause it to flip over. We need to wait for them. Damn it, Annie and Liang almost cursed it out loud. How could she not know what he was planning? The road is so slippery now. It's normal for the horse's leg to slip and break. Don't tell me you don't know how to do it? I understand. No matter how much Annie and Liang hated Chen Pengfei, she didn't dare to disobey him. After all, her life was still in his hands. Annie and Liang quickly gave the order, and his subordinates carried it out. The third carriage suddenly flipped over. The horse's leg was broken, and the goods rolled onto the muddy road. The men hurriedly dealt with it, and the entire team stopped. The weight was a little unbearable. Xvii wasn't sure if the Black Dragon village would come back to rob them. He could only try his best to give the other party a chance. The Black Dragon village must have discovered them. There was no reason not to see such a large caravan moving so slowly. With the strength of the Black Dragon village, they could definitely take down their caravan. If they didn't even do this, Xvii had to find another way. There are bandits. It's the Black Dragon village. 17 heard the noise outside, and her spirits were lifted. Just as he was about to open the curtains, he saw the bandits starting to gather around the mountain. There were more than 200 bandits, and they quickly surrounded the entire caravan. A burly man roared, "People of the Chamber of Commerce, listen up. Hand over all your goods and I'll spare your lives." President. Someone outside the carriage shouted in a low voice. Annie and Liang turned to Xvii. Xvii said, "Think of a way to make them attack us." All right. Annie and Liang got off the carriage and looked at the bandits of the Black Dragon stockade not far away. What if we don't agree? What a beautiful girl, who are you? I'm the person in charge of the caravan. Annie and Liang said calmly. The bandits' eyes were burning with greed, and the desire in their eyes was undisguised. Annie and Liang turned around to look at the car. She was even more certain that the problem did not lie with her, but with the other party. You're the person in charge of the Chamber of Commerce? The leader was surprised for a moment, then suddenly laughed and said, I'm the leader of the Black Dragon stockade. People like to call me the Black Dragon. I like women like you very much. It just so happens that I'm tired of those women on the mountain. Today, you'll come up the mountain with me and be my third Xvii wife. How about that? Annie and Liang sneered, what if I don't agree? That's right, how can our president marry a bandit like you? Hee, I, the Black Dragon, will never be rough with women. I prefer to train wild horses and make them obedient. Black Dragon pointed at the members of the caravan and said, I'll capture all your men. If you don't agree, I'll kill them one by one until you're willing to marry me. Black Dragon stroked his stubble and smiled. Hee, maybe, when the time comes, those loyal subordinates of yours will cry and beg you to marry me. Annie and Liang felt disgusted. She wanted to pull out the Black Dragon's tongue. In the past, she almost never participated in the activities of the caravan. Every time she escorted the goods, it was her subordinates who participated. Therefore, she rarely met a villain like the Black Dragon. Compared to the Black Dragon, Annie and Liang suddenly felt that Chen Pengfei was much more pleasing to the eye. Everyone, get ready for battle. Annie and Liang had just shouted when all the workers took out their weapons from their bags and prepared for battle. Black Dragon looked at Annie and Liang and said loudly, Brother, kill them all. This time, you guys split the goods. I only want that woman. Charge. Kill them all. Black Dragon Stockade had mobilized more than 200 people this time. The guards of the Liuhe Chamber of Commerce, the hired mercenaries, and the coachmen who were responsible for taking care of, loading and unloading the goods, and driving the caravan added up to about 100 people. On the surface, the Black Dragon Stockade undoubtedly had a great advantage. But sometimes, the number of people was just an illusion. The troops from both sides clashed in a chaotic battle. Just as they came into contact with the caravan, the bandits of the Black Dragon Stockade suddenly realized that the other party was ridiculously strong. There were even Qi condensation realm experts among the servants. Their weapons were all of excellent quality. The bandits weren't prepared and suffered a great loss from the first exchange. The reason was simple. Not only were the guards of the caravan and hired mercenaries from Redbud City, but more than half of the servants were also city guards. Although the Black Dragon Stockade had the advantage in numbers, compared to the carefully selected Redbud City guards, they were completely at a disadvantage. 17 slowly alighted from the carriage with a heavy sword. Annie and Liang immediately pointed at the Black Dragon in the distance and said loudly, "Lord Baihu, that is the leader of the bandits." "Okay." Flash step. 17 rushed in front of the Black Dragon in a breath's time and swept his heavy sword across. With a dang sound, a huge force attacked. The Black Dragon felt his hands go numb and flew backwards. 17 had always been unforgiving. He kicked with his left leg and left a deep hole in the ground. His body shot towards the flying Black Dragon. 1,000 average heavy sword. He chanted in his heart. The blood-red true essence dyed the red blood heavy sword blood red. The heavy sword slashed down and broke the Black Dragon's long sword. The huge force smashed him into the mud. Pooh! The Black Dragon felt that his internal organs had been smashed. He laid on the ground as if all the bones in his body had been broken. Is this the strength of a mid-stage true essence realm? How disappointing. 17 said coldly. What a piece of trash. The Black Dragon didn't even have the strength to speak. 17 looked at the surrounding battlefield and stabbed the Black Dragon's collarbone with a heavy face. Then, he lifted the Black Dragon up. The Black Dragon was hanging on a tall flagpole. Bandits of the Black Dragon Stockade, your leader has been captured by me. Put down your weapons and I can spare your lives. It was almost impossible for the bandits to put down their weapons. However, the Black Dragon was captured and they had no intention to continue fighting. They started to flee into the forest. 17 obviously wouldn't let them succeed. The bandits were familiar with the terrain and there was the Black Dragon Stockade on the mountain. Once they escaped, it wouldn't be easy to catch them. Just as the bandits started to escape up the mountain, another group of city guards led by Wu Guang appeared. They were all armed with crossbows, and with a rain of arrows, they killed more than 20 bandits. Put down your weapons and stop resisting, and I can spare your lives. XVI shouted, I don't want to repeat myself. Their leader was captured, and they couldn't fight back, nor could they escape. For their own lives, the bandits gave up resisting. In this battle, the city guards won. They only lost 3 men and 11 were injured. In total, they killed more than 40 bandits. XVI didn't care about the casualties of the caravan guards and mercenaries. After collecting the bandits' weapons and tying them up one by one, Wu Guang apologized to 17, Baihu, when we went up the mountain, 6 of the bandits' spies found us. 3 of them ran away, and the Black Dragon stronghold might know about it. Okay, remember this lesson and be careful next time. XVI didn't punish Wu Guang. They didn't have any spies, so who knew where the bandits' spies were hiding? He was already very satisfied to be able to wipe out most of the Black Dragon stronghold and capture so many people at once. Wu Guang gritted his teeth and said, attack the Black Dragon stronghold, I'm willing to be the vanguard. Okay, if necessary, I'll let you go first. How dare you steal me to be the mistress of the stronghold, you scum, you bastard. Come on, steal me again if you dare. XVI and Wu Guang turned around and saw Annie and Liang kicking the Black Dragon fiercely. The tip of her foot was almost going straight for his lower body. Wu Guang's face couldn't help but twitch. Sir, that Black Dragon, the Black Dragon's Dantian has been destroyed by me, and his bones have been broken by me. He won't resist, or else I wouldn't have dared to throw him away. You don't have to worry about that woman. Sir, I'm worried about the Black Dragon. When we attack the Black Dragon stronghold, he might still be useful. He won't die, a true energy boundary expert's body isn't that weak. XVI said slowly, thanks to the cooperation of Luan Chamber of Commerce in this operation. Since she likes it, let her be happy. Yes, sir. Wu Guang turned his face away. Wu Guang felt uncomfortable all over when he saw the woman kicking her legs. Xvii slowly walked to Eni and Liang's side. When Eni and Liang saw him, she immediately put away her feet and said in a hurry, "Don't look at me. My shoes are dirty and I want to wipe them on his body." After saying that, she deliberately stretched out her embroidered shoes for Xvii to see. The embroidered shoes were indeed stained with a lot of mud, and there were also patches of very obvious blood stains. Eni and Liang panicked and immediately pretended to be calm and explained, "Who asked you to beat him up? You beat him until there was blood everywhere. You didn't wipe your shoes clean. Instead, the more you wiped them, the dirtier they became." Xvii didn't want to talk nonsense with this woman. "Today, you will camp here and wait for us to go down the mountain. Are you going to attack the Black Dragon stronghold?" Eni and Liang pointed at the bandits who were tied up and said, "Why don't we kill all those hateful bandits? They are not good people." Eni and Liang, who often did business between Redbud City and Mulin City, had long hated the bandits of the Black Dragon stronghold. Today, 17 helped her vent her anger, and she felt very happy. Although the Black Dragon was not far from death, she didn't want to let the other bandits go. "I won't do anything to them now." Xvii didn't want to talk to this woman anymore. Troublesome. Why? I promised to spare their lives. I don't want to kill more people. After Xvii finished speaking, he directly left the woman behind and left. Eni and Liang was left alone in a daze. The other party's words echoed in her mind repeatedly, and she felt like she was going crazy. She scratched her hair crazily until it looked like a chicken's nest. Then, she said to herself somewhat neurotically, "The funniest joke I've heard in my life. The bloody hand butcher Chen Pengfei actually said that he didn't want to kill more people. Damn it, he was just brushing me off." Eni and Liang, who reacted, stomped her feet fiercely. Then, looking at her messy hair, she glared fiercely at Xvii and escaped back to the carriage. After she dressed up again, she became that beautiful and capable president of the Chamber of Commerce again. She said to 17, "I want to go with you. As long as you don't get in the way, you can." Xvii brought all the bandits. With them leading the way, the group spent 4 hours to find the Black Dragon stronghold. The Black Dragon stronghold was located at the entrance of the valley. It was built with hard rock and was more than 10 meters tall. On the high wall of the stronghold, the bandits were ready. "They are indeed ready," Xiong Tingji said with a serious expression. "Then let me bring people," Wu Guang requested. "No." Xvii waved his hand and said, "The Black Dragon has 2 early-stage true energy realm experts. There are more than 100 bandits in the Black Dragon stronghold and more than 200 bandits' family members. With their self-made crossbows, even if we all attack together, we won't be able to do anything to them. We will only increase the casualties." Wu Guang asked, "Then what should we do?" Xvii frowned. He had heard that the Black Dragon stronghold was dangerous, but when he saw the Black Dragon stronghold with his own eyes, he truly understood what it meant to be a tough nut to crack. He had more than 100 people under him. He didn't want to sacrifice too many. "We are the city guards of Redbud City. Your leader, the Black Dragon, has been captured by us. He is willing to surrender. As long as you open the stronghold door, I am willing to spare your lives. F*CK your city guards. We will not surrender. Yes, we will not surrender," Xvii said to the bandits tied up. "Behind him, you guys, go and persuade them to surrender." He didn't expect the Black Dragon to persuade them to surrender. It might even have the opposite effect. In the end, the bandits failed to persuade them to surrender. However, Xvii noticed that some of the Black Dragon stronghold walls were the family members of the captives behind them. They probably captured most of the young adults in the Black Dragon stronghold. The Black Dragon stronghold didn't have enough guards, so they mobilized the family members of the bandits. Those family members had thoughts of surrendering, but they were all suppressed by the 2 true energy realm experts. "Personally open the door of the Black Dragon stronghold." Xvii had this idea, but it was only after trying other methods. Recently, Lord Jianling's teachings had enlightened him. He needed more battle experience. Brute force didn't mean everything. Intelligence could also achieve goals. He stood up and said coldly, "Since the Black Dragon stronghold isn't willing to surrender, then don't blame me for being merciless. Attack us if you have the guts. That's right, you lackeys of the imperial court, bite us if you have the guts. Don't think that we will surrender just because you captured the others. The family members and friends of the other captured bandits didn't say anything. Facing these curses, 17 smiled and said to Xianxia and the others, make those captives kneel down and line up neatly. Sir, you want to. Wu Guang seemed to understand what 17 wanted to do. XVI patted him on the shoulder and said, don't let the blood of our brothers flow so easily. Do as I say. After a while, Wu Guang's mission was completed. The captives were lined up neatly. Those who disobeyed had their legs broken and their dantian destroyed. XVI looked at the neat formation and felt very comfortable. He felt that Wu Guang did a good job. The captives had already sensed that something was wrong. Unfortunately, it was too late. A bandit cried, Sir, didn't you say that as long as we surrender, you will spare our lives? XVI stared at the patterns on the crimson blood demon sword in his hand and smiled. Yes, just now at the foot of the mountain, I already spared your lives. The bandits' faces were ashen. Some wanted to struggle and escape, but facing the fully armed city guards, they had no ability to escape. XVI walked to the front of the captives and said in the direction of the Black Dragon stronghold, I know that those people behind me may be your family members or your good friends. Originally, your leader agreed to surrender. As long as you surrender, I can spare your lives and let your families reunite and meet again. Unfortunately, there are still people in your stronghold who are stubborn. You have worn down my last bit of patience. Therefore, I have decided that as long as you don't surrender, I will kill these people, until you make a decision, or, kill all of them. The people in the Black Dragon stronghold had already stopped cursing. Annie and Liang, who was following behind the city guards, swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The guards following her tightened their grip on their weapons. The cold touch made them feel a little safe. This was the first time they had encountered city guards who were more brutal than bandits. Let me give you a piece of advice. You have to make a decision quickly. My sword is very fast. If you decide to surrender and everyone is killed, then I'm sorry. XVI tidied up his armor and said helplessly to the bandits on the wall of the stronghold, I hope you don't hate me. After all, we have different positions. Who asked you to be bandits and I'm an officer? In the end, they still didn't open the gate. This was actually within 17's expectations. In the Black Dragon stronghold, even if someone wanted to open the gate, in front of 2 true element early-stage experts, it would be impossible to succeed. Wu Guang asked in a low voice, Sir, what should we do next? Attack. XVI shook off the blood on his heavy sword and said, I'll go open the gate, you guys follow me. But sir, there are still 2 true element realm experts. Yes, I just broke through, it shouldn't be a problem to force open the gate. Sir, you broke through? Yes, is there a problem? No. Wu Guang finally knew what a genius was. As far as he knew, this Baihu shouldn't be 16 years old yet, right? Becoming a true element middle stage expert before 16 years old, in the entire southern Cloud Nation, there shouldn't be many geniuses of this level, right? With Baihu's strength and methods, perhaps he could really become a big figure in the southern Cloud Nation in the future. Thinking of this, Wu Guang's heart suddenly burned with passion. Once again reaching true element middle stage, XVI found that the true element realm in his body was thicker than before. Even the hidden killing intent in his true element realm was more docile, and the influence on his rationality was reduced by a lot. Seeing that the other city guards were ready, he raised his heavy sword and rushed towards the Black Dragon stronghold's gate. Release the arrows. The blood-red true element wrapped around 17's body, and a dense number of arrows shot towards XVI. Other than blocking a few arrows that were aimed at his vital parts, he used his body to block the other arrows. Soon, his body was pierced by more than 10 arrows. However, these arrows at most caused some superficial injuries to XVI. Just as he was about to reach the wall, XVI kicked his legs and flew into the air, landing directly on the wall. Kill this bastard for me. A true element realm expert in the Black Dragon stronghold shouted. At this moment, the people of the Black Dragon stronghold were united against a common enemy, besieging 17 together. Their hatred for XVI was sincere. After all, the hundreds of corpses in the Black Dragon stronghold were still warm, and their blood had yet to run dry. If the 17th hadn't broken through just now and was still in the early stage of the true energy realm, he might have been injured by such a siege. But now, XVII was a true energy middle stage expert. He stood on the wall of the stronghold and brandished his heavy sword, forcibly carving out a bloody path. The Black Dragon Stockade had 2 true energy early stage experts. One of them had been beheaded by him, while the other had been knocked off the stockade wall with a single sword strike. When he opened the gate, the end of the Black Dragon stronghold had arrived. The city guards rushed in from the gate, and XVII stood in the middle of the gate. He faced the city guards and said, "This is the test for you. Kill all the bandits in my aura field." 20% of his murderous aura field was activated, and a cold and terrifying aura swept out. Almost all of the city guards felt a bone-piercing chill, as well as fear that came from their hearts. Charge! Yes, Lord Baihu. The city guards shouted in unison with fanaticism. XVII was very satisfied with their aura in the murderous aura field. In fact, the city guards were also satisfied with this Baihu. They were now completely convinced of this Baihu's abilities. Designing an ambush for the main force of the Black Dragon stronghold proved his brain. Opening the gate of the Black Dragon stronghold alone proved his strength. Holding a heavy sword in his hand, without changing his expression, he beheaded more than 100 Black Dragon stronghold bandits while talking and laughing, proving his brutality. This was a world that advocated bravery. No soldier was unwilling to follow such an outstanding officer. Their morale had also reached its peak. In addition to their usual adaptive training for the murderous aura field, the negative effects of the incomplete murderous aura field on them were weakened to the limit. Kill. 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 Facing the panicked bandits, the city guards pounced on them like wolves. XVII didn't make a move. He stood among the city guards and carefully observed their reactions. What he needed now was to train his troops. In the past few days, he had been crazily imagining the use of the murderous aura field on the battlefield in his mind. He needed to keep trying to perfect his training plan. The bandits of the Black Dragon stronghold didn't flee as expected. The Black Dragon stronghold they relied on was in a strategic location that was difficult to conquer. However, when the Black Dragon stronghold fell, the strategic location also made them lose the possibility of escaping. They had no choice but to fight to the death with the city guards. The city guards fought with the bandits. In the beginning, the city guards couldn't show their strength in the murderous aura field, but the bandits were even worse than them. There were many people who lost the ability to resist and turned to escape. In the murderous aura field, the city guards indeed had the absolute advantage. What happened next caused 17 to be shocked and overjoyed. When a city guard in the early stage of the chi condensation realm killed 2 bandits in a row, his eyes turned blood red, and then he chased after the other bandits as if he had gone crazy. This state of madness was exactly the same as XVII. They went crazy when they saw blood in the murderous aura field. XVII took a deep breath. His idea seemed to have come true. When the murderous aura field was activated, it would make everyone in the range feel fear and other negative effects. However, fear was also a kind of power. When they killed under the stimulation of fear, the strong mental stimulation might make them go to the other extreme. Impose the fear in your heart on the enemy and release your fear through killing. At least that was 17's analysis. XVII, the murderous aura field is slowly strengthening. Jianling's words interrupted 17's thoughts. Really? Chen Hao slowly replied in the demon sword, although it's not as fast as when you kill people personally, it is indeed strengthening. The murderous aura field is like a magnetic field, slowly absorbing the death aura. The method you came up with is better than expected. Will that help Master Jianling evolve? Chen Hao said helplessly, it's only strengthening the murderous aura field. However, it shouldn't be far from my next evolution. I can feel it. Okay, Master Jianling, I'll work hard. I believe in you. Your talent and effort are much better than the other sword masters. Jianling fell silent again. XVII looked at Xianxia and Wu Guang. His gaze never left them, even when he was talking to Master Jianling. They were the strongest and had the strongest resistance to the murderous aura field. However, as the killing continued, their state gradually began to change. Wu Guang went completely crazy after killing 10 bandits. Xianxia only went crazy after killing 2 more people than Wu Guang. XVII said to himself, If it wasn't a 20% murderous aura field, but a stronger stimulation, they would definitely go crazy faster. However, XVII knew his current tolerance. Ever since he forcefully broke through to the late stage of the true energy realm, the true energy in his body mutated and the chaotic murderous aura invaded. His entire mind was affected by the murderous aura at all times. Once the murderous aura field exceeded the 20% limit, he would lose his mind first. What would he do if he lost his mind? The 17th didn't plan to try. After knocking out a few city guards who couldn't tell friend from foe, 17 had already put them on the list of elimination candidates. If their willpower was too weak and they couldn't tell friend from foe, they might cause a lot of trouble in his murderous aura field. After the Black Dragon stronghold was eliminated, the city guards started to clean up the battlefield. They cut off the left ears of the bandits and looked for valuable belongings. There were very few captives, so XVII ordered them to be executed on the spot. If they took captives, they would have to send them back to Redbud City, which would slow down his mission. Xianxia rushed over and said, "Sir, come and take a look. I don't know what to do with those people. Just kill them. They're not bandits. Then let them go. You'll know when you see." Seeing Xianxia's troubled expression, XVII nodded. Xianxia brought XVII into a shed next to the Black Dragon stronghold. A stench could be smelled from afar. Xianxia covered his nose and opened the door. Inside the door, there were 7 or 8 women in rags hiding in the hay. Seeing XVII come in, they looked at him in a daze. Their eyes were filled with numbness. "Sir, these women should have been captured by the Black Dragon stronghold." XVII held the hilt of his sword and said, "Go, and see if they're still awake. If they're awake and willing to go back, let them go and let the 6th Chamber of Commerce escort them. If they're not awake, just deal with them." Xianxia said in a low voice, "I can't do it. You're a city guard now. You have to listen to orders. Just tell yourself that this is my order." XVII patted his shoulder and left. The Black Dragon stronghold had been doing evil for many years. Although the bandits didn't like to save money, they still had a lot of treasures left in the stronghold. According to the rules, after the city guards killed the bandits, they had to hand over 50% of the treasures. The remaining 50% would be distributed by XVII. XVII ordered that no one was allowed to hide anything. All the treasures would be distributed at once after returning to Redbud City. If everyone brought so much treasures, who would have the heart to continue fighting? Those that couldn't be taken away were simply handed over to the 6 Harmonies Chamber of Commerce. They were professionals when it came to handling goods. Actually, the 6 Harmonies Chamber of Commerce did not bring a lot of goods. Many of the boxes were filled with stones. It was to make them look more like a fat sheep. There was no need to worry about them not being able to take it away. They could also take away the other loot along the way. It was very convenient. Seeing how happy the woman from Lioha Chamber of Commerce was, XVII guessed that they would be able to earn quite a bit. After all, they were all ordinary goods. However, there were still a lot of them, and they were all sold to them at a low price. XVII suddenly remembered. "By the way, what's your name?" "Me? Enian Liang." After answering 17's question, Enian Liang suddenly realizes that something is wrong. She felt like her lungs were about to explode from anger. XVII led the city guards to continue exterminating the bandits. If they didn't know where the bandits were, they would reduce the number of guards and mercenaries in the caravan. Occasionally, they would cause trouble for the caravan and wait for the bandits to take the bait. Although this strategy was simple, it was indeed very effective to deal with bandits who didn't know where the Redbud City guards were. If they knew where the bandits were, it was even simpler. They brought a group of city guards to train the soldiers. After their strength recovered to the middle stage of the true energy realm, none of the bandit leaders along the way were 17's match. They also didn't encounter a bandit camp that was difficult to conquer like the Black Dragon stronghold. In the murderous aura field, the city guards led by XVII were almost invincible. The casualty rate was also very low. Stepping into Molan City, they met the deputy commander of Molan City's city guards. After settling down their subordinates, XVII planned to let them rest for a while. People weren't made of iron. After a long battle, they were already exhausted. The commander of Molan City was called Xiao Ming. He was in the middle stage of the true energy realm. He was in his 40s and was a little short. He had a beard and a long sword at his waist. His eyes were full of shrewdness. When he saw XVI, his expression was indifferent. He didn't even move his butt. Although the commander of Molan City and the commander of Redbud City had the same position, the difference in power and strength was like heaven and earth. However, XVI didn't mind the other party's contempt. He bowed and said, "Chen Pengfei greets the commander. No need for formalities." Xiaoming waved his hand and said, "I already know why you're here. Although the Blue Devil Gang is strong, they aren't much stronger than our Molan City's city guards. After all, the Blue Devil Old Devil is a late-stage true energy realm expert. With our strength, I'm afraid we can't take him down. If the Blue Devil Old Devil is really a late-stage true energy realm expert, I'm confident that I can hold him back. Killing him isn't impossible." What arrogance! He's a late-stage true energy realm expert. The deputy commander of Molan City stood out and said, "You're only 100 households. Do you really think you're stronger than the leader of the Blue Devil Gang?" Xiaoming laughed mockingly and then shook his head. He didn't even want to talk to XVI. In his eyes, this Chen Pengfei was a brat who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. XVI replied unyieldingly, "I'm called Chen Pengfei. I recently joined the Redbud City's city guards as 100 households." Chen Pengfei just joined the city guards. Xiaoming pondered over 17's words and then his gaze stopped at his silver mask. "You're the blood hand butcher, Chen Pengfei?" "That's me." Xiaoming slowly stood up from his seat and said, "So it's Chen Pengfei. Please take a seat. Men, serve Chen Pengfei tea." Xiaoming had heard of Chen Pengfei's fierce reputation. However, he didn't expect that Chen Pengfei would join the Redbud City's city guards as 100 households. As the commander of Molan City, his position was much higher than Chen Pengfei's. He didn't have to look at him directly. However, anyone with a bit of intelligence would understand that as long as Chen Pengfei didn't have any accidents, he would have a bright future. Such a young true energy realm expert, there probably weren't many in the entire southern Cloud Nation. Even Lan Haoyu, the genius that the Lan family had been bragging about, couldn't compare to Chen Pengfei. Thinking about how he was in his 40s and his strength was still at the true energy realm middle stage, his gaze towards Chen Pengfei became even more serious. XVI had the qualifications to be valued by him. Xiaoming's tone towards 17 was very polite. "Chen Pengfei, you rushed all the way to Molan City. Do you want to rest for a few more days?" "No need. Speed is important in war. The Redbud City's city guards have already been mobilized. Since the news hasn't spread, the Blue Devil Gang isn't ready yet. The sooner we act, the better," XVI said in a deep voice. "Moreover, the Blue Devil Gang is my last mission. I want to finish it as soon as possible and return to report." Xiaoming looked at XVI in astonishment. "I just received the city lord's notice 4 days ago. Your mission included the Black Dragon Stronghold and the 7-Star Mountain Bandits, right? I cut off their ears." "It's only been 4 days?" "Yes, we didn't take any prisoners. I asked the Luhe Chamber of Commerce to take care of the injured. Even if they didn't take any prisoners, their speed was too terrifying." In the middle of the second day, after confirming that the Blue Demon Gang was in the gang, Xiaoming brought XVI and 2 early-stage True Energy Realm Vice-Commanders to break into the Blue Demon Gang's base. After 17 displayed his invincible might and killed 2 experts in succession, the Blue Fiend Old Ghost finally made his move. Even though he was a late-stage True Energy Realm veteran, he was still suppressed by 17's heavy sword. 17 was no longer the immature youth he used to be. His battle experience was not inferior to the Blue Demon Gang's leader, and he cultivated the mid-level profound level art, Blood River art. His martial skills and footwork were all above his opponents. Adding on his innate strength and the Crimson Blood Demon Sword's feedback, the Blue Demon Gang's leader was at a complete disadvantage against XVI. Adding on Xiaoming, a mid-stage True Energy Realm expert, the Blue Demon Gang's defeat was almost certain. The other 2 early-stage True Energy Realm Vice-Commanders helped them deal with the Blue Demon Gang's small fries and release the signal. Fireworks bloomed that day. The city guards of Molan City and Redbud City soon arrived and surrounded the Blue Demon Gang's base. It was 17's request to have the Molan City's city guards appear after they delayed the Blue Demon Gang's leader. After all, the Blue Demon Gang was a veteran gang in Mulin City. They would be idiots if they didn't plant spies among the city guards. Before attacking the Blue Demon Gang, only one of Xiaoming's most trusted vice commanders knew of the news. The reason they gathered the city guards in advance was that a demonic expert had infiltrated Mulin City and they needed to be on guard. The fiendish aura field was activated, and a blood-red aura instantly enveloped the Blue Demon Gang. Behead him. Blue Demon looked at the silver-masked man in front of him in astonishment and touched the line of blood on his neck. He didn't dare believe it. He was only stunned for a moment. Xvii sheathed his sword and stood in front of the Blue Demon Gang's corpse, not moving for a long time. He was experiencing it. Just now, he seemed to have grasped something. That feeling was mysterious and incomparably familiar. Around them, the city guards were like wolves and tigers, killing the Blue Demon Gang members. The sounds of weapons clashing, cries of surprise, curses, and screams, all seemed to be illusory. It was as if he was the only person in the entire world. His heart was as cold as ice, as if it had already become numb. Only when he heard the faint screams before death did he feel some excitement. Those who sensed that they were still alive, a master from the Blue Demon Gang looked at the silver-masked man with hatred. He quickly rushed toward 17, but as soon as he reached 17, he was beheaded. Before he died, he glanced at the other party unwillingly. The other party still did not open his eyes. Xiaoming looked at Xvii in shock. There was jealousy, regret, and disappointment in his eyes. In the end, he sighed deeply and stood not far away from 17 to protect him. Xiaoming understood that from today onwards, Chen Pengfei's path to the Xiantian realm would be smooth sailing. If he did not fall, the military would definitely produce another innate rancor. When the battle was about to end, Xvii opened her eyes. He thanked, "Thank you for just now, Commander." Xiaoming naturally looked at the other party's expression. He felt that Chen Pengfei had a faint smile on his face, and there was another meaning in his words. Xiaoming could not see 17's expression clearly through the mask. "Bai Hu Chen, you're too serious. Epiphanies can only be found by chance. In such a situation, how could I not help?" Xiaoming laughed. "With this epiphany, Bai Hu Chen can become an innate rancor." "Thank you for your kind words, Commander." 17's words were not polite at all. But Xiaoming did not care. He was more worried that the other party would hold a grudge against him. Chen Pengfei's reputation in the entire Blackwater Prefecture was not good. After the battle ended, the city guards led by Xvii did not suffer too many losses. Xvii had told them in advance to let the city guards of Mulin City go first. If there was danger, they could run. If there was trouble, they could hide. After all, there were more city guards in Mulin City. They also carried out 17's orders very well. The spoils of war were counted until the next morning. In the afternoon, when Xiaoming handed over 200 purple crystal coins, 300 low-grade spirit stones, and more than 10 martial arts manuals to 17, the 17th was shocked, but with his current shrewdness, he did not show it at all. "Commander, this is your share of the spoils of war." Xiaoming laughed. "This time, if it wasn't for Brother Chen's help, all of our city guards would not have been able to hold the Blue Demon Old Ghost back. This time, Brother Chen, you are the hero. It seems to be a little too much? There is also a gift from Brother Chen, please accept it. I will also send Brother Chen's share later." Xvii did not know how much Xiaoming's gift was, but it should be quite a lot. Being called Brother Chen, Xvii did not dislike it at all. If every Brother Chen gave him gifts like this, he would want the whole world to be his Brother Chen. He knew Xiaoming's concerns. Last night, the Blue Demon Gang's master who rushed in front of him while he was comprehending was probably the result of Xiaoming's purposeful indulgence. That Blue Demon Gang's master was at the peak of the Qi-Hai realm. Xiaoming was not far away. If he wanted to stop him, how could he not be stopped? Most of the gifts in front of him were probably Xiaoming's compensation. He hoped that this matter could be resolved. Xvii did not make Xiaoming wait for too long. He replied directly, "All right, I will accept it." Xvii could kill Xiaoming, but Xiaoming was the commander of Mulin City's city guards. Xvii did not want to pay the price that he might have to pay. Good, Brother Chen is straightforward enough. Xiaoming's heart was relieved, and he smiled easily. XVI was arranged to stay in Xiaoming's house. In the room, he carefully counted all the spoils of war. XVI was very satisfied. The spoils of war this time were very plentiful. It had already surpassed the spoils of war when he killed his way to the Forbidden City. After all, he was only one person at that time. It was already not easy for him to kill all the forces. How could he have the time to carefully search for treasures? In the evening, the Xiao family's servant brought the 17th to eat. But what surprised XVI was that there were only 4 people at the table. One was a beautiful woman around 30 years old. She should be Xiaoming's wife. There was also a young girl. She was tall and had an aquiline nose. Her appearance was not bad. She had wheat-colored skin and a healthy red complexion. She should be a warrior. She sat at the table. When XVI entered, she secretly peeked at XVI a few times. This is my daughter Xiaoli. Her talent is not bad. She is 16 years old and is already a Qi-Hai warrior. Xiaoming smiled and introduced, of course, she is far from you. N. At the table, XVI was a bit quiet. He was relying on Xiaoming to liven up the atmosphere. After the meal, XVI left. There were only 3 Xiao family members left at the table. Xiaoming's wife asked softly, "Do you think this will work?" Xiaoming shook his head regretfully, "He didn't even look at me during the meal." "How can it work?" Xiaoli put down her chopsticks angrily and said, "Humph, he is wearing a mask. He might be ugly." "I don't care." Xiaoming said with a straight face, "Don't say such things in the future. Remember, even if you are unhappy, don't appear in front of him. If you anger him, then don't blame me for not acknowledging you as my daughter." Xiaoming's tone was very serious. When XVI saw Zhouyiran again, the first thing Zhouyiran said was, "Chen Pengfei, why are you back? Did the attack on the Black Dragon stronghold fail?" 17's mouth twitched, and he directly replied, "I have completed the mission. The Black Dragon stronghold and the Blue Demon gang have all been killed." "Really?" Zhouyiran asked in disbelief. He clearly remembered that XVI was the first to leave Redbud City among all the city guards who participated in suppressing the bandits. Only 20 days had passed. It was slightly slower to go from Redbud City to Molan City. It would take more than 20 days to go back and forth. Of course it's true. The proof of military merit is outside. Killing innocent people is a serious crime. XVI said in a deep voice, "I guarantee it with my life." "That's good, that's good." Zhouyiran almost believed XVI. After all, if he really dared to kill innocent people, it would be easy to find out. Then rest for a few days and wait for orders. "Lord Qianhu, we agreed before that if I can quickly complete the mission on hand, you will give me more missions." In 17's heart, there was a sense of urgency to become stronger. He didn't want to stop, Zhouyiran smiled. He was gratified and helpless. If others didn't listen to his orders, he would be angry. But facing a subordinate like XVI who was working so hard, he couldn't be angry at all. So he persuaded, "Chen Pengfei, I know you just joined the city guards and are eager to make contributions. But after wiping out the Black Dragon stronghold, the 7-star bandits, and the Blue Demon gang, you probably don't have many men left, right? I need to report to the higher-ups and replenish your men. I only lost 16 people. It's fine if you don't replenish them for the time being." Zhouyiran said in disbelief, "What, 16 people?" "Yes, 10 people died in battle, and 3 were seriously injured and lost their ability to fight. I plan to eliminate the other 3. They are not suitable to work under me." Those 3 people were all soldiers who couldn't adapt to the murderous aura of XVI. They couldn't distinguish between friend and foe in the evil aura field, so XVI could only give up on them. After more than 20 years of training, the overall strength of the warriors under my command has not decreased. Instead, it has increased by quite a lot. XVI continued, "Not long ago, when we were exterminating the Black Dragon stronghold, I was lucky enough to break through and am now a true energy realm intermediate stage martial artist." Lucky breakthrough? Zhouyiran looked at the ridiculously young XVI and said slowly, "Okay, but you have to take your men and rest for 2 days. I will give you another 16 men. 2 days later, I will send you out to help others according to the situation. Many thanks, Lord Qianhu. Xbii was already very satisfied to be able to get the mission. Moreover, he didn't think that the city guards would be able to eliminate all the bandits in 2 days. The Redbud City's city guards were indeed very strong, but that was only if they weren't spread out. After Xbii left, Zhou Ran pondered for a long time and sighed, the younger generation will surpass us in time. He gave the 17th fewer missions not only because he was a newbie, but also because he wanted to grind his spirit. The Black Dragon Stronghold and the Blue Demon Gang were both tough bones. Zhou Ran didn't expect that Xbii would be able to take down 2 small factions so easily. Originally, he was waiting for Xbii to ask him for help when he couldn't take down the Black Dragon Stronghold. That afternoon, 1716 soldiers arrived. Xbii only took one look and knew that the Lord Qian who gave him were all good seedlings. None of them were older than 20 years old. The strongest was at the early stage of the Qi High realm, and the weakest was at the peak of the Qi condensation realm. All of them were strong and didn't look like they were weak. Xbii brought them to start their adaptive training. The remaining veterans didn't need to undergo adaptive training anymore. Being stimulated by the murderous aura too many times wasn't a good thing. How long do you think those recruits can last under the Lord Qianhu's murderous aura? The veterans who finished their training smiled and stood in the distance, pointing at a group of recruits. I bet half of them will run away. Maybe they'll pee themselves. Let me tell you a secret, Chen Ergu peed himself the first time. I didn't even know at that time. When I returned to the tent, I saw that kid changing his pants. And then? What else can there be? The veteran didn't understand at first, but when he saw the smirk on the face of the person next to him, he suddenly understood. Then, he kicked him and shouted with a red face, "Get lost, I like women." The veteran's eyes were full of evil, making the recruits feel a deep sense of malice. Xbii didn't waste the 2 days. He bought the herbs to practice the bronze body forging technique. Based on his previous foundation, he practiced the bronze body forging technique to completion. After mastering the copper body tempering art, his skin had a faint bronze color. He felt that his strength and physical defense had increased by another level. He planned to continue using the remaining herbs between missions, so that he could practice the bronze body forging technique to completion as soon as possible. He came to the training field and went straight for the 2 largest iron locks. Grabbing them with both hands, he took a deep breath. Relying on the strength of his body, 17 slowly lifted the 2 iron locks that weighed 1,000 pounds. He lifted them above his head, then shook his head in disappointment. They were a bit too light. The iron locks on the training field really didn't suit him. He threw the iron locks on the ground. With a loud bang, both the veterans and the recruits shrank their necks. Not long after Xbii left, Xianxia sneaked to the iron locks. He grabbed one of the iron locks with both hands and tried to lift it up, but the iron lock didn't move at all. "Lao Xiong, what are you doing?" Wu Guang came over and asked with a smile. Xianxia's face turned red. He immediately stood up and said, "I just want to try." "Why don't you try too?" "Forget it, I don't have the strength of a Baihu." Xbii met Zhou Ran again. This time, Zhou Ran didn't refuse. He directly gave 17 a mission to help Wang Luan, Wang Dongfeng, and Lu Hongjie attack the Black Iron Castle. Wang Luan, Wang Dongfeng, and Lu Hongjie are all early-stage true energy realm martial artists. They aren't weak, but the Tai brothers of the Black Iron Castle are also very strong. Their eldest brother, Tai Yun, is a middle-stage true energy realm martial artist. Furthermore, the Black Iron Castle's defense is very tight. They have been attacking for more than 10 days without any success. What happens after you help them attack the Black Iron Castle? You can choose a mission from each of them. You can ask them to help you, or you can do it alone. There's no punishment for failure. Zhou Ran said with a smile. What if they don't want to? Xbii knew that stealing other people's missions was sometimes a taboo. Military merits were very important to every officer. Xbii needed to use military merits to exchange for a supplementary cultivation technique that could calm the mind. The Redbud City was backed by the Redbud Army. Soldiers who went crazy and killed on the cruel battlefield needed similar cultivation techniques. There was no reason why he couldn't exchange for one. Once he exchanged for the cultivation technique that XVII needed, his strength would increase by another level. He could also temporarily suppress the hidden injuries in his body. Just say that it's my order. Zhou Ran looked at XVII and said, "This mission is very important to the commander and the city lord. Our progress is a bit slow." Fort Black Iron was originally called Fengyun Village. It was located within the jurisdiction of Jiuyun City. Originally, Fengyun Village was just an ordinary mountain village. Because it was often attacked by bandits, a retired sergeant named Tai proposed the idea of building a fort here. The entire village supported it. The fort built by Fengyun Village was continuously improved and strengthened by generations of people. After successfully resisting the bandits several times, it attracted many civilians nearby to join in. Later, it was renamed Fort Black Iron. The Castle of Black Iron followed the example of an ordinary army. During the non-farming season, they organized hunters and strong farmers to undergo military training to deal with the bandits. Their original intention was good, but as the overall strength of the Castle of Black Iron continued to increase, the ambition of the Castle of Black Iron's lord, Tai Yun, also continued to grow. Not long ago, the city guards of Jiuyun City discovered that Fort Black Iron had been secretly robbing caravans in recent years. Their methods were well hidden. If not for someone luckily escaping and recognizing that the leader was the Fort Black Iron lord, no one would have thought that Fort Black Iron had become the new bandits. This time, the military decided to eliminate the hidden dangers in the rear. Fort Black Iron was naturally on the list. After 6 days of rapid marching, XVII finally met the three Baihu, Wang Luan, Wang Dongfeng, and Lu Hongjie. The three Baihu were all warriors in the early stage of the true energy realm. Among them, the oldest was Wang Luan, who was in his 50s. The youngest was Lu Hongjie, who was in his 40s. As warriors, if they didn't have any fortuitous encounters, they would have reached the end of their martial path. After meeting, they were somewhat resistant to 17's arrival. After all, this was a signal that the Qianhu was dissatisfied with their progress. XVII didn't care about their resistance. He was here to annoy people. Fort Black Iron was a tough nut to crack. The three Baihu and 300 city guards of Redbud City had besieged Fort Black Iron for more than 10 days without any progress. Speaking of this, Lu Hongjie was full of complaints. The Tai brothers had been holed up in Fort Black Iron all this time. They didn't fight us directly. I don't know when they recruited a group of experts and prepared many strong crossbows. We didn't know at first and suffered a great loss when we attacked. It's like a turtle shell. Little brother Chen, you really made the wrong choice to come here. Lu Hongjie's words made 17 quite unhappy in her heart. I've already wiped out the Black Dragon Stronghold, the Seven Stars Bandits, and the Blue Demon Gang. Is the Black Iron Stronghold much stronger than the Black Dragon Stronghold? You don't know. I don't know which bastard leaked the information. When we were near Castle of Black Iron had already been prepared. XVII waved her hand with a cold face and said, I don't want to listen to nonsense. You can save these words for Qianhu. I'm now a middle-stage true energy realm martial artist. When we surrounded the Blue Demon Gang, the late-stage true energy realm Blue Demon Old Ghost was killed by me. Lu Hongjie clenched his fists, his face flushed red. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't. He turned to look at the other two Baihu. Wang Luan, who was the oldest, asked, Let me first congratulate Baihu Chen for improving your strength. However, I wonder what plans Baihu Chen has. The plan is very simple. I'll rush in and kill the Tai brothers. You guys take advantage of the chaos to attack. Humph, I thought it was some powerful plan. Lu Hongjie snorted coldly. XVII squinted at Lu Hongjie and said, Calmly, there's no need for a plan to deal with the Black Iron Stronghold. Only the weak need to think of other ways to make up for the gap between them and the strong. What do you mean? That's exactly what it means. XVII suddenly reached out and grabbed Lu Hongjie's neck with her big hand, lifting him up. XVII stared at his bloodshot eyes and said word by word, What I mean is, you're too weak. Do you understand now? 17's eyes were red. Her murderous aura instantly wrapped around Lu Hongjie. Lu Hongjie only felt cold all over and didn't even dare to resist. His intuition told him that if he really attacked, he might die. In the end, Xvii put Lu Hongjie down. Lu Hongjie took a few steps back, his face pale. He stared at Xvii angrily but didn't dare to attack. He could only look at the other two colleagues for help. If the other two joined forces with him, no matter how arrogant the other party was, they wouldn't dare to be presumptuous. I'm sorry, everyone. Maybe it's because I've been breaking through too fast recently. There's something wrong with my state. Xvii covered her forehead and said apologetically, everything I see is blood red. I want to stab everyone I see. I'm not in a good mental state. Wang Luan and Wang Dongfeng looked at each other. They both felt the strong murderous aura. Bai Huchen's state was indeed like a sign of qi deviation or a state of mind that was affected by the cultivation of the devil path. Then Wang Luan said, it's okay. Bai Hulu doesn't mean any harm. He's just a little impulsive. This attack. I'll leave it to you. Thank you for your support. I'll do my best. Wang Dongfeng laughed heartily, haha, with Bai Huchen's help, breaking through the Black Iron stronghold is just around the corner. Only Lu Hongjie didn't speak. But his opinion was no longer important to Xvii. If he dared to play any tricks when attacking the Black Iron stronghold, Xvii would definitely report it to Zhou Qianhu. As soon as night fell, Xvii entered the Black Iron stronghold. Although the second half of the night was the most tiring time, Xvii didn't want to wait. Firstly, time was tight. Secondly, it wasn't that the city guards hadn't attacked in the second half of the night. They were fully prepared but it didn't work. The Black Iron stronghold was built halfway up the mountain. The entire Black Iron stronghold was deeply embedded in the mountain rocks. She found the largest house in the center of the stronghold. The house was brightly lit. She directly entered and saw 3 strong men. Judging from their aura, they were all masters of the Black Iron stronghold. The masters of the Black Iron stronghold almost didn't hesitate. They drew their weapons and rushed towards 17. Evil aura 20%. Xvii raised the red blood heavy sword and rushed towards the other party at the same time. With a sweep of the sword, Xvii was almost invincible. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The rapid sound of a bell echoed in the Black Iron stronghold. Xvii was almost unstoppable in the Black Iron stronghold. Wherever the heavy sword passed, no one could stand. The constant slaughter made his eyes turn red like a demon god, pulling out the crossbow arrow on his back and killing a master of the Black Iron stronghold. The familiar pleasure came, and the wound on his back healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. With a backhand swing, the crossbow arrow killed its original owner. Where are the Iron Brothers? Xvii stepped on the piled-up corpses on the ground and shouted. His rough voice echoed throughout the Black Iron stronghold. He glared fiercely at the bandits of the Black Iron stronghold not far away. Those people retreated, and a few of them even ran away. He caught a bandit and asked, "Tell me, where are the Iron Brothers?" The bandit's face was pale and his whole body was trembling. Just when Xvii was about to lose his patience, he trembled and pointed at 17's feet. 17 looked at the corpse under his feet and frowned slightly. He seemed to have some impression. The corpse under his feet was the strongest among the people who besieged him just now. A stench came, and Xvii slapped the bandit in his hand away. After Xvii broke into the castle of Black Iron and killed all the Tai brothers, the castle of Black Iron, which had lost its leader, was in complete chaos. The warriors in the castle lost their morale and the attack of the city guards was almost unresisted. After capturing the captives and cleaning up the battlefield, the sky was already bright. Seeing that the other 3 Baihu were counting the spoils of war, Xvii volunteered to deal with the captives. When he reappeared, his body was dyed with a layer of red. His military boots seemed to have been filled with water. Every step he took, there would be a strange sound. Every step left a bloody footprint. Wang Luan saw the suffocating murderous aura on Xvii and asked doubtfully, "Bai Hu Chen, did you fight just now? Did anyone escape from the castle of Black Iron?" "No, I just went to deal with the captives." Before Wang Luan could continue to ask, Lu Hongjie rushed over and asked angrily, "Bai Hu Chen, why did you kill all the captives?" He was trying very hard to control his emotions. Wang Luan and Wang Dongfeng looked at XVI in a daze. They remembered that there were a lot of captives in the castle of Black Iron, hundreds of people. XVI said flatly, they are all bandits. What's wrong with executing bandits? But we said at that time that those who surrender will not be killed. That's what you said. I don't remember saying that at that time. XVI smiled and said indifferently, I'm doing this for your own good. What's the use of keeping the captives? It's completely useless. The captives will only slow down our march and consume our energy. Lord Qianhu is already very dissatisfied with our progress. There are so many ordinary people among the captives. Don't you feel guilty at all? Guilty of what? XVI asked back, I was just ordered to suppress the bandits. They are all bandits. Wang Luan stood up at this time to smooth things over. Lu Hongjia, don't say that. Bai Huchen is right. Now we have to hurry up and finish the task. It's good that the captives are dead. It can save us some time and let us free up. Wang Dongfeng also said, yes, the captives are dead anyway. It's useless to say more. Seeing his two colleagues standing on Chen Pengfei's side, Lu Hongjia was furious. But no matter how angry he was, he could only hold it in. Seeing that no one mentioned the captives anymore, XVI conveyed Zhou Yiran's order and asked the three Baihu to give up a mission. Wang Luan and Wang Dongfeng agreed almost without hesitation. Lu Hongjia naturally didn't dare to object. After thanking the three Baihu, XVI left with more than 100 men. After 17 left, Lu Hongjia finally could not hold it in any longer. He complained desperately, Baihu Wang, look at how arrogant that brat is. You are all old subordinates of Lord Qianhu. How can you tolerate him? Wang Luan looked at Lu Hongjia and said, if you really want to find trouble with him, then go by yourself. I won't participate. Wang Dongfeng also waved his hand and said, don't look at me, I'm not going either. Lu Hongjia said angrily, if you continue to endure like this, aren't you afraid that others will shit and piss on your head? Even if he shit and piss on my head, I'll endure it. Wang Luan didn't even think about it and replied directly. Lu Hongjia was so angry that he almost choked to death by Wang Luan's words. Wang Dongfeng said from the side, Hongjia, don't blame me for not reminding you. Don't provoke Bai Huchen in the future. He's not a generous person. Silver Mask, Chen Pengfei, True Energy Realm Middle Stage, killing people without blinking. Didn't you think of anything? In the next 2 months, XVI led more than 100 men and made a name for himself in the entire Blackwater Prefecture again. Almost none of the targets of 17's missions were left alive. Even a bystander would not be able to bear to see such a scene, even if 17's enemies were all bandits and bandits, gangs that weren't officially registered, but because of his ruthless style, he became a character that children would stop crying. There were many demonic experts who were stronger than him, but only XVI could kill so unscrupulously in Blackwater Prefecture and not be hunted down by the righteous families. After all, he wore the Southern Cloud Nation's military uniform and obeyed the military's orders. The Blackwater Prefecture's military's control was extremely strong, second only to the capital. Without deep-rooted hatred, the sex experts wouldn't touch him at all. After all, the losses outweighed the gains. After a series of battles, the 100 soldiers led by XVI also grew rapidly. Perhaps it was because of the excessive killing, or the subtle influence of the baleful aura field, the strength of those soldiers increased very quickly. The murderous aura on their bodies was much thicker than that of ordinary soldiers. Under the leadership of XVI, they eliminated nearly 10 small forces. They almost didn't encounter any failures and their losses were also extremely low. The continuous victories made every soldier full of confidence. Many soldiers even began to madly worship the Bai Huchen who brought them victories. After 3 months of suppressing bandits, when XVI counted his gains, he was somewhat in disbelief. He obtained a mystic level low-grade cultivation technique, a mystic level low-grade sword technique, and a mystic level low-grade cultivation technique that XVI had always dreamed of. As for the other yellow-level cultivation techniques and martial skills, he stuffed them into a small wooden box. These were all copied and preserved by him. He handed over the original copies to the military and also gave a copy of the mystic level cultivation technique and martial skill to Zhou Qianhu. Zhou Qianhu didn't reject 17's good intentions. At that time, Zhou Qianhu was in a very good mood. He was the first Qianhu to complete all the missions. After receiving the order from the messenger, all the Baihu to Qianhu tents gathered. In front of all the other Baihu, Zhou Yiran praised 17 fiercely. Wang Luan also laughed and said, Chen Baihu is now very famous in Blackwater Prefecture. My last mission was to attack the Divine Wind stronghold. At the time, it was very difficult to fight. I was angry and shouted at the Divine Wind stronghold's entrance that the Divine Wind stronghold was very strong and that I couldn't beat them. I was going to ask Chen Pengfei for help. Guess what happened? What happened? XBII also looked at Baihu Wang curiously. That night, the second leader of the Divine Wind camp contacted me and hoped that I wouldn't contact Baihu Chen. They were willing to betray their leader and open the gate to let us in. They only hoped that we wouldn't meet Baihu Chen and give the other people in the camp a chance to live. Wang Luan laughed and said, in the end, the Divine Wind camp was taken down. XBII didn't know if Baihu Wang's story was true or not. Let's just assume it was true for now. After the meeting, Zhou Yiran asked XBII to stay. The other Baihu looked at the 17th enviously. XBII then noticed Lu Hongjia's back and quickly disappeared at the gate. She didn't notice him just now. Only Zhou Yiran and XBII were left in the tent. Zhou Yiran said, Baihu Chen, other Baihu reported to me that you got them drunk, and then killed all their captives. I was just trying to lighten their burden. Zhou Yiran rubbed his forehead and said, let's not talk about this for now. Don't do it again in the future. After all, we're all colleagues. Yes, sir. How could there be such a good thing in the future? After this purge, the bandits in Blackwater Prefecture wouldn't be able to recover for 10 years. Also, what's going on with the Su family? I want to hear from you. When I was purging the Whitestone Mountain bandits, the Su family jumped out to stop our city guards. So I think the Su family is colluding with the Whitestone Mountain bandits. XBII continued, I told this to the commander of the city guards in Qingfeng City. He also thought that there was something wrong with the Su family, so we went to the Su family. They didn't cooperate with the investigation and even attacked us first, so we did it. Anyway, the Su family was all dead, so XBII could say whatever he wanted. The commander of the Windy City's city guards would not say anything. After all, he had received enough benefits. Humph. Most of the aristocratic families and sects are the cancer of the country. Zhou Yiran's tone was quite dissatisfied with the aristocratic families and sects, and there was a murderous aura when he talked about them. It's just a small family, and they dare to obstruct our actions. So what if they are destroyed? XBII knew that this matter was over. Right, I heard that you not only broke through, but also comprehended the concept? Comprehending the concept of the attribute is completely a fluke. Don't talk to me about those empty words, show it to me. XBII did not refuse. Holding the hilt of his sword, a trace of blood flashed in his eyes, and a tyrannical murderous aura enveloped the entire tent. Zhou Yiran instantly lost his mind, and a crazy bloody and chaotic aura, something called fear gripped his heart. The murderous aura quickly faded, and the surrounding air was no longer oppressive, as if everything just now was a dream. Zhou Yiran took a deep breath, looked at XBII and asked, what you comprehended should be the slaughter concept, right? Yes. Very good, very good. Zhou Yiran looked at XBII with envious eyes and said, even in our military, masters who can comprehend the slaughter concept are very rare. XBII asked with some doubts, military masters, are there very few people who can comprehend the slaughter concept? In 17's view, soldiers were born to kill, and only in killing could they comprehend the slaughter concept. In this regard, soldiers should have a great advantage, Zhou Yiran said helplessly. Without extraordinary talent, it is not easy to comprehend the slaughter concept. Do you really think it is that easy to comprehend the slaughter concept? Let me tell you, a concept is actually a double-edged sword. Not only will it increase your strength, but it will also gradually affect your personality. It just so happens that the concept of slaughter that you've comprehended is one of those concepts that are extremely difficult to comprehend and control. A normal concept doesn't have a high requirement for the user's willpower. Even if your personality changes, it won't cause too much trouble. But for the concept of slaughter, it has an extremely harsh requirement for the user's willpower. I've seen the spirit concentration art you gave me. It's a rare black level mid-grade auxiliary cultivation technique, and it's exactly what you need. I have to say, your luck is really good. If you really wanted to exchange for a black level mid-grade auxiliary cultivation technique like the spirit concentration art, I'm afraid that even if you spent all your military merits, it wouldn't be enough. Thank you for your reminder. Zhou Ran sat back in his chair and said, "What's there to thank me for? I'm someone who hasn't comprehended a concept, so for me to talk about concepts to someone who has comprehended a concept. Speaking of which, it's really funny. Right now, I shouldn't be your opponent anymore. With your military merits, it's enough for you to be promoted." Zhou Ran thought for a moment, then stared at Xvii and said, "Our Redbud City's city guards can be considered as the reserve army of the Redbud Army. We have some rare resources, martial skills, and skills in the Southern Cloud Kingdom. I know that you're someone who can't stay idle, so I suggest that you exchange all your military merits and consolidate your strength." Back in the tent, 17 flipped open the spirit concentration art. There were a few drops of dried blood on the pages of the spirit concentration art. That was the blood of the Su family. After reading the spirit concentration art carefully, he roughly understood why the Su family's heir, who had jumped out and accused him of killing the innocent and was only at the peak of the Qi Hai realm, could remain calm under his killing intent. The spirit concentration art was a mystic level mid-level support skill. It had almost no actual combat power, but it could allow a warrior to focus his mind and increase his mental strength. Especially for warriors who had been killing for a long time, the spirit concentration art had a miraculous effect. This was because the creator of the spirit concentration art was a master of the demon Tao who had been troubled by a strong killing intent. A strong killing intent could cause many enemies to turn pale, but a strong killing intent could also cause a warrior to fall into a desperate situation. Xvii was an example. The killing intent on his body had already invaded his body and merged with his qi, affecting his personality. If it went one step further, it could invade his mind and affect his mind. He couldn't even answer the math questions that Master Jianling gave him. He didn't want to turn into a completely out-of-control beast before he met Lan Yanlin. Calming his mind, Xvii quickly entered into a state of cultivation. In the military merit office, Xvii looked at the 2,300 military merits and then looked at the exchange list. He was in a dilemma. More than 2,300 military merits, including the mystic grade cultivation technique and martial skill that he had submitted. Is there anything to recommend? Xvii directly asked the young officer in front of him. The young officer said carefully, "What does Bai Huchen need?" 17's fierce name was known by almost all the city guards in Redbud City. In this bandit suppression operation, his military merits had already surpassed several Qianhu and entered the top 3. Xvii thought for a moment and said, "Body tempering skill." Among the skills he learned, only the body tempering skill wasn't at the mystic level. He really couldn't tolerate this. How about the silver body tempering skill? Hearing the name of the skill, 17's eyes lit up. He immediately said, "I'll take it." Mystic level low-level silver body tempering skill is also the best among all the body tempering skills of the same level. It requires 1,000 military merits. Exchange. Since there was a mystic level low-level silver body tempering skill here, then is there a mystic level low-level flash step? That too. The young officer nodded affirmatively. If he was asked about yellow-level skills, he might not be able to answer. However, he remembered mystic-level skills and skills very clearly. Ever since he started working in the military merit department, he would stare at the names of mystic-level skills and skills almost every day, drooling and fantasizing in his mind. How many military merits do I need? 100 military merits. Exchange. After the exchange, he only had 200 military merits left. He became a poor man again. However, he also desired the mystic level low-level flash step. Flash step was full of explosive power and could allow him to suddenly close in on the enemy in a short period of time. It was very suitable for his fighting style. "Baihu sir, do you want to quickly increase your strength?" Xvii looked at the young officer. He seemed to be hinting at something. "I have a good recommendation. It can let your physical strength increase rapidly." Most importantly, if you are ruthless enough to yourself, the cost is very low. Tell me. If you can satisfy me, this is yours. XBII took out a purple crystal coin. The purple light was dazzling. Our Redbud City has a training room specially opened for soldiers who practice body tempering skills. It is called the Inferno Body Tempering Room. It has a miraculous effect on tempering a martial artist's body. It only costs 50 military merits to enter once. After you come out, any injuries to your body will be completely healed by Redbud City. Is it really that good? Then why haven't I heard of it? The young officer smiled and said, I heard that people who have entered the Inferno Body Tempering Room said that the pain is simply unbearable. It is as if there are really flames burning your body. Those who dare to enter once almost all dare to enter a second time. The longer you last, the stronger the effect. However, if you can't endure the pain and come out after a few minutes, 50 military merits would be wasted. It is not worth it. Therefore, fewer and fewer people went there later. But I feel that you are different, Officer Chen. You can definitely last longer than them. Is there anything else I need to pay attention to in the Inferno Body Tempering Room? The warrior in the Inferno Body Tempering Room must remain conscious. Only with a clear mind will the Inferno Body Tempering Room be effective. If one faints, the formation in the Body Tempering Room will automatically shut down. The young officer said softly, the Inferno Body Tempering Room was excavated from the ruins. Even the formation masters in the army didn't understand the principles behind it. Okay, this is yours. XVII threw the purple crystal coin to the young officer and said, I'll come back in a few days. Take me there. No problem, Officer Chen. One day later, 17 had reached the beginner level of the art of concentration. The influence of the murderous aura in his body on 17 had decreased a little. He could barely open his baleful aura field to 30%. He had finally gotten rid of the constant influence of the murderous aura. XVII didn't relax. He put aside the newly acquired flash steps and silver body tempering technique and bought a large amount of ice spirit pills in Redbud City. He took the time to train the art of concentration. Half a month later, when XVII opened his eyes were clear and his mind was clear. He felt that his mental state was better than ever. The art of concentration reached the beginner level. The killing intent in 17's body reduced the effect on him again. He estimated that the killing intent field could be opened to 50%. He laid on the bed and actually fell into a deep sleep. He slept until the sun rose. Opening the tent, he looked at the snow outside the tent and laughed to himself. I didn't find an excuse to exterminate the Su family in vain. Originally, if the Su family members jumped out and scolded him, they wouldn't be exterminated. Unfortunately, the Chi-Hai Su family member performed too well in front of 17's killing intent. Even with 20% of the killing intent field, he could remain calm. This made the 17th very surprised. After he captured the Su family member, he interrogated him about the secret of not being affected by the killing intent field. In the end, he got the mystic level middle level support type technique art of concentration. The other party had cultivated half of the art of concentration and had almost reached the level of mastery. Therefore, XVII, who was in desperate need of this kind of cultivation method, turned his attention to the Su family. He joined forces with the commander of the Qingfeng city and quickly came to an agreement. They would assign a crime to the Su family, exterminate them, and divide the Su family's property equally. Bai Hu Chen, Lord Qianhu has ordered you to meet him. All right. Seeing Zhou Qianhu, 17 knew why he asked him to come over. The Redbud Army has suffered losses on the front lines and needs to replenish their forces. Our city guard needs to send 2,000 elites to the battlefield and enter the army. The Lord Commander intends for you to go to the front lines. What do you think? Zhou Yiran thought for a moment before saying, if you don't want to go, then Lord Commander won't force you. He thinks highly of you. I'll go. XVII said without hesitation. Almost all the bandits and gangs in Blackwater Prefecture with some power had been wiped out. If he continued to stay in the city guards, he would not be able to find any way to quickly increase his strength. Moreover, his original intention of becoming a soldier was to go to the battlefield. Good boy, I knew I didn't misjudge you. Zhou Ran fiercely slapped 17's shoulder. You're vicious enough. Ruthless enough. You're born to be a soldier. If you go to the Redbud Army, you definitely won't lose face for our city guards. 17 smiled embarrassedly. Was he praising him? On the battlefield, you have to let those black blood country butchers take a good look. Let them know that our southern cloud country's warriors aren't made of mud. We also have blood. Lord Qianhu, this subordinate understands. Zhou Ran nodded. When it came to ruthlessness, Zhen Pengfei was definitely at the top. Everyone in Blackwater Prefecture could testify, the nickname Blood Hand Human Butcher wasn't a bluff, but a pile of skulls. If it wasn't for his identity as a city guard, Zhou Ran believed that the other party would definitely do more outrageous things. Chen Pengfei could always maintain self-control. This was the reason why the Lord Commander thought highly of him. Lord Qianhu, can I bring my subordinates to the front lines this time? Since you want to go, of course they have to go with you. Zhou Ran smiled and said, I know you can't bear to part with the men you trained. Don't worry, when you go to the Redbud Army, your position will also be a Baihu. Your brothers will still be under your command. Thank you, Lord Qianhu. No need to thank me. You risked your life to fight for this. Zhou Ran smiled and then asked doubtfully, I heard that you trained your subordinates very well. Some people even said that when your subordinates were suppressing bandits, they were like a group of lunatics. The last time I went to your place, I felt that your subordinates were indeed well trained. Their strength also increased a lot faster than the recruits of the same batch. However, their mental state was quite normal. XVII said with a smile that wasn't a smile, that's what Lord Qianhu looked like when he wasn't suppressing bandits. Even I was a little scared when I saw him. Ha ha ha. Lord Qianhu laughed and said, yes, soldiers should be like this. Zhou Ran asked in a low voice, also, the Lord Commander wanted me to ask you, do you have a secret method to condense killing intent? Indeed, I do. XVII didn't hide it and directly answered. XVII would never tell the secret that the killing intent field came from the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. On the battlefield, he couldn't not use it. He could only take it head-on. The Lord Commander means, can you hand over this secret method to condense killing intent? Zhou Ran said in a low voice, don't worry, the Lord Commander will give you a satisfactory compensation. Finally, it was time. XVII knew that this day would come. He said firmly, I can't. Then forget it. Zhou Ran was a little disappointed. Thank you, Lord Qianhu, for your understanding. I understand. The military couldn't force soldiers to hand over their own unique martial arts techniques. This was the bottom line of every warrior who joined the military. He was now a city guard officer, not a servant of the Lan family. Then you can leave. Remember to leave in 10 days. Zhou Ran wasn't angry. His tone was just a little disappointed. This made the 17th somewhat satisfied. He asked with a smile, I don't know if the Lord Commander is interested in my master's Blood River Art and Blood King Fist technique. They are both mid-grade black-level martial arts techniques. I think he should be interested. A mid-grade black-level martial arts technique was enough to become a legacy martial arts technique of a first-rate aristocratic family. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't interested. Whether it was the military, aristocratic families, or sex, they had been working hard to collect all kinds of high-level martial arts techniques for many years. The Blood River Art and Blood King Fist technique that XVII threw out were enough to make the military pay attention. In this world, sectarian bias was a very serious phenomenon. Not everyone had the courage to take out their own unique martial arts techniques, especially profound grade martial arts techniques. What do you want? A mid-grade black-level sword technique, a mid-grade black-level body forging technique, and a black-level movement technique. Blood River Art was a mid-grade black-level martial arts technique. Martial arts techniques were always more valuable than martial arts techniques. It wasn't too much to exchange for 2 martial arts techniques of the same level. In addition, XVII had just asked Jian Lingchen how for permission to take out Blood River Art and Blood King Fist technique. As a transmigrator and part-time Jianling, would Chen Hao have a sectarian bias and keep it to himself? Definitely not. Xianxia was born in the era of information explosion, so he was extremely open-minded on this point. Besides, Blood River art and Blood King Fist arts were given to him by others. He was a child who sold his grandfather's land, so he didn't feel bad. As for whether XVI would be surpassed by others if the black-level mid-grade martial arts techniques were leaked, that was definitely impossible. There was always a gap between people. In his original world, even if they studied the same textbook, some people could get full marks, but there were always people who couldn't even make it. The Blood River secret art and Blood King Fist arts were no different from textbooks. XVI was a youth who had a super cheat like him. Anyway, Xianxia couldn't wait for XVI to learn more high-level martial arts techniques. The commander of Redbud City was very trustworthy. On the second day, he specially sent a Xiantian expert to deliver the Mystic Class Mid-Grade Body Tempering Technique Golden Body Tempering Technique, the Mystic Class Mid-Grade Sword Technique Blood Demon Sword Technique, and the Mystic Class Mid-Grade Movement Technique Thunder Rush Steps to 17. After 17 spent an entire day memorizing the 3 martial skill movement techniques, he also took away 17's copied and appraised Blood River Technique and Blood King Fist Technique. Before leaving, the Khanate expert even warned the 17th, the martial arts techniques exchanged from the military are strictly prohibited from being leaked. Those who violate the rules will be hunted down by the military. Of course, XVI understood this point. In the next few days, XVI still worked hard on spirit concentration technique. The Ice Spirit Pill could protect the warrior's mind and was very effective in increasing the progress of cultivating spirit concentration technique. However, it was expensive. 200 gold coins for 1 pill. If he hadn't just made a windfall, he wouldn't have been able to afford it. After eating all the Ice Spirit pills, 17 spirit concentration technique was still far away from the realm of large success. Moreover, he could feel that the effect of the Ice Spirit Pill on the cultivation of spirit concentration technique was rapidly weakening. Mystic Ice Spirit Cleansing Pill? XVI thought of the price of the Profound Ice Spirit Purifying Pill and went crazy. The Ice Spirit Pill cost 200 gold coins, while the Mysterious Ice Spirit Clearing Pill cost 10 times as much, 2,000 gold coins for one. Of course, the effect was excellent. Even Mr. Jianling said that it was very effective. XVI could only watch helplessly as the money that he had painstakingly accumulated rapidly decreased. His heart ached terribly. When he went out, he had the urge to cover his face and rob Zhenbao Pavilion, but he couldn't afford to offend Zhenbao Pavilion. There were still 4 days before they left for the front line. At dawn, XVI went to the military merit office, found the young officer, crossed out 50 military merits, and followed him to the flame physical conditioning room. Ever since the Inferno body tempering chamber was opened, the highest record was 1 day and 1 night. I hope that Lord Baihu can break the previous record. If you faint, the formation will stop, and your life won't be in danger. Similarly, if you can't hold on any longer, you can come out directly. The young officer was very enthusiastic towards XVI, and introduced him to the precautions in the flame physical conditioning room in detail. There's a black stone pillar inside. If you slam it down, the formation will stop as well. Can I take medicinal pills? For example, the Mysterious Ice Spirit Clearing Pill. No need. Someone once took a medicinal pill that made him feel no pain all over his body. In the end, it didn't have any effect. The flame physical conditioning room will not only refine the martial artist's body, but also refine all the medicinal effects of the medicinal pills out of the martial artist's body. Then what about other methods to reduce the pain? No, the military thinks that in the flame physical conditioning room, your body is constantly being destroyed and reconstructed. If you use other methods to reduce the pain, you will find that the results are the same as taking medicinal pills. Will it be cured? Yes. In front of the flame physical conditioning room, XVI stripped down to his underwear. Young man, you have a good figure. The middle-aged soldier in charge of the flame physical conditioning room laughed. 17, if you want to keep your mask, it's best to leave it outside. XVI took off his mask. The middle-aged soldier shook his head and said, remember to take off your underwear after you go in. Understood. Wait. Is there anything else? Why did you bring your sword in too? 17's sword never left her side. Even when he was taking a bath, he would keep the crimson blood demon sword in his sight. Holding it, I can last longer. Alright, up to you. Anyway, the sword should be fine, it won't be burned. The middle-aged soldier instructed again, but don't use the sword to destroy the walls inside, or you'll have to compensate according to the price. The space in the flame physical conditioning room wasn't big, only about 9 square meters. The walls and floor were made of fiery red firecloud rock, full of holes. Stepping on the firecloud rock was a little hot. Taking off his underwear, he held the crimson blood demon sword in his hand. In the flame physical conditioning room, flames spewed out from the holes in all directions. The flame physical conditioning room began, the flames burned 17's body. 17's eyebrows and hair quickly turned to ashes. The intense pain came, XVII clenched his teeth tightly, his sweat came out of his pores and instantly evaporated into the air. His skin kept peeling off, his muscles kept collapsing, and then kept repairing, becoming tougher and stronger. The intense burning pain of the flames, the pain of skin and flesh being peeled off, repeated over and over. Xianxia sighed in the demon's sword, there's the smell of barbecue. XVII didn't speak, he finally understood why so many people didn't dare to try the flame physical conditioning room. This was simply intolerable. Time kept passing. When it was time to get off work, the young officer came to the flame physical conditioning room and asked, Baihuchen shouldn't have come out yet, right? The middle-aged soldier replied, it's almost dark, it's been 12 hours, and he still hasn't come out. I haven't seen such a powerful person for many years. As expected of the bloody-hand human butcher, he lives up to his name and is ruthless to himself. Looks like we have to work overtime tonight, we can't stop the liquid. This business is definitely going to be a loss. Fortunately, it's not my money that's spent. The young officer said, I'm also curious about how long he can last. I wonder if he can break the record. Those who can last for a day and a night are not human at all. I think it's very difficult. Didn't someone do it before? Do you want to make a bet? Bet on what? In the flame physical conditioning room, XVII was in extreme pain, every second felt like a year to him. He had used the art of concentration, but it did make him sober and feel the pain he was suffering. In desperation, he could only cultivate the silver body physical conditioning room. His body was constantly being destroyed, and with the nourishment and repair of the body provided by the military, the silver body physical conditioning room was almost cultivated by him. The pain of being burned by the flames could only be endured. He asked in his heart, Sir Jianling, how long has it been? In the flames, his neck was also constantly burning. XVII couldn't speak. It seems like only 2 hours. Only 2 hours? I feel like it's been a long time. You're burning so badly, of course you feel like time has passed quickly. Xianxia said in a rather certain tone, this level of flame is simply tickling me. I'm very sober, I can't be wrong, it's only been about 2 hours. XVII believed Sir Jianling's words more, after all, he was sober. XVII, you have to work hard. The record in the flame physical conditioning room is 1 day and 1 night, 24 hours. You've only lasted for 2 hours. If you can't even endure this pain, how can you meet that Lan Yanlin? The difference between 1 hour and 24 hours, even if 17's mind was muddled, he could still barely distinguish it. Thinking of someone who once set a record of 24 hours in a day and a night, 17's unwillingness to admit defeat came up again. Young people are so strong, so full of vigor. Sir Jianling, I will persevere, I will definitely surpass that person. Jianling Xianxia thought in his heart, haha, but he still encouraged him, XVII, you will be fine, you are a rare young genius in the entire southern cloud nation, you will definitely surpass that person who set the record, and then create your own record. Hearing Sir Jianling's encouragement, 17's heart felt warm, the pain on his body seemed to have lessened a lot. People who are confined will not be able to feel the passage of time. That kind of dark and lonely torture can torture people to madness. The flame-tempering body room is a bit similar to confinement, but it is 100 times more terrifying. 17's surroundings are fiery red flames, his skin and muscles repeatedly cycle between destruction and repair, his mind is always in a tense state. Xianxia is very clear, in this situation, XVII can't be distracted to count the passage of time. How is 17's willpower? Xianxia believes that he is definitely the best among his peers. Ever since he forcefully broke through, he used the baleful aura field many times, whimsically implanting the baleful aura field into his body. These dangerous actions changed his personality, and at the same time also tempered his willpower. After the murderous aura invaded his body, he has been on the verge of madness and collapse. The reason why he didn't directly fall into madness and directly turn into a demon is because of his strong willpower. How is 17's endurance? Chen Hao has to admit, even if XVI has a bad habit of crying, his endurance is indeed amazing, at least it can be seen from the scar on his face. He is also quite impolite to me. The next morning, the young officer who brought XVI into the flame-tempering body room came again. He is very curious about Chen Feiping's results in the flame-tempering body room. After all, Chen Feiping was very famous in Blackwater Commandery. Recently, he had obtained countless military merits from suppressing the bandits. It was said that even the commander had praised him in front of the other Kiliarchies. After the Qianhu returned, the more they looked at their subordinates, the more annoyed they became. They were annoyed that they didn't have any decent soldiers under them. Therefore, he treated Chen Pengfei as a typical example. Unknowingly, Chen Pengfei had already become the new idol of many young city guards. The young officer looked at the yawning middle-aged soldier sitting by the side of the blaze body forging room and asked in a low voice, "Bai Hu Chen hasn't come out yet?" "No." The middle-aged soldier shook his head. "He's going to break the record. There's still half an hour left." At this point, the middle-aged soldier's eyes lit up again, and his spirit was much better. Chen Pengfei is very powerful. I think it's very possible for him to break the record. He's definitely a genius. I knew it. The young officer said excitedly. But I think he should be coming out soon. After 24 hours, the test in the blaze body forging room will be much stronger. Inside the Inferno body tempering chamber, 17 was already exhausted. His silver body tempering formula was close to perfection. His skin, muscles, meridians, bones, and organs were all gradually turning silver, but he couldn't bring himself to be happy, being burned in this kind of fire. Even a masochist couldn't feel happy. XVI felt that he was reaching his limit. It wasn't just the pain. That kind of loneliness that ordinary people couldn't bear, that kind of dead silence where he couldn't feel the passage of time. He seemed to have been abandoned by the world. He felt that he was exiled by time. However, the painful torture still continued. It continued without end. It seemed like it would never end. Sir Jianling. This was the second time the 17th communicated with Jianling. Chen Hao's tone was indescribably satisfied. To him, the fire was like a sauna. Time, how long has it been? This? Chen Hao asked doubtfully. Didn't you ask me this just now? Why are you asking me again? Just now, XVI was abnormally slow. He tried his best to recall. After a long time, he slowly asked, 2 hours? No. To be precise, it's been almost 4 hours. It's only been less than 2 hours? Chen Hao said with certainty, that's right, less than 2 hours. But, I feel like a lot of time has passed. Even if he used his mind to communicate, 17's communication was intermittent and weak. But my silver body forging technique seems to be close to perfection. Chen Hao knew that he might be suspicious. 17's willpower was still quite strong. Cultivating the silver body forging technique to perfection in 2 hours. In less than 4 hours, cultivating the silver body forging technique to perfection, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it, right? There was indeed nothing wrong with the logic. The more advanced the martial arts, the slower the progress. Chen Hao said rather happily, the 17th, do your best. Don't forget that you still haven't learned the golden body forging technique. Don't waste this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The flame body forging room is indeed worthy of its reputation. Yes. XVI nodded with difficulty. He wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. The muscles on his face were burned again, revealing his gums, like an evil ghost. After 24 hours, a straight barrier suddenly appeared in the flame body forging room, dividing 17's body into 2 parts. Chen Hao knew that it should be a critical point, and there was going to be a change. The temperature in the flame body forging room rose again. This time, the flames didn't spurt out from all directions. Instead, they spurted out from the back of XVI. Chen Hao saw with his own eyes that the skin and muscles on 17's back began to peel off, and the tough meridians hidden in the muscles also began to shrink, turning into charcoal. His white bones gradually turned black, like gravel powder, falling down with the violent trembling of 17's body. 17's curled body suddenly straightened, and his newly repaired mouth suddenly opened. There was no sound, and what he spewed out was thick smoke. The strange thing was that the flames didn't break through the barrier, and only roasted 17's back, just half of his body. His internal organs were also protected by a layer of halo. Even if his bones were turned into powder, his internal organs were still intact. However, Chen Hao knew that if XVII could continue to persevere, the flame body forging room would probably continue to temper his body on a deeper level. Thinking of this, Chen Hao couldn't help but shudder. So cruel, roasted whole lamb, the flame body forging room was definitely serious. The flames on 17's back stopped, and the light green mist with the fragrance of medicine. 17's bones began to repair. Before he could catch his breath, the fire cloud rock on the wall in front of him glowed with a violent red light. It was about to start in front of him. Master Jianling, I'm in so much pain. I'm in so much pain. I'm in so much pain. Even if he communicated with his mind, XVII spoke with a sobbing tone. Bear with it, you can still persevere. Think about Lan Yanlin, she still needs you. Think about fourth young Master Chen, and you'll know how dirty the Chen family is behind the scenes. Lan Yanlin marrying into the Chen family is like falling into a fire pit. I'm afraid you can't imagine what a kind, delicate, and weak girl like Lan Yanlin will suffer after marrying into the Chen family. I'll use my rich life experience to imagine what Lan Yanlin might encounter after marriage, and the name will be Xiaofu Lan? Lin. Listen carefully, you'll have strength after listening to it. Chen Hao's storytelling level was definitely passable. A Romance of the Three Kingdoms had improved his storytelling level by a lot. Under Chen Hao's magnetic voice, the magically revised story was told tirelessly. It was impossible for 17 not to listen to the voice that was directly connected to the soul. In the following time, 17 was indeed very powerful. 17 gritted his teeth so hard that more than a dozen of his newly repaired back molars were cracked. Don't ask why he had more than a dozen back molars. That was the result of repeated repairs. He stared at the crimson blood demon sword with ferocious eyes like an evil ghost. It made Chen Hao's heart tremble. 17 simply didn't recognize his own family. However, as the Jianling of the demon sword, Lord Chen Hao wouldn't give in. He believed that when 17 woke up, he would definitely understand his good intentions. Come, start practicing the golden body exercise secrets! Once the silver body exercise secrets was perfected, Chen Hao immediately reminded 17. After repeating it several times, XVII's ferocious eyes calmed down a little. Perhaps it was because Chen Hao wasn't telling stories anymore. Seeing that 17 began to practice the golden body exercise secrets to temper his body, Chen Hao cleared his throat and said, Next, let's talk about chapter 13. That's right, Chen Hao talked for 14 to 16 hours before he reached chapter 13. His mind was so meticulous. If 17 asked him for time again, Chen Hao would ask him back, I've only reached chapter 13, how much time do you think has passed? The routine was all designed. The time in the flame body exercise room was decided by Lord Chen Hao of the Jianling. Outside the flame body exercise room, soldiers had already gathered. When Zhou Qianhu heard that Chen Pengfei had persisted for nearly 40 hours in the flame body exercise room, he rushed over directly. The other Qianhu of the city guards also came, but they left soon after. Even the commander of the city guards came for a visit, but left because he was busy with military affairs. Before he left, he instructed Zhou Iran to keep an eye on this place and report to him when Chen Hao came out. It was daybreak again. 2 days and 2 nights had passed. Inside the blaze body tempering room, it was still deathly silent. There was no sound at all. Zhou Qianhu whispered, Chen Pengfei won't be in any danger, right? The middle-aged soldier replied, No, as long as Chen Pengfei loses consciousness, the formation will automatically shut down. We have been replenishing the medicine. His life will not be in danger. Almost 24 hours. Zhou Qianhu asked in a low voice, in the Inferno physical conditioning room, the first day should be to temper the skin and flesh. The second day should be to temper the bones. The third day should be to temper the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Do you know how it is done? the middle-aged soldier replied. After the Blaze body tempering room was brought back to Forbidden City, no one was able to pass the third level. The strongest person at that time fainted when he reached the second level. As for the specific test, no one knows. The Blaze body tempering room was brought out from the ruins of the ancient Skyblaze sect. The ancient Skyblaze sect was destroyed tens of thousands of years ago. There is no record of it in the ancient books left behind. However, it is said that the Blaze body tempering room is located in the center of the ancient Skyblaze sect's branch. It should be very important. Speaking of this, the middle-aged soldier opened his mouth. I heard that the ancient Skyblaze sect's branch was abandoned due to an emergency. When the ruins were discovered, all the good things were taken away by the people of the ancient Skyblaze sect. Our Southern Cloud Nation's military experts met with trouble halfway and were too late. By the time they arrived, the experts of the other forces had already finished fighting. Those who should have left had already left. The seniors of the Southern Cloud Nation were afraid of being punished by the Marquis, so they didn't want to return empty-handed. I don't know who came up with the idea, but they worked together to bring back the most exquisite building in the branch, the Blaze body tempering room. Sir, we are almost out of herbs. A young alchemist ran out from a small room next to the Blaze body tempering room. Go to the military supply department again. The young alchemist said with some fear, but I don't dare. The middle-aged soldier didn't care and said, didn't the military supply department threaten to break your legs? What are you afraid of? Last time, Alchemist Chen did a good job. Although his legs were broken, he still brought back herbs. You all saw it. I will still go to the military supply department to get some pills to treat him. I can also let him take a public holiday and receive his salary as usual. The middle-aged soldier patted his chest and said, you all can go without worry. I will definitely not let my brothers suffer a loss. The compensation will definitely be satisfactory. The young alchemist said with a sullen face, but last time, after Alchemist Chen's legs were broken, Officer Bai of the military supply department said that if we dare to go get herbs again, he will chop us up, cook us, dry us, grind us into powder, and mix it with rice flour to serve as military rations. The middle-aged soldier, Officer Bai of the military supply department, had a very strong background. He always did what he said. The Blaze body tempering room required a lot of herbs, including many precious herbs. The further it went, the more precious the herbs were. Many of the precious herbs needed for the third checkpoint had already gone extinct. However, there were other less valuable substitutes. The price was that the refining speed would be slower and the time would be longer. However, even if the substitutes were less valuable, they were still very precious. The Blaze body tempering room had never prepared the herbs for the second checkpoint, so they had to go to the military supply department to get them. Zhou Ran shook his head helplessly and said, I will go and report to the commander. Only the commander can solve this problem now. Only the commander can suppress Bai Changming if he goes crazy. When it was almost the 24th hour, 17's body slowly healed. His bones and meridians were all dyed gold. However, Chen Hao knew that 17's body was definitely much stronger than the other martial artists who practiced the golden body tempering art. He didn't know who designed the Blaze body tempering room, or what its specific effects were. However, he was very clear about the condition of 17's body. Not only did his body become stronger, even his body's potential became stronger. When the 24th hour was up, Chen Hao looked at 17's kidney that had turned into ashes. His entire soul was twitching violently. Chen Hao remembered that when he was pushed into the furnace by Jin Jingqiu, the pain only lasted for a second or two before he lost consciousness. Compared to 17, he suddenly realized that Jin Jingqiu was very gentle to him. So kind. I can't take it anymore. 17 slowly crawled towards the black stone pillar. XVII, only 12 hours have passed. You promised me that you would surpass the previous record. You're a man. I will continue to tell you stories. Listen to stories, and you will be full of energy. XVII didn't answer. His eyes were crimson red and filled with madness. He kept crawling towards the black stone pillar. As long as he touched the stone pillar, everything would be over. But just when XVII was about to touch the black stone pillar of his dreams, he found that he couldn't crawl anymore. He crazily crawled forward, desperately crawling. The hard fire cloud rock was clawed into powder by him, but he still couldn't touch the black stone pillar. He was always just a little bit away, just a little bit. He slowly turned his head and saw a familiar sword hilt on his left calf. The sword hilt of the Crimson Blood Demon's sword. The Crimson Blood Demon's sword pierced through his calf and completely embedded into the fire cloud rock, nailing him to the ground. Some pigs, if you don't force them, they will never know that they can fly. Some people, if you don't force them, they will never know how strong they are. Many martial artists chose to give up in the Blaze body tempering room because they were not confident enough and misjudged their limits. Xianxia remembered that the slaughter feedback skill of the Crimson Blood Demon sword not only fed back the martial artist's vital essence and blood, it also fed back part of the killed martial artist's soul power. Although most of it was exploited by Xianxia, the amount accumulated over time was still considerable. 17 definitely hadn't reached his limit. After all, he hadn't fainted in this situation. Xianxia could accept 17 directly losing consciousness, but he couldn't accept 17 giving up. 17 didn't speak. He stared at the Crimson Blood Demon sword with bloodshot eyes, making Xianxia's hair stand on end. Xianxia pretended to be relaxed and said, "Look, you can still climb so hard. It means you haven't reached your limit, right?" Moreover, 17 didn't answer Xianxia's words. He endured the pain of his organs being crushed and repaired one by one, and slowly raised his left leg. Xianxia desperately suppressed it, but he couldn't resist Xi's enormous strength no matter what. The Crimson Blood Demon sword was slowly pulled out from the ground. 17 kicked fiercely. There was a sonic boom in the air. The Crimson Blood Demon sword left his calf due to inertia and smashed directly into the distant wall. Xianxia watched 17 continue to climb towards the black stone pillar, shooting towards Xi's calf like an arrow. He wanted to use the same trick again and delay for as long as he could. But just as he was about to stab the target, Xi's calf turned golden. With a bang, the Crimson Blood Demon sword only left a bloody spot on the calf's skin, and then it was bounced away. Shit, the situation Xianxia was most worried about still happened. When he first tried to nail 17, he found that Xi's skin was abnormally tough. Even the Crimson Blood Demon sword couldn't cut it easily. In order to pierce 17's bones, Xianxia had already used the killing intent. Now that Xii was running the golden body honing art, it was impossible for Xianxia to pin Xii like before in a short time. Pa! Just as 17's hand was about to touch the black stone pillar, the Crimson Blood Demon sword suddenly appeared in front of 17's eyes. The broad and thick sword fiercely swatted 17, like swatting a fly, directly slamming 17 into the wall. Well done, Xianxia couldn't help but cheer for himself. After losing this opportunity, Xii would never have the chance to approach the black stone pillar again. He struggled in the raging flames, helplessly like a caterpillar being roasted by fire. Xii, you have to understand my good intentions. I'm doing this for your own good. When you wake up, you will definitely be grateful to me. Xii didn't completely fall into madness. Occasionally, he would wake up in pain. He looked at the demon sword not far away and whispered, "Lord Jianling, what is it? I can't stand it." "Well, you will live forever in the fire." No, it's rebirth, you will be reborn in the fire." "Kill me." "What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly, please say it again." I beg you to kill me." "I still didn't hear you clearly." "Who do you want to kill?" "When we get out, I'll take you to kill him." Under normal circumstances, Xii would fall into madness again after saying it for the third time. When it was almost 40 hours, 17 regained her consciousness for a short while. This time, he didn't ask for death. "How long has it been?" Xianxia could accurately sense through the soul connection that 17's soul had reached its limit. If this continued, his soul would be in danger of collapsing. "There's still a quarter of an hour left, it'll be 24 hours. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "Just a quarter of an hour, as long as you persist for another quarter of an hour, you can break the record." Xii asked in disbelief, "Really?" Xianxia saw hope in 17's eyes. "When have I ever lied to you?" The Crimson Blood Demon sword slowly moved towards the black stone pillar. However, Xianxia didn't hit the stone pillar. He sensed that 17's soul stopped on the verge of collapse. Then, his soul expanded violently. After expanding to a certain extent, it suddenly began to compress. His soul seemed to have become stronger. However, the impurities in the soul couldn't be removed and mixed with 17's soul. They were all soul fragments filled with resentment from Black Tiger and the others that 17 forcefully absorbed last time. At the 43rd hour, 17 temporarily recovered his will. His lungs were slowly healing. How much longer? A quarter of an hour left. Master Jianling, do you think the warrior who lasted for 24 hours in the flame body tempering room last time was very strong? I'm a little impressed by him now. This time, XVI was awake for a little longer. He's definitely very strong. Maybe he's already become a general with great power, or a top master whose name shakes the world. This time, 17's soul didn't continue to grow stronger. Instead, it quickly withered. Master Jianling, how much longer? A quarter of an hour left. As soon as Chen Hao finished speaking, the flame body tempering room began to temper the heart. XVI didn't even have the strength to scream. At the 43rd hour, Chen Hao felt a strong sense of urgency. Even he was a little confused. How long did 17 have to persist? Could 17 hold on? Master Jianling, how much longer? A quarter of an hour left. Not long after XVI lost consciousness, the flames in the flame body tempering room disappeared, and the temperature began to drop. Medicinal liquid sprayed out, constantly repairing 17's body. Chen Hao breathed a sigh of relief. It should be time, everything was over, 17's body had just been repaired. He looked at the crimson blood demon sword and asked, how long has it been? You've persisted for 48 hours. You've created a new record, and more than tripled the previous record. Jianling, Chen Hao said with relief, it's simply despairing. Kid, I'm proud of you. You're definitely one of the best sword masters I've ever seen. XVI lay on the ground and looked at the ceiling. But, I remember that I only persisted for about 24 hours. That's right. Last time when you asked me about the time, you were only a quarter of an hour away from the 24 hours. But I didn't expect that after enduring the 24 hours, you actually endured the remaining 34 hours without uttering a single word. Am I really that good? 17 tried hard to recall. His head was dizzy and he could only remember some fragmented memories. All he could remember was the unbearable burning pain and some sporadic conversations with Master Jianling. It was like having a long nightmare. After waking up, he almost couldn't remember anything clearly. There was only a feeling of fear that still lingered in his heart. Do you remember anything? Almost can't remember anything. If he couldn't remember, that would be great. To be honest, XVI grew too fast. Even if many facts over a long time could prove that XVI was a person who knew how to repay kindness and was trustworthy, Chen Hao was still a little worried. The sword master's growth was too fast. For Chen Hao, there was still a risk. XVI, the scar on your face is healed. Do you need another slash? Yes. XVI thought for a moment, but found that he didn't even have the strength to raise his hand. Master Jianling, I'm afraid I need your help. Chen Hao felt that the crimson blood demon sword didn't cut his face, but his leather armor. He also noticed that when the crimson blood demon sword created a scar on 17's face, XVI didn't move at all. His pupils didn't even shrink. The wound on 17's face quickly healed, leaving a hideous scar on his face. The door of the blaze body tempering room opened, and figures walked in one by one. The leader was the city guard Qian Hu, Zhou Ran. Chen Pengfei, are you awake? I'm fine. As soon as 17 finished speaking, she closed her eyes. Zhou Ran quickly went forward to check, and then said with relief, good, he just fell asleep. You guys take him back to rest. 2 city guards put down the stretcher, one held his armpits, the other grabbed his legs, and when they exerted force, they found that the unconscious XVI didn't move at all. The 2 city guards looked at each other, and one of them shouted in a low voice, 1, 2, 3. Their faces were red, and they only lifted half of 17's body. 17's body was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Get 2 stronger people to carry him. Then the 2 Chi-Hai warriors worked together and barely lifted XVI onto the stretcher. XVI slept for 2 days, and when he woke up 2 days later, he saw Zhou Ran. "Qianhu, how long have I been sleeping?" 2 days and 2 nights. 2 days and 2 nights? When XVI heard this, he immediately wanted to sit up on the bed, but just as he straightened his body, he collapsed back onto the bed. His whole body was sore, as if his 2 hands, 2 legs, every muscle and every bone in his body didn't belong to him. He didn't listen to orders at all. "What's wrong with me?" Normal side effects after entering the Blaze body tempering room. "Rest for half a month," Zhou Ran said with a smile. "But I want to go to the front lines." XVI gritted his teeth and tried his best to sit up. But he used too much strength, and the bed collapsed. "You really want to go to the front lines?" Zhou Ran said hesitantly. "Yes. Commander, he wants you to stay." The 17th was silent. "I want to go to the front lines." Zhou Ran looked at 17th's resolute, stubborn eyes. He lowered his head and persuaded, "Lord Commander said that if you stay in Redbud City, he will take you in as his disciple. After he retires, you will be the new commander of Redbud City. Do you know what this means?" "What?" "You will become the most powerful person in Blackwater Prefecture." "Qian, the Qian, then what do you want?" Zhou Ran asked calmly. "I want to at least lead an army." XVI held his weak right hand and said firmly, "Great generals like Marquis Yang and Marquis Jinbei." XVI grew up in the Lan family and was deeply influenced by the Lan family. He admired generals like Marquis Jinbei, Lan Lai. "Commander can't give you this." Zhou Ran took a deep breath and felt a little disappointed. He knew that the Redbud City's city guards couldn't keep Chen Pengfei. "But don't worry. If you insist on joining the army, Commander won't stop you, be it for public or private reasons." That afternoon, with 17's tireless efforts, he could barely get off the ground. But he couldn't control the strength in his feet, and he left a series of footprints on the hard bluestone road. He was sent to a carriage. He couldn't ride a horse yet. Xiong Tingji, Wu Guang, and more than 100 city guards accompanied him. Zhou Ran sent them 5 kilometers away from the city gate. "Qianhu, let's stop here." "Okay. Actually, the Lord Commander is watching you." He pointed at the towering walls of Redbud City in the distance. XVI looked up and couldn't see the figures on the city walls clearly. "I won't embarrass the city guards." "Good." Zhou Ran said in a loud voice, "I wish you all the best on this trip." The person leading the team to the Redbud Army was Qianhu's old rival, Xianxia. When they went to the front lines, they were also in charge of escorting the food. So even if XVI and the others left a day later, it wasn't much of a problem for them to catch up. On the 3rd day, XVI and the others caught up with the main group. Xiao Qisheng saw XVI and asked unhappily, "You're Chen Pengfei, the one who set the record for the strongest time in the history of the flame body tempering room?" "That's me." "Not bad. 48 hours. You're a monster," Xiao Qisheng said sourly. "I really don't know what kind of luck that Zhou Ran had. If it wasn't for you, we would have definitely won the bandit suppression." XVI didn't say anything. Return to the team. The news of the 17th lasting 48 hours in the flame body tempering room had already spread throughout the city guards of Redbud City. Now that 17's strength was a mystery, even if Xiao Qisheng had a grudge with Zhou Ran, he wouldn't make things difficult for XVI. After 7 days of travel, they were only 2 days away from the front lines. They passed by the Black Wind mountain range. The mountains were steep and there were strange rocks and towering trees. On the narrow mountain road, 2,000 city guards escorted the food. The team was very long. XVI and 3 True Energy Realm initial stage Qian who shuttled through the steep rocks and dense forest. XVI, whose body had basically recovered, was given a new mission by Xiao Qisheng. He was in charge of scouting the terrain and danger ahead of the team. 17's strength was definitely at the top of the 2,000 city guards. Even Xiao Qisheng didn't dare to say that he could beat him. XVI went to scout the path. It was reassuring. "Brother Peng, don't you think Qianhu is being too careful? We're still in the southern Cloud Nation. We haven't even reached the front lines. How could we encounter the enemy?" I think the surroundings are quite normal. As soon as they met up with the team, the entire camp knew that the blood-hand butcher Chen Peng had arrived. Other than Qian Hu Xiao, when the other Qian Hu saw XVI, as long as they were younger than 30, they all called him Brother Peng. The older Qian Hu didn't dare to put on the airs of a senior in front of him. In short, XVI got along well with them. XVI replied in a low voice, "Recently, the border conflicts have been getting more and more intense. I heard that the Black Blood Nation has been sending people to the Redbud Army's rear to rob. It's better to be careful." Another True Energy Realm initial stage expert laughed, "We can't be that unlucky, right?" XVI was about to speak when he suddenly felt the crimson blood demon sword on his back start to tremble. The trembling was very light, but XVI could feel it. "What's wrong, Lord Jianling?" 100 meters to your left, in the grass under the big locust tree, there's killing intent. It's a martial artist. Yes. XVI didn't even look in the direction Jianling mentioned. He turned around and said to the people behind him, "Everything's normal. Let's go back and report." Okay. 17 looked as usual and didn't even look in that direction. The other Baihu didn't know at all, so the warriors ambushing from 100 meters away couldn't find anything unusual. After leaving completely, 17 immediately led the team to meet with the main force. "What, someone is hiding in the forest?" "Yes, I'm naturally sensitive to murderous aura. The other party hid very well, but he did want to kill me." "How many people are there?" "At least more than 10 warriors, maybe more. I don't dare to go forward." Of course, 17 didn't dare to go forward to investigate, because he didn't know the other party's details and strength. What if thousands of elite soldiers of the Blackwater Kingdom jumped out? What if an innate master jumped out? Understood. Xianxia had no doubt about XVII's ability. The troops were still moving forward. Xianxia frowned and fell into deep thought, looking hesitant. Knowing that there might be an ambush ahead, Xianxia thought a lot. There might be a group of bandits fleeing in the forest, or they might be soldiers sent by the Blackwater Kingdom to rob. If they were soldiers of the Blackwater Kingdom, how strong were they? Should he immediately send someone to ask for help? "Sir Xiao, make a decision early." 17 whispered, "If we go on, if the enemy really has an ambush, we will be directly trapped. What do you think we should do?" "Order the troops to stop and prepare for battle." "But if we stop, won't the other party know that we found them?" 17 held the hilt of the red blood demon sword and had the impulse to hit Sir Xiao's head. Why think so much at this time? It was better to make a decision than not. He immediately grabbed the messenger and whispered, "Pass the order immediately. There may be an ambush ahead. Tell the troops to stop and prepare for battle." The messenger glanced at Sir Xiao, and Sir Xiao nodded. The two messengers immediately ran to the front and back of the troops. 17 saw the messenger and asked directly, "Sir Xiao, have you never led troops before?" If other Baihu dared to talk to him like this, Xianxia would definitely let him know what rank was, but 17 was different. 17's physique was abnormally strong. After the tempering in the flame body conditioning room, he had grown to 2.3 meters. Coupled with the bulging muscles under the armor, he looked like a small giant. There was also the dense killing intent emanating from his body. His bald head glowed under the scorching sun. His face was covered by a silver mask that concealed his expression. The heavy sword on his back was close to 2 meters long, and his innate bloodthirsty and cruel personality. All of these gave people a strong sense of oppression. Although Xianxia had never heard of XVI beating up his superior after entering the city guard, he did not doubt his temper and strength at all. Xianxia's aura weakened. Riding on the horse, he looked up at XVI and asked, "Does leading troops to suppress bandits count?" "Does suppressing bandits count? Of course not." The Redbud City's city guard army was very powerful, and the bandits would often flee at the mere sight of them. The city guard army was used to having everything go smoothly for them. 17 finally understood. Xiaoqi's character was indecisive, and he lacked experience in commanding a battle. If their opponents were ordinary bandits, it wouldn't be a problem. They could rely on their absolute strength to force their way through. Unfortunately, they encountered an unexpected situation today. The enemy could also be soldiers from the Blackwater country. Their strength was definitely not weaker than the city guard army, or even stronger. The team of more than 2,000 people slowly stopped. The city guard army had already received the news that there might be an ambush ahead, so they prepared for battle. There was still no movement in the surrounding forest. The city guard army looked at the forest with extreme vigilance. But no matter how they looked, the forest was still quiet, or rather, dead silent. Before going to the front line, many city guard army were mentally prepared to fight on the battlefield. They also suspected that the enemy might be the famous army of the Blackwater country. The problem was that until now, they could not see the enemy. The enemy that they could not see was the most terrifying. The enemy that hid in the forest and never showed up gave the city guard army a lot of pressure. XVI knew that this stalemate could not go on. They needed orders from their superiors to move. They would only be at ease if they moved. During the days in the city guard army, XVI not only listened to the romance of the Three Kingdoms taught to him by Sir Jianling, but also learned many other military books. If only comparing the theoretical knowledge of military tactics, XVI was the top in the southern Cloud Country. XVI suggested, give the order. Now the Qian who needs to do something. What order? Send someone to investigate again, or just retreat. But what about the military order? If we can't deliver the provisions on time, we will be executed. XVI said, we were ambushed. We can't deliver the provisions either. Then you can send someone to investigate. Send who? You are the Qian who. Why are you asking me? XVI said impatiently. Xianxia looked at the forest and the city guard army hesitantly. Finally, he turned his gaze to 17, Chen Pengfei, why don't you go? XVI almost spat out blood. If Xianxia wasn't the Qian who, he would definitely kill him, but he still held back. Under the eyes of everyone, if he really dared to do that, then he would have to go to Heishui country. He glanced at the naturally divided formation of the city guards, took a deep breath, and said to Xianxia, for this battle, let me command. You? Can you do it? At least I can do it. XVI said honestly, if this drags on, we don't even need to fight. Then what if we lose? Who will be responsible for the casualties? Who will be responsible for losing the provisions? I'll be responsible, okay? His face turned cold. He suddenly missed the days when he led 100 people to suppress bandits. If you're responsible, then there's no problem. Xianxia nodded with a straight face. XVI felt that the other party was waiting for him to say this. Pass down the order. Immediately send 300 people to help the carriage driver drive the provisions to the forest on the right. The rest of the city guard army immediately gather. Let Xiong Tingji and Wu Guang bring people to my side and prepare for battle. Also, let 500 archers prepare the arrows and wait for my order. 17 series of orders immediately made the city guard army move. XVI wasn't sure if it was the Heishui country's army in the forest. But XVI still thought of the worst. If it was really the Heishui country's army, but they hadn't launched an attack until now, it must be that the other party also thought that they couldn't completely defeat the city guard army. If they were strong enough, even if the city guard army didn't enter the ambush, they would directly attack. In order to escort the provisions, the city guard army was divided into two parts, one in the front and one in the back, protecting the convoy in the middle of the team. The mountain road in Blackwind Ridge was relatively narrow. This formation naturally separated the city guard army into two parts. Whether they fought or not, it was always the most important thing to gather people together first. You want to use fire to force them out? Xianxia immediately objected. This won't do. Once there's a fire, the provisions will be gone. XVI looked down at the road that was about 7 or 8 meters wide that kept extending under his feet and explained, I'm just trying. Besides, if it's really the Heishui country's army hiding inside, they might not have the patience to wait for us to set fire. I just want to force them out. Sure enough, just as the city guard army gathered and before the provisions were moved, dense footsteps came from the forest on 17's left. XVI, kill a few more and I should be able to evolve. XVI nodded, feeling very excited. It could be said that everything he had was given to him by the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. If he could help the Crimson Blood Demon Sword evolve, he would fight the enemy with his life, as the city guards did not fall into the enemy's ambush, the enemy would not be able to reach Xvii for a while. There was still a distance of 500 to 600 meters between the two sides. There were also many boulders and trees in the middle. Through the gaps in the trees, Xvii could see that the enemy's military uniforms were all black. It was almost certain that they were the soldiers of the Black Blood country. Xvii and the others could not retreat. They had not even come into contact with the enemy, so they could not abandon their provisions. Xianxia asked in a low voice, "What should we do? There are at least 3,000 of them." Xvii did not answer him, but looked at the sky. In the sky, there was only the dazzling sun, not even a bird could be seen. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. There should be no innate stage experts, the dense sound of footsteps and the rapidly approaching enemy. It was the first time they faced the army of the Black Blood country. Many city guards were nervous. At this moment, all the city guards heard Shen Pengfei laugh loudly. "You bunch of Black Blood country bastards who hide your heads and show your tails. You're finally willing to come out of the dog hole?" Many city guards turned their eyes to Xvii, just in time to see 17 riding a tall warhorse slowly walking to the front of the team. 17's figure was extremely tall. He rode on a fine horse, looking mighty and majestic. He wore a silver mask and stood at the very front of the army. Even in the face of more than 3,000 Black Blood Kingdom soldiers, his expression didn't change at all. He talked cheerfully and wittily, mocking the enemy for being cowardly. His tone was filled with disdain and contempt for the Black Blood Kingdom army. Many nervous city guards looked at Xvii as if they had found their backbone. "Brothers, since they have come all the way from the Black Blood country to give us military merits, we can't refuse, right?" 17's tone was extremely arrogant, but this kind of arrogance did not make people feel disgusted. Instead, it made people admire and excited. This kind of disdain and arrogance for the enemy made all the city guards feel at ease. "Yes. Kill them. Kill them." A soldier shouted loudly. The morale of the city guards gradually increased. Xvii shouted, "Archers, get ready." The 500 archers quickly stood at the front of the formation. The 2,000 city guards were all under the command of different Xianhu. Even Xianxia couldn't make them obey his orders. But in this situation, 17 did it easily. As soon as Xvii stepped out, she attracted the attention of all the city guards. His fierce reputation in Blackwater Commandery, his cruel and bloodthirsty personality in the past, his record of leading hundreds of people to exterminate dozens of bandit gangs without leaving a single survivor, and his terrifying record in the Blaze body tempering room made all the city guards feel at ease. Fire! A dense rain of arrows shot towards the Black Blood Kingdom's army that had just emerged from the forest, instantly reducing their numbers by 100. There were too many trees in the Blackwind Ridge. After 2 rounds of arrow rain, both sides were about to engage in close combat. Xvii slapped his horse and shouted, "Follow me, kill them all." The first to follow 17's footsteps were the soldiers he personally trained. Then, the city guards whose fighting spirit was aroused by 17 followed closely behind. Xvii rushed into the enemy's formation first. Facing the densely packed enemies, Xvii waved the Crimson Blood Heavy Sword. The nearly 2-meter-long Crimson Blood Heavy Sword had an amazing killing range. Within 4 meters of him, there was not a single enemy that was intact. Xvii was like an iron gate. Any enemy that rushed in his direction was slapped to the ground by the heavy sword. None of the enemies that were touched by the heavy sword could stand up. After coming out of the Blaze body tempering room, 17's golden body tempering art had reached perfection. His strength and defense had also reached an inhuman level. Even the Crimson Blood Demon Sword, which was a spiritual weapon, couldn't cause fatal damage to him. 17's horse had already fallen to the ground. He led hundreds of city guards alone. Like a sharp blade, he cut the Black Blood Kingdom's army in half. Many of the Black Blood Kingdom's soldiers desperately hid from Xvii. "Let me do it." A loud roar. The Black Blood Kingdom's soldiers parted to make a path. A middle-aged warrior holding an iron spear and wearing a black cloak galloped over on a horse. The middle-aged warrior roared and rushed up, "Let me fight you." An expert had come. Xvii smiled and slapped away the iron spear with his sword. Flash step. In an instant, XVII closed in on the middle-aged warrior. With a light jump, he jumped into the air. Holding the sword hilt tightly with both hands, he slashed at the middle-aged warrior. The middle-aged warrior didn't panic. He raised the iron spear to block 17's attack. The moment the crimson blood-heavy sword touched the spear, the middle-aged warrior's expression changed greatly. An unstoppable force hit him, and the high-grade Xian artifact iron spear in his hand was instantly twisted to the extreme. He heard the sound of his arm cracking, and then he heard the whine of his warhorse. The iron spear was broken into 2 pieces. Everything happened in a flash. Then his vision separated. It was unknown whether he fell to the left or the right. However, what the Black Blood Kingdom's soldiers saw was that terrifying and ugly silver-masked warrior cutting their Qianhu and his horse in half. In the bloody mist that filled the sky, XVII was like a giant demon. His blood-red eyes looked at the enemy in front of him. The Black Blood Kingdom's soldiers all avoided 17's gaze. XVII shook off the blood and flesh on his heavy sword and asked, "Is there anyone else on your side?" No one. The Black Blood Kingdom's soldiers didn't answer. In fact, they all knew that the one who died just now was only a Qianhu. This operation was commanded by a commander at the peak of the postnatal realm. That commander was in the team. His strength was a bit higher than the Qianhu who died just now. But it was only a bit higher. That commander still hadn't stepped forward. The morale of the Black Blood Kingdom's soldiers had fallen to the extreme. XVII pointed his sword in the direction of the Black Blood Kingdom's soldiers and said calmly, "Kill them all." 30% of the baleful aura field was activated. Even though the sun was now high in the sky, all the soldiers on the battlefield felt a chill. They looked at XVII. Their originally fearful mentality of XVII increased crazily under the influence of the baleful aura field. The city guards, however, felt much better than the Black Blood Kingdom's soldiers. They had witnessed XVII defeat the enemy on the battlefield with their own eyes. Their reverence for XVII and their rising morale diluted that fear. And closest to XVII, the 100 or so city guards that he had personally trained began to have red eyes. They followed closely behind XVII, charging like wild beasts towards the demoralized enemy. The other city guards that followed XVII also began to go crazy. Under the attack of the city guards led by XVII, the Black Blood Kingdom's soldiers were quickly routed. This battle lasted until the evening. The vanguard led by XVII didn't take any prisoners. They had completely gone crazy under 17's lead. The city guards captured more than 300 surrendered enemies, and several hundred of them fled directly into the mountains of Blackwind Ridge. The uninjured city guards went to help their comrades who were still alive on the battlefield. XVII also searched among the corpses. Seeing a heavily injured soldier of the Black Blood Kingdom, he stabbed his sword into his chest, taking his last breath. Seeing a heavily injured city guard who was still breathing, he also gave him a quick death. "Sir?" Xianxia called softly. "What are you doing?" "He's hopeless. I can't bear to see him continue to suffer." XVII took a deep breath and said with a sorrowful tone, "Instead of suffering all the pain and torture before he dies, it's better to let me send him on his way." As soon as XVII finished speaking, a black shadow climbed up from the pile of corpses and ran crazily up the mountain. That night, after the city guards cleaned up the battlefield, they didn't continue on their way. They needed to count their contributions, collect their spoils, and treat the injured. However, 17 had already sent a carrier pigeon to the Redbud army at the front line. After everything was arranged, it was already midnight. Xianxia didn't sleep either. He didn't slack off either and helped 17 with some chores. This made 17 feel a little better about him. At least he could still do something, but his decision-making skills were a little weak at critical moments. "Qin Baihu, you're not planning to kill those captives yourself, are you?" "Yes, is there a problem?" Xianxia knew that Qin Pengfei wouldn't let the captives go, but he still continued, "Captives alive are more valuable than dead ones. They can be exchanged for more contributions. Sometimes, the military will exchange a batch of important captives with the Black Blood Kingdom. The ones we have can be used as bargaining chips. But I've reported to the higher-ups that I've beheaded 2,500 people, and I've even used your seal." Then kill them." 17 had just asked Lord Jianling. The Crimson Blood Demon Sword already had enough energy to upgrade. He was in a very good mood now, so he added, Lord Qianhu, don't forget that we haven't reached the front line yet. What if there's more than one Black Blood Kingdom army behind the front line? Hundreds of enemies have already escaped from today's battle. They might spread the news. So, after we rest tonight, we must hurry on our way. Only when we meet up with the Redbud army can we be safe. We've suffered many casualties today. If we meet the enemy again, Xianxia nodded. He understood XVII's meaning. Although he felt that the other party was still looking for an excuse to kill the captives, the reason was sufficient. Xianxia left. He didn't mention the war horse again. During the day, 17 borrowed the war horse from Xianxia. It was indeed a good war horse. Find a quiet place, Chen Hao said urgently to 17. Okay. 17 walked out of the tent and said to Xiong Tingji, I'm going out for a walk. If anyone is looking for me, tell them to wait. Yes, Lord Baihu. Stepping into the forest, XVII used wind-chasing steps and ran for a full 5 miles before stopping. He found a valley and checked the surroundings for half an hour. After confirming that there was no one around, he was relieved. Chen Hao was very satisfied with 17's cautiousness. The long-awaited system prompt sounded, the upgrade energy has been met. Would the host like to upgrade? Upgrade, Chen Hao said without hesitation. The last time the demon sword had been upgraded was a very long time ago. The Crimson Blood Demon Sword emitted an intense heat. The entire sword turned crimson red, like a red-hot iron, the smell of roasted meat wafted over. Chen Hao said from within the demon sword, you can put down the scarlet blood. XVII cut off a huge rock and placed the red blood sword flat on the stone platform. The blood-red light dyed the night red. The murderous aura was activated automatically. The murderous aura was strong, and the cold wind blew. XVII was enveloped in the murderous aura. He felt the murderous aura in his body boil again. His eyes were stained with blood. In the haze, in the bloody world, he saw many twisted, terrifying, ugly, and unknown human faces. Those human faces opened their mouths and let out shrill cries and vicious curses. They disappeared like smoke as soon as they appeared, and then they turned into other, unfamiliar, and familiar human faces. XVII stood beside the Crimson Blood Demon Sword and watched them appear and disappear. His back was straight. Under the silver mask, his expression didn't change at all. The illusion ended. XVII held the hilt of the Crimson Blood Demon Sword and asked with concern, Lord Jianling, did it succeed? Yes, it succeeded. Chen Hao said happily, let's go back first. Chen Hao first opened the status panel and looked carefully. The Crimson Blood Demon Sword had just evolved. Some skills were not suitable for the sword master to know. After evolving into a middle-level spiritual weapon, Chen Hao's current attributes were as follows: sword name, Crimson Blood grade, mid-level spiritual weapon Ren Kenju, blue 17 talent, killing the master skills 1. Misfortune, closed steadily reduces the sword master's luck by 3, with a luck value of 10, he can be called the son of fortune of the world, 2. Misfortune explosion, the host can turn off the misfortune skill for 5 days and then use misfortune explosion once. Once the misfortune explosion is used, the sword master's luck value will decrease by 15 for a day, 3. Slaughter and Devour evolution, evolve by absorbing blood and souls, other high-quality materials and weapons, 4. Slaughter feedback, feedback rate 5%, feedback purity 100% when absorbing blood and souls, part of the feedback can be given to the sword master. The feedback rate and purity can be set by the host. 5. Automatic repair, consume a certain amount of blood and souls to repair the body, 6. Demonic aura, opened the more creatures killed, the stronger the demonic aura gathered, forming a unique demonic aura. The demonic aura can affect the minds of everyone within the range, causing the enemies to feel fear, dread, and frightening illusions. The allies will become fanatical and crazy. The lives killed by the allies will also slowly increase the strength of the demonic aura. At the same time, it will also have a negative effect on the sword master. 7. Demonic sword sense, can sense the souls, lives, and killing intent of all creatures within a 500-meter radius. 8. Energy storage. 2 units 50% absorb the sword master's energy and store it in the sword. It can be used by the sword master or the host. 1 unit. All the energy in the sword master's dantian. 9. Demonic sword autonomy. The host can move freely and use all the skills in the killing the master inheritance. 10. Sword master's amplification. Increase the sword master's comprehension by 3. Increase the sword master's bone structure by 3. Increase the sword master's sword damage by 3. Increase the sword master's sword damage by 100%. Comprehension, bone structure, and bone structure are max 10, 11. Last elegy, forbidden skill. Skill effect, burn the sword master's life and soul to heal himself. Temporarily gain the combat power of an entire realm. Lasts for 2 hours. After using this skill, the sword master will definitely die. 11. Superconductivity, 100% conductivity of all kinds of energy. 12. Camouflage, you can camouflage yourself into a long sword that is not higher than your level. You can change your appearance at will. Only limited to swords. 13. Handy, every sword-wielding martial artist, the moment they hold scarlet blood, will think that scarlet blood was specially made for them. 14. Killing the master inheritance, every time you succeed in killing the master, you will receive all the inheritance of the sword master. You can pass these inheritances to the next Renkenju or use them yourself. Currently, mid-class mystic level technique Blood River technique, Slaughter Conception, small success, high-class mystic level technique Decapitation, complete, low-class mystic level technique Gale technique, acquired low-class mystic level technique Gale sword technique, large success. XVII was very satisfied with this evolution. There were no new skills, but many of his previous skills were enhanced. Slaughter evolution evolved into Slaughter Devour evolution. He could now evolve by devouring sword-making materials and other weapons. System, is this to reduce the difficulty of my evolution? The system replied, no, it's to increase the difficulty of your evolution. When Jin Jingqiu forged the red blood sword, the materials he used could at most make you a middle-level spiritual weapon. If you want to continue evolving, you will need more high-quality materials. Okay, Chen Hao was a little depressed. Evil Aura evolved into Evil Aura and was strengthened. It recognized and demonized allies, which accelerated the speed of the Evil Aura's strengthening. However, no matter how Chen Hao looked at it, it seemed like Blue XVII had developed it on his own. Murderous Aura Sense evolved into Evil Sword Sense. It was not only limited to sensing the murderous aura around the sword master, but also the vitality and soul power of the surrounding area. The range of sensing had also expanded by 5 times. Chen Hao was more satisfied with this. In the future, he would be like a small radar, able to sense living things wherever he was. The energy storage of the skill had doubled. Chen Hao would definitely absorb 17's vital essence again and store it. The Sword Master's enhancement skill did not increase the Sword Master's comprehension, root bone, or sword bone. Instead, it increased the damage of the Sword Master's swordsmanship by 100%. Chen Hao looked at the strong XVII and was a little worried about 17's future opponents. Even if it was the Crimson Blood Demon Sword, if he wanted to cause effective damage to XVII, he would need the cooperation of the Slaughter Sword Intent. Below the innate stage, who could do anything to XVII, Chen Hao looked at the Master Slaying Inheritance skill again and found that there were not many changes. However, he knew that if XVII died, then the Master Slaying Inheritance skill column would definitely be filled with black-level martial arts. Looking at all the abilities after the Crimson Blood Demon Sword's evolution, Chen Hao found that they were very compatible with XVII. Especially the Demonic Aura. However, Chen Hao thought carefully and found that the Demonic Aura was more like an ability that XVII came up with himself and was then recognized by the system as an enhanced ability. For no reason, a question suddenly appeared in Chen Hao's mind. I wonder how 17's luck is, should I give him a ruthless test? As soon as this thought appeared, it was directly extinguished by Chen Hao. 17's recent performance could be said to be perfect. As long as Chen Hao still wanted to level up, there was no reason to abandon him. Just like old Fu, from the beginning to the end, Chen Hao had never cheated him. XVII returned to the camp and personally dealt with those burdens. Knowing the Crimson Blood Demon Sword's evolved ability, 17 was extremely excited. The enhancement of the Crimson Blood Demon Sword was also enhancing his strength. The next day, the team set off. The city guards rushed to the front line with all their might. At noon the next day, the crimson blood demon sword vibrated again. A large army was approaching. Receiving the demon sword's warning, 17 immediately ordered the army to stop and prepare for battle. In yesterday's battle, under 17's leadership, 2,000 city guards defeated 3,000 Black Blood Army soldiers. The victory was a satisfying one, which made the remaining soldiers completely convinced of 17's abilities. Everyone was willing to listen to XVII's orders. Hearing that they were preparing for battle, half of the city guards at the back rushed to the front. All the soldiers took out their weapons and the archers were ready to shoot. They moved quickly. The city guards had just finished preparing for battle when the tremors under their feet became more obvious. This time, everyone became nervous again. In yesterday's battle, although the city guards defeated the Black Blood Army, they lost half of their combat power. Currently, they barely had more than 1,000 soldiers who could fight. Even with 17 charging at the front, the city guards were still much weaker than the Black Blood Army. Relax, relax. 17 didn't ride a horse this time. He stood at the front and laughed loudly. If it's really the enemy, just charge with me. Soon, a familiar flag appeared. A group of soldiers in purple and black armor appeared in front of the city guards. Xianxia was surprised. It's the Redbud Army. There are people. Not the enemy. Not the enemy. Our people. There are people. Seeing that it was the Redbud Army, 17 also let out a sigh of relief. It should be the messenger pigeon that sent the information last night. The Redbud Army had sent people to receive them. The Redbud Army stopped 30 meters away from the city guards. A general in purple and black armor and riding a horse slowly walked over. Who's your commander? Xianxia was about to step forward when he realized that almost all the soldiers were looking at 17. He awkwardly walked to 17 and pushed him. You go over. 17 nodded and didn't refuse. I'm Chen Pengfei of the Redbud City. Greetings, General. By who? The general of the Redbud Army looked at 17 in surprise. The highest position here is a by who? It's Xianxia, Lord Xianxia. 17 said honestly. Xianxia hurriedly stepped forward and explained, General, I am Xianxia, but Chen Pengfei is now the commander of the team. The middle-aged general asked in a low voice, if that's the case, when you encountered the Black Blood Kingdom's army yesterday, the battle commander was Bai Hu Chen. Yes. Xianxia did not hide anything. He recounted yesterday's situation truthfully. The only thing that was slightly artistic was that he said that he voluntarily handed over the command to XVII. XVII also nodded. He wouldn't make things difficult for himself. Yesterday, one of them was suspected of seizing power, while the other was trying to shirk responsibility. Strictly speaking, both of them were problematic. Chen Pengfei, you've done well. Leading a group of city guards who haven't undergone strict training to defeat the Black Blood Kingdom's regular army and behead 2,000 soldiers. You've done well. The middle-aged general smiled at XVII and said, tell your men to follow us. That night, XVII and the others arrived at the frontline camp safely. The frontline camp was very quiet. There were almost no lights. In the darkness, XVII could see densely packed white tents that stretched all the way to the horizon. We'll take the wounded and the food. You guys set up camp here. You must finish packing within half an hour. You're not allowed to make any noise or move around after dark. Violators will be beheaded. The middle-aged general said in a low voice. Tomorrow, someone will come to pick you up. Understood. XVII replied. Under 17's supervision, more than 1,000 city guards quickly set up camp and rested. After continuous battles and hurrying, they were already exhausted. After entering the tent, they also obeyed the military order and didn't even dare to speak loudly. The city guards of Redbud City knew very well the consequences of disobeying the Redbud Army's orders. Some of them quickly fell asleep. XVII could hear the snoring coming from the tent next to his own small tent. He lay in his tent, unable to sleep. After spending so much time, he finally arrived at the front line. He was a little excited and a little nervous. Xbii closed his eyes tightly, but Lan Yanling's figure appeared in his mind. How was she recently? Sometimes, Xbii would waver and ask himself if it was worth it, but so what if it wasn't worth it? What could he do? 17 opened a corner of the tent and looked outside. The footsteps of patrolling soldiers sounded. He quickly lay back on the blanket. Sir Jianling, what do you think people live for? Chen Hao replied in a matter-of-fact tone, of course, it's to welcome death, or to make your death look better. To make my death look better? Yes, that's how I understand it. If you really don't want to live anymore, I recommend the last elegy to you. It's very effective. Even Fu Yuanming said it's good. It's as beautiful as fireworks. Then tell me, is what I'm doing right? Is it meaningful? Chen Hao knew why Xbii worked so hard. Xbii never hid anything from him. There's no right or wrong. Do it if you think it's meaningful. Everyone pursues different things. Some people spend their entire lives pursuing something, but in the eyes of others, it might be a joke. Xbii felt that Sir Jianling's words seemed to have another meaning. After hearing it, he felt even worse. Humans, there were always 1 or 2 times a month when they had to think about life. The next day, Xbii woke up in good spirits. As soon as he left the tent, he received an order that the commander of the Redbud Army wanted to see him. The commander who met Xbii and Xiao Qishiang, Hongxi, was a burly man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Beside him sat the general who went to receive them. Hongxi seemed to have recognized Xbii. He directly left Xbii behind and appointed him as Qianhu. He also asked him to choose 400 people from the city guards to be under his command. As for the remaining city guards, they were led by the personal guards to other camps that needed to be replenished. With 17's contribution in defeating 3,000 soldiers of the Black Blood Kingdom, it wasn't a problem for him to be promoted to Qianhu. However, this decision still surprised him. Xbii didn't hold back when choosing soldiers. He first left his old subordinates behind. Then, he chose those who were strong and brave in battle. They were all familiar soldiers from the Black Wind Ridge. The city guards who were chosen by Xbii were very happy. They had a deep impression of 17's bravery. Having a qualified and reliable general was definitely very important on the battlefield. Under the leadership of Hongxi's personal guard captain, Xbii arrived at the new camp. After the appointment was announced, more than 600 veterans of the Redbud Army all looked at Xbii without saying a word. Xbii could clearly see the dissatisfaction on most of the veterans' faces. Their expressions were clearly written on their faces. They didn't even bother to hide it. The veterans didn't have a good impression of this young man who was directly promoted from a Baihu to a Qianhu in the Redbud Army. Among them, the Baihu standing at the front had even more dissatisfaction on their faces. The people who were replenished by the city guards had always been demoted 1 rank to join the army. However, Xbii, this weirdo, had just joined the army and was promoted 1 rank. This made people suspect that Xbii had a strong background and came to the army to make himself look good. As for 17's achievements, if they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it. Hongxi's personal guard captain said to 17, Qianhu Chen, what do you have to say to them? Xbii stood in front of the stage and said loudly, my name is Chen Pengfei. I'm 16 years old this year. In terms of age, many of you are older than me. Some of the neutral veterans below the stage nodded. They felt that although the new Qianhu was young, he knew how to conduct himself. At least, he gave them respect. But you're older and your positions aren't as high as mine. This only proves that you've lived for so many years in vain. Xbii ignored the unfriendly gazes of the veterans below and continued, I know that you're very dissatisfied now. Today, I'll give you a chance to prove yourselves. I'll stand here without weapons. If any of you can defeat me, I'll personally resign to Commander Hong and say that I'm not capable enough to be a Qianhu. What an arrogant kid, the veterans all glared at Xbii angrily, but no matter how angry they were, they didn't stand out to break the formation. They all turned their gazes to the Baihu. Captain Tan? A Baihu gritted his teeth and asked the captain of Hongxi's personal guards, may I? As the captain of Hongxi's personal guards, even a Qianhu didn't dare to offend him. I'm just here to announce the appointment. Captain Tan glanced at 17 and smiled, but since Chen is so confident, you don't have to be polite. As he spoke, he stepped aside. Tan Yuqi was convinced by Hongxi, but he was still curious about XVI. He rarely saw Commander Hong admire a young man who had just joined the army. He knew 17's intentions, so he chose not to interfere. One person taking on 600 Chinese army soldiers. Whether it was arrogance or confidence, one could tell at a glance. The new city guards all looked at XVI excitedly. They hoped that Chen Pengfei could completely defeat the veterans. After all, XVI was a member of the city guards. Qianhu, I'm Meng Fei. I'm in the middle stage of the true energy realm. Please enlighten me. Seeing that Captain Tan chose not to interfere, Meng Fei, who had just stepped forward, directly challenged XVI. I'm Chen Pengfei. I'm also in the middle stage of the true energy realm. XVI paused and asked, are you alone? I think it's better if all 600 of you come at me together. I'm also in the middle stage of the true energy realm. Meng Fei repeated with a cold face. XVI shook his head and said helplessly, then make your move. Sorry. Meng Fei was polite, but his first move was a killer move. He was like a ferocious tiger, and his murderous aura exploded as he kicked 17's throat. With this kick, it would be easy to shatter a rock. XVI could clearly feel the coldness at his throat. Just as the kick was about to hit 17's throat, XVI made his move. He grabbed Meng Fei's ankle casually with one hand. His hand was like an iron claw, and Meng Fei's entire body stopped in midair. XVI exerted force and slammed Meng Fei to the ground. Bang! Meng Fei was smashed into the ground. Captain Tan sucked in a deep breath. Even a peak true energy boundary master wouldn't be able to do this. The veterans looked as if they had seen a ghost. They were both true energy intermediate stage cultivators, but was there really such a huge gap between them? Cough cough cough. Meng Fei crawled up from the ground. His body was covered in dust and he was in a sorry state. However, XVI had a sense of propriety. A true energy middle stage expert was not that weak. By Hu Meng, you can try using your saber. XVI could see that Meng Fei was the most promising person to become a Qianhu. Therefore, he chose to give him another chance. Since Lord Qianhu has said so, I will try again. Meng Fei pulled out his long saber. The long saber instantly turned scarlet red, as if it was about to melt. This time, he was very cautious. He had already treated XVI as a great enemy. Fierce fire cut. XVI didn't dodge, but Meng Fei didn't hold back. He was very clear about the other party's strength. He had suffered a great loss just now. Everyone present looked at XVI, waiting for him to make a move. XVI made his move. It was still the same move. XVI grabbed the blade with one hand. Was he being careless? 17's right hand almost turned golden, and he grabbed Meng Fei's scarlet long saber so easily. Meng Fei stabbed it fiercely, but the long saber didn't move at all. Everyone present looked at XVI with their mouths agape. They couldn't believe it. XVI could actually grab a white saber with his bare hands. The gap was too big. Your saber, the temperature is not bad. XVI let go of the long saber. Meng Fei staggered back a few steps. He was beaten black and blue by XVI, and he almost couldn't resist. Even when facing a peak true energy realm master, he had never been so powerless. From beginning to end, the other party didn't draw his sword. XVI pulled out his long sword, and the blood-red murderous aura on his body suddenly erupted. Together with the demonic aura that hadn't fully erupted, it enveloped all the soldiers in the drill ground. The drill ground seemed to have entered a world of ice and snow. The cold wind was miserable, and in the thick blood-red murderous aura that couldn't be dispersed, everyone resisted desperately. They were suppressed by this murderous aura to the extent that they could hardly raise their heads. Many soldiers found that the speed of their true qi circulation in their bodies had begun to decrease, and the source of the murderous aura, 17's burly body was like an evil spirit. I'm the Qianhu. Do you have any objections? No. No. No objections. The veterans struggled to resist the murderous aura, but the new city guards were all like stimulants. They looked at XVI fanatically and shouted crazily. XVI withdrew his murderous aura, and all the veterans breathed a sigh of relief. He said in a deep voice, "If you still have any objections, you're welcome to challenge me. I won't refuse." The veterans all looked at XVI with a bitter smile. They were afraid that after today, no one would be foolish enough to challenge him. Meng Baihu, you're responsible for training the recruits according to the standards of your Red Bud Army. Yes. Sir. Meng Fei had already accepted his fate. At least he wouldn't have a chance while XVI was in office. They're all brothers who came with me. I hope the veterans can teach them seriously. XVI asked loudly, "Can you?" Yes. No problem. The veterans' answers were sparse, but XVI didn't care. He just wanted to make a statement so that the veterans wouldn't bully the recruits too much. The hierarchy in the military camp was strict. Under the strong pressure, many soldiers' nerves were stretched taut, and bullying the recruits became a way for some veterans to vent their emotional pressure. After XVI left, all the veterans in the drill ground let out a long sigh of relief. Just now, XVI gave them too much pressure. How many people did that Xianxia kill? Even the general's murderous aura isn't as strong as his. An ordinary person with such a strong murderous aura would have already gone mad. It's too scary. He's also terrifyingly strong. Yes, Meng Baihu can't do anything to him. Xianxia must be a body-refining martial artist. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so strong. Nonsense, he also has a heavy sword. Why don't we ask the newcomers? Xianxia seems to be from the Red Bud Army. They must know. The city guards were very happy to share the veterans' questions. This was also a good opportunity to integrate into the Red Bud Army. 17's strength made them very proud. When they talked about 17's name and deeds, they naturally exaggerated a little. 17's notoriety of bloody human butcher not only didn't make the veterans reject him, but they also acknowledged him. In the following time, Meng Fei trained the recruits in the morning, and the 17th took time to train everyone in the afternoon. Just like in the city guards, the soldiers' training was to adapt to the demonic aura. Ever since the Crimson Blood Demon Sword evolved, the demonic aura had also been strengthened. The demonic aura was no longer like before, where it targeted everyone except the sword master. Therefore, the soldiers quickly adapted to the demonic aura. As the adaptive training went on, XVI found that almost all the soldiers looked at him with fanaticism in their eyes. It was very obvious in the demonic aura, and there were even some crazy tendencies. After the demonic aura was turned off, the fanaticism still remained and turned into respect. Chen Hao saw the performance of all the soldiers. He then realized the real effect behind the brief introduction of the demonic aura. He was really looking forward to seeing how crazy XVI would be when he brought his subordinates to the battlefield. The enemies here weren't ordinary bandits. The army trained for 5 days. Because the city guards had a good foundation, their formation was basically formed. During these 5 days, XVI didn't stay idle either. Most of his time was spent on the art of concentration. Following the news of him challenging Meng Fei on the drill ground and his reputation in Blackwater County, the other 4 Kiliarchies under Commander Xianxia came to him to spar. In the military camp, there were no women, no bars, and almost no entertainment. The military discipline was strict. Thousands of men gathered together and could only rely on martial arts to vent their excess energy. The 4 Kiliarchies under Commander Xianxia's command were between the middle and late stages of the true energy realm. Facing XVI, they had almost no ability to resist. Of course, XVI saw that they were all fellow soldiers and let the 4 Kiliarchies lose. At least he used his sword. Everyone fought back and forth. After 10 moves, the boring competition ended. In 2 days, XVI fought with them 5 times, and then they never came again. Unknowingly, 10 days had passed. 17's bones were itching from boredom. He felt uncomfortable all over and restless in the camp. After 10 days in the military camp, he had interacted with the other Kiliarchies and knew a lot of things. For example, strictly speaking, this wasn't the front line. For example, they belonged to the 6th Army of the Red Bud Army. They were under General Su Sihai's command and had a total of 15,000 people. The 6th Army lost a lot of people not long ago. Even General Su was seriously injured. Therefore, the entire 6th Army was withdrawn from the front line long ago to rest and reorganize. Another example was that the small-scale battles with the Black Blood country were getting more and more intense. Some experienced Kiliarchis believed that a war was about to start. On the 13th day, XVII finally received orders that General Su had returned to hold the 6th Army's military exercise. Fortunately, Bai Humang was sincerely helping 17 train the new soldiers. Otherwise, just the military exercise alone would be enough to make the 17th anxious. On the day of the military exercise, more than 10,000 elite soldiers of the Southern Cloud country gathered on the large drill ground. They were wearing the same purple-black uniform. They had a weapon in one hand and a shield in the other. They were lined up neatly and shouted in unison. XVII was shocked by the scene. The shock of the scene and the emotional impact made XVII feel like he was a part of it. "Sir Jianling, are you shocked?" He was eager to share his feelings. "Very ordinary," Chen Hao said in a very disdainful tone. Has Lord Jianling seen anyone more powerful? I used to stay in Huaxia for a period of time. The soldiers there are really amazing. Anyway, when a 20,000-man army moves, it's like a single person. As Chen Hao watched the Circe's army drill, he felt like he had seen a vast ocean but still couldn't understand water. The drill of the Circe's army is even worse than that of the Sindhi army. At the very least, the acrobatic performances of the Sindhi army are rather splendid. But in your place, the Circe's army should be performing better. XVII could roughly understand Chen Hao's sarcasm, but he didn't have time to ask because it was their turn to join the formation. Long snake formation, fish scale formation, arrow formation, crane wing formation. These basic formations were all practiced once. When the drill ended, it was almost noon. The general of the 6th Army, Su Sihai, stood in front of a built stage and began to give a speech. Su Sihai was a true Khanate master. Even if there were no microphones in this world, he could still pass his words to the ears of every soldier. There was nothing new in the speech, and Chen Hao was too lazy to listen. What he cared about was the long saber on Su Sihai's waist. He felt the soul of the long saber. The soul in the long saber was very weak, far weaker than Chen Hao's. It was even weaker than an ordinary soldier. However, this was the first time Chen Hao had seen another spiritual weapon since it was upgraded to a spiritual weapon. After the military drill ended, 17 returned to the camp and began to pack. After nearly half a month of rest, the 6th Army was about to set foot on the front line again. After marching on foot for 2 days, the 6th Army didn't meet up with the main force. Instead, they changed positions with the 9th Army. The campsite of the 9th Army was about 5 miles away from the main force. The campsite was built on the mountainside of a barren mountain. There was a spring on the mountain, so there was no need to worry about a lack of water supply. The materials used to build the campsite were all stones from the mountain. There were 4 gates and 5 watchtowers. Outside the walls of the campsite, 7 trenches were dug. There was even a goat and horse wall between the trenches and the walls of the campsite, making it easier to defend. The soldiers were very orderly and quiet as they set up the tents. In the evening, XVII went to Commander Hongxi's place for a small meeting. XVII roughly understood the thoughts of the entire Southern Cloud Nation's military towards this war. Qian, who was already considered a high-ranking official in the military. He had enough qualifications to know many things that the soldiers didn't know. Southern Cloud Nation had almost no confidence in dealing with the Black Blood country. They formed an alliance with Zhou Nation to protect themselves. They deployed their troops at the border and acted as if they were going to attack. That was according to the request of their ally. They were going to pin down a portion of the Black Blood country's military strength. The elite troops of the Black Blood country were all gathered at the border of Zhou Nation. However, 3 days ago, Southern Cloud Nation received news that the Black Blood country had made a move on Zhou Nation. They attacked 3 of Zhou Nation's cities and massacred them. It was said that no one was left alive in the 3 cities. Zhou Nation had the confidence to resist the attack of the Black Blood country. At the same time, they also requested their allies to send troops to attack the hinterland of the Black Blood country to reduce the pressure on them. Then are we going to attack? A Qian who asked. His Majesty's meaning is that we need to attack the Black Blood country. Commander Hong said, firstly, this is the content of the alliance agreement. Secondly, we must help Zhou Nation. All of the generals present were silent. They all understood the principle of being intimately interdependent. However, although the Black Blood country's Black Iron Army is not as strong as us, the difference in strength is not that big. The Black Iron Army also has more than 100,000 people, Xianxia said. His Majesty also has no other choice. If we really don't send troops, no matter what the result is, we won't be able to get anything good out of it. Commander Hong said with some worry, this attack, our 6th Army also needs to participate. The great general's meaning is that we will set off tomorrow afternoon. Are we going to fight the Black Iron Army head-on? Xianxia asked. Commander Hong replied simply, this is a secret. Don't ask too much. Go back and inform your subordinates to prepare to set off. As for what the specific operation is, you will know when the time comes. With the arrival of the war, the other 4 Qian whose faces were solemn. Xvii, who had been keeping a low profile, rubbed his hands and was eager to fight. The next afternoon, the 6th Army left 3,000 soldiers to guard the camp. The other 12,000 people left the camp with many siege weapons. Xvii roughly understood the purpose of this operation. However, no one was clear about the specific goal. Along the way, in order to prevent the secret from being leaked, they used a cruel joint punishment system. A squad of 5 people was led by a sergeant. Everyone had the duty to monitor and report each other. If one of the 5 people leaked the secret and was not reported, but was discovered by others, it was very likely that all 5 of them would be executed together. The specific situation was that when they went to the toilet, all 5 of them were required to go together. There were also people patrolling around the temporary toilet. This kind of rule made 17 feel a little uncomfortable. The 17th glanced at the supervisor not far away with dissatisfaction. Feeling that it was about time, he looked away and accidentally saw Meng Fei tilting his head and looking at him. Following his gaze, 17 quickly pulled up his pants and shouted, "What are you looking at?" "I'm looking at those bastards from the supervisor team. Aren't they afraid of getting a needle's eye? Believe it or not. I will stuff you into the toilet." Fine, he couldn't fool them. When they were close to the border, the 6th Army changed to sleeping during the day and moving out at night. They were not allowed to cook. It was obvious that the military route had been carefully selected. A large number of spies and experts from the army were sent out to remove the beacon towers built by the Black Blood country at an extremely fast speed. The Black Blood country and the Southern Cloud Nation had already cut off their trade, so they encountered very few people along the way. Even if they did, the army would directly kill them without any reason. On the 4th night after leaving the border, the army arrived at the designated location without anyone noticing. 17 received the order to recuperate. They would attack with all their strength in the second half of the night and try to take down the city within 2 hours. The Redbud Army wanted to capture the Black Blood Kingdom's cities in the shortest amount of time and at the lowest cost. If they didn't launch a sneak attack and attacked head-on, the cost would be too great. If they failed in their attack and wasted too much time, they might even encounter the invincible Black Army's reinforcements. If that happened, they would be caught in a pincer attack, which would be very troublesome. 17 estimated that the 6th Army wasn't the only one involved in this operation. The Southern Cloud country's military thought was very simple. As long as they took down a few cities, the invincible Black Army would be the one to attack. The Redbud Army would have the upper hand and they would be able to give the Zhou country a satisfactory explanation. The cities were already taken down. What else could they be dissatisfied with? 17 felt that it was a good idea to control the war in the Black Blood country's territory. After all, the Black Blood country's army was too brutal. 3 cities of the Zhou country were massacred. More than 10,000 soldiers quietly approached the outskirts of the city. Until now, 17 knew that the target of this attack was Mingtai City. Ladders, battery-powered vehicles, and other siege equipment were all assembled. The battery-powered vehicles were pushed into the ditch of Mingtai City and a bridge was built. The guards on the city wall didn't notice until the ladders were pushed to the bottom of the city wall. Someone is attacking the city. The ear-piercing sound of a gong was heard. However, they noticed it a little too late. The ladders were limited. The vanguard had already climbed up the ladders and slowly ascended. The battery-powered vehicles were pushed by more than 20 true energy realm experts. They fiercely crashed into Mingtai City and made a deafening sound. Charge! The soldiers shouted. 17 stood at the rear of the army and saw General Su fly up the city wall. With an innate master leading the charge, it would be a piece of cake for the 10,000 elite Red Bud army to break through Mingtai City. The innate master had personally killed his way into the city. More and more Bauhinia army soldiers were standing firmly on the city wall. The city gate had already been knocked out of shape, using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Seeing that victory was within her grasp, 17 could not help but sigh. Why did he join the army? Wasn't he just trying to quickly increase his strength through battle and evolve the demonic sword at the same time? But ever since he joined the Red Bud army, he had stepped on over 10 flies and swatted over 30 mosquitoes. Mengfei whispered, "Lord Qianhu, it seems like there's nothing for us to do." Mengfei had joined the Red Bud army when he was 16 years old. He had participated in countless battles, big and small. He was good at both training and commanding. Although 17 had learned many military books, he still relied heavily on him. After all, learning and using were two completely different things. At this time, Mengfei was standing beside XVI. Yeah. 17 was depressed. He lowered his head and looked at the grass under his feet. But just as he stepped on the grass, the crimson blood demon sword on his back suddenly trembled. He turned around abruptly and looked at the dark wilderness and the forest in the distance. "What's wrong?" Mengfei asked. "There's someone behind us." "Someone? It can't be? How many?" 17 pulled out the crimson blood demon sword from his back and said with a serious expression, "Many, and more. We're in big trouble." The demonic sword's sensing ability was controlled by the demonic sword. The range was 500 meters. As long as a living being stepped into the range of 500 meters, Chen Hao could sense it. Chen Hao was very clear about the difference between the souls of martial artists and ordinary people. The moment the other party stepped into the sensing range, Chen Hao would sense it. If it was 1 or 2 people, Chen Hao wouldn't care. But when hundreds of martial artists stepped into his sensing range from different directions, he knew that they might be in big trouble. The Red Bud army was attacking the city. Chen Hao wouldn't think that the martial artists behind them were the reinforcements of the Southern Cloud Nation. Similarly, 17 didn't believe it either. "You order everyone to prepare for battle. I'll go tell Commander Hong." Before 17 could take a step forward, a loud explosion was heard from the city wall. 3 light shadows shot out from the city and appeared in the sky above the city wall. 17 looked up and his heart sank. Except for the soldiers who were fighting fiercely, almost all the Red Bud army who were preparing to attack outside the city raised their heads and looked at the 3 light shadows in the sky. Flying was the easiest way to identify a pre-celestial master. Martial artists had excellent eyesight. Even at night, they could still see clearly. Among the 3 light shadows above their heads, one of them was General Su Sihai. As for the other 2 unknown pre-celestial masters, they were working together to deal with Su Sihai. Their identities were self-evident. Almost all the Red Bud army realized that something was wrong. Mingtai City was just an ordinary city on the border. It wasn't even a strategic location. Was there a need for 2 pre-celestial masters to guard the city? A distance of 500 meters was nothing for martial artists who ran at full speed. But because of the siege and the impact of the chariots, no one noticed their approaching footsteps. They were only discovered when the invincible Black Army appeared in XVII's vision. Ambush! No one knew who shouted, but the entire Red Bud army was in chaos. Victory was in sight, but they suddenly found themselves ambushed. The difference in their mentality was unbearable. "Su Sihai, you didn't expect this, right? We've been waiting for you in the city for a long time." An ear-piercing voice came from the sky. "Li Shui, how did you know about our operation?" Su Sihai's voice was full of anger. "Who told you?" The 6th Army's whereabouts were kept a secret. Officers below the level of commander didn't even know the details of their operation. The invincible Black Army suddenly appeared in Mingtai City. It was obvious that the 6th Army had been betrayed. "I don't know either. My superiors told me to wait for you here, and you really came. What can I do?" Li Shui laughed and said helplessly, "Besides, even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you." Li Shui continued, Su Sihai, Hui Qingying and I are here, along with 40,000 invincible Black Army soldiers. Don't you plan to escape? Su Sihai sneered, do you think you can take me down with just the two of you? Hui Qingying said coldly, we just need to hold you back. Su Sihai's expression was very ugly. He scanned with his divine sense and knew that they were telling the truth. More than 40,000 invincible Black Army soldiers ambushed more than 10,000 Redbud Army soldiers. The 6th Army wasn't prepared at all. Their morale dropped, and they had no chance of winning. This didn't include the thousands of city guards in Mingtai City. He said loudly, the 6th Army will be temporarily commanded by Commander Hong Shi. Organize a breakout immediately. I'll hold them back. 17 looked at the 40,000 invincible Black Army soldiers that covered the mountains and plains. Under the silver mask, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Just a moment ago, he was very disappointed that he couldn't fight. But now, he could fight, but he couldn't feel happy at all. With more than 10,000 soldiers, they could even kill an innate expert. The first wave was a dense rain of thousands of arrows. In this kind of battlefield, archers didn't need to aim at all, they just needed to keep shooting. Soldiers with shields immediately put up their shields in front of them, and those without shields could only block with their weapons. When the arrows were concentrated to a certain extent, it was almost impossible to block all the arrows without excellent martial arts and eyesight. After the rain of arrows, it caused a lot of damage to the troops. 17 ran to the back of his troops and desperately waved his red blood-heavy sword. Using the advantage of the length and width of the sword to the limit, he barely blocked most of the arrows for his men. For some arrows that he couldn't block, he simply used his body to block them. 7 arrows nailed on his body, making a dang-dang sound and then fell to the ground. Ordinary arrows couldn't hurt 17. All soldiers of the southern cloud country, listen up, you have nowhere to go. As long as you are willing to put down your weapons and surrender, then serve the Black Blood country, we are willing to accept captives. This sentence was repeated a few times. 17 was also afraid of death, but he didn't believe a single word. Captives? When he was suppressing bandits, he also took captives. However, these words could indeed shake the morale of the troops. After all, the Redbud Army was already forced to a dead end. Even if it could weaken the Redbud Army's resistance slightly, the purpose of these words would be achieved. 6th Army, listen up, the rear army will be the front army, rush out from the side. Commander Hong's voice suddenly appeared. His order allowed the Redbud Army to find their target. Everyone in the Redbud Army began to break out according to his order. On the battlefield, the soldiers from both sides fiercely collided. All the Redbud Army held their breath and tried their best to open up a bloody path. But how could it be so easy to break out? The commander of the invincible Black Army wasn't a fool. After discovering the Redbud Army's intention, he began to dispatch troops to block their path. Their ambition was very big, they wanted to swallow the 6th Army. On the cruel battlefield, no one could be spared. Relying on the advantage of nearly 4 times their numbers, the invincible Black Army began to strangle the Redbud Army. About 15 minutes later, the Bauhinia Army was still unable to break through the encirclement of the invincible Black Army. More and more Bauhinia Army soldiers in front of 17's team were dying. Soon, 17's team would be able to break through the encirclement. More than 3,000 Bauhinia Army soldiers had already died in battle, but breaking out was still far away. XVII even doubted if they could break out. XVII held his breath. It was the first time he had faced such a large-scale battle. Just as he was about to make contact with the enemy, Chen Hao whispered in his ear, "Look behind you." Behind, being sandwiched from the front and back, XVII quickly turned around and was surprised to find that half of the Redbud Army behind him had disappeared. In the dark, XVII saw more than 3,000 Bauhinia Army soldiers breaking through the weak defense line of the invincible Black Army and disappearing into the night. Some of the invincible Black Army were still chasing after them. He immediately looked behind him to search for Commander Hong's figure, but he couldn't find him. He took a deep breath. Even if he was good at maintaining his composure, he couldn't help but feel angry in his heart. How could 17 not know that the soldiers in front of him had already been used as bait? Hong Shi asked them to break out in this direction because he wanted them to be a target to attract the enemy's attention. When the invincible Black Army transferred most of their forces to stop XVII, the number of soldiers in other positions decreased. Then, Xianxia led his men to break through the encirclement in one fell swoop. No matter how dissatisfied Xbii was with Xianxia, he had to admit that his strategy was successful. He led more than 3,000 soldiers to break through the encirclement successfully. It was already very lucky for the 6th Army to be able to break through the encirclement with more than 3,000 soldiers. Until now, many soldiers still didn't know that Xianxia had already escaped, and Xbii wouldn't say anything. You will only shake the morale of the army. Meng Fei, tell our brothers to follow me when we break out of the encirclement. I will lead them out. Lord Qianhu, are you sure? If I can't break out, then you should put down your weapons. 17's exact strength, even he himself wasn't too clear. Ever since he left the Forbidden City, he still didn't have an accurate estimate. However, he could say with certainty that among the warriors below the Khanate stage, his strength was definitely at the top. Okay. At the critical moment, Meng Fei chose to believe Xbii. Not only Meng Fei, but the thousands of soldiers under Xbii all believed Xbii. Because other than Xbii, there was no one else more trustworthy. Lord Jianling, demonic aura, 30%. 17's eyes instantly turned blood red. With him as the center, a blood-red murderous aura quietly spread in the darkness. The soldiers trained by the 17th had just been enveloped by it when a familiar sense of excitement appeared. 30% was just the threshold for adapting to the training. Any more, and they would really fight with the invincible Black Army until the last drop of blood. Brothers, follow me. 17 shouted loudly. He raised his heavy sword and charged towards the enemy. In the vast sea of soldiers, his tall and majestic figure was very eye-catching. Xbii left a deep footprint on the ground with every step he took. He charged into the invincible Black Army and waved his crimson blood sword. His first sword slashed across the waist. Normal armor and weapons couldn't block the crimson blood demonic sword at all. The invincible Black Army soldiers within 4 meters were all cut in half. With his second sword, he slapped away 3 enemies who were blocking his way. With his third sword, he slapped an officer who was at the early stage of true essence. The officer was instantly cut into pieces. On the battlefield, no one could get within 4 meters of Xbii. The arrows shot from the dark clanged against 17's body and then bounced off. Extraordinary strength, an almost impenetrable defense, exquisite swordsmanship, and a terrifying murderous aura that struck fear in the hearts of those who heard its name. All of these had created such a terrifying beast that could rampage and trample on the battlefield. Behind Xbii, there was also a group of crazy soldiers. The soldiers who were affected by the demonic aura were not afraid of the invincible Black Army soldiers. Instead, they were excited. After killing some enemies, their eyes began to turn crimson red, and they slowly began to go crazy. They crazily attacked any enemy who dared to come close. They wouldn't stop until they were dead. A Redbud Army soldier recklessly pierced his opponent's throat. Then, 3 invincible Black Army soldiers pierced through his body with spears. Before he died, he laughed crazily and threw out his long sword, killing another person. A Redbud Army soldier's right hand was cut off. He crazily pounced on an enemy until someone stabbed him to death. After pulling him away, they found that the soldier he pounced on was already dead. His neck was badly mutilated. Even if they had to give up all their defense, they would still crazily tear their enemies apart. As long as they were still alive, they would desperately tear off a piece of flesh from their enemies. What the hell was this? Unlike cornered beasts who fought desperately and were driven to a dead end, those crazy soldiers seemed to be a group of lunatics, a group of bloodthirsty beasts that made people tremble in fear. The invincible Black Army soldiers who surrounded the Redbud Army and saw these crazy soldiers with their own eyes were terrified. Out of nowhere, something called fear appeared in his heart. Under the influence of the demonic aura, that fear was infinitely magnified. They started to retreat, trying to get away from those lunatics. 17's Redbud Army soldiers didn't chase after them. They still remembered 17's last order, which was to follow him, so, under the leadership of Xbii, they forcibly dug a hole in the 30,000 enemy soldiers, and they were getting closer and closer to success. Stop them! The commander of the invincible Black Army shouted angrily. Don't let them escape. All officers above the level of Baihu must stop them. With 4 times the number of soldiers and a perfect ambush, 3,000 Redbud Army soldiers still managed to escape. If the remaining Redbud Army soldiers in the encirclement succeeded in breaking out, what awaited them wouldn't be a reward, but the most severe punishment from the military. Being targeted by the invincible Black Army, more and more true energy realm warriors appeared, increasing the pressure on XVI. 1000 average sword art. XVI finally used his martial technique. Just now, in order to preserve his combat power, he had been using pure physical strength. After the Crimson Blood Demon Sword was upgraded to a mid-level spiritual weapon, XVI, as the owner of the sword, doubled the damage of all his sword arts. The 1000 average sword art, a low-level mystic level sword art, was used with the lethality of a mid-level mystic level sword art. Every move and style of the 1000 average sword technique sought to unleash the strongest power of a martial artist. After the damage was increased by the Crimson Blood Demon Sword, the power contained in each of 17's attacks reached a terrifying level. Even a peak True Energy Realm warrior couldn't withstand 17's power. The True Energy Realm warriors of the invincible Black Army were terrified to find that in front of this humanoid beast, they were as helpless as weak children. They saw their comrades being sent flying, injured, disabled, and even killed by 17's sword, but they couldn't do anything. They had a chance to attack his body, but he had no scruples at all. He was almost invulnerable. If this was a normal battlefield, they could still use guerrilla tactics and not fight the 17th head-on, but the military order was to stop him. If they wanted to stop him, then they could only fight him head-on. When the second peak True Energy Realm warrior died under 17's sword, even the experienced and strong-willed warriors of the Black Blood Kingdom were terrified. The demonic aura at 30% strength didn't have much effect on them, but their comrades died one after another. The fear in the face of death and the powerlessness in front of XVI were increasing. With fear, the demonic aura would take the opportunity to enter and magnify their fear. Some Baihu, Qianhu, and even some commanders began to think they couldn't stop him, so they might as well let him go. The pressure on the 17th began to lessen. Finally, after killing a mid-stage True Energy Realm warrior, he saw the wilderness. Following him were Meng Fei and the other 4 Baihu, as well as the Redbud Army, who were constantly breaking out of the encirclement. XVI turned around and saw that many of his comrades were still trapped in the enemy's formation and had not rushed out. He thought for a moment and decided to charge in again, just as he was about to charge into the enemy's ranks, he heard a roar from not too far away. This roar was made with true essence, and even on the battlefield, he could hear it clearly. Entangle them, don't let a single one escape. XVI squinted and looked towards the direction of the voice. The commander of the invincible Black Army was standing on a chariot. Senior Qianhu, run. Xiong Tingji urged anxiously. You guys run first, I'll bring up the rear. Those True Energy Boundary experts target is me, only I can stop them. But, this is my order. Anyone who disobeys will be punished by military law. Seeing XVI turning around and rushing towards the invincible Black Army without hesitation, almost all the Bauhinia Army soldiers' eyes turned red. Meng Fei shouted, hurry up. Don't let Lord Qianhu's painstaking efforts go to waste. His voice was choked with sobs. Only about 500 people managed to escape the encirclement, and most of them followed 17's men closely. After XVI rushed out with his men, the encirclement closed again, and there were still more than 1,000 Bauhinia Army soldiers struggling. The True Energy Boundary experts of the invincible Black Army had been surrounding XVI. Those who had the courage to attack XVI were already dead, and the rest of them did not dare to fight him head-on. They just followed him, surrounded him, and fought passively. XVI didn't go to save his besieged comrades directly. Even if he rushed in, he wouldn't be able to save many people. Most of his trained men had already broken through the encirclement, and the Bauhinia Army soldiers who hadn't been trained to adapt to the situation might really go crazy in the battle. He turned his eyes to the enemy's commander. Flash step. After coming out of the flame physical conditioning room, 17's physical strength had reached a terrifying level. After using the dash step, the ground would tremble slightly with every step he took. He knocked away 7 or 8 True Energy Boundary experts along the way, and rushed directly towards the commander of the battlefield. The 2 real innate realm generals of the invincible Black Army were fighting with Su Siheo, but they were nowhere to be seen. Therefore, the commander of the enemy was at most a True Energy Boundary expert. XVII was too dazzling on the battlefield, and the commander's eyes never left him. Seeing the other party rushing towards him, how could he not know what the other party wanted to do? On the battlefield, the commander was always the target of the enemy. "Stop him!" the commander of the enemy shouted. He knew the consequences of letting the other party get close. Under his orders, countless invincible Black Army soldiers started to target XVII. XVII was like a tireless killing machine with unlimited true energy. His eyes were bloodshot, and he rushed towards the commander like a crazy demon. Killing feedback, the demon sword kept sending pure true energy into his body. The true energy in 17's body was surging. No one could stop XVII from breaking through the encirclement just now, and it would be the same now. Master Jianling, demonic aura, 100%. After being tempered by the art of concentration and the flame physical conditioning room, 17's spiritual power and willpower were enough to maintain a certain level of clarity in the demonic aura. It wasn't an easy thing for him to go completely mad. The demonic aura instantly became stronger, and it was so thick that it could not be dispersed. It kept corroding the minds of every soldier in the demonic aura. The ordinary soldiers were defeated and started to retreat. The weak-willed soldiers looked at XVII as if they were looking at a demon god in a sea of blood. They did not have the courage to face XVII directly. The ordinary soldiers closest to XVII were the first to run away. The morale of the ordinary soldiers nearby was almost broken. All the invincible Black Army soldiers who were surrounding XVII and struggling in the demonic aura saw the situation, and their morale dropped by more than half. 17's target was also enveloped by the demonic aura. The commander of the enemy knew clearly that no one could stop the masked monster. He could not escape this disaster. No one was not afraid of death. No one was not afraid of death. As long as they were afraid, the demonic aura would corrode them faster. The war horses were frightened. The 4 war horses that were pulling the chariot wanted to run away, but they forgot that they were still tied to the chariot. The chariot kept turning back and forth, knocking down many soldiers. The 4 war horses pulled the chariot as if they were in a tug-of-war competition. In the end, the ropes broke, and they ran away crazily. The commander of the invincible Black Army jumped off the chariot and ran away directly. He felt that no one could stop the monster unless an innate master intervened. XVII did not let him go. He gradually approached him, making him crazy and desperate. He looked like he was fished out from a pool of blood. His body and sword were covered with sticky blood and flesh. In the eyes of the enemy, he was the devil. The commander who was running away finally broke down. He shouted in a shrill voice, "Everyone, come and protect me. Protect Commander Hao. Quick, protect Commander Hao." The one who helped to pass the order was his personal guard. XVII grinned. This was the order he wanted. The soldiers who surrounded the Red Bud army were stunned. When they heard Commander Hao's order again, they slowly retreated and went to protect Commander Hao. On the battlefield, a military order was a military order. They could not go against it. It was very rigid, but they had to obey it. The remaining few hundred soldiers of the Red Bud army suddenly realized that the invincible Black Army was no longer surrounding them. Without thinking, they ran away from the encirclement. Soon, they disappeared into the night. They climbed up a small slope and turned around. They saw a man shrouded in blood-red mist being surrounded by the invincible Black Army. Was it that man, the man who had been rushing at the front of the army? Didn't he already rush out? XVII saw them leaving. He looked at Commander Hao and smiled happily. Not bad. You are very smart. So I have decided, let me go? No. I want you to die a little later. With the life of the commander of the invincible Black Army, Commander Hao, 17 delayed for another 15 minutes. A quarter of an hour was more than enough time for the soldiers to run away. It was not that 17 didn't want to delay for a longer time. The problem was that he was afraid that the 2 innate masters of the invincible Black Army would come back. When he left the encirclement of the invincible Black Army, there were only a dozen true energy realm masters chasing after him. When 17 slowed down, they slowed down as well. When 17 sped up, they immediately caught up with him. Rather than saying that they were chasing after him, it was better to say that they were following him. After following him for more than a mile, they gave up and let 17 disappear from their sight. At this moment, 17 realized that the so-called chase was just a gesture. The darkness didn't affect XVII's vision too much. He quickly found the signal left by Meng Baihu. After running for another 2 miles, 17 suddenly heard a warning from Jianling. It said that there were more than 700 warriors hiding in the woods near him. 17 had escaped from the encirclement of nearly 40,000 people. How could he be afraid of 700 people? 17 approached the woods and asked loudly, "Who are you?" Their tracks were exposed. More than 700 warriors came out of the woods. A big man with a black face said in surprise, "Brother, you really escaped?" 17 took a closer look. These people were all wearing the standard armor of the Red Bud Army. "Why didn't you run?" The big man with a black face lowered his head and said embarrassedly, "We were planning to escape, but we stopped halfway, waiting for me." "Yes." The big man with a black face nodded and said, "We saw everything behind you. You had already rushed out, but you came back to help us. We wanted to go back to help you, but we didn't dare to. We were afraid that we would cause you trouble, so we wanted to wait here and see if you could come back. Is there anything we can do to help? Then you can come with me." 17 was quite happy. At least this big man with a black face was more reliable than Hongxi. "I still have a group of brothers in front. Let's escape together. We have more people and can look after each other." Following the signal left by Meng Fei, 17 ran for about 10 miles and finally found the rest of the Red Bud Army. They also hid in the woods. As soon as Meng Fei saw XVI, he shouted happily, "Lord Chen, I knew that those people couldn't do anything to you." 17 subordinates all gathered around and looked at XVI excitedly. With the help of XVI, many people escaped the encirclement. There were more than 1,200 people in total. Of the 1,200 survivors, their strength was considered to be above average in the 6th Army. The team included a commander of the 6th Army, who was at the peak of the true energy stage. He was the burly man with a dark face, Shen Yan. There were 8 Qianhu in the middle or late stage of Jinyuan realm. Among them, XVI knew Zhu Guangcai. There were more than 20 Baihu in the early to middle stage of the true energy realm. The 1,200 ordinary Red Bud Army soldiers were all quite strong. Those who were weak or unlucky were all dead. Shen Yan was very familiar with the situation at the border. Under his leadership, more than 1,000 people fled desperately in the direction of the southern Cloud Nation. During this time, they changed their route several times to confuse the enemy. 17's team was lucky. They only met a small group of Black Blood country soldiers along the way. The rest of the Red Bud Army easily killed them. After running for 2 days and 2 nights, they entered the southern Cloud Nation. Only then did they stop to rest. After 2 days and 2 nights of running for their lives, the team that originally had more than 1,000 people was now left with only 900 people. Those who were left behind were almost all seriously injured or too weak. There were almost no soldiers below the middle stage of the Qi condensation realm. Whether the soldiers who were left behind could only depend on their luck. "We're not going back to the original camp. We're going directly to Clearwind City." Shen Yan pointed at the simple map and said, "The worst-case scenario is that all the armies that participated in the attack this time have been ambushed, and the entire Red Bud Army has suffered a great loss. We have lost the ability to fight the Black Iron Army head-on. The Red Bud Army has retreated and entered a city, turning into a defensive state. If we go back to the camp, we might end up empty-handed. If we are unlucky, we might even encounter the Black Iron Army's main force. So, we might as well enter the Windy City." XVI nodded and said, "Clearwind City is not bad." After entering the southern Cloud Nation, the speed of the army slowed down. After 4 days, they finally arrived outside of Clearwind City at noon. The gates of Clearwind City were tightly shut. There were quite a number of city guards on the city walls. "Who are you? Don't come near." Just as they approached the gates, the soldiers on the city walls shouted. Shen Yan shouted, "We're from the Red Bud Army's 6th Army. Hurry up and open the gates and let us in." "Wait, we'll immediately report to the commander." Soon, the commander of Clearwind City, Jiang Jiankai, appeared on the city wall. "You said you're from the Red Bud Army. Do you have a military order?" "We're from the 6th Army. We were ambushed by the Black Blood Kingdom on the way. We were the only ones who escaped. Hurry up and open the gates. No. You said you're from the Redbud Army, so you're from the Redbud Army. What if you're from the Black Blood Kingdom and wear the Redbud Army's uniform to fool me into opening the gates? Damn it. A small city guard commander dares to not let us in. I've never been treated like this before. Why don't we just attack together and take down Clearwind City? Xianxia shouted loudly. XBII stood out and said, forget it. Let me do it. Brother, can you do it? XBII shouted towards the city wall, Xianxia, I'm Chen Pengfei. Hurry up and open the gates. You think you're Chen Pengfei just because you're wearing a mask? Xianxia looked at XBII with some confusion and continued, do you have any proof? By Feifei. XBII called out a name and asked, do you need me to be more specific? No need. You're my brother Chen. There's no doubt about it. Xianxia hurriedly stopped the 17th from continuing and then disappeared from the city wall. Xianxia said with some surprise, I didn't know brother Chen was so popular. XBII smiled and didn't say anything. His relationship with Xianxia was uncertain. Not long after, the city gates opened. Xianxia walked out with a smile and warmly welcomed them, Brother Chen, hurry up and enter the city. After XBII introduced him to the commander of the Redbud Army, Xianxia was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Since the Redbud Army had just lost a battle and needed to rest, Xianxia didn't argue with him for 17's sake. At the dinner table, XBII and the others also asked Xianxia for some information. They learned that the Redbud Army's main force had already retreated to Redbud City. The city guard commanders at the border all received the news and entered a state of war. They were told to strengthen the defense as the Black Blood Kingdom could launch a large-scale attack at any time. As for why the Redbud Army retreated to Redbud City, Xianxia didn't receive a clear notification. Now, Xianxia understood. They rested in the city for 2 days. Some of the soldiers whose injuries had worsened and couldn't continue on the journey were left in the city. Xianxia would definitely take good care of them. The others hurried towards Redbud City. When they returned to Forbidden City, the entire city was in a state of war. Most of the people walking on the streets were from the Forbidden City Army. After entering the military camp, Xianxia separated from XBII. Before they separated, Xianxia patted his chest and said, Brother Chen, you saved our lives. If you need us in the future, just say the word. After escaping for 2 days and 2 nights, XBII found out that most of the people he saved the second time were Xianxia's men. Okay. Oh right, brother, I want to ask you a question. What question? Who is that by Feifei? Xianxia asked with a smile. I've always wanted to ask you this question, but I'm a little embarrassed. By Feifei, the concubine that Xianxia just snatched. Only he and I know about this. Only you and he know. No wonder he's so warm to you and even calls you brother. Xianxia said with a look of realization. He's really generous. I didn't even notice it. XBII touched his nose and looked at Xianxia's back as he left. He felt that there was a hidden meaning in his words. Bai Feifei was the concubine that the third young master of the Su family had just bought. When the city guards searched the house, Xianxia took a fancy to her and secretly took her away. Only he knew about this. XBII didn't think too much about it. He needed to report to Commander Hong immediately. Hongshi's face was a little haggard. It was obvious that he had been worried a lot recently. When he saw XBII return, he was a little surprised. After the surprise, he asked XBII how he escaped from the encirclement of the invincible Black Army. He also asked many details. XBII didn't hide anything. Other than the Crimson Blood Demon Sword, he answered truthfully. When he learned that XBII killed a few true Energy Realm experts of the invincible Black Army and saved thousands of Forbidden City Army soldiers by himself, he couldn't hide the shock on his face. In the end, he could only say, as expected of a genius who came out of the fiery body tempering room. Other than that, Hongxi couldn't find any other reason to explain 17's strength. The word genius could explain everything. It's great that you were able to save Xinyan. Unfortunately, Commander Sang is dead. Hongxi saw that XVI was a little confused, so he added, it's that commander who went to receive you when you just went to the front line. He was the one who recommended you to me and said that you were very good. At that time, I also investigated your intelligence, and you were indeed very outstanding. Yes. Hongxi asked in a low voice, that day, I abandoned you guys. Do you have anything against me? XVI didn't know how to answer. You don't have to answer this question. Hongxi continued, I don't care if you can understand me now, because you will understand in the future. This time, in the attack on Black Blood Country, we suffered a great loss. Our 6th Army is still fine. General Su is still there, but we only lost one of the 3 commanders. In addition to the 900 people you brought back and the 3,000 people who were originally guarding the camp, we still have 6,000 people. After replenishing our troops, we still have a chance to go to the battlefield. Hongxi clenched his fists tightly and slowly said, the 5th and 10th armies are in trouble. Only General Pei brought back more than 500 people from the 5th Army. General Pei was also seriously injured and won't be able to recover in half a year. Until now, no one from the 10th Army has returned. There's completely no news of them, including General Tian of the 10th Army. This time, we suffered a great loss. Did you catch the spy? Yes, one of the most trusted personal guards by the general's side. Hongxi said in a heavy tone, recently, the entire Redbud Army has been cleaning up the spies. It's best if you don't go out if you have nothing to do. Okay. Since Xinyan is back, I'll go to the general's place. You go and rest first. XVI had a good night's rest in the army camp. The next day, he was informed that General Su wanted to see him. 17 was mentally prepared for this. Entering General Su's tent, there was only Su Sihai, Hongxi, and Xinyan sitting in the middle of the tent. Greetings, General Su, Commander Hong, and Commander Shen. Su Sihai sized up 17 seriously and said, late-stage true energy realm. You are indeed a genius. The last time you broke through was when the Redbud Army was suppressing the bandits, right? Yes, after the battle at Mingtai City, I had a breakthrough. Su Sihai looked at XVI with some astonishment and asked, according to your information, you are not yet 16, right? Yes. Hongxi and Xinyan had calm expressions on their faces. They were already shocked. 17's position as Qianhu was appointed by Hongxi. He had investigated XVI. As for Xinyan, they had been on the run for so many days. Xinyan had already dug up 17's background. Mengfei was a big mouth, and 17's die-hard supporters couldn't wait for the whole world to know that their Qianhu was the #1 demonic cultivator in the southern region and the bloody butcher. It's like this. Commander Shen recommended you to be the commander. Are you confident? Recommend him to be the commander? XVI looked at Xinyan with some surprise. Xinyan smiled at him. General Su said slowly, with your military merits and the strength you displayed in Mingtai City, as well as the combat strength your soldiers displayed, you are indeed qualified to be a commander. It just so happens that our 6th Army needs a commander right now, even though your military merits are innumerable. Xinyan rushed to say to 17, I guarantee with my head that your military exploits are absolutely true. The 900 brothers who escaped can all guarantee with their heads. General Su nodded and said, these people's guarantees are very important. It was indeed very important. It was almost half of the remaining backbone of the 6th Army and the foundation of the 6th Army's reconstruction. The war is imminent. Do you have the confidence to be the commander of the 6th Army? Yes. You say so, but you can't. Su Sihai stood up and said, since you killed a master at the peak of the true energy realm on the battlefield, then you have to show me your ability. How? Let's go to the drill ground. Su Sihai took the 3 of them to the drill ground and said, Xinyan, you and Shen Pengfei fight. Both of you are not allowed to hold back. Since Su Sihai said not to hold back, Xinyan couldn't hold back. The eyesight of a Khanate master was not just for show. Xinyan pulled out his thick scimitar and looked at XVI. He hesitated for a moment and said, General, I don't have the confidence to deal with Brother Chen alone. Why don't you let Commander Hong fight with me? I think it's better for the two of us to lose face together than for me to lose face alone. Xianxia didn't have the confidence to kill a few rounds of the invincible Black Army. Hongxi's face didn't look good. He was probably angry. Okay, Hongxi, you fight with him too. Remember, don't hold back. Hongxi replied helplessly, yes, sir. The two of them stood on both sides of Xvii. Xianxia made the first move. Be careful, brother. Take my earth chop. The thick scimitar swallowed the yellow glow of the blade, and then slashed fiercely at Xvii. 17 raised his right hand, and his right hand instantly turned golden. Then, in Xianxia's surprised eyes, 17 held the blade of his scimitar. He was not convinced and used all his strength to pull the scimitar back. His black face was red, but he still couldn't pull the scimitar back. Hey, brother, can't you give me some face and let me have a few moves? Okay, let's fight again. 17 let go and said. I don't want to fight anymore. Hongxi, you do it. It's your turn. Hongxi thought, %%%yen%yen%yen. Hongxi asked, Chen Pengfei, have you perfected the golden body exercise regimen? Yes, it's perfected. Then there's no need to compete. I admit defeat. What, old Hong, how can you surrender without a fight? Xianxia pretended to be surprised and asked. General Su said from the side, all right, Xianxia, calm down. Xianxia shut his mouth as expected. Xvii guessed that Xianxia was still holding a grudge against Hongxi for using him as bait. Chen Pengfei, your golden body exercise regimen has been perfected. Even I can't compare with you in this aspect. Your strength is also very strong. Let me test your strength. Su Sihai pointed to himself and said, try attacking me with all your strength. All my strength? Why, are you afraid that I'll get hurt? Su Sihai laughed. No. Xvii shook his head repeatedly. He didn't think that he could hurt a Khanate master. Xvii hadn't used all his strength so far. On the battlefield, when dealing with the enemy, he habitually held back 30% of his strength. He took a deep breath, and the genuine qi in his body surged. He clenched his big fist and punched Su Sihai's chest fiercely. There was an ear-piercing sonic boom in the air. Su Sihai's face suddenly changed. He didn't have time to pull out his long saber. His right hand quickly blocked 17's fist, and the vigorous genuine qi instantly condensed on his arm. As soon as he touched 17's fist, the severe pain on his arm made Su Sihai quickly retreat to reduce the force. After sliding for more than 10 steps, Su Sihai barely stabilized his body. What a strong force! This scene caused Hongxi, Xianxia, and all the soldiers present to be dumbstruck. He actually sent General Su flying with one punch. How powerful was that? Good, very good, very good. Su Sihai endured the stinging pain in his wrist and clapped his hands as if nothing had happened. Your strength is ridiculously strong. You are truly worthy of being the first martial artist to pass the test of the Raging Flame body tempering room. With your strength, even an ordinary middle Xiantian master is inferior to you. Am I really that strong? Very strong. Su Sihai said seriously, don't underestimate the Inferno body tempering room. The Inferno body tempering room comes from the Skyblaze sect, a top sect in ancient times. The effects of the Inferno body tempering room are truly terrifying. The resources you've spent in the Inferno body tempering room are enough to produce 2 Xiantian masters. Otherwise, how do you think you could have made it onto Bai Zhangming's blacklist? How could you have changed the rules of the Inferno body tempering room? General Su, do you mean that I can defeat an innate stage expert? Su Sihai rolled his eyes. Do you think Xiantian masters rely on strength? However, it's true that you're almost invincible below the Xiantian realm. I understand. Alright, I agree to let you take the position of commander. You can all disperse. Su Sihai realized that the bones in his wrist were cracked, and he needed some treatment. But before he left, he said, Hongxi, write down the name list of the soldiers who were present today. No one is allowed to spread what happened today. If you violate military law, you will be punished. After that, he said to 17, I'm doing this to protect you. Thank you, General Su. Xvii watched the general leave. He stared at his fist and muttered to himself, "So, I'm already this strong?" After General Su left, Xianxia said exaggeratedly, "Commander Chen, you're too awesome. You're invincible below the Xiantian realm." As for XVI repelling General Su, no one paid much attention to it. They didn't think that 17 could really defeat an innate stage expert. Innate stage experts didn't rely on strength to win. Instead, they relied on artistic conception, endless true yuan, and the advantage of flying to suppress true energy realm martial artists. However, the words "invincible below the Xiantian realm" came from General Su, a Xiantian realm expert. It was very authoritative. "That's only below the Xiantian realm," XVI said, shaking his head. After all, from the beginning to the end, 17's goal had always been above the Xiantian realm. Even the ordinary citizens of Redbud City could smell the impending war. The war was imminent. The invincible Black Army was pressing on the border. The Redbud Army was not only actively recruiting soldiers, but they also transferred elite city guards from Blackwater Prefecture and the nearby cities to join the army. Other than the 10th Army that had completely disappeared, the 5th and 6th Armies began to replenish their losses. Those who didn't have enough officers were recruited from other armies with sufficient strength and merit. However, restoring the combat power of the two armies wasn't something that could be done overnight. 17's 6th Army was still fine, but the 5th Army was completely defeated. Xianxia transferred the subordinates that XVI trained when he was Qianhu to him. He also transferred a group of experienced veterans to him. Xianxia, who didn't have many people, did the same. One was 17's former superior, and the other was saved by XVI. Both of them understood 17's potential and expressed their goodwill to 17. On the battlefield, in the army, how could there be so much scheming? Did they think that they weren't dying fast enough? Wu Guan died in Mingtai City. Xiong Tingji successfully broke through and became a warrior in the early stage of the true energy realm. He was appointed as a Baihu by XVI, and Meng Fei became a Qianhu as he wished. The selection of new soldiers wasn't a problem. With the strong support of the imperial court, the army spared no effort in recruiting soldiers. Many commoner warriors with dreams decided to step onto this single-plank bridge. The city guards transferred from various places also gradually arrived. The Redbud Army's strength began to expand like a balloon. XVI released his demonic aura. He wasn't afraid that he wouldn't be able to recruit strong-willed seedlings. The officers that were transferred over from other armies were trained by 17 with her absolute power. Almost all the soldiers that Xianxia sent over were saved by 17 on the battlefield. Some of the veterans that Xianxia sent over were also very obedient. XVI used his absolute power and demonic aura to establish his authority. The veterans who followed the 17th out of Mingtai City used wonderful stories to increase the respect of XVI for the new soldiers and officers. The 5th Army and the 10th Army that temporarily disappeared and hadn't been rebuilt yet became the perfect background for XVI. In the military camp, in addition to training, the stories of the veterans also became the favorite pastime of the new soldiers. The veterans also liked to see the stunned expressions of the new soldiers. The stories always deviated further and further from the truth. When some veterans were telling stories, they sometimes had an idea and added all kinds of material to the story. For example, XVI rushed in once, and the result changed. He killed 7 in and 7 out of the invincible Black Army. Why 7 in and 7 out? Because it was easy to say. This reminded XVI of Zhao Zilong of Changshan, who was mentioned in the story of Lord Jianling. Also, XVI was facing more than 30,000 invincible Black Army at that time. Some of them ran to chase after Commander Xianxia. In the end, from the veterans, it became 70,000 people. Fortunately, the veterans still had a bottom line when they made up stories. They didn't add innate masters into the story. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. When more than 5,000 soldiers were almost done with their adaptive training, he received an order from General Su to lead the soldiers to reinforce Qingfeng City. Redbud City was the headquarters of the Redbud Army, and the main force of the Redbud Army was stationed there. Its defense could be said to be impregnable. However, the other cities on the border were attacked one after another. 2 cities had already fallen. The Redbud Army couldn't just leave them alone. The main force of the invincible Black Army of the Black Blood Kingdom was stationed 50 miles away from Redbud City. The main force couldn't be moved recklessly, so they could only send a few troops to reinforce the garrison. At the same time, a general in the early stage of the innate master level was in charge of commanding. Before leaving, General Su instructed XVII, among the 3 commanders under me, you are the one who won't die easily. Be alert on the battlefield. If you can't win, run. You are still young. It's not a big problem to make a few mistakes. XVII promised, General Su, don't worry. With me here, Qingfeng City will definitely be there. Unless the enemy has too many innate masters or is too strong, unless the army is wiped out, I will definitely be able to hold on until the reinforcements arrive. Su Sihai instructed softly, you don't have to worry too much about the lives of the others. Listen to General Wang's orders and do your best. This was 17's first mission as a commander. To XVII, who had the ambition to develop in the military, this mission couldn't be missed. General Su also bore a lot of pressure to let him, a person who wasn't even 16 years old, become a commander. After XVII became a commander, Hongxi told him that when it came to the appointment of commanders in the Redbud Army, ordinary generals only had the right to recommend and didn't have the right to make decisions. It was only after General Su insisted to the Grand General that XVII succeeded in becoming a commander. Of course, XVII was very careful with his words. He didn't dare to boast. What if the enemy sent tens of thousands of soldiers to surround and attack? Then they would definitely need reinforcements. However, his luck shouldn't be that bad. General Wang, full name Wang Yongbua, broke through to the Xiantian realm 5 years ago. He was less than 30 years old this year and could be considered a young Xiantian realm master. General Su had mentioned to him that Wang Yongbua had a family background. Originally, he didn't hold a position in the Redbud Army, but when he was transferred over, he was already at the peak of the true energy realm. As the commander of the 9th Army, he had successfully broken through to the Xiantian realm and was promoted to the rank of general. However, because he held the position of commander, the Southern Cloud Nation didn't have any large-scale wars and he didn't have any achievements, so even if he was the general of the Redbud Army, he had almost no real power in his hands. 10 days later, 17 set off with more than 5,000 men. The military considered that the 6th Army had too many recruits and there were no Black Blood country troops near Qingfeng City, so it shouldn't be the focus of the attack, so they let them prepare for a few more days. 17 informed Wang Yongbua to set off. Wang Yongbua was a little arrogant, so he told them to go first and he would be there soon. 17 didn't have anything to be dissatisfied with. Xiantian realm masters were amazing, they could fly. He didn't know when he could fly, arriving at Qingfeng City and seeing his old acquaintance Jiang Jiankai again. Jiang Jiankai was even more enthusiastic. Brother, I haven't seen you for a few days and you've been promoted from Qianhu to commander of the Redbud Army. It's too scary. It's okay. 17 said modestly. His family knew his own situation. 17 knew that other than his own strength, he was able to catch a good opportunity and meet someone who appreciated him. This was also the reason why he could be promoted so quickly. This is our Qingfeng City Lord Zhao. Lord of the city, this is Brother Chen Pengfei of the Redbud Army. Don't look at Brother Chen's young age, he may be one of the top young geniuses in the Southern Cloud Nation. Qingfeng City Lord Zhao Wei was a fat man in his 50s. He usually took good care of himself and was white and fat. Last time when 17 and the others were defeated and fled back to Qingfeng City, the city lord of Qingfeng City happened to go to Redbud City. So this was the first time 17 saw City Lord Zhao. City Lord Zhao looked at 17 and said, I've heard of Commander Chen's reputation for a long time. Now that I've finally met you, it's true that seeing once is better than hearing 100 times. Mayor, you flatter me. When XVII spoke, he even moved his facial muscles. The mask was indeed properly worn. Let's go, brother. I'll hold a welcoming feast for you. XVII didn't refuse. In the future, he still needed to work with the two of them. Defending Qingfeng City required the cooperation of both sides. The two powerful figures in Qingfeng City were very good at socializing and XVII was also very cooperative. The atmosphere of the banquet in the city lord's mansion was very harmonious. From time to time, there were maids pouring wine for XVI. Pouring wine was a normal thing. What 17 cared about was the maid who poured the wine. The maidservants were too beautiful. XVI had seen many women. Most of these women eventually turned into corpses. Among the living women, other than Lan Yanlin, only Enian Liang from the Liuhe Chamber of Commerce left an impression on him. And the maid who poured wine for him was the second unfamiliar woman, or girl, who left an impression on him. The maid was about 16 or 17 years old. She was wearing a green muslin dress. She was petite and had a lithe figure. Her palm-sized face was filled with innocence and purity. She had a pair of beautiful big eyes that seemed to be able to speak. When she walked, her footsteps were slightly skipping. Every time she poured wine for XVI, she would secretly look at XVI with curiosity and respect in her eyes. XVI knew all of this. He had to admit that being piqued at by such a girl, he was a little shy, and a little proud. It was a very strange feeling. 17's reaction was completely in line with the normal psychological state of most men. No matter how powerful he was only a 16-year-old boy. From the Lan family to the army, although he was used to life and death, he was still a virgin when it came to relationships and the opposite sex. However, XVI was a person with a strong mind. His face still didn't show any abnormalities. He turned his gaze to the city lord of Qingfeng City, Zhao Wei. XVI first ruled out Jiang Jiankai as a suspect. Jiang Jiankai was a lecher. If he had such a beautiful woman, he would definitely keep her for himself and wouldn't give her away. And Jiang Jiankai also noticed the girl. There was greed in her eyes, and restraint. Sure enough, XVI soon noticed that every time the girl got close to XVI, Zhao Wei would secretly look at his face. 17's face turned slightly cold. He was saying, how could such a beautiful girl be reduced to a maid? He didn't bat an eyelid. When it was time to drink, he would drink. When it was time to eat, he would eat. After drinking and eating to his heart's content, the city lord of Qingfeng City signaled the servants to take down the banquet and also signaled the city guard commander to leave with them. Jiang Jiankai looked at the maid who still didn't leave with some reluctance and then said goodbye to XVI. He roughly knew what his city lord wanted to do. If it was anyone else, it would be fine. He couldn't afford to offend XVI. Come here. The maid looked at XVI with a blush on her face and ran behind City Lord Zhao with small steps. She lowered her head and let City Lord Zhao's huge body cover her figure. She seemed to be shy. City Lord Zhao said with a smile, Commander Chen, this is my daughter, Zhao Ke. Zhao Ke poked her head out and looked at him again. Her eyes moved, making 17 a little stunned for a moment. 17's face looked a little better. He didn't like to be schemed against. Now that City Lord Zhao introduced Zhao Ke to him frankly, he felt much better. My daughter is 16 years old this year. She is the apple of my eye and is unmarried. Seeing that XVI didn't speak, City Lord Zhao continued, my daughter grew up in a boudoir. Her talent in martial arts isn't high, but she has high standards. I told her about you. Zhao Ke pushed him slightly and called out in a coquettish tone, Daddy. Okay. Daddy won't say any more. Although the city lord didn't say it explicitly, XVI knew in his heart. But it was good that he didn't say it explicitly. Sometimes, if things were made clear, it would only make everyone awkward. When XVI left the city lord's residence, he saw Jiang Jiankai squatting at the door. Jiang Jiankai saw XVI and walked up with a smile. He winked and asked, Brother Chen, how is it? What do you mean how is it? Don't fool me. That fatty Zhao clearly wants to marry his woman too. You. It's such an obvious intention. Don't tell me you didn't see it? Jiang Jiankai said long-windedly, to be honest, I know he has a few adopted daughters, but I didn't expect one of them to be so beautiful. You haven't seen her before? Jiang Jiankai said with dissatisfaction, of course not. That old guy stared at me like I was a thief. How would I have a chance? I say, Brother Chen, get that woman here. I promise you won't lose anything. Jiang Jiankai said in a low voice, City Lord Zhao has a lot of connections. He has a few adopted women who married well. If you marry his daughter, you'll be family. I'm devoted to martial arts. I don't have plans to marry and have children for the time being. Brother, you don't know how to be flexible. If you really like her, you can marry her and leave her at home first. Jiang Jiankai said with a smile, when you want to have children. Hee hee, you know. Ignoring Jiang Jiankai, 17 returned to the barracks. Stationed in Qingfeng City, the soldiers under his command all lived in the barracks in the city. In the next few days, 17 would be relatively busy. The next morning, 17 was practicing Thousand Average Sword Art on the school field. Thousand Average Sword Art was highly compatible with 17. Coupled with the continuous battles and his own comprehension, this sword art was unknowingly cultivated to perfection. At this time, Meng Fei appeared outside the school field. He didn't dare to disturb 17 and just waited quietly. After 17 finished practicing a set of sword art, Meng Fei ran over with a smile and handed over a sweat towel, saying, Commander, sword art has improved. Even the Nan family's newly risen genius Lan Haoshuan and Hunyuan sex Zhou Chulin. I'm afraid they're not your opponent. Lan Haoshuan and Zhou Chulin were both geniuses who recently became famous in southern Cloud Nation. Every aristocratic family and sect had their own outstanding disciples. If these forces didn't have any promising young disciples at a certain time, it was a dangerous signal. Powerful forces would promote their own geniuses every once in a while. Firstly, it was to strengthen their reputation. With a strong reputation, not only could they recruit more outstanding potential seeds, but they could also intimidate their opponents. Secondly, they could also use them as role models to inspire other young disciples. 17 didn't care about Meng Fei's words. Surpass Lan Haoshuan and Zhou Chulin, sorry, he had never seen people of the same generation as his opponent. Wiping the sweat on his body, he asked directly, what's the matter? Outside the camp, there's a girl who wants to see you. 17 frowned slightly, you still don't know how to deal with this kind of thing? He was the commander of the Redbud Army's 6th Army. In terms of position, he was on the same level as a normal city lord. In terms of status, he was much higher. Now, he couldn't just meet anyone. There were many people or forces in Redbud City who wanted to curry favor with him and befriend him. 17 didn't have the patience or the time to meet them one by one. He almost didn't participate in anything other than war and cultivation. Meng Fei was very clear about this. She's quite pretty. Meng Fei quietly observed the commander's reaction. Seeing that his face had darkened, he immediately added, she said that she is from the city lord's mansion. Hearing Meng Fei's words, XVI thought of Zhao Qier for no reason. Of course, it was more likely to be business. Then I'll go take a look. There was a carriage parked outside the barracks. As soon as XVI walked out of the barracks, she saw the curtain of the carriage move. A beautiful girl jumped out of the carriage with a delicate food box. It was Zhao Wei's adopted daughter, Zhao Ke. Commander Chen. She jogged in front of XVI, and a light breeze blew. Not only did the breeze bring with it a chill, it also brought with it the faint fragrance of a young girl. XVI felt a little hot. Commander Chen, I wanted to go in and look for you, but that bad guy wouldn't let me in no matter what. The girl is a little angry and points her chin lightly. XVI looks in that direction and sees Meng Fei not far away. Meng Fei smiled awkwardly and then ran away. Was this a complaint? He didn't notice that when he looked at Meng Fei, the girl stole a glance at the firm muscles on his body and then quickly lowered her head, as if she was afraid of being caught. When 17 practiced martial arts, she wore a short shirt for convenience. Captain Meng didn't do anything wrong. This is the military law. You can't go against it. Okay, I understand. Zhao Ke blushed and didn't mention Meng Fei again. Instead, she stuffed the food box into 17's hands and said, this is the snack I made. See if it suits your appetite. No, before he could finish the word no, the girl lifted her skirt and jumped into the carriage. Uncle Zhou, let's go. The carriage slowly left. XVI didn't move for a long time with the food box. Stop the carriage? Return the snacks? XVI can't do it. The soldiers guarding the entrance of the barracks stood guard very seriously. They didn't move, but their eyes were fixed on XVI and the food box in his hand. The 17th hurriedly turned around with the food box and entered her room. Meng Fei came in again. What's the matter? Meng Fei looked at XVI and then at the food box on the table. His eyes were unclear. Commander Jiang is here. It should be about the defense of the city. Okay, then call the men. We'll try to assign the tasks clearly today. Yesterday, XVI had discussed with Jiang Jiankai that today they would survey the surrounding terrain of Qingfeng City. He needed to familiarize himself with the defense of the city and at the same time, clarify the division of defense between the Red Bud Army and the city guards. By the way, you should deal with that box. XVI pointed at the food box and said, I think you care a lot about it. How? You can eat it or share it. It's fine. No, I don't want it. Meng Fei shook his head like a rattle drum. I'm not hungry. I don't want it. I don't want it. What a joke. That was a gift from the girl to the commander. How would he dare to eat it? Did he want to die? Wang Yongbua came in the afternoon. The reason he was late was that he forgot the time when he was cultivating. XVI didn't care. It was good that he was here. After he came, Zhao Wei and Jiang Jiankai were very nervous. Not only were they nervous about the family behind Wang Yongbua, but they were also nervous about Wang Yongbua's strength. An innate master was definitely a big shot in southern cloud country. Jiang Jiankai invited Wang Yongbua to a banquet as usual. Wang Yongbua didn't refuse. XVI didn't see Zhao Qir at the banquet. This made him a little disappointed but also a little satisfied. These subtle emotions, maybe even he himself didn't notice it. Wang Yongbua asked Zhao Wei for a quiet house. Zhao Wei warmly arranged for him to live next to the city lord's mansion. XVI suspected that this guy was afraid of death. During the war, having an innate master living next door was simply a kind of safety guarantee. Wang Yongbua turned his gaze to 17 again. Commander Chen, I'll stay in the house. You're the person General Su values and have outstanding ability. The defense of Qingfeng City will be under your responsibility. Unless the Black Blood country sends out an innate master, or if there's something that needs my help, you don't need to inform me about other things. You have full authority to decide. The other party wanted to be a hands-off boss. XVI could only agree. After the banquet ended, Jiang Jiankai asked with some uncertainty, he's going to cultivate? He couldn't think of any other reason for a person to stay indoors. XVI nodded and said, it should be. Even if he's very talented and has the support of his family, he can't achieve what he has today if he didn't cultivate hard. Speaking of which, Wang Yongbua still retained the habits of an ordinary family warrior. It wasn't that he was wrong. The pursuit of personal strength was the unchanging goal of a warrior. XVI could only say that he wasn't suitable to be a soldier. XVI went to the banquet and wasn't in the barracks. He didn't know that his subordinates were in an uproar. There's actually a woman who dares to pursue Commander Chen? Yes, that woman is so bold. Don't talk nonsense. Our commander is so powerful, how can any woman not be tempted? She hasn't seen the commander on the battlefield. If she did, I'm afraid she wouldn't dare to appear in front of the commander. Nonsense, women like men like the commander. The fiercer and more domineering, the better. It gives them a super sense of security. Do you understand? As soon as XVI returned to the barracks, all the discussions ended. When he returned to his room, he opened the food box. Inside were exquisite pastries. The pastries weren't in the common shape of slices or cubes, but were made into the shape of various cute animals. It was obvious that the other party had put in a lot of effort. He took a casual bite. It didn't taste dry, and the pastry melted in his mouth with saliva. The pastry wasn't very sweet. A hint of sweetness filled the tip of the tongue, making XVI, who had just drunk wine and tasted bitter in his mouth, feel much better. The sweetness was just right, making people feel happy. Commander, that young lady is here again. Meng Fei told 17 with a smile. 17 thought for a moment and said, tell her that I'm busy and can't see her. He understood Zhao Qir's intentions, but he couldn't accept it. No way, Commander, you don't want to see her? Meng Fei persuaded, Commander, are you going to reject her good intentions? Don't talk nonsense, do as I say. Not long after, Meng Fei came back with a food box in his hand. Commander, that young lady asked me to give this to you. 17 looked at the food box and was stunned. He wanted to teach Meng Fei a lesson, but gave up after thinking about it. How did she react? What reaction can she have? Meng Fei whispered, "Of course she's very disappointed." 17 took a deep breath and said, "That's good, that's good. She should understand what I mean." "Commander, have you never thought of starting a family?" He said perfunctorily, "It's too early for me to start a family." Meng Fei didn't dare to say more. After getting along with 17 for a long time, he probably knew what kind of person the commander was. He was usually easy to talk to, but when it came to some matters of principle, he often stood by his words and wouldn't listen to anyone's advice. The morning after rejecting Xianxia, 17 received Meng Fei's report again, saying that the young lady was here again. "Just say that I don't want to see her." 17 suspected that he didn't reject her clearly enough yesterday, and Xianxia misunderstood. Did she think that he was really busy? "I understand." Meng Fei was about to leave when 17 called him again. "Also, if she gives you something, don't accept it." When Meng Fei appeared again, 17 asked him, "How is she?" "The young lady seems to be crying, her eyes are red." "Okay." 17 nodded and didn't say anything else. However, Meng Fei couldn't hold it in anymore. He had rejected her, but he still cared about her reaction. Wasn't that strange? "Lord Commander, I see that you still care about her quite a bit. She's not bad looking and her family background should be good. Why did you reject her?" "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." XVI looked at Meng Fei and said word by word, "People who are too curious usually don't live long, do you understand?" Understood." Chen Hao looked at the 17th sitting on the chair in a daze in the demon sword and couldn't help but say, "XVI, I think that little girl is quite beautiful. Why don't you accept her?" "Sir Jianling, I'm not suitable. I can't give her what she needs. If she follows me, she might die." XVI is hiding his identity in the Red Bud army. Of course, he is not suitable to marry Zhao Qier. The problem was that Chen Hao liked this kind of plot. It would be best if the strong-willed XVI could completely fall. Chen Hao, who was sealed in the demon sword, was definitely a Jianling filled with evil interests. If he met a sword master that he was more comfortable with, although he would not take the initiative to harm them, as long as their lives were not in danger, he would definitely be very happy to see the sword masters suffer. If you want to ask the reason is very simple. It is that he likes it and is bored. On the morning of the second day after XVI clearly expressed his rejection, Zhao Qier came again. Meng Fei came back and said, "She wants to see you." "No. I was with her, but once I said it, she couldn't stop crying, as if she was very sad." Meng Fei frowned and said, "I think she really likes you." Meng Fei found it hard to imagine that XVI could be so heartless to reject such a woman. If it were him, he would have completely fallen for her. Perhaps, this is the difference between him and a genius, Meng Fei couldn't help but think. Go and receive 30 beatings. Wake up. On the third and fourth day after clearly rejecting Zhao Qier, the beautiful and innocent girl never appeared again. Every morning, XVI would stop cultivating and rest for a while. Of course, all of this was only known to Jianling Chen Hao, who was very familiar with 17's habits. He said gloatingly, "What, are you regretting it? The girl is also shameless. She has already chased you and was rejected by you. You don't know how sad she will be." That afternoon, XVI received an invitation from the city lord, Zhao Wei, inviting him to a banquet. When he sat there, he found that the city lord had only invited him. The two sat opposite each other. There was a small square table in front of them. The small square table was full of wine and dishes. There were no servants. Zhao Wei personally poured wine for him. After drinking 3 cups, he saw that Zhao Wei still did not speak. XVI couldn't bear it. He didn't like to waste time on these meaningless things. "Does the city lord have something important to discuss with me?" "Sigh. Isn't it about my daughter?" Zhao Wei said awkwardly. "Commander Chen, my daughter really admires you." Seeing that XVI drank a mouthful of wine and did not speak, City Lord Zhao continued, "I know that Commander Chen's ability is extraordinary. At such a young age, you are already the commander of the 6th Army and a master of the late stage of the true energy realm. In the future, you will become a master of the innate realm and be promoted to a general with real power. I'm afraid that only those beautiful women from the top families and sects are worthy of Commander Chen. But as a father, I still have something to say. Not for myself, but for Kier. Kier is my adopted daughter. This girl is an orphan and a poor girl. After she was adopted by me, she has been obedient. I like her very much and have always treated her as my own daughter. 3 days ago, after she came back, she hid in her boudoir and didn't eat for 2 days. I asked her what happened, but she didn't say anything. Later, I asked the coachman, old Joe, and found out the whole story. Orphan, XVI heard this word and was a little sensitive. Zhao Wei crawled on the table, his face bitter. He drained the wine in his cup in one gulp and mustered his courage. As if he had made a great decision, he asked, Commander Chen, let me ask you. If Ku'er is willing to be your concubine and not your wife, will you accept Ku'er? He leaned on the back of the chair weakly, as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out. He dragged his voice and said, I also don't want Kier to be a concubine, but that girl really likes you and admires you. As her father, I have to give in. XVI lowered his head and gritted his teeth. Zhao Wei, who was sitting opposite him, had completely changed 17's impression of him. At least in 17's eyes, he was indeed a respectable father who loved his daughter, but XVI would rather fight the 40,000 soldiers of the invincible Black Army than face such a choice. When he entered the banquet, he had just sat down when he noticed the screen behind City Lord Zhao Wei. Behind the screen, there was another person. As a late-stage true energy realm warrior, the person behind the screen couldn't hide from him. Although he noticed, he didn't say anything. But now, he could roughly guess who was standing behind the screen. Following Zhao Wei's question, the breathing of the person behind the screen stopped. XVI didn't take off his clothes. He just lay on the bed and didn't want to move. He didn't go back to the barracks today. Instead, he stayed in the city lord's mansion. He had just rejected Zhao Wei, so he couldn't reject him a second time. XVI could see that the city lord was a little dissatisfied with him, although he hid it very well. He really couldn't offend the city lord completely when he was stationed in Qingfeng City. After lying on the bed for about 15 minutes, he heard someone walk to his door and then there was a light knock. When he opened the door, it was Zhao Kier, who was crying her eyes out. Why? Zhao Kier wiped her tears and sobbed softly, Commander Chen, I don't ask for much. I can even be your concubine. Why don't you agree with father? We're not suitable. XVI lowered his head and said. Zhao Kier suddenly grabbed 17's big hand and said, that's not a reason. You're just brushing me off. I'm begging you, Commander Chen, please take it. Zhao Kier looked into 17's eyes, her eyes full of expectation, I'll be very obedient. I've learned everything that father hired someone to teach me. I'll serve you well. I promise you'll be satisfied, okay? There was a different kind of seduction in her voice. XVI turned his head, not daring to look at Zhao Kier. He held his breath, not daring to smell her fragrance. He was very afraid that he would soften. You like me, don't you? I don't know. XVI had always been very confident in his self-control, but today, he felt that he was on the verge of losing control. This feeling was very strange. XVI was very resistant, but also very eager. Commander Chen, if you don't agree, I'll hate you for the rest of my life. Do you believe me? Zhao Kier's tone was threatening. XVI could clearly feel her anger and unwillingness. Do you know? Zhao Kier lowered her voice and said, if you don't want me, father will definitely give me to someone else. Yes. XVI responded, but his heart was very uncomfortable. After Zhao Kier's reminder, he instantly understood that everything that had happened at the banquet was most likely an act by the old fox, Zhao Wei. It wasn't that XVI was too stupid, but Zhao Wei's acting was too good, too real. He couldn't react in time. In the end, Zhao Wei was only using his adopted daughter as a tool to make friends with the rich and powerful. And he was the person that Zhao Wei wanted to befriend. My previous sister was given to an old man. That old man's granddaughter is older than her. Zhao Kier sobbed. I don't want to end up like her. 17's heart was torn apart by an irresistible force. Zhao Qier leaned her head against 17's chest and hugged him tightly as if she wanted to squeeze him into her body. I admit that I played some tricks, but I really like you. You're the most outstanding man I've ever met. Zhao Qier cried. I beg you, Commander Zhao. You can make me stay with just one word. He could understand why 17 had skipped over the topic of playing tricks. Helping her was indeed just a matter of saying a word. As long as he mentioned it to Zhao Wei, perhaps he would give Zhao Qier to him. But XVI couldn't say this sentence. XVI had only made 4 promises to one person in his life. Of the 4 promises, he had fulfilled the last 3. He didn't cry anymore. He made a name for himself. He didn't die. He was living well. But there was still one promise that he hadn't fulfilled. He wasn't strong enough. This promise sometimes made him breathless. He couldn't make a promise to another woman now. I'm sorry. XVI gritted his teeth and gently pushed Zhao Qier away. Under her desperate gaze, he slowly closed the door. The girl lay in front of his door and sobbed softly. After a long time, she got up from the ground. It wasn't until her footsteps faded away that XVI heaved a sigh of relief. Chen Hao sighed softly. Why? So what if you marry her? I don't even know when I'll die. I can't take care of her. There's something wrong with your mind. Haven't you heard of that saying? What saying? Don't worry about being together forever. As long as you once had her. Chen Hao, his life coach, said, to put it bluntly, marry her first. Be happy first. Don't worry about the future. In my opinion, marrying her is a promise. Chen Hao was completely convinced. Were all people with strong willpower so stubborn? If only he could exchange for skills. He urgently needed a max-level verbal cannon skill, the kind that could make a dead person come back to life, the kind that could make the 17th lame. In the following days, XVI was almost busy cultivating, training soldiers, and preparing to defend Qingfeng City. The city walls needed to be repaired, the defense needed to be adjusted, rolling stones, rolling wood, alchemical fire oil. Just like that, 10 days passed. But XVI still couldn't forget Zhao Qier's desperate eyes that night. General Wang Yongbua had been in seclusion. He didn't even go up the city walls, and the invincible Black Army didn't appear around Qingfeng City. XVI was in a bad mood. He urgently needed a big battle. Maybe only a big battle could make him forget all his troubles for a while. As for 17th subordinates, they had all clearly felt his irritable mood recently. All of them were trembling with fear, afraid of angering their commander. Even Meng Fei, who was usually carefree, was extremely careful when doing things. Today, 17 stood alone on the city walls, looking at the mountains in the distance. Only when looking at the distance, XVI could calm down a little. Against the wind, his scarlet cloak swayed left and right. He liked scarlet. In the distance, footsteps came closer and closer. He turned his head and it was Jiang Jiankai. I say, bro, have you seen Fatty Zhao's beautiful adopted daughter recently? Jiang Jiankai asked straightforwardly. What's wrong? XVI heard his dissatisfaction towards Mayor Zhao. He had a good relationship with Jiang Jiankai. After all, they had done wicked things together, killed people together, robbed money together, and were about to go to war together. Jiang Jiankai scolded the mayor in front of him. Every time XVI heard it, he felt a little comfortable. This proved that Jiang Jiankai treated him as one of his own. That Fatty Zhao is a jerk. Jiang Jiankai gritted his teeth. He seems to have given his adopted daughter to Wang Yongbua. How can you say that? Brother, you were the one who liked her first. That Fatty must think that Wang Yongbua has a better future than you. That's why he gave his daughter to Wang Yongbua. Jiang Jiankai fiercely spat out a mouthful of saliva and said, he is a blind old thing. How can Wang Yongbua be compared to you, brother? When Wang Yongbua was 16, he was still playing in the mud. Are you sure? XVI frowned. Although he was mentally prepared after rejecting Ku'er, he didn't expect Zhao Wei to give her to Wang Yongbua so quickly. A man's possessiveness still existed in XVI. It was just that he was more restrained and many of his emotions were not obvious. Of course I'm sure, I saw it with my own eyes. Jiang Jianwei said in a low voice, I just went to find the city lord and bumped into them in the garden of the city lord's mansion. Zhao Wei's adopted daughter was behind Wang Yongbua and Wang Yongbua was holding her hand as if he was very satisfied. That Zhao Wei is really fast? XVI took 2 steps on the city wall and said, I didn't expect that his target was Wang Yongbua. Jiang Jiankai smiled disdainfully and said, in Qingfeng City, besides you and Wang Yongbua, who else can city lord Zhao curry favor with? You say, Wang Yongbua really likes that Zhao. That Zhao Wei's daughter? Jiang Jiankai asked back, she's so beautiful, which man wouldn't be tempted? I say, brother, Zhao Wei is too immoral. Do you want us to teach him a lesson? No. XVI waved his hand and refused. Jiang Jiankai said in surprise, no way, brother, you can tolerate this? That girl was clearly given to you by Zhao Wei first, but when he saw Wang Yongbua, he went back on his word and gave your girl to Wang Yongbua. Furthermore, that girl seemed to like you that day. How can you tolerate this? XVI said faintly, City Lord Zhao wanted to marry Zhao Ku heir to me not long ago and asked for my opinion, you didn't refuse, did you? Jiang Jiankai stared at XVI. Yes. Ah? Why? Jiang Jiankai asked in disbelief. I haven't considered getting married yet. Jiang Jiankai asked, is this a reason? XVI asked back, isn't this a reason? Brother, if you don't like her, you can give her to me. Jiang Jiankai's face was filled with regret as he said, you know, I have a tender heart for the fairer sex. If you give her to me, I promise I will make her. 17's hand slowly landed on the hilt of the sword. Jiang Jiankai's voice stopped abruptly, like a duck being choked by its throat. I'm joking, brother. Jiang Jiankai said with a smile. Just a moment ago, he had clearly sensed a powerful killing intent, he felt as if he had just taken a stroll through the gates of hell. Just forget about it. Don't mention it again. XVI looked at Jiang Jiankai and emphasized, especially in front of Wang Yongbua. Alright, I understand. I won't cause trouble for you, brother. XVI felt that it was a good ending for Zhao Qi to follow Wang Yongbua. At least her life would not be threatened, and she would not lack wealth. Wang Yongbua's strength and talent were not bad, and he was still young for an innate master. For the adopted daughter of a city lord, her life was already considered good. To be honest, XVI did not want to face Zhao Qi, and even faintly resisted. Every time he thought of the last time he saw Zhao Qi, there was a strong, burning, slightly crazy emotion in his heart that was completely different from killing intent. He couldn't help but resist, he couldn't help but feel a little scared, he couldn't help but use his rationality to suppress this uncontrollable emotion in the bottom of his heart. He could acutely sense that if he really accepted the other party, his indestructible heart would be torn apart by Zhao Qi. It was scary, wasn't it? So, thinking that he would definitely not see Zhao Qi again in the future, he suddenly felt a little lucky. After 5 days, there was still no sign of the Black Blood Kingdom's army. XVI even suspected that they had turned their target to other cities. Some things were more likely to happen the more you were afraid of him. XVI received an invitation from the city lord again, and so did Jiang Jiankai. At the same time, Zhao Wei also said that General Wang, who had not been seen much, would also be attending. He had another happy event to announce. What happy event could there be? Could it be that the old guy is going to get married again? Let's go and see. At the banquet, Zhao Qi sat next to Wang Yongbua. Wang Yongbua had a smile on his face as he half-hugged her. Zhao Qi only resisted slightly at the beginning, and then let him take advantage of her. XVI drank the wine, but there was no taste in his mouth, as if he was drinking water. Let me introduce to everyone, this is City Lord Zhao's adopted daughter, Qi. Wang Yongbua's face was flushed. Sometimes people were drunk on themselves. I fell in love with her at first sight. I have already told the city lord that I want to take Qi as my concubine. Jiang Jiankai glanced at XVI, only to see XVI raise his wine glass and say, "Congratulations to General Wang for taking a beautiful concubine." Jiang Jiankai saw the situation and quickly raised his wine glass. "Congratulations to General Wang. Commander Chen, Commander Jiang, thank you. Cheers." Wang Yongbua also said generously. The 3 of them clinked their glasses. 17 looked deeply at Zhao Qi, and Zhao Qier also looked back at him. Her beautiful eyes were like stars, filled with helplessness, resentment, grief, and even some resentment. 17's heart ached, and then he drank the wine in his glass in one gulp. Zhao Wei had a flattering smile on his face and said, "For General Wang to take a fancy to Qier, it is Qier's good fortune from her previous life. It is my Zhao family that is climbing up the social ladder." "Don't say that, City Lord Zhao. From now on, you are my elder." Zhao Wei's chubby face was wrinkled from his smile. Wang Yongbu's attitude towards Zhao Wei was much friendlier than before. Anyone could see that it was because of Zhao Qier. "I have long heard of Commander Chen's great name. I wonder if this little girl would like to propose a toast to you." As soon as the delicate voice appeared, the entire banquet table fell silent. Jiang Jiankai looked at Zhao Qier in surprise, but Zhao Wei's face was a little worried. 17's chopsticks were suspended in the air, not knowing if he should take them back. "Oh Qier, you have heard of Commander Chen?" Wang Yongbo was stunned. He looked at the astonished Xvii, and then turned to look at the beautiful woman beside him. Wang Yongbo liked Zhao Qier very much. From the first time he accidentally saw her, he felt his heart palpitate. She left a beautiful impression in his mind. The second time he saw Zhao Qier, she was catching butterflies in the garden. The young girl's laughter, lively and innocent behavior, and pure and lovely appearance deeply attracted Wang Yongbo. Her every move seemed to have a magical power that firmly held on to Wang Yongbo's heart that was almost 30 years old. It was a wonderful feeling, just like his first love. He hadn't felt that way in a long time. Later, he asked City Lord Zhao about Zhao Qier's identity. City Lord Zhao knew that Wang Yongbo was interested in his daughter. Of course, he immediately tried to matchmake them. One had feelings, the other had feelings, and the matter was settled just like that. "Of course I have heard of Commander Chen's deeds. Commander Chen is very famous in our Heishui prefecture. He is the #1 young expert in the southern Cloud Nation. He is not even 16 years old, but he is already a late true energy realm expert. His military achievements are outstanding, and he is now the commander of the 6th Army. In the future, he will definitely become a general. Who knows, he might even become a great general." Zhao Qier had a smile on her face. She looked at Xvii and said, "Commander Chen is the dream lover of all the girls in Heishui prefecture. How could I not recognize him? The dream lover of all the girls in Heishui prefecture? I didn't expect Commander Chen to be so famous." Wang Yongbo looked at Qier with a smile and asked, "Then Qier, tell me, is he your dream lover?" The atmosphere of the banquet suddenly became cold. "Ha ha ha. I'm joking. What's with that expression?" Wang Yongbo suddenly laughed and said to 17. "Commander Chen is indeed young and promising. Since Qier wants to toast you, then you can't refuse. Cheers." Zhao Qier stood up and frowned as she endured the spicy taste. She poured a full glass of wine into her mouth. Wang Yongbo said, "Don't force yourself if you can't finish it." Zhao Qier stubbornly ignored him. Rather than saying that she was drinking, it was more like she was acting out of spite. After drinking a glass of wine, she looked at Xvii with tears in her eyes. "I'm choking on the wine and tears are flowing out." Zhao Qier tried to cover it up. Her cover-up was a bit clumsy, but no one dared to expose her. Jiang Jiankai glanced at Xvii, Wang Yongbo, and Zhao Qier. He shrunk his body and tried to make himself look smaller. Zhao Wei stood up and like a kind father, he picked up food for Qier and said, "Little girl, why are you trying to show off? Eat, just eat more." "Thank you, Dad." Wang Yongbo reminded him, "Commander Chen, you haven't finished your glass yet." "Okay." The wine entered 17's throat and turned into all kinds of feelings in his heart. He was starting to regretting that he had given up on Zhao Qier. If he had agreed to City Lord Zhao's good intentions back then, perhaps Qier would be nestled in his arms now. Could it be that you only know how to cherish things that you have lost? Xvii now completely understood this sentence. Not long after, Qier's face turned red. Her face was red and cute, like a peony. Her eyes were in a daze and she couldn't open them. She slowly laid on the table and didn't sit up again. Wang Yongbo asked in a low voice, "Qier, what's wrong?" Zhao Qier muttered, "I think I'm a bit drunk." Then go back and rest early. You can't drink, why are you trying to show off? Mayor Zhao shouted, Xianxia, help Miss back to rest. After Zhao Ke left, except for Wang Yongbua, almost everyone's heart dropped. Jiang Jiankai could drink again, City Lord Zhao also let go, and XVI didn't even consider going back to cultivate at night. As for Wang Yongbua, for some reason, he also drank a lot. His eyes looked at 17 from time to time, as if he had something in his heart but couldn't ask. In the middle of the night, when City Lord Zhao was dead drunk and Jiang Jiankai couldn't distinguish between things, they finally stopped. The entire room was filled with the smell of alcohol, and the floor was filled with wine jars. Commander Chen is really magnanimous. General Wang, you're too humble. I can't drink anymore. Martial artists could indeed force the alcohol out of their bodies, but in this situation, no one would do so. If someone found out about this, no one would treat you to drinks anymore. This was the unspoken rule of this world. You seem to know Kier. XVI didn't hide anything and said directly, I know that she is the adopted daughter of Castellan Zhao. I've met her a few times before. Wang Yongbua definitely wouldn't believe it if he said that he didn't know him. He might even become more suspicious. Yes. Wang Yongbua's expression was calm as he looked at the surrounding scene and said, then let's meet again another day. Supporting Jiang Jiankai, XVI walked out of the city lord's mansion. At the gate of the city lord's mansion, XVI patted him and said, sober up. Don't really get drunk. Otherwise, when the army of the Black Blood Kingdom comes to attack the city at night, I'll be the first to cut you down. Okay, I understand. Jiang Jiankai sat on the ground and white fog quickly rose from his body. After a while, he sobered up and patted the dust off his butt. He looked at XVI and said, Brother Chen, you scared me to death at the table just now. Wang Yongbua can't do anything to you. I'm worried about you. XVI said in a very indifferent tone, thank you for worrying about me. Now let's go back to the camp. Brother, you have to be careful. I keep feeling that that woman might hate you because of love. Jiang Jiankai said with some schadenfreude. I'm glad that she didn't fall for me. Anyway, you have to be careful. Jiang Jiankai left. The barracks of the City Guard Army and the barracks of the Red Bud Army were in different directions. Who is it? Come out. XVI took 2 steps in the direction of the barracks and shouted at the alley next to him, if you don't come out, don't blame me for being rude. It's me. Hearing this voice, XVI was stunned. How could it be? The person slowly walked out of the alley. She had long hair and tears on her beautiful and delicate little face. Yes, it was Zhao Kier. XVI never thought that Zhao Kier would actually come out of the mansion and wait for her here. It's midnight now. Don't you know it's not safe outside? I just want to see you again. XVI didn't know how to answer. He could clearly feel the girl's love for him. This love was soft and tenacious, strong and hot. It was even scarier than the murderous intent in his body. He had an impulse now, an impulse to run over and hug the girl fiercely into his arms. You shouldn't have come. I saw it at the banquet just now. You still like me. XVI turned his head away, not daring to look into her eyes. You're wrong. The strong regret and desire at the banquet just now surged up again. They were like a tide, crazily crashing against the dam in 17's heart. No, I can't be wrong. The girl looked at XVI, her eyes filled with passionate love. She gritted her teeth and asked, if I give you another chance, will you want me? What do you mean? If you want me, I can go with you now. You're already General Wang's woman. Are you afraid of him? Zhao Kier asked in a low voice. How is that possible? Was he afraid of Wang Yongbua? To be honest, the 17th wasn't afraid of him. If Wang Yongbua really dared to kill him, he probably couldn't afford the price. Besides, Wang Yongbua wasn't an impulsive person. I know, you're worried about his identity as a general and a pre-celestial master, as well as the family behind him. Zhao Kier looked at XVI and said in a low voice. Then you can take me with you. I'm willing to go with you. I can go anywhere, as long as you can take me with you. XVI saw courage, overflowing love, and encouragement in her eyes. She was like a girl who was willing to do anything for love, hoping that her sweetheart could take her with him. His heart seemed to soften. Where can we go? Now the Southern Cloud Country and the Black Blood Country are in a fierce battle. Swords have no eyes on the battlefield. As the commander of the Redbud Army, it's too dangerous for you. Xianxia leaned her head on 17's firm chest and said in a low voice, as long as Wang Yongbei isn't stupid, he definitely won't go to the Black Blood Country to find us. She raised her head and stared at Xvii with sparkling eyes. She continued, when we reach the Black Blood Country, you can peacefully cultivate and become a respected pre-celestial master. I can give birth to children for you. Saying this, she quickly lowered her head and said in a shy voice, maybe, we can establish a family. Chen Hao and the demon sword realized that 17's heart was beating faster and faster. He was definitely moved. Go to the Black Blood Country to live a peaceful life. Chen Hao definitely wouldn't object. The world was so big, he also wanted to go to the Black Blood Country to take a look. Take me with you. As long as we leave, we don't have to care about Wang Yongbei anymore. From then on, we won't have anything to do with the Southern Cloud Country. Chen Hao never believed in love at first sight. In his opinion, the so-called love at first sight was just lust. Then the question was 17 the kind of person who would lust after lust? Absolutely not. So recently, the beautiful first impression Xianxia gave him was fake. The reason why Xianxia could easily touch 17's heartstrings was also with the help of other methods. When Xianxia and Xvii first met, Chen Hao noticed this beautiful girl. The girl's body was covered in a strange and hidden layer of field power, somewhat similar to the demonic aura that the Crimson Blood Demon Sword itself carried, but the movement after using it was far less obvious than the demonic aura. The girl's field power couldn't be seen by ordinary warriors, and it was also difficult for innate warriors to detect it. Even Chen Hao, whose soul power was abnormally strong, at least 20 times stronger than Xvii, could only barely see the circle of white, faintly visible, cobweb-like force field that enveloped Xvii when the girl approached Xvii and tried her best to use her strange ability. Chen Hao knew in his heart that the other party's target was Xvii. But he didn't choose to remind the sword master. He was just curious about what that strange ability was for. Later, as Xianxia kept trying to get close to Xvii and express her love to him, Chen Hao found that 17's mental condition was getting worse and worse, and he suddenly understood. He understood the girl's ability. That strange field power should be able to make people have a good impression of her or love her. Just like the Crimson Blood Demon Sword's demonic aura, it could make people crazy. However, the girl's ability was more flexible and hidden. After finding that Xvii was falling deeper and deeper, Chen Hao was happy to watch the show. He was actually looking forward to 17 being fascinated by Xianxia. It wasn't that Chen Hao had any opinions about Miss Lan, he just thought it was interesting. The 17th was too precocious and calm, which made Chen Hao a little crazy. He just wanted to see how Xvii would behave when she fell in love. Therefore, when Xvii was in a dilemma, Chen Hao was still egging her on. Boring scholars had two hobbies: to drag good families down with them, and to persuade prostitutes to turn over a new leaf. Now, Chen Hao had unknowingly developed a little hobby, which was not surprising at all. 17's resistance to Xianxia's feelings was just a natural counterattack after her mind was invaded. His struggle was nothing more than a battle between his willpower and the feelings that Xianxia had forced upon him. Chen Hao had also thought about why the girl was trying to seduce Xvii. She is representing herself. She really likes Xvii and wants to use some small tricks to get to the top. This explanation was really far-fetched. Even Chen Hao didn't believe that 17's personality was so charming that she could make an innate master who practiced unorthodox martial arts fall in love with her at first sight. Since she was not representing herself, then there must be a force behind her. Chen Hao quickly thought of the Black Blood Kingdom. Now that the Southern Cloud Kingdom and the Black Blood Kingdom were completely at war, Xvii should have been blacklisted by the Black Iron Army after the next battle in Mingtai City. Less than 16 years old, in the late stage of the true energy realm, invulnerable, and treating the 30,000 Black Iron Army as if they were nothing. No one below the innate level could control her, so it was normal for her to be valued by the Black Blood Kingdom. At the banquet in the evening, Xianxia's performance was impeccable. But just now, when she left the Castellan's mansion alone and persuaded Xvii to take her away, her motive was a little too obvious. XVII had almost no experience in love, so she was trapped in it and couldn't see it. But Chen Hao and the others stood aside and saw it clearly. Chen Hao didn't know whether Zhao Qian was anxious or prepared another trump card, but he would know if he continued to watch. Anyway, no matter how they planned, it was impossible for them to plot against Chen Hao, right? Sorry, I can't leave here yet. XVII said with difficulty. Chen Hao looked at the field energy on Zhao Qian's body that was getting more and more intense, but he was laughing in his heart. This woman stepped on a mine, of all things to mention, she just had to mention that she didn't care about the southern cloud nation, you. Zhao Qian's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, but it was quickly covered by despair and pain. I'm sorry. XVII took a deep breath, bit the tip of her tongue and said in a deep voice, I still have many unfulfilled wishes in the southern cloud nation, so I can't leave for now. XVII wanted to push her away, but found that the other party was hugging her too tightly. If she pushed Zhao Qian away, Zhao Qian might get hurt. Helpless, XVII could only choose to wait. Until Wang Yongbua's angry roar came, Wang Yongbua stood not far away, angrily looking at this adulterous couple. His face was red, and the long sword in his hand was swallowing and spitting out a terrifying green sword aura. His eyes were red as he shouted angrily, You, what are you doing? No matter which man it was, he wouldn't be able to stand his wife leaving home in the middle of the night, secretly meeting with another man, and even hugging together. For a young genius like Wang Yongbua who was born in a big family, with arrogance, it would be even more unbearable. There's nothing between me and Commander Chen. Zhao Qian reacted quickly, she quickly let go of XVII and took a few steps back, don't misunderstand. Full of nonsense, Wang Yongbua didn't believe it at all. This was more like she was protecting Chen Pengfei. Wang Yongbua was more willing to believe what he saw with his own eyes. The evil fire in his heart burned even more fiercely. Today at the banquet, he already felt that something was wrong. Now it seemed that the two of them were obviously having an affair. Chen Pengfei, I want you to die. Facing the attack of a pre-celestial, XVII didn't dare to be careless. She raised the heavy sword in her hand and firmly blocked Wang Yongbua's sword. Very good, you're indeed the #1 genius of the southern cloud nation. Under the influence of Zhao Qian, under the anger towards XVII, Wang Yongbua had completely lost his mind. Then let me see, how many swords can a genius like you block? A battle that was carefully planned by someone could no longer be stopped. Wang Yongbua lost his mind. Every move was ruthless, each sword was stronger than the previous one. At the start, 17 was still able to maintain restraint. But when Wang Yong's true form fluctuated and he began to use the concept of wind, 17's body was cut open by the sword intent. He couldn't help but become enraged. Concept of slaughter. Killing intent gushed out from 17's body without any concealment. I see, no wonder you're called a genius. Wang Yongbua looked at him fiercely, the killing intent in his eyes became more obvious. General Wang, don't forget your identity. Bullshit identity, I'm going to kill you today. XVII frowned, he didn't think that Wang Yongbua would hate him so much, he didn't even consider the consequences. Then let's see, who's going to kill who? XVII was facing an innate master, he didn't fall into a disadvantage for a while. Zhao Qian shrank in the corner in fear, like an ordinary girl who was scared. In the darkness, her eyes stared at XVII, as if she was looking at a rare treasure. Concept of wind, wind blade sky attack. Concept of slaughter, blood demon 3 swords. The two used their killing moves at the same time, but at this moment, something unexpected happened. No. Zhao Qian ran out of nowhere and blocked in front of XVII. She closed her eyes, looking fearful and fearless, as if she was really going to block that sword for XVII. Her position was just right, blocking the position of Wang Yongbua's sword. Wang Yongbua looked at Zhao Qian in front of him, his heart was in intense pain, thinking that the other party might die, he forcibly changed the direction of the sword, making the sword move away from Zhao Qian. Wang Yongbua's vision was blocked by Zhao Qian, his mind was disturbed, but 17's killing move had arrived. The heavy sword pierced towards Wang Yongbua's chest. If the sword pierced through, even if he was a Xiantian master, he would still die on the spot. Xiantian masters were generally stronger than true energy realm warriors, but they didn't have one more life than true energy realm warriors. Feeling the wind from the sword behind her, Zhao Qier felt a burst of joy. After painstakingly setting up in Qingfeng City for so long, sacrificing her body, acting for so long, it was finally time to reel in the net. So what if Chen Pengfei's willpower was strong? With the combination of the demon spirit sect's secret medicine and enchanted heart technique, he still fell into the trap. She had observed that Chen Pengfei had comprehended the slaughter sword intent. Zhao Qier was very clear about the drawbacks of the slaughter sword intent. The slaughter sword intent was very strong. Every martial artist that comprehended the slaughter sword intent was a bloodthirsty person. Once they comprehended the slaughter sword intent would constantly affect their personality. Once they used the slaughter sword intent, it would be a situation where they would fight to the death, unless it was a Xiantian master with the slaughter sword intent. He, Southern Cloud Nation's #1 demonic genius, he was about to abandon the dark and join the light. However, what happened next almost made Zhao Qier give herself away. The heavy sword in midair was forcefully moved away by 17, then he quickly changed his move and slapped Wang Yongbua's head. Pung! The sound was deafening. Wang Yongbua was directly slapped into the nearby shop. XVII's strength, even a normal Xiantian master wouldn't be able to withstand it, not to mention this hit directly on the head. Although he held back some of his strength, after the previous battle, 17 knew that Wang Yongbua's body refining technique wasn't strong at all. He couldn't resist. With a sullen face, he walked past Zhao Qier, stepped on the broken bricks, entered the cave, and dragged Wang Yongbua out. Wang Yongbua's entire mind was in a daze. He wanted to struggle, but his body didn't listen to him. Then countless heavy fists came towards him. Zhao Qier watched as 17 used his big fists to beat Wang Yongbua, and used his big feet to step on Wang Yongbua's head from time to time. She was completely stunned. She wasn't surprised that the 17th had beaten up Wang Yongbua, a Khanate master. After all, as a Xiantian realm expert, she had also contributed to the fight against Wang Yongbua. She was surprised by 17's control. He could actually keep calm and stop when he was fighting with the slaughter sword intent, Zhao Qier said in her heart, so it's not that the medicine given by my master has expired, but his own willpower is that strong? The sound of orderly footsteps rang out. It was the arrival of the Clear Breeze city guards. XVII didn't stop. He vented all the suppressed anger in his heart on Wang Yongbua. Hurry up and go back. If the city guards see you, it will be hard to explain. XVII said to Zhao Qier while fighting, I will reason with Wang Yongbua. He probably won't make things difficult for you. Zhao Qier really wanted to remind him if he should just kill Wang Yongbua. However, when she thought of how calm the other party was, she decided to give up. If she continued, the other party might notice that something was wrong. Although the enchanting mantra was exquisite and hidden, it wasn't domineering to the point where it could control masters of the same level at will. It was more about gradual progress. Once it encountered a warrior with strong willpower, it might be frustrated and needed to be combined with medicine. Just now, she wanted to completely detonate 17's love for her and his unwillingness, reluctance, guilt, and other complicated feelings at the wine table. She wanted to break through his rationality and achieve the purpose of making him betray the Black Blood Kingdom with her. Unfortunately, Zhao Qier didn't expect the other party to be so heartless. She had no choice but to use the backup plan. She lured Wang Yongbua and let the angry Wang Yongbua directly attack Chen Pengfei. When Zhao Qier found that Chen Pengfei was actually on par with the Khanate master, 17's position in her heart rose another level. She thought of the handsome slave next to her master, the man who used to be called the #1 young master of the Black Blood Kingdom. She also wanted one. Don't underestimate the vanity of any young woman. As long as Chen Pengfei could kill Wang Yongbua, and a large group of city guards witnessed it, what choice did he have other than defecting? The problem was that she had miscalculated again. She could only leave in a hurry and escape into the city lord's mansion. As for whether she should kill Wang Yongbua immediately and frame him, she didn't think about it. Firstly, it wasn't easy to create traces of Chen Pengfei's attack. Secondly, Chen Pengfei had a lot of power in Qingfeng City, and almost all the troops were under his jurisdiction. Without careful planning, she couldn't frame him at all. Kill XVII, she wasn't confident. In a head-on battle, her strength was not as good as Wang Yongbua's. Commander Chen, I received news that someone wants to assassinate the city lord. Jiang Jiankai wanted to continue speaking when he saw XVII, but when he saw XVI kick a warrior who was about to faint from serious injuries on the ground, he said in surprise, "So the assassin has been taken down by Brother Chen?" Jiang Jiankai immediately hurried over to 17th side and cursed, "Motherf asterisk cur, that damned assassin caused us, the city guard army, to be unable to rest for the entire night. I had just laid down and he rushed over without stopping. He must be an assassin sent by the Black Blood Kingdom." He spat a mouthful of saliva and followed 17th's example by kicking the person on the ground a few times. He felt very satisfied. This group of bastards, they don't dare to attack the city head-on, so they use crooked and unscrupulous methods. Bring them to the dungeon. Even if I don't sleep, I will let them taste my methods. XVI looked at Jiang Jiankai. She suddenly admired him. A small city guard commander in the middle stage of the true energy realm dared to kick an innate stage master, and even had the courage to spit at Wang Yongbua. How should she put it? His life had probably reached the peak. XVI closed her eyes and said, "Look at who that person is first. Who else can it be? Do I know him?" Jiang Jiankai reacted quickly. "Is it a traitor?" He quickly squatted down and lifted his messy hair. After seeing the man's face, he felt as if his bones were pulled out and he sat on the ground weakly. Wang Yongbua's eyes were closed, as if he was unconscious. Brother Chen, how could it be the king? He covered his mouth tightly and glanced at the city guards behind him. The city guards were standing not far behind him. With him blocking, no one should have seen Wang Yongbua's face. Only Commander Chen, and he knew about this. After making this judgment, Jiang Jiankai hurriedly covered Wang Yongbua's face with his hair, stood up and said, "The assassin has been captured by Commander Chen. Because this person's identity is not trivial, what happened today must not be spread out. Those who violate the rules will be punished by military law, understand?" "Understood." "Good, Commander Chen and I will interrogate the assassin tonight." Jiang Jiankai gritted his teeth and said, "As long as you understand, go back and defend immediately. Be careful of the Black Blood Kingdom's sneak attack at night." After the city guards withdrew, Jiang Jiankai threw himself to the ground at lightning speed and directly hugged 17's thigh, crying, "Brother, you know about this, you can't blame me. Please don't spread it out. If it does, I will die." He was begging the 17th verbally, but in his heart, he had already cursed XVI 100,000 times. In the end, 17 didn't make things difficult for Jiang Jiankai. Although Jiang Jiankai wasn't a good person, he was quite reliable. Anyway, 17 was in debt now. "Thank you, brother. You're my brother." Jiang Jiankai wiped his snot and tears and said sincerely, "In the future, as long as you have any orders, whether it's climbing a mountain of knives or falling into a pot of oil, I won't even blink an eye." Haha, 17 didn't believe him at all. Wang Yongbua was a Khanate master after all. After being knocked unconscious by 17, he woke up not long after. When he woke up, he saw 17 sitting in front of his bed. "General Wang, there's no deep hatred between us, is there?" Wang Yongbua was embarrassed and angry, but he had already calmed down. "As for Kuer," 17 said helplessly, "please take good care of her for me." "What do you mean?" Wang Yongbua's brain didn't understand. He still remembered that at night, the maid went to deliver hangover soup for Kuer. When she opened the door, she found that Kuer wasn't in bed and there was no one in the room. Then, the maid immediately told him. As a Khanate master, he quickly found Kuer's location. Then, he saw 17 and Kuer hugging each other. He thought that they had an affair and felt that he had been cuckolded. In a fit of anger, he fought with 17. In the end, it seemed that Kuer jumped out to block the sword for 17. He was distracted for a moment and was sneak attacked by 17. Zhao Er wasn't at the scene, Wang Yongbua's sword wasn't at hand, and he was injured. After calming down, he didn't want to continue fighting with 17. Both sides were generals of the Red Bud Army. If he really killed Chen Pengfei, he might have to pay with his life. Wang Yongbua didn't feel bad about losing. What he felt bad about was that Zhao Er liked Chen Pengfei more. If he really went all out to snatch her, Wang Yongbua would have some concerns. It was true that he had a family behind him, but his family would definitely not support him snatching the woman Chen Pengfei liked. But now, Chen Pengfei actually told him to take good care of Zhao Er. Xvii stared at the heavy sword in her hand and said, literally, I won't accept cure. Wang Yongbua's expression turned ugly as he asked, so you're saying that Kuer's feelings for you are one-sided? She is indeed a good girl. Xvii said in a low voice, but I'm not even 16 yet. I don't want to have any restrictions. You should understand, right? Wang Yongbua was also a warrior. Xvii patted her shoulder and said, Kuer, take good care of her. Don't let her suffer. Wang Yongbua looked at his back and sneered, what if I didn't take good care of her? It could be heard that Wang Yongbua still had some resentment towards Zhao Qier and Xvii. Xvii said without looking back, maybe in a year, I should be able to become an innate master. At that time I don't mind competing with you again. Wang Yongbua sneered and thought, a pre-celestial master less than 16 years old? He really dared to boast, but although he didn't admit it, he did have some scruples. Thinking back, Wang Yongbua realized that he didn't lose out. Kuer was still his. Out of the door, Xvii saw Mayor Zhao anxiously pacing back and forth in the corridor. She said to Zhao Wei, I've resolved the misunderstanding with General Wang. Tell Kuer not to worry. Sigh. Zhao Wei sighed, Commander Chen, the matter between you and Kuer, yes. Xvii nodded lightly and walked out of the city residence. At the entrance of the city residence, Jiang Jiankai was waiting for news. Wang Yongbua fainted at that time. He probably can't remember. It's good that he fainted. It's good that he fainted. Thank you, brother. Is it enough to just say thank you? Xvii spread out her hands. Jiang Jiankai's face twitched as he stuffed a handful of spirit stones into 17's hands. There were quite a few of them. No wonder so many people liked power. Too many things happened today, making 17 a little tired. Lying on the bed, he recalled everything that happened during the day. Especially after the banquet at night, Zhao Kuer wanted him to take her away from the southern cloud nation. Then, Wang Yongbua coincidentally appeared, making 17 feel a little strange. He told his suspicions to the demon sword and wanted to ask for Lord Jianling's opinion. Chen Hao asked in a low voice, women are one of the most unreasonable creatures in the world. They are mostly emotional and often do some unimaginable things. Anyway, I don't understand. But Wang Yongbua's appearance was very normal. Someone probably noticed that the drunk Zhao Kuer was missing and reported to the mayor. The mayor found that his daughter was missing and asked for help from Wang Yongbua is reasonable. 2 days later, Qingfeng City received a letter from the neighboring White Mountain City asking for help. White Mountain City was besieged by the Black Blood Nation's army of 30,000 for 2 days. Yesterday, the city's provisions were burned and the soldiers defending White Mountain City were almost out of food. Xvii received the news and immediately reported to Wang Yongbua. If it wasn't for official business, Wang Yongbua didn't want to see Xvii at all. Wang Yongbua believed that as long as he spent a little time, Zhao Kuer's heart would definitely be won by him. Women needed to be coaxed, pampered and accompanied. As time passed, with the help of Zhao Wei, her father, she would gradually forget Chen Pengfei. Of course, Chen Pengfei had to get as far away as possible. As for his own conditions, Wang Yongbua was absolutely confident. This was without a doubt. Marrying Zhao Kuer as a concubine was definitely her honor. Wang Yongbua simply read the letter and looked at the people present. He looked at an empty chair with some doubt. Where's Commander Jiang? Commander Jiang said that the Black Blood Nation's army never appeared. He was always worried that there was something wrong and felt uneasy. Mayor Zhao said he was afraid that the spies would overlook something, so he personally went out to investigate. Wang Yongbua nodded with satisfaction. Serious work, not bad. Xvii didn't say anything. If Wang Yongbua knew that Jiang Jiankai found a random reason to go out to avoid him, he probably wouldn't praise him. Mayor Zhao, do you think we need to send out reinforcements? Zhao Wei said with a troubled look, if the general and the commander both go to reinforce, what if Qingfeng City is attacked? It could be heard that Zhao Wei didn't support reinforcing White Mountain City. Reinforcing White Mountain City would weaken the defense power of Qingfeng City. What's Commander Chen's idea? We are the closest city to White Mountain City. If we don't reinforce, the provisions of White Mountain City will be burned. The soldiers may not be able to hold on until the reinforcements arrive. Once we fall, we may be punished by the military. XVII said in a low voice, but I'm worried that the Black Blood Nation has other intentions. For example, besieging the city to attack reinforcements. In that case, Commander Chen, you take the Circe's army to reinforce. Wang Yongbo waved his hand and said, we can't not go to reinforce White Mountain City. But if we go together, the Black Iron Army will attack Qingfeng City. So, I'll stay in Qingfeng City. What do you think? XVII couldn't refuse. Wang Yongbo was his immediate superior. Yes, sir. On the morning of departure, Wang Yongbo walked out of the mayor's mansion and personally sent XVII and the other soldiers out of Qingfeng City. It could be seen that he was in a good mood after sending XVII away. He even had a warm smile on his face. He said to 17, take people to White Mountain City. Be careful of enemy ambushes. Along the way, reinforce White Mountain City as soon as possible. Understand? Yes. Wang Yongbo looked at 17's hesitant expression and asked in a good mood, what else do you want? XVII hesitated for a moment and said, let's talk somewhere else. What are you talking about? Why are you being so mysterious? But Wang Yongbo still followed him. XVII didn't speak until they were far away from the city guards and Mayor Zhao. Here's the thing, General Wang. I don't know if I'm being paranoid. I think there might be something wrong with Kier, but I'm not sure. XVII pursed his lips and said awkwardly, I hope there's nothing wrong with Kier. Do you understand? After returning to the barracks for a few days, the more 17 thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. But he couldn't really suspect Zhao Kier. He still had deep feelings for Zhao Kier, his reason and feelings were fighting back and forth. In the end, 17's words were a bit confusing, but Wang Yongbo understood. I understand. You mean you want me to test or investigate Kier? Wang Yongbo looked at XVII and asked in confusion. That's what you mean, right? Yes, I hope I'm being paranoid. General Wang, you just need to confirm a little. I understand. Don't worry. Wang Yongbo said with a smile. Wang Yongbo's words were a bit perfunctory. XVII could only hope that he would be a little more cautious. After marching towards White Mountain City for half a day, they reached a fork in the road. XVII asked the troops to stop and asked Meng Fei and the other Qianhu to come over and discuss the reinforcement route. There were two roads to White Mountain City. One was the official road. The road was flat and the distance was the shortest. The Redbud Army rushed at full speed and only needed 3 days to get there. There was also a mountain road. If they took this road, it would take them 5 days to reach White Mountain City. A Qianhu voiced out 17's concern, Commander, are you afraid that they will intercept us halfway? Yes. Then let's take the mountain path. Meng Fei asked from the side, what if they bet on us taking the mountain path? XVII had to admit that even though he had learned a lot of military theory, when it came to practical application, he still had many shortcomings. In the end, the one who made the final decision was still him, the commander. The others could only make suggestions and had no right to make decisions. After going through the plan in his mind, he decided, we'll take the official road. The Black Blood Kingdom's intelligence network is very good. If they get the news of our support and really want to kill us halfway, then they must know that there are 2 roads between Windy City and White Mountain City. They might guess that we'll take the mountain road. Meng Fei whispered, what if they bet on us taking the official road? Then consider yourself unlucky. Shouldn't everyone suffer together? Meng Fei had doubts in his heart, but he didn't dare to voice them out. Just as XVII was hurrying in the wild with his men, in the city lord's mansion, Wang Yongbo was leisurely admiring the flowers in the yard with Zhao Kier. The garden of the city lord's mansion was carefully taken care of by the gardener. At this time, the garden was full of colorful flowers. Seeing these beautiful flowers, Zhao Kier's sad face gradually softened. Women's resistance to beautiful and bright flowers was always weak. She squatted down and gently put her beautiful nose to a blood-red rose. She closed her eyes slightly and smelled a burst of fragrance. Wang Yongbo couldn't help but stare blankly. Do you know? Chen Pengfei has already gone to support White Mountain City. He left this morning. In the next half a month, he probably won't come back. Yes. A faint sadness climbed up the girl's eyebrows again. The jealousy that Wang Yongbua suppressed in his heart emerged again. Didn't I tell you before that he had completely given up on you and handed you over to me? That bastard Chen Pengfei didn't care about you at all. He cared about his martial arts future. Why are you still thinking about him? Do you know what people outside say about Chen Pengfei? What do they say? Only when Chen Pengfei was mentioned would Zhao Qi say a few more words. This made Wang Yongbua hate and jealous. Humph. He is a devil who kills without batting an eyelid. He doesn't even let pregnant women and children go. If he hadn't joined the Red Bud army, he would have been killed already. He has long been eliminated by the righteous people. Wang Yongbua looked into Kuer's eyes and said sincerely. Do you still not understand? People like Chen Pengfei will never love someone wholeheartedly. Only I will truly treat you well. But I don't think he is that fierce. Zhao Qi defended 17 a little. Qi, you are still too kind and innocent. You don't know that you can paint a tiger's skin but not its bones. You can know a person's face but not his heart. Wang Yongbua looked at Qi as if he was looking at a beautiful painting. Do you know what Chen Pengfei said to me outside the city before he left today? What did he say? Zhao Qi asked curiously, was it about me? Humph. It was indeed about you, but you would never expect it. Wang Yongbua paused and continued to keep her in suspense under Qi's expectant gaze, but you would never expect what he said to me. What did he say? He actually told me that he suspected you and asked me to investigate you. Wang Yongbua said with righteous indignation, do you think this is something a human would say? Do you think he is like a human? You like him so much, but he actually suspected that city Lord Zhao and you are spies sent by the Black Blood Kingdom. Wang Yongbua gently grabbed Zhao Qi's shoulder and stared into her eyes, asking, tell me, Qi, is such a person worthy of your love? Zhao Qi's beautiful big eyes gradually turned red and tears filled her eyes. She lowered her head and the tears flowed down her cheeks like silk threads, sliding down to her chin and finally falling to the ground. Wang Yongbua pulled Qi into his arms at the right moment and did not feel any resistance. He knew, he had succeeded, he had successfully chased Chen Pengfei out of Zhao Qi's heart. Wang Yongbua was a man with a family and in terms of romance, although he could not compare to a prodigal son, he did not lack experience. Qi, forget about Chen Pengfei. He is just a selfish and vicious executioner. I will take good care of you and will not let you come to any harm. Really? Of course it's true. I, Wang Yongbua, swear that I will treat you well for the rest of my life. A pair of soft and delicate hands wrapped around Wang Yongbua's strong waist and Wang Yongbua's face showed a satisfied smile. However, what he did not know was that the delicate and pitiful person in his arms had her beautiful mouth curled up into a smile that was hard to decipher. In the middle of the night, a carrier pigeon flapped its wings and flew up into the starry skies from the Clear Breeze City's northern district. No matter what the situation in Windy City was, 17 couldn't do anything about it. They were still on their way to White Mountain City. A day later, Meng Fei reported, Commander, if we continue at this speed, we will reach White Mountain City by tomorrow afternoon. Let everyone rest. 17 looked at the tired people and said. The army didn't disperse. Instead, they gathered in groups of 100 to recover their true chi from the long journey. In the afternoon, Meng Fei came to report that out of the 3 teams sent out to investigate, 1 team hadn't returned. Meng Fei asked nervously in a low voice, Commander, are we really blocked by the army of the Black Blood country? It's possible. Of course, we can't rule out other dangers. 17 said so, but he also knew that the possibility was very small. There had never been any powerful demon beasts near Windy City and White Mountain City. Stop marching. The army of more than 5,000 people quickly stopped. 17 asked Meng Fei, the missing team, which direction were they in charge of? Every team of scouts sent out would be specially assigned to investigate a certain area. It's on the front left. As soon as Meng Fei finished speaking, 17 received a warning from the demon sword. There was a large army in front of them. Meng Fei asked, Commander, should we send more people to investigate? 17 said helplessly, no, they have already come out. The ground began to shake slightly. Some experienced soldiers lay on the ground and listened for a while. Their faces didn't look good. The army of the Black Blood country knows that we are going to pass by here? They might have guessed it. Luck was just as important to a general as well. However, XVII's luck didn't seem to be good. How about we retreat? The overall strength of the Circe's army and the invincible Black Army was almost the same. If the Circe's army tried to escape, the enemy might not be able to catch up. Since the invincible Black Army dared to intercept them halfway, they must be prepared to eat XVII's troops. They were at an absolute disadvantage. Of course, retreating was the safest choice. We can't retreat. Meng Fei asked in surprise, there are more behind us? Yes. To put it simply, 17's team was surrounded by the invincible Black Army. The Crimson Blood Demon Sword's sense skill was powerful, but it had a distance limit. Once the enemy was more than 500 meters away from XVII, the Demon Sword sense skill would not be able to detect them. 500 meters, for the soldiers of the invincible Black Army, it wasn't that long. Meng Fei asked in distress, how did they know? We're already being careful enough. Of course it's because of their intelligence. XVII was also having a headache. He knew the importance of information on the battlefield. In this aspect, the Black Blood Kingdom was undoubtedly much better than the Southern Cloud Kingdom. Meng Fei looked at the invincible Black Army in front and behind him and said, there are at least 10,000 of them. Could there be innate masters among them? XVII turned around and saw a figure slowly rising from the invincible Black Army. Meng Fei, from now on, you're not allowed to say a word. Otherwise, I'll punish you according to military law. Today's battle was unavoidable. XVII raised his crimson blood heavy sword and said, brothers, prepare for battle. Who is Chen Pengfei? The innate master in the air asked. XVII looked up and recognized the innate master after taking a closer look. It was one of the female innate masters who ambushed the 6th Army outside Mingtai City that day, Hui Qingying. Hui Qingying was a beautiful woman around 30 years old. She had a pair of peach blossom eyes, thin lips, and snow-white skin. Her beautiful long hair and sky-blue dress fluttered in the air. Standing in the air, she looked like a fairy. She asked Chen Pengfei as soon as she came up. XVII guessed that his performance in the battle outside Mingtai City was too outstanding. XVII pointed at Meng Fei and shouted, he is our commander Chen. After saying that, he took a step back and retreated behind Meng Fei. Meng Fei looked at XVII in a daze. XVII pretended to tidy up his armor and swiped his index finger across his neck. Meng Fei reacted immediately. Yes, I am Chen Pengfei. Why are you looking for me? Meng Fei's voice was trembling, but he still persevered. You're lying. Hui Qingying laughed in anger. The one with the mask, come out. You are Chen Pengfei. Don't try to lie to me. Meng Fei hid behind XVII in a flash. What's the matter? XVII didn't want to escape. He just wanted to find a better opportunity. But since everyone knew him, he could only stand out. Hui Qingying stood proudly in the air and sneered. Seeing that you are a talent, as long as you are willing to surrender and pledge allegiance to our Black Blood Kingdom, I can let bygones be bygones. How about it? Almost all the Red Bud Army looked at XVII. Once XVII announced his surrender, the morale of the Red Bud Army would plummet. I, Chen Pengfei, the commander of the 6th Army of the Red Bud Army, swear never to surrender. Meng Fei shouted. Last time, there were 40,000 people and we all escaped. Now there are 10,000 of you. What are you afraid of? Yes, we swear never to surrender. Swear never to surrender. Swear never to surrender. Momentum could be contagious. First, it was Meng Fei, then the veterans who were saved by XVII in the last battle, and then the new recruits. The scattered voices grew louder and louder, and finally gathered into an orderly and solemn voice. Swear never to surrender. XVII raised the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. 30% of the demonic aura spread out. The cold aura excited the Red Bud Army and also brought back the terrible memories of the invincible Black Army. The 10,000 invincible Black Army led by Hui Qingying was one of the teams that besieged the 6th Army in Mingtai City that day. Follow me. 17's eyes glowed red. He led the Red Bud Army to charge, in a desperate situation, the Redbud army still had enough courage. It was all because of Xvii. Seeing him leading the army to charge in her direction, Hui Qingying thought that he was committing suicide. She sneered and said, "I thought you were a smart person. I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. If that's the case, then go to hell." Water blade intent, rippling water wave. Hui Qingying used her blade intent right away. Obviously, she didn't plan to hold back. Flash step. Xvii stomped on the ground, leaving a hole under his feet. Then, he rushed into the invincible black army like an arrow. A ripple-like blade mark appeared at his original position. Dozens of Redbud army soldiers who were affected fell to the ground. Their organs were cut into pieces, and they died with blood flowing out of their orifices. Hui Qingying watched 17 rush into the invincible black army with a cold face. She held her blade in her hand and stared at Xvii. She was looking for a chance to kill him in one strike. Xvii rushed into the invincible black army. She was worried about him and didn't dare to use two powerful moves. Xvii, who was surrounded by the invincible black army, was rampaging. He saw Hui Qingying in midair and felt a headache coming on. When he was fighting with Wang Yongbua was so angry that he lost his mind. He almost stood on the ground and fought with him. That was why he could fight with Wang Yongbua. But now, Hui Qingying was floating in midair. He couldn't fly, an innate master was too shameless. Under the devilish aura, the Circe's army had enough courage to face the invincible black army. And their biggest threat was the innate master, Hui Qingying. After this battle, 17 finally understood how difficult it was to deal with a connate master. If he couldn't touch Hui Qingying, he would be a live target. Hui Qingying looked at Xvii in the middle of the invincible black army and sneered. She looked at him as if she was looking at a dead body. She had the right to look at him like that. Water blade intent, water vortex. Hui Qingying pointed her blade at Xvii, and the vortex-shaped blade light shot towards him like an arrow. Xvii saw that he couldn't dodge it, so he activated the golden body exercise secrets and his whole body turned golden. The water vortex left a hole in 17's back, and blood kept flowing out of the wound. Hui Qingying said softly, "You are indeed not an ordinary true energy realm warrior. Your body's defense has surpassed most connate masters. No wonder you can come and go as you please in the invincible black army. The effect of the flame physical exercise room is really extraordinary." Xvii didn't have time to speak, and Hui Qingying's attack came again. "Let's see how many times you can take it." The water vortex condensed true energy into a point and used it to break through the surface. It was very effective against warriors like Xvii, who had strong body exercise techniques, and it wouldn't easily hurt other invincible black army soldiers. Water blade intent, water vortex. This time Xvii still couldn't dodge it. He pulled up a local soldier and blocked in front of him. The blade light easily pierced through the soldier's body, and then drilled a bloody hole in 17's lower abdomen. After the invincible black army soldier's body was pierced, he fell from the air, and Hui Qingying's figure appeared again. 17's pupils shrank, and he suddenly realized something. He grabbed a soldier with one hand, aimed at Hui Qingying who was in midair, and threw the soldier into the air, smashing towards Hui Qingying. Humph! Hui Qingying didn't use her sword, but twisted her graceful body in the air, and nimbly dodged the soldier. As for saving that soldier, she never even thought about it. The only reason she didn't kill him was because he was a soldier of the Black Blood Kingdom. However, after dodging a soldier, Hui Qingying turned around and was stunned. Xvii put the crimson blood sword on his back and freed his hands. The muscles on his arms bulged, and he grabbed the invincible black army soldiers and threw them at Hui Qingying. Hui Qingying was only 30 meters above the ground. 17 used his strength to throw the invincible black army soldiers 30 meters above the ground. These soldiers were all aiming at Hui Qingying. Petty tricks. In Hui Qingying's opinion, this was 17's useless work. Innate masters were extremely nimble in the air. With the flying speed of those soldiers, it was impossible for them to hit her. Even if they hit her, they wouldn't be able to cause any harm to her. However, when faced with the flying soldiers, Hui Qingying's first reaction was still to dodge. After all, as a beautiful woman who loved beauty, she really didn't want to be touched by those rough and dirty soldiers. She couldn't kill them. If she really killed them, who would be willing to work for her in the future? Many of the soldiers who were thrown into the air were still shouting, "General Hui." There were many soldiers surrounding 17. Thousands of invincible Black Army soldiers were squeezed together. They couldn't escape, and almost no one could escape from XVII's grasp. In just a few seconds, more than 10 soldiers were thrown into the air by 17. 17 looked at the soldiers who were approaching Hui Qingying in the air. When a soldier happened to block Hui Qingying's face in the air, he knew that his only chance had come. He calmly broke the soldier's neck and placed the corpse on top of his head. Flash step. The muscles on his thighs bulged exaggeratedly and almost broke his leg guard. With a loud explosion, he flew into the air with the invincible Black Army soldiers as if he was a flea. What is that guy trying to do? One of the invincible Black Army soldiers looked up at 17, who was flying up, and muttered to himself. The invincible Black Army soldiers who were close to 17 saw him jump up with their own eyes. Is he trying to jump up and fight General Hui? Can he fly? He is digging his own grave. Does he want to die? In an instant, the invincible Black Army soldiers who witnessed XVII's crazy actions all had the same thought. He was digging his own grave. A true energy realm warrior who couldn't fly jumping into the air to fight an innate realm warrior who could fly was definitely digging his own grave. Only the Redbud Army soldiers secretly prayed for their commander. In the air, 17 held his breath and used the concealing breath technique to hide his breath. Success or failure depended on this one move. He only had one chance to meet Hui Qingying. 17 didn't think that Hui Qingying would give him another chance after realizing his intentions. Innate realm warriors weren't idiots. Hui Qingying easily hid behind a few soldiers and saw another 2 soldiers flying towards her. The one in the front had already lost his breath. She didn't care and moved sideways to dodge the 2 men. 17 brought the dead soldier to the top of Hui Qingying. Hui Qingying didn't notice. The invincible Black Army soldiers on the ground shouted crazily, "General Hui, be careful behind you. General Hui, behind you. Behind you. Behind me?" Bang! Hui Qingying turned around abruptly and saw a man wearing a silver mask. The man's blood-red eyes were filled with coldness and insanity. Just as 17 heard the invincible Black Army soldiers shouting, he had already started to move. He forcefully twisted his body in the air and kicked the corpse. With the help of the reaction force, he shot towards Hui Qingying. The corpse exploded from his kick. In the air, 17 and Hui Qingying looked at each other. The man was tall and strong. His strong muscles were exposed under his broken armor. The woman was gentle and charming. Her sky-blue dress fluttered in the wind. Her curvaceous body was eye-catching. It was supposed to be a beautiful encounter, but it was a pity that they met on the battlefield. There were no flowers or romance around them. There was only a bloody mist and pieces of corpses. The 2 of them were very close. They just looked at each other, but they seemed to be able to see through each other's heart and guess each other's thoughts. Water blade intent, spring breezy water. Water blade intent, water blade draw, water blade intent, water vortex. Golden body conditioning technique. XVII's body was covered in pure gold. Countless terrifying blade intents suddenly exploded and slashed at him. Hui Qingying had already seen XVII's powerful body conditioning technique. All the blade intents exploded at the same point. 17 was in the air and couldn't dodge at all. He could only take it with his body. The wound was so deep that the bone could be seen, however, it was just the bone. Hui Qingying looked at 17 in disbelief. She didn't expect that she couldn't kill him after using all her strength. 17 was getting closer and closer. She could clearly see the smile on his face, his white teeth, and the big golden hand reaching towards her. A shudder ran through her heart. She lifted her body, wanting to fly up into the sky. Unfortunately, it was too late. Demonic aura explosion. Hui Qingying suddenly lost her mind and stopped in the air. 17 grabbed her ankle with a hideous smile. "Get down here." 17 pulled hard and growled angrily. Hui Qingying felt an irresistible force pulling her down from the air. In the air, the 2 figures merged together. 17 followed Hui Qingying's body and hugged her tightly from behind. Seeing that Hui Qingying was about to raise her sword and stab backward, 17 grabbed her wrist with her right hand. Gotcha! Hui Qingying's right hand was twisted and hung limply on her arm. The long sword fell from the air and disappeared among the invincible black army. Hui Qingying struggled desperately. However, with her strength, how could she get rid of 17? Even Su Sihai couldn't resist Xi's great strength. You bastard! Let me go! She couldn't let go. Once she let go, 17 wouldn't be able to catch her again. 17 didn't say a word. He clenched his jaw tightly. He held Hui Qingying's slim waist with his left hand and pressed the back of her neck with his other hand. He squeezed with all his strength. The muscles in his strong body gradually contracted and tightened. The great pressure kept squeezing the air out of Hui Qingying's lungs. Fear and suffocation assaulted her as a huge force contracted and oppressed her internal organs. Hui Qingying felt as if she was being tightly bound by a huge python. All the vital energy in Hui Qingying's body burst out instantly. The sky blue vital energy was as bright as another blue sun, emitting a dazzling light. However, Xi's body was as still as a mountain. His arms were as strong as shackles. Hui Qingying couldn't breathe. Her ears began to ring and her consciousness began to blur. She heard a faint cracking sound. It seemed to be coming from inside her body, but it also seemed to be coming from somewhere far away. Finally, the blue light was extinguished after a sudden explosion. It fell towards the invincible black army like a meteor. Run! Run! Unfortunately, the invincible black army couldn't escape in time. Boom! A loud sound was heard. 17 and Hui Qingying fell to the ground at the same time. Dust rose from the ground. After the dust disappeared, the whole world seemed to have been dyed red. A tall and burly figure slowly stood up, holding a broken corpse in his hand. The corpse was like a ragged doll wrapped in blue rags that had been tormented by a naughty girl. In the midst of that corpse and the sky full of blood, he was as terrifying as a demon god. Almost all of the soldiers of the invincible black army had witnessed how their general was killed. Their faces were pale. Under the gaze of the silver-masked man, their faces were pale, and they were trembling. Their legs were weak, and they could not even hold their weapons steadily. As for the Red Bud army, each and every one of them stared fervently and crazily at their commander. Right in front of them, their commander, who was at the late stage of the true energy realm, had actually killed a Xiantian realm expert in such a desperate situation. They witnessed a miracle with their own eyes. They had reason to believe that their commander Chen would lead them to witness one miracle after another. Their breathing was rapid. They looked at Xvii as if they were looking at a god. They seemed to have found their faith, their eyes were red. On the whole battlefield, Commander Chen was the only one. Xvii raised the crimson blood demon sword and shouted angrily, "Soldiers, kill them all!" The demon sword pointed at the invincible black army. Kill! 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 5,000 people charging at 15,000 people sounded ridiculous, but no one in the Red Bud army would question 17's words. At this moment, even if Xvii ordered them to charge at the 50,000 soldiers, they would not hesitate at all. Facing the Red Bud army who were charging at them like wild beasts, the invincible black army completely collapsed, even if they had the absolute advantage in numbers. Moreover, there was still the silver-masked demon on the battlefield. That's right, they were completely terrified. At Mingtai City, 40,000 of them could not do anything to him. Today, under the leadership of General Hui, they had ambushed 5,000 of them. As the general and Xiantian realm expert was killed first. Deep in their souls, a deep sense of powerlessness and fear was engraved in their souls. From now on, the silver-masked demon would be their inner demon. Xvii stood in the same place, closed his eyes, and bathed in the demonic aura as if he was enjoying it. He heard the strong wind brought by the heavy sword, he heard the explosion of the fist as it squeezed the air, he heard the explosion of the trampling on the ground, he saw the enemy who was cut in half by his sword. He saw the exploded corpse, he could feel the rock powder between his fingers, he seemed to feel the invincible power, absolute power, invincible power. In the face of absolute power, defense was like thin paper, and all the obstacles in front of him would be turned into ashes. In his muscles, every fiber, every cell was rejoicing. 17 suddenly opened his eyes, raised his left foot and stomped hard. The ground under his feet cracked inch by inch. With him as the center, a concave round pit appeared within 5 meters, half of 17's body was below the ground. After a long time, Xvii stared at his hands and murmured, "This is the concept of power?" Chen Hao looked at Xvii and thought of Fu Yuanming again. Back then, Fu Yuanming used it in a desperate situation to comprehend the slaughter concept. Today, his other sword master, Blue Xvii, also comprehended the concept of power. A kind of joy and satisfaction from the bottom of his heart surged in Chen Hao's heart. Chen Hao was very clear that the concept of power was truly comprehended by Xvii through his own efforts and talent, and the slaughter sword intent was the legacy left by Fu Yuanming. Of course, with 17's talent, it was not impossible to comprehend the slaughter concept, but it would definitely not be so fast. Chen Hao couldn't help but think of the young boy who couldn't even hold his sword firmly on the execution platform. Then, looking at the burly and majestic man who galloped on the battlefield now, he had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. Xvii had become very powerful, his performance today was flawless. Even if he was at an absolute disadvantage, he could rely on his clear mind to turn the situation around and kill an innate expert. Anyway, Chen Hao knew his own ability. If he was in 17's situation today, he would probably be beaten up by Hui Qingying. Wait, Chen Hao suddenly realized. Where are my innate experts? 17 had already defeated 2 innate experts, but he didn't even seem to have tasted one. The first one was Wang Yongbua. Chen Hao could understand. After all, he was the general of the Red Bud army. But the second one? Chen Hao looked at the corpse that was twisted like a broken doll. He was going crazy. Xvii still didn't know how Lord Jianling was going crazy. The outcome was decided. The battlefield was almost a one-sided massacre. The Red Bud army had already gone crazy under the shroud of the demonic aura. The Red Bud army that had left the demonic aura still hadn't recovered from their fanaticism. They were still trying their best to chase down the fleeing enemies. He didn't participate in the battle. Instead, he turned his gaze behind him. A figure flew over from afar. Enemy? Or? Seeing the Red Bud army's unique thorny pattern on the red armor, Xvii let out a sigh of relief. It should be an ally. Regarding Xiantian generals, the southern Cloud countries' military had different requirements from the Black Blood countries. The southern Cloud countries' military required the Xiantian generals to wear formal armor. However, there were no specific requirements for the style of the armor. Xiantian experts had a certain degree of autonomy and could change the armor according to their preferences. However, no matter how they changed it, they had to wear the special symbol of the army they belonged to. On the other hand, the Black Blood country was more casual in this aspect. Xiantian generals didn't need to wear armor. This was caused by the special environment of the Black Blood country. The Black Blood country was militaristic. It was impossible for the military to train so many Xiantian generals. Most of the generals were directly recruited from the demon sect. Most of the demon sect's warriors were disobedient and couldn't be restrained. It might be easier to make them wear the standard armor than to kill them. Since they weren't enemies, Xvii was no longer worried. He held his heavy sword and chased after the escaping invincible Black Army. This was because the Jianling Chen Hao and the demon sword had gone mad. The 17th really couldn't afford to offend a mad Jianling. Chu Yan was a general of the Red Bud army. He was a mid-stage Xiantian expert. Among the generals who didn't have any real power, his strength was above average. Not long ago, Li Shui and Hui Qingying led the 9th and 10th Corps of the Invincible Black Army to besiege Baishan City. As soon as they arrived at the city, they didn't even build a camp and directly attacked with all their might. The enemy had Xiantian experts. The situation was dangerous. Chu Yan could only defend the city himself and fight against Hui Qingying. When he was fighting against Hui Qingying, he was very careful. The 30,000 Invincible Black Army might be accompanied by 2 Xiantian experts. Chu Yan only realized that he had fallen into the Invincible Black Army's trap when he heard that the stored food in the city had been burned. When Li Shui arrived and met up with Hui Qingying, Chu Yan could only hide back in Baishan City. He wasn't afraid of Hui Qingying because he was stronger than her. However, with the addition of Li Shui, he could only run. Chu Yan quickly sent out a message for help. He relied on the giant crossbows controlled by the soldiers to barely hold off the two Xiantian experts and waited for reinforcements. This morning, he suddenly realized that the invincible black army that besieged Baishan City had disappeared. This caused him to be slightly puzzled, and he was both happy and worried. There was no food in the city, and it was only a matter of time before the 30,000 invincible black army and two innate masters broke into White Mountain City. There was no reason for the invincible black army to let go of such a good opportunity. After observing the situation from the city wall for a long time, he hesitated for a moment and decided to come out to see what the invincible black army was up to. Chu Yan didn't dare to lead his troops out of the city, afraid that it was a trap set by the enemy. He was alone. Even if he bumped into Li Shui and Hui Qingying, he could still escape. After flying for a short while, Chu Yan discovered that the 9th and 10th armies were moving separately. After recalling the map, he understood that the enemy wanted to intercept the reinforcements from the Windy City. Chu Yan knew Wang Yongbua, who was in charge of guarding Clearwind City. He was a young elite with strength at the early Xiantian realm. His strength was relatively weak, and he was no match for either Li Shui or Hui Qingying. Moreover, it was impossible for Wang Yongbua to bring that many troops with him as the Clear Breeze City still needed to be defended. Thinking of this, he was a little anxious. However, he still went back to the city and ordered the city guards to search for food. He also ordered the Redbud Army to send some experts to scout the surroundings. At the same time, he was also on guard against the invincible Black Army's sudden attack. As for him, he followed the official road, following the tracks left behind by the invincible Black Army. He thought that if Wang Yongbua was in danger, he might lend him a hand. As for why he chose to take the official road, Chu Yan took a gamble. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. Fortunately, Chu Yan won the gamble. From afar, he could see the battlefield. However, the scene he saw was completely different from what he had imagined. Looking down at the battlefield, Chu Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. In the center of the battlefield, there was a layer of strange blood fog. Within the blood fog, the invincible Black Army was constantly fleeing, desperately trying to escape. Outside the blood fog, the situation was similar. The Redbud Army's eyes were bloodshot and they looked extremely vicious, as if they had gone mad. Who the F***ck trained this army? They are as crazy and bloodthirsty as ghosts. However, they weren't completely crazy. They still knew how to use martial skills. Chu Yan looked down and saw 3 Redbud Army soldiers, who weren't very strong, carrying long swords and chasing after more than 10 invincible Black Army soldiers. The invincible Black Army soldiers didn't even have the thought of raising their weapons to resist. They only cared about running for their lives. Some of them even threw away their armors and weapons because they were in the way. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan was stunned. Who gave the 3 of them such courage? When did the Redbud Army become so strong? If the Redbud Army was so strong, why would they be afraid of the invincible Black Army? Only 5,000 soldiers were able to kill more than 10,000 invincible Black Army soldiers. Even the elite troops of the Black Blood country and the Zhou country wouldn't be so strong. Chu Yan looked at the fallen flag and recognized that it was the 10th army of the invincible Black Army led by Hui Qingying. Where was that bitch Hui Qingying? Chu Yan didn't find any trace of an innate expert in the sky. Innate experts would almost never fight on the ground. On the battlefield, as long as the army wasn't afraid of death, an army of 1,000 could easily kill an innate expert. This was the lesson of countless innate experts on the battlefield. Could it be that Hui Qingying was lured away by Wang Yongbua? Thinking of this, Chu Yan immediately joined the battle. He was determined to beat the enemy when they were down. For the past few days, he had been beaten by the invincible Black Army to the point that he didn't dare to leave the city. The battle lasted until the evening. The Redbud Army soldiers who had chased after the invincible Black Army returned to the camp one after another. They searched the battlefield, calculated their merits, collected their spoils of war, and helped the wounded. Chu Yan found a Redbud Army soldier and asked, "Has your General Wang returned?" General Wang isn't here. He is still in Qingfeng City." The soldier recognized the innate expert who had helped to chase after the invincible Black Army. He had helped them to intercept several waves of invincible Black Army soldiers. Then who is the commander here? Chen Pengfei, Commander Chen. When the soldier mentioned this name, his face was filled with respect. Chen Pengfei, so it's him. Chu Yan had heard of Chen Pengfei's name. Last time, when the Redbud Army was defeated, Chen Pengfei had led thousands of Redbud Army soldiers out of the encirclement and saved the Sixth Army. Su Sihai had praised Chen Pengfei's leadership ability and said that Chen Pengfei was definitely a genius. Moreover, Su Sihai had personally recommended Chen Pengfei to be the commander of the Sixth Army. Now, it seemed that Su Sihai was right. Chen Pengfei was really a genius. He had obviously been ambushed by the 10th Army of the Invincible Black Army, but he had beaten them until they were crying for their parents. Besides being a genius, there was no other suitable explanation. Chu Yan was on the battlefield. He knew very well that out of the 15,000-strong 10th Army of the Invincible Black Army, no more than 2,000 people could escape from the Redbud Army. After this battle, the 10th Army of the Invincible Black Army was almost broken. Chu Yan asked softly, "What about the Xianxia general of the 10th Army?" "You mean that woman?" The soldier puffed out his chest and said proudly, "Commander Chen killed her." "Really?" Chu Yan was stunned. After fighting with Hui Qingying, Chu Yan was very clear about her strength. Hui Qingying's strength was indeed not strong, but that was only when compared to a middle-stage Xiantian expert. To a true energy realm warrior, Hui Qingying was simply a disaster. Of course it's true. On the battlefield, almost everyone saw it. Commander Chen jumped into the air and grabbed the general of the Invincible Black Army. Then, the general died. As the soldier spoke, his face was filled with fanaticism. Killed after being grabbed. As a Xiantian expert, Chu Yan couldn't understand. It sounded like killing a chicken. "Then bring me to see your Commander Chen." Actually, even without Chu Yan's order, 17 had already found him. "You are Chen Pengfei?" Chu Yan curiously sized up Chen Pengfei. Chen Pengfei's body was covered in blood. His armor had been through a huge battle and was in tatters. It barely hung on his body. There were a few hideous scars on his chest that were still bleeding. The scars still had a sharp blade intent. The water blade intent should have been left behind by Hui Qingying. His first impression was Chen Pengfei's abnormally tall and strong body. He was like a small giant. Chu Yan was 1.8 meters tall. Among ordinary warriors, he was considered tall. But compared to Chen Pengfei, he was just a short man. And then there was the powerful killing aura emanating from Chen Pengfei's entire body. Chu Yan was a veteran general of the Redbud Army. In the entire army, perhaps only the Grand General's killing aura was comparable to Chen Pengfei's, but he was a great general, the top warrior of the entire southern Cloud Nation, an existence that surpassed the Xiantian realm. 2 years ago, there was a Xiantian general in the Redbud Army whose killing intent was comparable to Chen Pengfei's. But that general died from qi deviation while cultivating. Forget about it. Greetings to General Chu. Chu Yan looked at 17, who was clear-headed and had clear eyes. His evaluation of him rose by another level. He smiled and said, "Commander Chen, no need to be so courteous. Today, Commander Chen defeated the Invincible Black Army's 10th Army with a mere 5,000 soldiers and even killed Hui Qingying. You have made a great contribution. I'm afraid that soon, you will become the youngest general in the Redbud Army." Chu Yan's words were not a joke. As a general, he knew a lot of inside information. The Southern Cloud Nation and Black Blood Nation had started a war. The entire Southern Cloud Nation's military was under great pressure. Especially when the Redbud Army suffered a great loss. The 5th and 10th Armies were almost completely annihilated. The 6th Army suffered heavy losses. Many officials and soldiers were not optimistic about the future of the war. The Redbud Army had been passively attacked by the Invincible Black Army. They had been holed up in defense. The entire army's morale began to drop. Now, the Southern Cloud Nation's military was in urgent need of a beautiful battle report. A great victory or a hero, and at this moment, Chen Pengfei appeared. Chu Yan knew that once the news of Chen Pengfei defeating the 10th Army and killing the enemy's Xiantian general was reported, it would definitely attract the attention of the military. This seemed to be the first time the Invincible Black Army had suffered a defeat since their invasion. It was the first time they had killed a Xiantian realm expert. Thinking of this, Chu Yan looked at XVII with envy. It was easy to imagine what the reward would be. In any case, even a middle-stage Xiantian master like him would be envious. "General, you flatter me. I was just lucky to defeat the Invincible Black Army." Xbii said modestly out of habit. Commander Chen is too modest. Chu Yan smiled and said, I believe that after today, Commander Chen's name will shake Nanyun. Luck? Chu Yan didn't believe it at all. Chu Yan had no doubt that his name would shake Nanyun. Recently, all the famous young talents under the age of 18 in southern Cloud Nation were probably not as good as Chen Pengfei. Chu Yan almost treated 17 as an expert of the same level. It was impossible for there to be prisoners of war. 17's men had always been reckless. In this battle, the Redbud army had lost less than 1,000 soldiers. Most of them were killed in the early stages of the battle. Compared to the invincible Black Army's tens of thousands of casualties, the loss was simply too small. When Chu Yan received this result, he almost thought that Xbii and the others had lied about the battle results. However, it really couldn't be fake. More than 4,000 people could run, jump, and rush. He could only choose to accept the reality, even if the reality was too unbelievable. Taking advantage of the night, the Redbud army brought the injured soldiers. With the escort of Chu Yan, a Xianxia master, Xbii, and the others didn't have to think about anything else. They rushed to White Mountain City the next night. When Chu Yan returned to White Mountain City, he immediately reported 17's battle results to his superiors. Not only did Xbii kill the 10th Army's General Hui Qingying with the strength of a late-stage true energy realm, he also commented in the letter that the Redbud army trained by the 17th had red eyes, bloodthirsty madness, and fearless like ghosts. Xbii and the others rested in White Mountain City for a period of time. On the same night, 17's strength improved and he almost reached the peak of the true energy realm. However, he was stuck in that position, which made Xbii feel a little uncomfortable. After Hui Qingying's death, the battle with the invincible Black Army turned into a cat-and-mouse game. The invincible Black Army scattered and fled. Xbii only had a pair of legs, so he didn't kill too many of them. Chen Hao roared in the evil sword, you idiot. If you had killed that woman on the battlefield today, how could you not have reached the peak of the true energy realm? Xbii could only explain awkwardly, it was a dangerous situation. I didn't think too much. Remember, there will be no next time. Next time, use the heavy sword in your hand. I understand, Master Jianling. I won't do it again. Xbii obediently lowered his head and admitted his mistake. Chen Hao didn't dare to lose his temper again. Xbii sat in front of the bed and took out his spoils of war today. It was Hui Qingying's space ring and a dagger. Not every innate master could have a spiritual weapon. Hui Qingying's dagger was only a top-level magical weapon. As for the space ring, it was 17's first time touching it. The space ring was for women. It was silver-white and made of an unknown material. There were beautiful patterns engraved on it, shining beautifully under the light. According to Chu Yan, once the previous owner of a normal space ring died, he only needed to drip his blood on it to become the new owner. He bit his finger with difficulty and dripped his blood on the space ring. The blood disappeared quickly. Xbii looked inside the space ring with his mind. The space inside was much bigger than the space bags used by normal warriors. It was about 4 cubic meters. Most of the space inside was colorful clothes and small boxes that emitted fragrances. Women were indeed troublesome. 17 muttered unhappily, these are all useless things. Chen Hao said faintly in the demon sword, Maybe, you can try wearing women's clothes. The burly man Xbii who comprehended concept of power and concept of slaughter and was known as the #1 genius in southern Cloud Country, nicknamed Bloody Hand Butcher. He killed people on the battlefield without blinking. Even when he was chased by an innate master, he was still calm. The space ring also fell on the ground. Master Jianling. Just kidding, just kidding. Continue to open the treasure chest. The following items were normal. A middle-level profound level martial skill, green wave blade technique, more than 700 low-grade spirit stones, and a few bottles of unknown pills. Xbii didn't know what they were and didn't dare to eat them. There was also an exquisite box. After opening it, there was only a fingernail-sized black metal piece. The metal piece was abnormally heavy. It was black like coal. It was only the size of a fingernail, but it weighed more than 10 pounds. Give it to me. Chen Hao said urgently, although I don't know what it is, it looks delicious. Here. XVII didn't hesitate to put the metal piece on the Crimson Blood Demon sword. The Crimson Blood Demon sword emitted a blazing heat. After the metal piece melted, it slowly seeped into the sword. Chen Hao was somewhat satisfied. After the red blood sword melted into the unknown metal piece, the entire sword became tougher. After the sword cooled down, XVII picked up the red blood sword and weighed it. He found that the red blood sword became heavier. Master Jianling, can the Crimson Blood Demon sword be a bit heavier? XVII felt that the Crimson Blood Demon sword was a bit light before. Since he comprehended the concept of power, the feeling of light as a feather became more and more obvious. Are you despising me? Absolutely not, Lord Jianling. If I want to continue to level up, I need to swallow enough precious metals. If you give me more precious metals, I should be able to become heavier. Chen Hao glanced at the long table and said, also, give me that dagger. Although it doesn't taste good, it should be useful to me. Hui Qingying's dagger was quickly absorbed by the red blood sword. Chen Hao felt that the taste wasn't good enough. Among the top-grade Xian weapons, that dagger should be a premium item. In the next few days, the 9th Army led by Li Shui from the Black Iron Kingdom disappeared completely. They never appeared around White Mountain City again. Chu Yan laughed and said that they must have been scared away by XVII, however, XVII didn't have any complacency. He saw clearly that after this battle, he was probably on the Black Blood Kingdom's must-kill list. Hui Qingying was killed because she underestimated XVII. However, after Hui Qingying's death, his battle results would probably be sent to all the generals in the Black Iron Army. By then, the enemy's Xiantian experts would be on guard against him. Would he still have a chance? If he was in the limelight and didn't have enough strength, he would probably become the enemy's target on the battlefield. Actually, XVII didn't know that he had already been targeted by the Black Blood Kingdom. It was just that the people targeting him didn't expect that XVII could kill a Xiantian expert. 2 days later, the Redbud Army sent a message asking him to return to Qingfeng City to continue his mission. Then, the Redbud Army would send troops to replace XVII. After the change, XVII would bring his soldiers back to Redbud City. The great general would personally meet him. Chu Yan looked at the 17th enviously and said, the great general is personally meeting you. He probably wants to reward you personally. N. Chu Yan smiled and said, it seems like congratulations, brother. With the great general's attention, your path to Xiantian will be smooth. 17's cold and serious face couldn't help but reveal excitement. I'm also at the right time. The Redbud Army was the strongest army in the southern Cloud Nation. They were loyal to the Emperor and were the strongest in the southern Cloud Nation. During this time of war, the entire nation's resources were leaning towards the Redbud Army. Presumably, the great general's reward would not disappoint him. It's said that the times create heroes. However, without extraordinary courage and strength, one can only become a stepping stone for others to become famous. Chu Yan took out a jade bottle from his bosom and handed it to XVII. I see that your strength is about to break through. Here are 20 white spirit true essence pills. After taking them, you should be able to break through to the peak of the true element realm. On the battlefield, if your strength can increase a little, your chances of survival will also increase a little. How can I do that? Haha, you don't have to be so courteous, Brother Chen. Chu Yan smiled and said, 20 white spirit true elemental dawn are only suitable for true element boundary martial artists. For me, it is of little value. This time, White Mountain City was besieged. If it weren't for Brother Chen's help, I'm afraid White Mountain City would have been in great danger. Moreover, Brother Chen was ambushed by the Black Iron Army on the way. Fortunately, you are strong, otherwise, I, Chu Yan, would have felt guilty for the rest of my life. Then it would be impolite for me to refuse. The Purple Thorns Legion had the highest salary among the several legions of the Southern Cloud Nation. Only the Baihu could receive 5 ordinary True Elemental Dawn every month. The efficacy of the White Spirit True Elemental Dan was 5 times that of an ordinary True Elemental Dan. It was very precious to True Elemental Boundary martial artists. Every Baihu received 2 White Spirit True Essence pills every month, and XVII received 5 pills every month. XVII had already taken the White Spirit True Essence pill he received last time. It had to be said that the effect was very good. General Chu gave 17 4 months' worth of benefits. How could 17 have the nerve to refuse? Brother Chu, the higher-ups asked me to return to Clear Wind City. I'll have to trouble you to take care of my seriously injured subordinates. No problem, you still don't believe me? Chu Yan smiled and said, look at how well I've taken care of them these past few days. Among your subordinates, who dares to stand up and say that they are not satisfied? XVI nodded embarrassedly. After his subordinates came to White Mountain City, XVI reiterated the military order and directly gave them a holiday. As a result, most of them rushed to a street in Clear Wind City. After Chu Yan heard the news, he directly ordered the White Mountain City's city guards to cordon off the street and only let 17 subordinates in. XVI also heard from that old bastard Meng Fei that the White Mountain City's city lord also ordered a discount inside. As a commander, XVI was very clear about the cruel pressure on the battlefield. His willpower was good and he could bear it, but it didn't mean that the other soldiers could bear that kind of pressure, so he just let it be. Speaking of which, he wanted to leave so soon because he was worried about his subordinates. If they stayed any longer, would their legs be so soft that they couldn't even walk? Then we'll set off tomorrow. The order was given. They gathered that night and set off for Clear Wind City tomorrow morning. The night before returning to Clear Wind City, XVI sat cross-legged on the bed and opened the jade bottle Chu Yan gave him. As soon as he saw the jade green pill with a sparkling and round luster in the jade bottle and smelled the rich medicinal fragrance that assailed his nose, XVI couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. This was not an ordinary white spirit true essence pill. The same kind of pill, but the quality was different. Ordinary white spirit true essence pills contained more pill toxins. An ordinary true element realm martial artist would need 3 days to completely expel the pill toxins from a single pill after taking it. The higher the quality of the pill, the less pill toxins it contained. The more pills one could take in the same time, the faster one's cultivation would increase. But the bottle of white spirit true essence pills that Chu Yan gave him was obviously of high quality. Once a Xianxia general made a move, it was indeed different. After taking a pill, the strong bitter taste dissolved and entered his stomach. Circulating the blood river art, the medicinal power was constantly absorbed and transformed into pure true essence that flowed into 17's dantian. An hour later, XVI opened his eyes. Just a little more, then, he swallowed the second pill. 17's body was far stronger than ordinary people. He noticed it when he took the white spirit true essence pill last time. His body's ability to expel poison was far beyond ordinary true element realm martial artists. When the blood-red true essence condensed to the limit, almost filling up his dantian, the whole room made a muffled sound, and the doors and windows were directly blown open by an invisible airflow. XVI officially became a peak true element realm expert. Breaking through to the peak true element realm, in the middle of the night, his spirit was very good. Just one step away from Xiantian. To break through to Xiantian, one must comprehend a kind of concept. Ordinary martial artists might not be able to comprehend a concept in their lifetime, so from true element realm to Xiantian, it was like a natural chasm for them. But for XVI, it was too simple. The concept of slaughter, the concept of power, he had comprehended too. The concept of slaughter was originally rare, and the concept of power, he had never heard of anyone in southern Cloud Country who had comprehended it. The next morning, before dawn, the city gate of White Mountain City slowly opened, and General Chu personally sent them off. When they walked out of the city gate, the soldiers under 17's command glanced at White Mountain City with nostalgia. It seemed that White Mountain City gave them a good impression. Along the way, XVI was in high spirits. Even his bald head had grown a few inches of hair. Ever since he joined the army, he became a Baihu and eliminated almost 10 groups of bandits. On the way to the front lines, he led his men to eliminate thousands of invincible Black Army soldiers. Relying on his military merits, he was able to keep his position as a Baihu in the Redbud Army. At Mingtai City, they were surrounded by 40,000 invincible Black Army soldiers. In the end, he led thousands of men to escape. Recently, when he went to reinforce White Mountain City, he was ambushed on the way. He actually killed the enemy's Xiantian general and led 5,000 men to defeat 15,000 enemy soldiers. After learning a few mystic-level mid-level martial arts, his slaughter sword intent had reached small success, and his force mentality had just reached the beginner level. In a short period of time, his strength had increased from the early true energy realm to the peak true energy realm. Now, he still had a lot of military merits to exchange and the reward from the Redbud Army's general. Even the Crimson Blood Demon sword had increased by 1 level. Chen Hao looked at the soldiers under 17's command. The consecutive victories had made them full of fighting spirit and vigor. They were even a little arrogant. It was as if they were the boss, XVII was the second, and they were the third. Chen Hao understood the importance of morale on the battlefield, especially in this kind of face-to-face cold weapons battle. After mingling with 17 in the army for a long time, Chen Hao also had some experience. From the rough data, the Southern Cloud Nation's ordinary city guards would start to crumble if they lost less than 5% of their troops in battle. The elite soldiers of the Southern Cloud Nation could withstand a loss of around 10%. Once the loss reached 10%, there would also be a possibility of the entire army crumbling. The Redbud Army was slightly better. They could withstand a loss of around 15%. The problem was that the soldiers under 17's command had a ridiculous limit. As long as XVII was still on the battlefield, as long as the demonic aura could cover them, they would not collapse. However, once the enemy entered the demonic aura, it was very easy for them to collapse. One increased and one decreased. It was simply terrifying. In 17's team, there were the city guards of Redbud City who had followed him to the front line, the soldiers he had rescued from Mingtai City, and the new recruits who had participated in defeating the 10th Black Iron Army. The team was basically formed. Back in the Clear Breeze City, time was not as tight. On the way, XVII also asked Chen Hao if the general would generously give him a black-level high-grade cultivation technique or something. Actually, Chen Hao wanted the tasty metal lump more. On the 4th day, as they were getting closer and closer to the Clear Breeze City, soldiers who had been sent out to investigate came running back to report that thick smoke had appeared in the direction of the Clear Breeze City. 17's heart tightened, and he rushed to the front with a few trusted subordinates. Standing at the top of the mountain, they could clearly see the thick smoke rising into the air. Thick smoke appearing in the direction of the Clear Breeze City was not good news. Xianxia said, "Could it be that there's a fire in the city?" In the Clear Breeze City, most of the houses were made of wood, so fires were very common. However, it was rare to see such a big fire. There must be a fire in the city. Mengfei laughed. Could it be that the Black Blood Kingdom set it? Mengfei laughed and laughed, but slowly, he could not laugh anymore. He saw that his beloved Commander Chen was staring at him with those terrifying eyes. "Commander Chen, I'm just joking. With General Wang guarding the Clear Breeze City is definitely impregnable." "That better be the case." XVII nodded, holding the heavy sword on his back in his hand, and said coldly, if it's not what?" XVII did not say clearly. But Mengfei felt very scared, he regretted it so much now. Why did he say so much? Let the troops speed up and try to reach the Clear Breeze City before noon. With 17's order, the soldiers began to use their chi to speed up their march. Almost all of them knew one or two of the yellow-level middle or upper-level movement techniques. The closer they got to the Clear Breeze City, the colder 17's face became. Even the ordinary soldiers looked up at the thick smoke in the direction of the Clear Breeze City and felt that something was wrong. Even Mengfei, who liked to follow behind XVII, had disappeared from 17's side. Chen Hao guessed that he had avoided it, escape, he probably did not dare to. Chen Hao guessed that the fire might have spread to the entire city. This was very abnormal in itself. With Wang Yongbua in the city, the fire would not have spread to this extent, but what if Wang Yongbua was not there? Chen Hao could not help but think of Zhao Qier. Sure enough, as soon as the city walls of the Clear Breeze City appeared in 17's vision, XVII saw the broken city walls, the black hole, the city gate without a door, and the piles of corpses under the city walls. Without a doubt, the Clear Breeze City had been breached. A bone-piercing chill made the soldiers behind him shiver. Everyone knew that their commander was in a very bad mood. XVII carried his heavy sword and walked with heavy steps, stepping over the corpses as he entered the Clear Breeze City. The fire had been burning for God knows how many days. The fire in the city was still spreading, the thick smoke billowing. In front of XVII, The entire street was burned to ashes, the black broken walls emitting light smoke, the pillars turned into black charcoal, and the corpses lying on the street in a miserable state, some completely burned to black charcoal, some half burned, and the other half left. The air was filled with the nauseating smell of meat. 17's face was cold as he walked in the direction of the city lord's manor. Along the way, there were only 2 or 3 civilians wandering around, like ghosts. In the houses by the roadside that were not destroyed, the stifled cries could always be heard by XVI. The Redbud Army soldiers following XVI also felt terrible. In the face of such a tragic scene, who would be in a good mood, they did not forget that their mission was to guard the Clear Breeze city. The invincible Black Army massacred the city again? Damn bastards. Only they would like to do this. Passing through the thick smoke and stepping on the corpses, XVI passed by the square of the Clear Breeze city. The huge square was densely packed, layer upon layer, with tens of thousands of charred and bent corpses. Each of the corpses had lost almost all of their blood essence. They were curled up together as if they had been burned by a raging fire. This scene was enough to make an ordinary person break down. XVI held the hilt of his sword tightly and quickened his steps. Come out. XVI looked coldly at the well on the street, a head just popped out. If it was a civilian, XVI would not care, but the problem was that the person was wearing the uniform of the city guard. The city guard in the well slowly climbed out of the well with a rope. He was about 17's age, very young. His right hand was broken at the wrist, and he was barely bandaging it with a rag. His body was wet, and water kept dripping down after he climbed out. He directly knelt in front of XVI and said with a crying voice, "Your subordinate Lu Yang greets the commander." "What's going on, tell me?" After the commander left, a few days later, the invincible Black Army began to attack the Clear Breeze city. They had innate masters, and we could not hold on. What about us? Don't we have innate masters? What about Wang Yongbua? Lu Yang said with a face full of hatred. Wang Yongbua did not appear until the city was broken. He didn't show up? 17 looked at the young guard and asked, "Are you sure he didn't show up?" "I swear with my life that I'm telling the truth." Lu Yang gritted his teeth and said, 17 nodded. His anger towards Wang Yongbua gradually dissipated. He knew that as the general of the Redbud Army, Wang Yongbua had no reason to stand by and watch when Qingfeng City was in danger. Wang Yongbua was born in the Wang family of the southern Cloud Country. The Wang family was a powerful family, so he had no reason to betray the country. Once an innate master made a move, it was impossible for the guards in Qingfeng City to not see it. The biggest possibility was that Wang Yongbua was dead. He died without a sound. An innate master died without a sound. This made 17 a little serious. Do you know who the innate master who attacked Qingfeng City was? The invincible Black Army's 9th Army. I saw their flag with the word Li on it. The 9th Army's Li Shui and Hui Qingying wanted to ambush him, but they didn't meet XVII's Li Shui. 17 gritted his teeth. He was wondering where the 9th Army went, but it turned out that they came directly to Qingfeng City, but Li Shui couldn't kill Wang Yongbua so easily. What about Commander Jiang? Is he dead too? 17 was just asking casually. Lu Yang replied in a low voice, Commander Jiang didn't return on the day the city was breached. He didn't come back? What did he do? Lu Yang said, he went out to investigate. Is it the day I left? 17 knew that Jiang Jiankai had gone out. Jiang Jiankai had kicked Wang Yongbua. Even though 17 knew that Wang Yongbua was unconscious and couldn't remember, she was still scared to death. Therefore, she found an excuse to go out of the city. However, your Commander Jiang didn't return until the day the city was breached. Yes, Vice Commander Qian has always been in charge of defending the city. I understand. 17 looked at Lu Yang's wound and said, Go, and treat your wound. Commander. The Clear Breeze city is too pitiful. I beg you to avenge us. Lu Yang wept bitterly as he used his head to smash the limestone on the ground. The limestone was directly smashed into pieces. Blood dripped from his forehead, dyeing the stone fragments red. I beg you, Lord Commander. XVI was about to speak when she found that the man had fainted on the ground. He sighed softly and turned to go to the city lord's mansion. The soldiers in the army might come from the various county cities of the country. As for the city guards, most of them were recruited from the local ancient martial art practitioners. When they arrived at the city lord's mansion, it had already turned into ruins. XVI didn't find any useful clues. He ordered the Redbud army to immediately scatter around the city to search for useful information. The fall of the Clear Breeze city was just too strange. The 17th didn't believe that Wang Yongbua could die so easily. Even if a Xiantian master died, he should at least make some waves, right? XVI found a large rattan chair and placed it at the corner of the square of Qingfeng City. He sat down and the rattan chair began to sink, making creaking sounds in pain. Moans. He leaned the crimson blood demon sword on the ground, his chin resting on the end of the sword hilt. His face was blank, his expression indifferent, and his eyes were unfocused, as if he was in a daze. His eyes were filled with twisted black corpses. In the history of Huaxia's wars, massacres were not rare. Massacres were an effective way to intimidate the enemy. Chen Hao had told XVI before. But hearing a story and seeing it with your own eyes were not the same thing. Chen Hao knew that XVI was very angry. His anger was no less than the last time he heard someone say bad things about Lan Yanlin in 17's restaurant in Yiyang City. The calmer he appeared on the surface, the crazier he was inside. As a silent and cold person, he was just used to suppressing all his emotions in the bottom of his heart. Qingfeng City was the city XVI was stationed in. He more or less had some feelings for this city. Feelings? Did the 17th value feelings? That's right, the truth was so unbelievable. The bloody butcher Chen Pengfei was a person who valued feelings. In fact, he valued feelings far more than ordinary people. Stubborn people were all like this. They were stubborn about everything. In the afternoon, the Redbud army began to come back one after another to report the situation. Qingfeng City was completely finished. There were more than 60,000 people in Qingfeng City, and there were no more than 3,000 survivors. The city guards were almost completely wiped out, and there were no more than 50 people left alive. A large area of the entire city was burned down, and the fire continued to spread. Mengfei lowered his head and said, "Commander, Qingfeng City is too miserable. There are only a few left." He didn't dare to raise his head. His eyes were red. As a Qianhu, he was afraid of being ridiculed. He had even mocked a few of the recruits who had cried after watching the video. Mengfei stared at XVI without turning his head. The Redbud army standing in front of XVI almost didn't dare to look at the corpses in front of XVI. He really didn't understand why the commander's meeting chose such a place. Those corpses would drive people crazy if they looked at them for a long time. Even the veterans who had fought on the battlefield couldn't stand it. "Yes. Sir, they all want to see you," Mengfei whispered. "See me? Who?" "The city guards who are still alive, and some who were lucky enough to survive, then let's see them." XVI didn't object. He slowly propped himself up and leaned against the back of the chair in a very comfortable position. More than 20 people walked up under the lead of the Redbud army. They glanced at the densely packed corpses in the middle of the square, and their eyes were filled with madness and bone-deep hatred. "Sir Commander." More than 20 people knelt in front of XVI. In this world, there was almost no one who would kneel with both legs. Even the servants who were trained by the family would only kneel with one knee. In the army and sects, there was no kneeling. Generally, they would only kneel to their parents, their dead ancestors, and kneel on the execution platform. "What do you want?" "Please, sir, avenge the 60,000 people who died in Qingfeng City," the city guard who was kneeling at the front said. The city guard had disheveled hair and a dirty face. He was about 40, and his strength was about the early stage of the true energy realm. His chest was wrapped in red-white cloth. "I'm just a small commander. Why do you think I can avenge you?" "Because you defeated the 10th Army of the Invincible Black." "Army, Sir Commander?" XVI asked, "Who told you that?" Mengfei secretly closed his eyes. The city guard didn't answer. He just hit his head hard on the ground and didn't look up again. "Commander Chen, please avenge us." An old man looked up. His whole face was covered with black dust and wet with tears, looking funny and ridiculous. But even so, Xbii still recognized the old man. The old man often set up a stall near the entrance of the Redbud Army's barracks to sell mutton bowls. He was good at cooking and the price was affordable. Many Redbud Army soldiers patronized him. Xbii also went to eat there a few times. He heard that his son was a city guard and had just married a wife last year. Your son also died in the battle? Sir Commander, they're all dead. They're all dead. Their bodies can't even be found. The old man crawled to Xbii on the ground and crawled to 17's feet. Just as he reached out his hand, he saw his black hand and stopped helplessly. He cried awkwardly, I found my daughter-in-law. She died so tragically. Her heart was gouged out and the 3-month-old child in her belly was gone. The Black Blood Kingdom's devil path was prevalent, and there were many devil path martial artists. In the invincible Black Army, more than half of them were devil path martial artists who practiced blood and dark techniques. Xbii practiced the Blood River art, which was also a devil path technique. Within the Blood River secret manual, there were also a few extremely cruel secret manuals that could be used to speed up one's cultivation. However, 17 had never tried to cultivate them. Shortcut meant that the foundation was unstable. Xbii, who had suffered before, wouldn't repeat the same mistake. With the Crimson Blood Demon Sword, he could also shortcut it. With Lord Jianling, he didn't have to worry about the impurity of the vital essence absorbed into his body. He didn't need to take risks or collect those cruel and strange materials. The Black Blood Kingdom's martial artists might be slightly restrained in their own country, but once they went to other countries, they would go crazy. Their army was always keen on massacring cities. They massacred cities not only for deterrence, but also to collect materials to improve their strength. Just like the blood essence of the corpses in the square, the fetus in the womb of the old man's wife, the heart, and other strange organs. Take him to rest first. 2 Redbud Army soldiers took the old man away. Quiet down, I want to be alone. Xbii said to the people kneeling on the ground. Those people suddenly quieted down, and they didn't even dare to cry out loud. Xbii, who was sitting on the rattan chair, had a dangerous aura that made them afraid. Xbii didn't say anything. He just stared at the corpses in the square, waiting for the other Redbud Army soldiers to come back. Mengfei whispered in 17's ear, Lord, Commander Jiang is back. Bring him here. Brother Chen, it's so good to see you. Jiang Jiankai hurriedly ran over and said as soon as he saw Xbii. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Xbii said calmly, I didn't expect you to still be alive either. I was just lucky. I just went out on a reconnaissance mission. Jiang Jiankai said with some relief, if I came back a day earlier, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to see me. But those Black Blood Kingdom scumbags are too despicable. My house is all gone. When I went back, the house was burned down. I heard that you've been leading a team to investigate outside? Jiang Jiankai nodded. That's right. Xbii turned around and glanced at Jiang Jiankai. Did you get anything? Jiang Jiankai looked at the corpses on the square and quickly lowered his head. Xbii looked at the city guards who were still kneeling at the side and asked, you who are guarding Qingfeng City, have you received any news from Commander Jiang? Especially the true energy early stage expert. No matter what, an early stage true energy realm martial artist was considered one of the upper echelons of the city guard. They were either vice commanders or Qianhu. The injured city guard gritted his teeth and replied, yes. What news? Around us, there are no traces of enemies. Large beads of sweat began to appear on Jiang Jiankai's forehead. He felt that Chen Pengfei was about to turn hostile. Commander Jiang, what's going on? Maybe I just missed them, or maybe they didn't come from where I was in charge of scouting. Xbii patted the armrest of the chair and nodded. It's possible. Jiang Jiankai breathed a sigh of relief. The situation didn't seem to be that bad. Then can you tell me why you didn't come back until today? Jiang Jiankai didn't answer. Today he suddenly received news that the Circe's army had entered the city, so he hurried over. I don't want to hear lies. Jiang Jiankai sat on the ground and hugged 17's thigh. Brother Chen, I admit that I was wrong. I'm afraid of death. XBII didn't directly answer Jiang Jiankai's words. Tell me, what have you been doing recently? After I learned that Qingfeng City had fallen, I didn't dare to go back. I only came to find you when I saw you coming back. Jiang Jiankai fiercely slapped himself in the face, causing his whole face to swell up. He wiped his tears and said, I know, I deserve to die, I'm not a good person, but I'm scared. Brother Chen, if you go to White Mountain City, you don't know how powerful the invincible Black Army is. Even General Wang is no match for them. I'm just a nobody in the early stage of the true energy realm. I admit that I'm guilty, but I just don't want to die in vain. I just want to stay alive and wait for Brother Chen to come back. Jiang Jiankai cried bitterly. Brother Chen, please spare my life for the sake of our past relationship. I want to go to the battlefield and kill those bastards of the Iron Black Kingdom. I want to avenge the people of Qingfeng City. Even if I have to risk my life, I won't hesitate. Jiang Jiankai's heartfelt words made the survivors kneeling in front of XBII look at him with excitement. Jiang Jiankai said what they wanted to say but didn't have the chance to say. Even the Circe's army, who were unkind to Jiang Jiankai just now, looked at him solemnly. They felt that he was a man who endured humiliation for the greater good. Meng Fei, go and interrogate the city guards that Commander Jiang brought out for investigation. Find out what they have been doing recently. XBII thought for a moment and added, no matter what, I just want to hear the truth. Yes, sir. Meng Fei had some suspicions. Was the Lord Commander overthinking things? However, he still told himself that he had to handle this matter beautifully and give himself extra points. Jiang Jiankai lay on the ground, looking nervous. After a while, Meng Fei rushed over with a face full of anger and kicked Jiang Jiankai away. Commander Chen, what Jiang Jiankai said is not true. In addition to taking his confidants out of the city, he also took a beautiful woman with the surname Bai. He didn't go to investigate at all. Instead, he just stayed in the Chen family's ditch and enjoyed himself. He did send his subordinates to investigate, but most of his subordinates were perfunctory. XBII looked at Jiang Jiangwo. As the saying goes, a soldier is lazy, while a general is lazy. If Jiang Jiankai was enjoying himself, how could he expect his confidants to perform their duties seriously? This bastard is quite clever. Before he came, he colluded with his confidants to confess. However, his confidants were very honest. I just asked them directly. I didn't even use torture, and they completely confessed. Who betrayed me? Jiang Jiankai looked at Meng Fei angrily and asked. He usually treated his subordinates well. Were they not afraid of death? If the matter was exposed, they would be as guilty as Jiang Jiankai. Meng Fei looked at Jiang Jiankai with a weird look. He was angry and amused at the same time. He said, I didn't count. Your subordinates all rushed to answer my questions. It took me a lot of effort to get them to quiet down. I let them talk one by one and figure out the situation. They all hate you. Jiang Jiankai. Don't you know? They can't wait to die with you. Jiang Jiankai was in despair. If it was any other time, he still had a chance to live. But during the war, Qingfeng City had become like this. With his crime, it was enough to kill him several times. Brother Chen, look. Can you spare my life? I'll give you everything I have. Spirit stones, cultivation methods, martial skills, land deeds, shops, and Bai Feifei. I'll give it all to you. I just beg you to spare my life. As he spoke, Jiang Jiankai wiped the snot and tears on his face, stuffed 3 space bags into XBII's hands, and then looked at 17 expectantly. 17 took his things. He saw the smile on XBII's face. He saw XBII's mouth open and say what he wanted to hear even in his dreams, sure. Jiang Jiankai swore that this was the most beautiful and pleasant voice he had ever heard in his life. It was even more pleasant than Bai Feifei's cry. Meng Fei took a deep breath, turned around, and didn't want to look anymore. The Redbud army was in the same situation. They either lowered their heads or looked into the distance. No matter what 17 did, they wouldn't object, even though they felt uncomfortable. Meng Fei was still pondering whether he should kill everyone present except for the Circe's army to silence them. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. I'll leave now. I'll always remember your great kindness. Jiang Jiankai hurriedly got up from the ground, thanked Xbii, and ran outside. However, he had only taken 2 steps when he stopped. A giant sword pierced through his body. Jiang Jiankai looked at the blade that came out of his chest, slowly turned his head to look at the 17th, pointed at him and said, You didn't keep your word. Xbii looked at him and said helplessly, If I said my sword moved by itself, would you believe me? Jiang Jiankai died, his expression painful and desperate. Presumably, he didn't believe Xbii. The survivors of Qingfeng City kneeling in front of Xbii looked at Jiang Jiankai's body and felt that he died so easily. It was too easy for him, they had reason to hate Jiang Jiankai. Xbii put the 3 space bags into his pocket. Seeing the group of people staring at him, he asked with a smile, Do you believe me? Haha, Commander is so humorous. Meng Fei laughed. Anyway, he didn't believe it. The other Bohemia army also laughed. They hated Jiang Jiankai so much. They were happy to see Jiang Jiankai killed. Xbii asked with a cold face, You don't believe me? Seeing this, Meng Fei quickly changed his words, We all believe, whatever the commander says, we all believe. Yes. Xbii nodded with satisfaction. He also believed it. Chen Hao had to admit that 17 occasionally had a sense of humor. Killing Jiang Jiankai was ordered by Xbii, and Chen Hao was also happy to help. Commander, everyone is here, and the last team of brothers has also returned. Meng Fei whispered, They also found more than 100 living people near the North City, and among them, a woman wants to see you, Commander. No. Xbii knew that Qingfeng City was massacred, their relatives were killed, and their homes were destroyed. Those who survived were full of resentment. Almost every survivor he met today hoped that Xbii could avenge them, but Xbii knew her ability. He was only at the peak of the true energy realm, so it was still dangerous for him to fight against a Xiantian realm expert. He was still hesitating whether it was worth it or not. Xbii still cherished his life. He didn't want to die. According to the Baihu, that woman claimed to be a formation master, Meng Fei added. Array master, Chen Hao and Xbii in the demon sword were both interested. So far, they had only met one formation master, and that formation master had left a deep impression on them. Chen Hao reminded, If the other party is really an array master, then we should meet him. Bring that formation master up. The formation master was quickly brought up by the Red Bud army. The array master was a woman in her mid-20s. She wore a dirty robe and her hair was messy. Her face was thin and haggard. She had a pair of light brown eyes. Her gaze was no different from the others. It was also filled with bone-deep hatred. If she didn't want revenge, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to meet Xbii. Chen Hao looked at the woman in front of him. He felt that if she dressed up a little, she would be quite suitable for human aesthetics. She looked at Xbii and asked directly, You are Commander Chen? Yes. Why are you looking for me? You are the bloodhound butcher Chen Pengfei? Yes. His strength might not be great in Blackwater Prefecture, but he was definitely one of the most famous people. It was normal for him to be recognized. My sister is dead. She was killed by the invincible Black Army. My condolences. Too many people had died in the Clear Breeze City and she had only lost a younger sister and not herself, which was already very fortunate. The woman looked at the cold expression on 17's face. She bit her lip and said, I want revenge. I need your help. Xbii looked at the woman in surprise. He finally met a slightly sober survivor. Why do you think I will help you? You are a member of the Red Bud Army. You need military achievements. You want fame. You are also responsible for the fall of Qingfeng City. If you help me, you are helping yourself. The woman's face was serious and her eyes were calm. She didn't look like a lunatic, so 17's interest was piqued. He also hated the Invincible Black Army. He had just defeated the 10th Army of the Invincible Black Army and killed a Xiantian general. He only needed to wait for the army to come and take over Qingfeng City. Then he could meet the general and receive a generous reward. But now, Qingfeng City was destroyed. Not long after, the Red Bud Army, which had just been relieved of their duties, would only receive a ghost city from his hands. XVII didn't forget how he promised General Su Sihai when he left Redbud City, even though he might not be held responsible if the matter was investigated, this matter was still a great humiliation to him. If you are really so powerful, how could your sister die? The woman lowered her head and whispered, I was studying arrays in the basement, let's talk somewhere else. XVII said in a low voice. Okay. They found a street filled with corpses and tiles. It was very quiet. What is your name? Shi Xiaoyun. Shi Xiaoyun replied. XVII asked again, what arrays do you know? Shi Xiaoyun looked at him in surprise and said, I don't know many arrays. Concealment arrays, forbidden flight arrays, maze arrays, my master died early. She only taught me some basic principles of arrays. I learned the rest by myself from the book she left behind. What is a forbidden flight array? It is a type of array used to deal with Xianxia masters. It prevents them from flying within a certain range. XVII looked at Shi Xiaoyun and said, I think you are only at the Qi Hai realm, if you give me time, I will definitely be able to set up a forbidden flight array. Shi Xiaoyun said anxiously. Have you ever used a forbidden flight array to deal with Xianxia masters? XVII changed the topic, how is your talent in arrays? Master said I am very talented. You are alone? No other forces behind you? XVII was a little confused. Logically speaking, array masters were very popular among the major forces. He had never thought that there would be an array master in a small city like Qingfeng City. More importantly, he had never heard of her before. Just me. The woman then said in a low voice, my master had escaped from the Black Blood country and she was severely injured when she came to the Clear Breeze city. She passed away after teaching me some simple array formations. In recent years, I have not gone out at all, concentrating on researching array formations. Master only told me to study arrays properly before she passed away. She didn't say anything else, but I know that she must hate the Black Blood Kingdom. Now that my sister's family is dead, I want revenge. An array master who escaped from the Black Blood Kingdom, there were many demon warriors in the Black Blood Kingdom. After so many years, they had continuously annexed the surrounding small countries. They had too many enemies. How do you want to take revenge on the Black Blood Kingdom? What is your plan? Tell me. I know the explosive thunder array. Even if it's a true energy realm martial artist, I can still kill him. How many people can you kill in one explosion? I don't know. 17 smiled helplessly, then let me put it another way. How far can your array explode? Within a radius of 10 meters, it can explode. XVII felt that the power should be good. How far do you need to be from the array to control it to explode? It can't be more than 10 meters. XVII sighed. In his opinion, Shi Xiaoyun's array was useless on the battlefield. If it was used to deal with a small army or a lone warrior, it would be useful, but to deal with an army, then he took out an array blueprint from his spatial ring and handed it to her. If you can set up this array, I can consider helping you. As for the forbidden flight array that Shi Xiaoyun mentioned, XVII was skeptical. A Qi Hai realm array master who had never fought with an innate master claimed that she could use a sky ceiling array to pull an innate master down from the sky. Normal warriors wouldn't believe it. What if she met an innate master on the battlefield and her array suddenly stopped working? Shi Xiaoyun took the array formation that 17 handed to her. On the blueprint of the array formation were the words Fiendish Qi Demon Refining Array. Shi Xiaoyun was not like Chu Fei. She was a person who had a master. After carefully looking at the array diagram, she knew the effects of the array in her hands. You want to make a demon weapon? Yes. XVII said calmly, to help you take revenge on the Black Blood Kingdom, I have to risk my life. Without enough benefits, do you think I will do it? Give me one night, I will give you an answer tomorrow. Can one night do it? Shi Xiaoyun said confidently, my master said I am a genius. A genius? Let's hope so. XVII found Meng Fei and asked him to find a clean place for Shi Xiaoyun to study the array. Remember to watch her every move, don't let her run away. Understood, Commander. No matter what, a array master, even a half-baked one, was a very useful talent. XVII also asked the Red Bud army to ask the survivors about Shi Xiaoyun. Among the 100 survivors who were found at the same time as Shi Xiaoyun, there were some who knew her. Shi Xiaoyun, about 21 years old this year, was a very strange girl. Because she was 21 years old, she was still unmarried. Her mother died in childbirth when giving birth to her sister. When she was 15, her father also passed away. For a period of time, she relied on washing clothes for rich families to earn money to support her family. After washing for a year, she didn't continue. Since then, she lived in seclusion, sometimes not even seeing her once in half a year. Every time she went out, she would buy a lot of food. Her sister married 2 years ago to an ordinary family and gave birth to 2 children. A nerd addicted to arrays. After listening to the Redbud Army's report, Chen Hao couldn't help but think, if Qingfeng City hadn't been massacred, would she have stayed in seclusion until the end of time? XVI ordered, tonight, everyone dig a hole outside the city and prepare to bury the body. There were tens of thousands of corpses in the Windy City, and if they were not buried in time, it could cause a plague. Early the next morning, Meng Fei came to report that Shi Xiaoyun wanted to see him. Could it be that the baleful Qi Devil refining array had made some progress? XVI rushed to Shi Xiaoyun's residence excitedly. Shi Xiaoyun was still dressed sloppily and had dark circles under her eyes. She probably didn't sleep last night. You can set up the fiendish demon refining formation? Chen Hao, who was inside the demon sword, also looked at Shi Xiaoyun. The baleful aura fiend refining array was originally prepared for him. Sure, the baleful Qi Devil refining formation isn't difficult. Then why don't you set it up for me? Let me show you the simplified version first. With that, Shi Xiaoyun took out the spirit stones in the courtyard and carefully placed them in various positions. She had to ponder over each position for a long time and repeatedly think about it. Compared to the array master Chu Fei's speed, her speed was like a snail. According to her slow speed of setting up the array, once she fought with the enemy might be able to take a nap in front of her and then get up to kill her. Is it done? The array is set up. Shi Xiaoyun said, we also need to put a lethal weapon in the eye of the array, the kind that has killed people before. The material has to be good, otherwise it might not be able to withstand the array. XVI entered the array and inserted the Crimson Blood Demon sword into the position Shi Xiaoyun pointed out. Shi Xiaoyun only spent 23 spirit stones to set up the array. Inside the Crimson Blood Demon sword, Chen Hao looked at the array curiously and was a little excited. The Crimson Blood Demon sword could only absorb the blood and souls of living creatures killed by its owner, but the baleful Qi Devil refining array was very domineering. As long as it was a living creature that died in the array, it would be absorbed by the weapon in the eye of the array. Chen Hao had been eyeing this array for a long time. Activate the array. Okay. Shi Xiaoyun accurately inserted a spirit stone into the array, and all the spirit stones lit up at the same time, converging into a complicated and very regular array pattern, and then, there was no more then. XVI looked at the array silently. After waiting for a long time, he turned his head and asked, are you sure this is the baleful Qi Devil refining array? It should be. Shi Xiaoyun said with uncertainty, the baleful Qi Devil refining array should be like this. Isn't it? Chen Hao, who was in the array, wanted to jump up and stab Shi Xiaoyun with his sword. Was this single and old otaku trying to bully him and XVI for being inexperienced? The 17th was silent for a moment, and ordered, Xiongtingji, go in and take a look. Okay. It was obvious that Xiongtingji was a little nervous. He swallowed, holding the weapon in his hand, slowly walked to the edge of the array, and then took a deep breath and stepped in. This was a legendary array formation. He had never seen an array master before, but he heard that arrays were all very scary. After stepping into the array, Xiongtingji gradually got used to it. He heard Commander Chen ask him behind him, do you feel anything strange? Does a little itchy count? Chen Hao wanted to ask Lao Xiong if he was willing to scratch it with his sword. Once he scratched it, it wouldn't itch anymore. XVI continued to ask, are you dizzy? No. Can you see where I am? Xiongtingji turned around and looked at XVI in confusion. Commander, aren't you standing there? XVI took a deep breath and asked, can you see where my heavy sword is? Xiongtingji pointed at the position of the Crimson Blood Demon sword. Let's see if you can come out. Xiongtingji stepped out of the array and walked in front of XVI. XVI closed his eyes. Unreliable indeed. Sure, Xiaoyun? This is the array you set up? Impossible, impossible. According to the principle of the array must have succeeded. Sure, Xiaoyun stepped into the array, walked around the crimson blood demon sword, scratched the back of her neck, and then suddenly stopped. Then, she took out a dagger and cut her palm, blood dripping to the ground. Is that little girl crazy? Meng Fei whispered. XVI was about to answer, but at this moment, Sure Xiaoyun suddenly jumped up and cheered loudly. I did it, look. Sure Xiaoyun squatted on the ground and pointed at the blood on the ground. Look, it's moving. XVI took a closer look and found that the blood dripping from Sure Xiaoyun's palm seemed to be alive, moving quickly along the ground towards the crimson blood demon sword at the eye of the array. When the blood touched the sword, it quickly disappeared, as if it was absorbed by the crimson blood demon sword. Look at my hand. Sure Xiaoyun's palm wound kept bleeding. A normal person's palm wound couldn't bleed so fast. My true qi seems to be gushing out from the wound too. Sure Xiaoyun said with certainty, so this is how the evil spirit refining array works. The array absorbs blood and true qi from the human body, and then injects them into the weapon at the eye of the array, so that the weapon can evolve into a demonic weapon after absorbing enough blood. That's right. Sure Xiaoyun clapped her hands and jumped out of the array, saying proudly and confidently, yes, it must be like this. As long as I understand the principle of the evil spirit refining array, everything will be easy. XVI and Chen Hao looked at Sure Xiaoyun at the same time. If they hadn't seen the real evil spirit refining array, they might have been fooled by her. A powerful offensive and refining array was forcibly turned into an auxiliary array by her. Chen Hao really wanted to know where Sure Xiaoyun's confidence came from. Your formation has failed. 17 said without hesitation. The array diagram of the evil aura refining array was found on the corpse of a powerful array master at the peak of the true energy realm after I killed him. I was trapped in the evil aura refining array before. It's definitely more than this. Sure Xiaoyun looked at XVII's extremely serious eyes and was a little shaken. 17 didn't seem like a person who would lie. Forget it, the array you set up can still be used. 17 rubbed his face with a headache and asked, can you enlarge this array? Yes, as long as there are enough spirit stones. Sure Xiaoyun said with certainty. Also, the evil aura refining array I set up doesn't consume much spirit stones, so it shouldn't cost much. Let me see the thunderous explosion array you mentioned. It's the thunderous explosion array. Sure Xiaoyun corrected. Okay. Finding an open space cleared by the Bauhinia army, Sure Xiaoyun began to set up the array under XVII's eyes. She was faster at setting up the thunderous explosion array compared to setting up the evil aura refining array. Meng Fei asked in a low voice, Commander, are array masters all so slow at setting up arrays? I feel like I can kill her several times over. She's the slowest array master I've ever seen. Sure Xiaoyun's ears turned red. Okay, the array is complete. After completing the array, Sure Xiaoyun heaved a sigh of relief. In the past, when she was researching array formations in the basement, she had fantasized that once her identity as an array master was revealed, countless martial artists would prostrate themselves before her. Countless forces would flock to her, offering her large amounts of spirit stones and treasures, as well as beautiful men. But she had never imagined that she would actually be despised, but the other party's despise was very reasonable, she couldn't say anything to refute. So what if she was slow at setting up arrays? Didn't they hear that slow work produced fine work? Detonate it. Okay. Sure Xiaoyun retreated about 7 meters, then made a strange gesture with her hands and softly shouted, explode. Inside the formation, lightning flashed and a violent explosion sounded. Soil and stones were blasted in all directions. XVI nodded. At least the thunder explosion array really exploded. Meng Fei and Xiong Ting looked at the scene of the explosion with solemn expressions. The explosive thunder array could indeed kill a true element boundary martial artist. How is it? Sure Xiaoyun took out the explosive thunder array formation that she was most proficient in to regain some confidence and gain Commander Chen's recognition of her strength. The blabbermouth Meng Fei had already told Sure Xiaoyun about 17's glorious achievements last night. Although Sure Xiaoyun rarely went out, ever since the war between the Southern Cloud Nation and the Black Blood Nation, she paid close attention to the war situation between the two nations. After all, her master deeply hated the Black Blood Nation. She had learned from Meng Fei that the Red Bud army had suffered great losses not long ago, and had switched from offense to defense. The 5,000 men led by Chen Pengfei were the strongest in the Red Bud army. Not long ago, they had defeated the 10th army of the Black Iron Army. Chen Pengfei had even killed a great master with his strength at the late stage of the true element boundary. If she wanted to take revenge, she could only rely on her opponent's strength. It was said that Chen Pengfei was crazy. Only a crazy person would have the guts to take revenge on the Black Blood Nation. The array that Chen Pengfei asked her to set up yesterday already showed that he wanted to take revenge. Miss Shi is indeed an array master. You are really powerful. Meng Fei praised from the bottom of his heart. An array master at the Qi Hai realm could almost threaten a true element boundary martial artist. An array master was really powerful. Commander Chen, what do you think? XVI looked at the scene of the explosion after the dust had settled and asked with a strange expression, how big do you think the explosion range of the explosive thunder array formation is? All the martial artists within 10 meters will be killed. XVI covered her forehead again. Chen Hao sighed softly in the demonic sword. What's wrong? Meng Fei, tell her, how big is the explosion range of her array formation? Meng Fei looked at the mess 7 meters away. The ground was caved in from the explosion and said in a low voice, it should be around 6 to 7 meters. It's far from 10 meters. Shi Xiaoyun argued, that's impossible. It's so big, there's no way it's less than 10 meters. Meng Fei finally understood why the commander had such a pained expression on his face. But since the commander asked him to answer Shi Xiaoyun, he could only say politely, that is indeed between 6 to 7 meters. It's less than 10 meters, I'm sure. Seeing that Shi Xiaoyun was not convinced, XVI shook her head and said, Shi Xiaoyun, I'm afraid you have some misunderstanding about 10 meters. XVI didn't have much hope for Shi Xiaoyun's forbidden space array anymore. Let's go. Wait, Commander Chen, you still haven't told me if you are willing to take revenge for me. XVI stopped and asked without turning her head, can you use your evil chi crafting array to bring an entire city into the range of the array formation? You want to massacre a city? Shi Xiaoyun asked in surprise. She always thought that he just wanted to kill more invincible Black Army soldiers to craft a demonic weapon. But she didn't expect him to be so crazy. If they can do it, why can't we do the same? XVI slowly turned around and said, I was lucky to kill an innate master the last time. I can't guarantee that I can kill him every time and not be killed by him. I need a demonic weapon. But don't you think it's too cruel to massacre a city? Don't you want the people of the Black Blood Kingdom to feel your pain? Seeing that Shi Xiaoyun didn't say anything, XVI continued, I'm not responsible for the fall of Qingfeng City. I'm not from Qingfeng City, and I don't have any relatives in Qingfeng City. I just made a great contribution not long ago, and I'm waiting to return to Redbud City to receive my reward. I don't have to take revenge for you. I don't like to force people. You can choose to accept it or not. Shi Xiaoyun looked at XVI and finally gave in. At least, she didn't know anyone who was more powerful than the man in front of her. Perhaps only a notorious villain like Chen Pengfei could deal with those bastards from the Black Blood Kingdom. If you are soft-hearted, you can set up the array formation outside the city. You don't have to enter the city. 17 walked to Shi Xiaoyun's side and said in a considerate tone, don't lie to me. If you spend 1,000 spirit stones and you still can't set up the array, and I still can't refine the demonic artifact. If I encounter an innate expert and I can't defeat him, I might just surrender. This was the first time Shi Xiaoyun saw such a shameless general. No wonder the Southern Cloud Kingdom was in trouble. The second-rate army of the Black Blood Kingdom couldn't defeat him. Don't worry. I'm confident that I can expand the array formation. That better be the case. Then get ready, we'll set off tomorrow. Tomorrow? Shi Xiaoyun stared blankly at 17 and asked, tomorrow? Are you sure? I'm very sure. 17 nodded seriously. After leaving Shi Xiaoyun, 17 asked Meng Fei, inform everyone that we'll be going to the Black Blood Kingdom tomorrow. This journey will be dangerous. If there are any brothers who don't want to go, they can stay in Qingfeng City. Meng Fei looked at the commander and said in a low voice, Commander, those bastards from the Black Blood Kingdom are indeed worse than beasts. But isn't it too hasty for us to take revenge on them now? I think that after you advance to the innate realm, you'll be more confident. As a veteran true energy realm expert, Meng Fei was very clear about the difference between a commander and an innate. 17 had indeed killed an innate before, but there was still the element of luck. As a loyal follower of 17, Meng Fei didn't want the commander to take the risk. No hurry, this time is just right. 17 said in a low voice, not long ago, I heard that the Black Iron Army had destroyed 2 cities. To be honest, I didn't have any idea about this at that time. Now I know. Just follow my orders. After Meng Fei and the others left, Chen Hao, who had been silent all this time, spoke. 17, you're still a little hasty. Commander Jianling, although this trip is risky, it's not that big. Instead, it's an opportunity. What opportunity? The Black Iron Army has 10 legions. 7 of them are stationed near the Purple Chestnut City. The remaining 3 are attacking other cities. The 10th army is finished. In a short period of time, there are only 2 legions of the Black Iron Army at the border of the Southern Cloud Kingdom and the Black Iron Kingdom. If I meet any of them, I won't be in any danger. Moreover, they probably didn't think that I would have the guts to launch a sneak attack. 17 looked at the completely destroyed Qingfeng City and said, actually, I'm part of the reason why Qingfeng City was destroyed. Although I told others that I'm not responsible, I'm very clear that I'm part of the reason. I'm very clear. 17, do you know? N? People who are too responsible always lead tiring lives. Chen Hao said in a low voice, you are the most talented sword master I have ever seen. Sometimes, you should learn how to be selfish and heartless. People should live for themselves. That's not me, Lord Jianling. Alright, you're the sword master, you have the final say. Chen Hao didn't want to argue about it. With the current strength of the demon sword, it was almost impossible to change XVII. This was the result of the sword master being too strong and the devil sword being too weak. The sword master was never obedient. Fortunately, XVII didn't have any defenses against the devil sword. If it were other experienced people, perhaps the first thing they would do after becoming an innate would be to completely control the devil sword. Just like the array master Chu Fei. Actually, the reason I want to go and cause trouble for the Black Blood Kingdom isn't just because their defenses are temporarily empty. What else? If the news of Qingfeng City being massacred gets back, my reward for defeating the 10th army and Hui Qingying might be reduced. Also, XVII said in a low voice, if I go back this time, I'm afraid there won't be such a good opportunity in the near future. I'm afraid the Red Bud Army won't let me lead the army outside for a while. That's right. Chen Hao also sighed. 17's strength was now neither too strong nor too weak. Killing an innate master with the strength of a late true energy realm and becoming one of the top geniuses of the Southern Cloud Kingdom, he should be on the invincible Black Army's must-kill list. The army wouldn't let such a genius lead the army outside without the ability to protect himself. Qingfeng City being massacred, I happen to have a suitable reason. Even if the army is unhappy, I'm still young, right? Young and aggressive? Yes. 17 said, the Red Bud Army is already at a disadvantage. If we miss this chance, who knows how long we'll have to wait for the next one. Although Shi Xiaoyan's baleful aura demon refining array is incomplete, it's enough. Outside Qingfeng City, the Red Bud Army's 5,000 people were lined up at the city gate. In the neat formation, there were over 1,000 survivors of Qingfeng City. To be able to survive the massacre of the invincible Black Army, they either had luck or strength. And the 1,000 people that had just joined the Red Bud Army were all warriors above the Qi condensation realm. Their strengths varied from one another. The stronger ones were the true energy boundary city guard army experts, the dojo masters, the experts from the escort agencies, and the martial artists from the various families within the Clear Breeze city. The weaker ones were just ordinary martial artists, mercenaries, and guards. Their collective battle prowess might not be strong, but there was a deep-seated hatred in their eyes. Commander, all the soldiers have gathered. None of them have left. Pay attention to the soldiers. Teach the new recruits marching discipline. Understood. Then let's go. Along the way, none of the soldiers complained. Even the new recruits. The team moved at night. 17 personally participated in the investigation to ensure that the news wouldn't be leaked. In 5 days, XVI had rare luck. When they reached Ming Tai City, they didn't meet the other 2 armies of the invincible Black Army. 17's target was still Ming Tai City. After all, Ming Tai City was closer. As night fell, Xianxia took 700 spiritual stones from XVI. Under the leadership of Meng Fei and the other Redbud Army experts, they started to set up the formation around Ming Tai City. 700 spiritual stones was almost all of 17's savings, and this was because he rarely used spiritual stones to increase his strength. If he hadn't killed Hui Qingying and taken all of her savings, he wouldn't have been able to set up this incomplete formation. Thinking of this, 17 suddenly realized that Xiaoyun's half-baked array formation was really suitable for him. In the latter half of the night, Xiaoyun had just finished setting up the outer formation. If not for Meng Fei and the others, she would probably have finished it until the next day. XVI asked in a low voice, "There won't be any mistakes, right?" "No, the outer formation is the most complicated. It's already set up. Next, we just need to go in. I can finish it in 15 minutes. Then let's attack the city." "Then, Lord Commander, please," Meng Fei said in a low voice. Almost all the soldiers looked at XVI. The Redbud Army's original mission was to guard Qingfeng City. The military department didn't equip them with siege weapons. Ladders, flying bridges, charging cars, they didn't have any. Originally, the Redbud Army had doubts, but their commander said that he had a way. Although they were confused, they still chose to believe in XVI. Because their Lord Commander had never failed before. XVI slowly retreated to about 2 miles away from the city gate. Xiaoyun asked Meng Fei in a low voice, "What does your commander plan to do? Isn't he going to attack the city?" Meng Fei said in a low voice, "You have to believe in the commander." Humph. After so many days together, Xiaoyun almost understood the situation of these 5,000 soldiers. They were almost all loyal to Chen Pengfei. They had almost blind confidence in Chen Pengfei. XVI stared at the city gate in the distance, squatted down, and shouted in a low voice, "Concept of power. Golden body tempering art." His skin was almost golden, shining in the darkness of the night. Surging power instantly filled his limbs and bones. His muscles swelled, and his body forcibly broke through the armor. His height was almost stretched to 3 meters. Flash step. With a bang, his entire body suddenly leaped up, leaving behind a large charred pit where he had been standing. Bang! 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 That was the sound of 17's footsteps. All the Redbud Army could feel the ground trembling. "He's not going to hit the city gate, is he?" Xiaoyun covered her mouth and said. It seems possible." Meng Fei swallowed a mouthful of saliva and replied with uncertainty. 17 sprinted forward, and with every step he took, the entire ground would tremble. When 17 got close to the Circe's army, some of the weaker ones almost couldn't stand still. The Circe's army heard the guards on the city wall shouting, "Earthquake? Earthquake! Earthquake! No, look outside the city. What's that golden thing? It looks like a human." Unfortunately, even if they found out, they couldn't stop it. No one could stop 17 when he ran at full speed. Even an innate master couldn't. Seeing the dark city in front of him, 17 covered his head with both hands and crashed into it without hesitation. Boom! A loud sound spread to almost every corner of Ming Tai City. The whole city wall shook violently. More than 10 soldiers standing on the city wall fell down directly. With a sharp tearing sound, the huge and heavy iron gate couldn't bear the burden and fell in front of 17. The city was broken. 17 was panting heavily. She waved her numb hand and twisted her body. When she felt that her body was fine, she patted the dust off her head and turned around to shout, "The city has been breached. What are you waiting for? Brother Liu, are you sure the commander isn't a beast?" A new recruit who just joined the Circe's army from Qingfeng City asked. "Our commander is a real man. A super strong man. Not to mention the city gate, he can even twist an innate master into a fried dough twist." 17 raised the crimson blood demon sword and shouted, "Charge in, leave no one alive." The demonic field shrouded all the soldiers in an instant. In the bloody mist, this group of crazy soldiers broke into Ming Tai City. "The city gate is broken," informed the general. "The city gate is broken," informed the general. "General," after Chen Hao heard, he couldn't sit still. He really didn't expect that there was an innate master in Ming Tai City. It was obvious that the Black Blood Kingdom had the advantage on the battlefield and took the initiative to attack the city of the Southern Cloud Kingdom. Was it necessary for them to send an innate master to guard this city? With XVII's current strength, would he have the chance to kill another innate master? Chen Hao was nervous. 17's attack on Ming Tai City this time was to prepare a feast for him. XVII commanded the troops to attack the city guards of Ming Tai City. The city guards of Ming Tai City were almost defeated under the influence of the demonic aura. "Meng Fei, you guys take Xiaoyun to the city to set up the array. After the array is set up, take her out of the city immediately." XVII ordered. "I'll deal with the innate masters in the city." This subordinate obeys. Ming Tai City was in chaos, and almost all the city guards gathered towards 17 and the others. The people protecting Xiaoyun were all experts from the Red Bud Army. As long as they didn't encounter a Xiantian expert, no one would be able to hurt Xiaoyun. "Let's go, Miss Shi." "Can he do it?" Xiaoyun hesitated. "If Lord Commander says it's okay, then it's okay. Your first task is to set up the formation." Meng Fei threatened, "If there's a problem with the formation, even if we have 10 heads, it won't be enough for Lord Commander to chop off." Looking at the surrounding buildings, the tallest one was still the city wall. XVII climbed up the city wall. There were no guards on the city wall. The city gate was already broken, and the guards who could retreat had already retreated. Those who didn't dare to retreat and were afraid of death couldn't escape from 17's evil hands. Lying quietly on the city wall, he used the breath control technique to hide his presence. Below him was the city gate. The demonic aura had already been removed, but in the night, the Red Bud Army still rushed in crazily. They knew that their commander was in the city. XVII, who was waiting quietly, soon saw a blood-red figure flying over from Ming Tai City. XVII heard the figure floating in the air shout, "How dare the Red Bud Army come to Ming Tai City? Wasn't the lesson last time enough?" Then, he saw the figure in the air start slaughtering the Red Bud Army. A Xiantian expert flying in the air almost had an absolute advantage. 17 carefully observed the opponent's strength. He was much weaker than Hui Qingying, probably at the early stage of the Xiantian realm. He couldn't compare to those generals who led an army alone. Seeing the soldiers in his hands fall one by one, 17's heart ached, but he still endured it. In order to win, there had to be sacrifices. This was the truth that XVII concluded on the battlefield. It was impossible for all 5,000 Red Bud Army to rush in at the city gate, which led to many soldiers blocking the city gate. This situation was quickly noticed by the Xiantian expert. Inside the city gate, the Red Bud Army and the city guards were tangled together. The Xiantian expert couldn't use his powerful moves, but the crowded Red Bud Army was a perfect target. Any Xiantian expert with a bit of intelligence wouldn't ignore it. They would try their best to find an opportunity to kill the enemy on a large scale. This was the meaning of the Xiantian expert's existence on the battlefield. So, the Xiantian expert approached the towering city wall. Concept of blood, bloodthirsty rain. The bright red vital essence turned into raindrops and fell on the densely packed Red Bud Army on the ground. Looking at the opponent and using his martial arts, XVII finally made his move. He stepped on a corner of the city wall and jumped directly to the Xiantian expert who was floating in the air not far away. Just as XVII was about to touch the Xiantian expert who seemed to be using a group attack martial arts on the ground raised his head and grinned at 17, "I knew it." Without the Xiantian expert, the Red Bud Army would never dare to attack the city. Was he discovered? Too late. XVII also smiled. The opponent was a Xiantian expert, so XVII didn't dare to be careless. As early as the moment he jumped off the city wall, the devilish aura was ready. The spurting blood rushed to the Xiantian expert's face, and the bone-chilling murderous aura made the Xiantian expert confused. He only needed one chance to meet the Xiantian expert. The night covered him, the city wall shortened the distance between him and the Xiantian expert, and the devilish aura disturbed the opponent's mind. XVII directly pounced on the Xiantian expert. "Get down!" The Xiantian expert shouted loudly. His thick vital essence suddenly burst out, and his blood-red vital essence reflected the entire battlefield through the devilish aura. "Struggling is futile," XVII whispered in his ear. "The concept of power." The muscles all over his body contracted, and XVII was like a giant python entangling its prey. The Xiantian expert suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and then fell straight to the ground. After the loud noise, XVII held the blood-stained long sword and roared to the sky. After taking the elixir given to him by Chu Yan, 17's strength had reached the peak of the true energy realm, and the crimson blood demon sword continuously absorbed the vital essence and blood from the Xiantian expert into 17's body. His dantian was full and forced to expand, but the vital essence in the crimson blood demon sword was still being transferred. XVII vaguely saw a mysterious space. The space was hazy with grey fog, and in the center of the space, there were two strange colored things. One was a red drop of blood, constantly wriggling, full of murderous and violent aura, and the other was grey, like an ordinary stone. XVII knew that this was the concept of slaughter and the concept of power. The vital essence in the crimson blood demon sword was still not cut off, and the concept of slaughter and the concept of power began to emit different lights. He heard Jianling's voice, 17, directly advance to the Xiantian realm. As the Jianling of the crimson blood demon sword, Chen Hao had always been selfish. He had always enjoyed most of the benefits from the slaughter feedback, leaving very little for the sword master. Even if the sword master was in danger and he had no choice but to share more with the sword master, he would let the sword master taste the side effect of rapid improvement. If one wanted to improve their strength without side effects, the improvement would be relatively slow. If one wanted to improve their strength quickly, then they had to be prepared to become a demon. The sword master only had two choices, there was no third path. Chen Hao had always been wary of the sword master. After all, in his opinion, the misfortune explosion skill needed time to activate, and reducing luck by 15 was not as safe as reducing luck by 20. But today, Chen Hao had to break his own rules for 17. Because XVII's trip this time had drawn a big pie for him, Chen Hao couldn't reject it. Attacking the Black Blood Country city was such a daring move. Chen Hao was afraid that something would happen to 17. Inside XVII's body, the slaughter concept and power concept exploded with more and more intense light. The blood-red and grey light divided the entire mysterious space into two. Then, the two concepts began to vibrate violently, and countless insights about the slaughter concept and power concept flooded his mind. A strong aura instantly swept the entire street. With 17 as the center, all the warriors within 10 meters were pushed away by the fierce aura. Under everyone's gaze, XVII's majestic body slowly broke away from the gravity of the earth. An innate master, an innate master, an innate master. The Red Bud army in Ming Tai City looked up at the majestic figure and couldn't help but cheer. Their commander, on the battlefield, had successfully advanced to an innate master in front of them. Ming Tai City's city guards looked at the corpse of the innate master lying below 17, and their morale almost dropped to the freezing point. The innate general they had high hopes for had died, and the enemy's leader had suddenly advanced to an innate. There was nothing more demoralizing than this. 17 stood in the night sky, looking down at Ming Tai City. The warriors on the ground were like ants. He clenched his fists tightly, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. So, this was the feeling of an innate master. His Jingyuan was extremely dense, and it was connected to the heavens and earth. His Jingyuan recovery speed increased by nearly tenfold. It occupied a high altitude, making it almost impossible for ordinary martial artists to touch it. After opening his spiritual sense, his senses were sharp. Even if he closed his eyes, he could still sense the quintessence fluctuations of a cultivator. In the process of advancing to the Xiantian realm, XVII entered a state of epiphany again. His two intents were improved again. His slaughter intent was close to the great accomplishment, and his force intent was close to the small accomplishment. After advancing to innate, XVII felt that she had become several times stronger. Master Jianling, is this Xiantian master very strong? I only killed one and advanced? Chen Hao said in a very tired tone, of course not, I am only injecting the essence of the demon sword into your body, allowing you to improve without any side effects. The innate scarlet blood demon sword's vitality has already been greatly damaged. Why? Hearing that the crimson blood demon sword's vitality was greatly damaged, 17 immediately became anxious. Even the joy of suddenly advancing to the innate realm dissipated. Xvii knew very well that the crimson blood demon sword was the foundation of his rapid improvement. Without the crimson blood demon sword, he was at most a little genius. Without the crimson blood demon sword, with his current age, he wouldn't even be able to touch the threshold of the quintessence realm. Xvii, you are the sword master that I think the most highly of. There are many masters in the Black Blood country, I don't want you to fall halfway. But Master Jianling, you don't have to damage your vitality for me. The last time you met an innate, it was thanks to your quick thinking. This time you met an innate because you were already prepared. What if you meet a stronger opponent next time? Chen Hao's voice was intermittent and faintly discernible. Okay, I am very tired and want to rest. You have to live well. During this period, you have to be careful. Master Jianling. Master Jianling. Master Jianling. However, the shout in 17's heart did not receive any response from Chen Hao. Jianling seemed to have fallen into a long sleep. 17's face was gloomy as he looked at the bright platform city below him with a ruthless gaze. For the past few years, the Crimson Blood Demon Sword had been accompanying Xvii. Even in 17's loneliest and most desperate years, it had never broken contact. Now that Jianling had suddenly fallen into a deep sleep, Xvii was in an indescribable state of irritation. He wanted to wake Master Jianling up from his deep sleep. Chen Hao looked at the 17th silently. He didn't think that this was a lie. How could a lie that deceived people and urged them to work hard be called a lie? If it really was a lie, it would only be a white lie. Continue to attack, don't leave anyone alive. Xvii found Shi Shaoyun and the others in the center of the bright platform city. The array had been set up and they were just waiting for him to place the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. Congratulations on advancing to the innate realm, Master. Seeing the 17th fly over, Meng Fei and the others were overjoyed. If it was said that they were worried about 17's attack on the Black Blood Kingdom not long ago, their worries had all disappeared now. Being able to kill an innate Lord Commander at the true energy realm and become an innate master, how could he be an ordinary innate master? Shi Shaoyun looked at Xvii, her entire body trembling with excitement. An innate master under the age of 16, even in the Southern Cloud Kingdom, Black Blood Kingdom, or even the entire southern region, he was a top genius. Where is the sword? Unfortunately, after Xvii advanced, he didn't feel much joy. In his heart, he was still worried about Chen Hao who was playing dead in the demon sword. Here. Shi Shaoyun pointed at the array core and said. Yes. Xvii inserted the Crimson Blood Demon Sword into the ground. His sensitive divine sense quickly felt a wave of energy. He felt his body slightly itchy, the true qi and blood in his body flowed slightly faster. Meng Fei, take some people and escort Shi Shaoyun away, the others protect the array core, kill anyone who dares to approach the array core. Xvii ordered. Yes, sir. Although Shi Shaoyun was only a half-baked array master, she was really useful. The next plan still needed her help. Xvii didn't want any accidents to happen to her. Xvii went back to the Redbud army to chase after the city guards who had abandoned their helmets and armor. Without an innate master, Xvii went on a rampage without any opponents. The entire Ming Tai city couldn't organize any effective counterattack. The Redbud army was already in a killing frenzy, not only because of the influence of the demonic aura, but also because of 17's promise. After the city was breached, they could plunder at will. Blood flowed out from the wounds of the corpses, some of it seeped through the clothes, some of it passed through the gaps of the heavy armor, happily jumping onto the clean bluestone slabs, the green grass, the dirty gutters, and the stinky garbage. They seemed to be alive, they listened to the call of the unseen, crawling towards the center of the city. They used to belong to different masters and didn't have any connection with each other, but today they were like brothers who had been separated for many years. Close friends who had been separated for a long time, hugging each other tightly as soon as they met, becoming a whole. They gathered together drop by drop, forming a stream, turning into a few streets, passing through a few alleys, the stream gathered into a small river. Wherever they flowed, they didn't leave any traces. They went against the gravity of the earth, condensing in the dark and smelly gutters without dissipating. They seemed to have great determination and willpower. After going through all kinds of hardships and obstacles, they approached the center of Mingtai City from all directions. As if that was their home. Looting at will, the soldiers became crazy beasts. After a day and a night, Mingtai City was reduced to ruins. Mingtai City wasn't a big city. It was about the same size as Qingfeng City, but the population wasn't as large as Qingfeng City, less than 40,000 people. When there was no more blood gathering in the array, 17 looked at the crimson blood demon sword in the center of the array. His face was still not good. The horn sounded and the army began to gather. 17 looked at the soldiers who were still in high spirits after a day and night of sleepless nights, and then looked at the dozens of carriages beside the formation that were pulling valuables. His face became even worse. Good weapons, elixirs, techniques, gold, silver, jewelry, 17 could understand. But what were the golden-laid screens and the beautiful white jade beds? Fortunately, there were no women in the carriage, otherwise, 17 would draw his sword and kill them. There were also bulging valuables standing on many soldiers that seriously hindered their movements. 17 said loudly, gold, silver, jewelry, valuables can be brought with you. Throw away all other miscellaneous things that hinder the march. We are here to fight, not to escort. If you bring these things, you may not even be able to keep your lives. 17 realized that he had taken things for granted yesterday. Fortunately, the Circe's army in front of him were all trained by him. Fortunately, he still had the demonic aura to use. Otherwise, how could the Circe's army, who had robbed so many valuables, be in the mood to fight? 17 said loudly, our goal is not just Mingtai City. Everyone can only pick the most valuable things that don't hinder us from killing the enemy. 17 had a very high position in the hearts of the soldiers. What he said was also very reasonable. They were here to fight, and they were still in the Black Blood Kingdom. The Black Blood Kingdom was not a sheep that could be killed by others. After listening to XVII's lecture, no matter how reluctant the soldiers were, they could only abandon those cumbersome things under the arrangement of the officers. Mengfei took this opportunity to carry a large box in front of 17. Commander, this is what you want. XVII opened the box. It was filled with cultivation methods, martial skills, spirit stones, and piles of purple crystal coins. Among the cultivation methods, there are 3 low-grade profound-grade cultivation methods, 4 low-grade profound-grade martial skills, more than 500 spirit stones, and some precious medicinal pills. Most of them were found in the city lord's mansion and the large families in the city. None of the brothers dared to hide them, so they are all here. XVII nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, plundering was the fastest way to get rich. In addition to the 600 spirit stones he had obtained from the Xiantian realm expert, he could set up another array formation. Distribute the pills that can increase one's strength to the soldiers according to their contributions. XVII thought for a moment and said, there's no need to keep these things that can quickly improve strength. I'll take the rest. When we go back, first find the cultivation methods and martial arts techniques of the soldiers who have made the most contributions. You can come here and make a few copies. You can tell every soldier that it's me. Understood. Mengfei's voice was trembling. Even if it was a low-grade profound-grade cultivation method, it was also a secret of a small family. As long as they had a profound-grade cultivation method in their hands and there were a few capable people in their descendants, perhaps a family could rise. XVII whispered, you have to let them know that war is the best opportunity to rise. 17's words were conveyed to the ears of every soldier by Mengfei and the other Qianhu. All the soldiers were excited. Those who joined the army and started from the bottom were almost all warriors who had no power and no backing. Their purpose of joining the army was very simple and realistic. They just wanted to stand out and build a family business. If you used the spirit of protecting the country to inspire them, their awareness might not be so high. But if you used money to motivate them, their potential would be completely stimulated. In front of material things, everyone was full of vitality. There was no distinction of race, national boundaries, age, or gender. Most of the most powerful sects in the Black Blood Kingdom were gathered in the hinterland of the former Black Blood Kingdom. The cities that XVI broke through originally belonged to the White Moon Kingdom. The White Moon Kingdom became history 10 years ago. There were almost no powerful sects at the border of the Black Blood Kingdom. The strongest people he met were ordinary innate masters who were stationed at the border by the invincible Black Army. Some of them were not as strong as Wan Yongbua. Moreover, not every city was guarded by a Khanate expert. The strategic focus of the invincible Black Army was at the front line. They were not so generous to arrange innate masters for every city. The biggest challenge that XVI encountered was facing 2 innate masters at the same time and facing the attack of tens of thousands of city guards. Unfortunately, with the strength of these people, they were unable to stop them. XVI led more than 5,000 soldiers and took advantage of the carelessness of the invincible Black Army to launch a surprise attack on the cities of the Black Blood Kingdom. After conquering Mingtai City, they rushed all the way and advanced triumphantly. Within 20 days, they had conquered 4 more cities. With the wealth of the 5 cities, the strength of the soldiers under his command was also rapidly expanding. Even XVI, the leader, felt that it was a little unbelievable. It felt like a dream. When he was planning to launch a surprise attack on Mingtai City, XVI had thought of retreating after conquering Mingtai City. But after Mingtai City was conquered, the Crimson Blood Demon Sword Jianling fell into a deep sleep. He grabbed enough spirit stones and urgently wanted to awaken the Jianling again. The morale of his soldiers was high. After conquering 1 city, he wanted to conquer the 2nd city. After conquering the 2nd city, he wanted to conquer the 3rd city. There was no end to human greed. Then, XVI could not stop. When the 5th city was destroyed under his feet, an innate master rushed over. Before he got close, he shouted loudly, "Excuse me, are you Commander Chen Pengfei?" "I am Chen Pengfei, who are you?" XVI felt that the other party was not here to fight. "I am Ning Yinghua, the leader of the Great General's personal guards. The Great General ordered you to return to the Southern Cloud Kingdom immediately. There must be no delay." "Why should I believe you?" Ning Yinghua quickly took out a token from his arms and threw it to XVI. He did not dare to get close to XVI. From afar, he could feel the murderous aura of XVI. That murderous aura was even stronger than the Great General's. It was also the first time Ning Yinghua was so polite to a commander. Even if it was 17's superior, Su Sihai, he dared to be rude. He was very clear that the young man in front of him was a ruthless person. If he did not explain clearly, he might be killed. "This is General Su's token." XVI took a look at it. It was the Tiger Talisman, and it was seamlessly combined with the Tiger Talisman he carried. More than 20 days ago, the Great General received a report that Qingfeng City was conquered. You led the troops and disappeared. 15 days ago, we received the news that you conquered Mingtai City. Unfortunately, our people couldn't get close to you at all. The people we planted in Mingtai City were killed by your troops and only 1 was left. XVI pretended not to hear the last sentence. It was common to accidentally injure comrades on the battlefield, not to mention a rat that could not be exposed. 10 days ago, we found that the invincible Black Army in the front line was acting strangely. The Great General ordered me to find you and ask you to withdraw your troops. XVI touched the rough texture of the Tiger Talisman in his hand, lowered his head and did not speak. Ning Yinghua advised, "The Great General said that if you don't withdraw your troops now, I'm afraid you won't be able to go back." "Alright, I'll withdraw." 17 didn't make things difficult for Ning Yinghua anymore. He calmed down a little and thought it through. The Black Blood country wasn't a place where an innate master like him could behave atrociously. The consecutive success wasn't because the Black Blood country was weak, but because they didn't react in time. Ordinary innate masters couldn't do anything to him, but what about those above innate masters? 17 wasn't arrogant enough to be able to fight against a Heavenbreaker master. "I order the whole army to pack up immediately. We're going back." 17 said loudly. "Captain Ning said that the invincible Black Army is rushing towards us." "Kill the invincible Black Army." "Commander, we're not afraid of them." "That's right, kill them all." "Commander, as long as you bring us along, we'll kill as many invincible Black Army as they come." Ning Yinghua looked at the Bauhinia army under 17, whose killing intent was soaring to the sky, with a grave expression. He could roughly see the strength of the Red Bud army. They were definitely one level higher than the ordinary Redbud army as a whole. They were almost comparable to the first army under the general. As for their combat power, he didn't doubt it. Not long ago, they defeated the 10th Army of the Invincible Black Army. The consecutive victories had made the Redbud Army conceited. In their opinion, if they followed 17, they would have no opponents ahead of them. 17 waved his hand in the air and said. The 4,000 people instantly became silent. This is my order. 17 said slowly, but there was an irresistible power in his tone. Everyone, throw away all the burdens. Remember, the things you snatched, only the ones you bring back to the southern cloud country are yours. More than 4,000 people threw away all the burdens they thought were unnecessary. No one spoke. Only the sound of chaotic footsteps could be heard. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 4,000 people had already lined up in a neat formation, like statues. Ning Yinghua took a deep look at 17. He could clearly feel that 17 was the absolute authority of the 4,000 Redbud army. Let's go. On the way, 17 also asked Ning Yinghua to investigate the nearby enemies with him. His attitude was very humble. If it was someone else, Ning Yinghua would directly refuse. It was very degrading to let an innate master be a scout. But if this person was Chen Pengfei, then it was a different story. Ning Yinghua said, that's easy. It's just a casual trip. Xiantian masters were indeed very suitable for scouting. They could fly fast and their divine senses were sharp. As long as there was a large number of soldiers lying in ambush, it was almost impossible to escape the detection of a Xiantian master. They took a long detour and traveled day and night for nearly 10 days. They encountered the Black Blood Country's city guards 3 times and defeated those overconfident city guards 3 times. They were getting closer and closer to the southern cloud country. The closer the Redbud army got to the southern cloud nation, the more relaxed they felt. But 17 was different. The closer he got to the border, the more worried he became. It was reasonable to say that as long as they retreated in time, the Invincible Black Army would not be able to find them. After all, the border was so long, and the Circe's army had fled back with all their might, so it was reasonable that they hadn't been caught. But 17's heart was flustered. She was extremely flustered. Sir Jianling, do you think I'm being too careful? Not long after XVI made up his mind to return to the country, Chen Hao slowly woke up from his deep sleep. This was the best news XVI had received. It's never wrong to be careful. I also feel that you're stirring up trouble in the Black Blood Country. They shouldn't be so quiet. Stepping on the land of the southern Cloud Nation, XVI looked back at the Black Blood Country behind him. He didn't know when he would come back again. Ning Yinghua said in a relaxed tone, Commander Chen, it seems that you're worrying too much. The Invincible Black Army is so far away from us. They can't possibly catch up with us. Thank you for your help, Captain Ning. We're all comrades. No need to be so polite. When we return to the Redbud City, I'll treat you to a drink. It's a deal. It's a deal. At this moment, a muffled thunder sounded from the clouds. The whole world seemed to have darkened, and the clouds were dyed gray. A mere Xiantian master dares to be so presumptuous in the Black Blood Country. Leave your life. The voice was like muffled thunder. It seemed to come from the ears, but it also seemed to come from the horizon. A pitch-black, crescent-shaped true essence energy cut through the clouds and attacked XVI with an unstoppable force. Facing such a sudden attack, XVI didn't have time to dodge. At this critical moment, XVI could only choose to take it head-on. He raised the Crimson Blood Demon sword in front of him. Golden body tempering art. Concept of strength, concept of slaughter. His entire body turned golden, and his body swelled. That terrifying true essence first collided with the Crimson Blood Demon sword. Then, the black true essence energy wrapped around the Crimson Blood Demon sword and hit 17's body. Even though 17's golden body tempering art was cultivated to perfection and he had tempered his body in the Inferno tempering room, he couldn't resist for long. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying by the powerful true essence energy. Inside the demon sword, Chen Hao was very sure that a martial artist who could unleash such a powerful attack was definitely not a Xiantian master. XVI flew powerlessly in the air. The black energy carried by the true essence energy kept corroding his body. But even though he was sent flying, he still held on to the crimson blood demon sword tightly. XVII flew for about 5 miles before crashing into a small hill with a boom. Old Demon Li Tian, you're a heaven breaker master, but you actually sneak attacked a young man who just broke through to the Xiantian realm from behind. Are you demonic martial artists also shameless? Haha, we demonic martial artists never care about those rules and regulations. So what if we attack the younger generation? So what if we sneak attack them? I don't care about those empty titles at all. The Heaven Breaker Master called Old Demon Li Tian continued, being able to kill a peerless genius is a profit for me anyway. I won't fight with you. If we fight, there won't be any results. When Chen Hao heard Old Demon Li Tian's words, he looked strangely at XVII, who was lying in the rubble beside him and was clearly still breathing. He couldn't help but want to remind him. Old Demon Li Tian, don't you plan on killing him again? As expected of a true master, he never looked back when he killed. Just how confident was he that he could kill XVII in one strike? In the rubble, XVII opened his eyes and smiled bitterly. A casual attack from a Heaven Breaker Master seemed to have a strong corrosive energy within the true essence energy, which kept corroding 17's body. XVII relied on the slaughter concept and power concept to barely hold on. However, he had already passed the danger. Chen Hao discovered that 17's body was starting to recover, but he couldn't use true essence for the time being. Soon, XVII heard movement outside. Great General, I failed my mission. Chen Pengfei is still dead. You can't be blamed for this. When Old Demon Li Tian makes a move, no one can stop him. When XVII heard this, he immediately bit the crimson blood demon sword and crawled out of the rubble with all his might. The rubble couldn't stop 17 at all. He was like an earthworm crawling through the soft soil. XVII crawled out of the rubble and looked at the shocked Great General and the dumbfounded Ning Yinghua. He smiled bitterly and said, "You can't give up on me. I think you can still save me." The Redbud Army's Great General had a dignified appearance. He wore a purple armor and had the aura of a Heaven Breaker expert. Ordinary warriors wouldn't even have the courage to raise their heads in front of him. He inspected 17's body and couldn't help but exclaim, "What a strong body." XVII was embarrassed to speak. If his body was strong enough, he wouldn't have lost his ability to fight from a simple attack. Chen Pengfei, what's with that expression? Do you think a Heaven Breaker expert is so simple? The Great General saw 17's expression and said, even a late-stage Xiantian expert would have a 90% chance of survival after being hit by Old Ghostly Tian's dark profound meaning. You're just a young man who just became a Xiantian expert. You can brag about it for the rest of your life. What's dark profound meaning? Profound meaning is the sublimation of one's intent. You don't even know this? I don't. XVII said honestly. He was never the kind of person who pretended to know when he didn't. The Great General asked doubtfully, no one has mentioned it to you? No. Oh. The Great General slapped his forehead and said, I remember now. Your master is old ancestor Red River. He died a long time ago. XVII nodded. It would be strange if the Great General didn't know about him. He was so famous now. No matter what, he could be considered a celebrity in the Redbud Army. Then, are you willing to take me as your master? The Great General looked at XVII and asked slowly. This subordinate is willing. XVII was only stunned for a moment before answering without hesitation. A Heaven Breaker expert was the strongest in the entire Southern Cloud Nation. In the entire southern region, there were only a few people who could suppress a Heaven Breaker expert. However, those people weren't people XVII could come into contact with. To be able to take a Heaven Breaker expert as his master, and the Redbud Army's Great General at that, XVII couldn't refuse. The Great General smiled and said, do you still call yourself a subordinate? This disciple is willing. Good. When we return, I'll officially announce to the Southern Cloud Nation that from now on, you're my disciple. Accepting Chen Pengfei as a disciple was not a whim of the Great General. After seeing his achievements, strength, and age, he could not help but feel a sense of appreciation for talent. It could be said that in the entire Southern Cloud Nation, 17's talent was definitely number one, no one could surpass him. Ning Yinghua looked at Xvii, who was lying on the ground, with envy and jealousy. She wished she could be in her place. The second disciple, Wu Chonglin, was a complete martial arts fanatic who often traveled outside. The third disciple, Yun Shanshan, was the current emperor's seventh daughter. Her talent was extraordinary. At the age of 23, she was already a mid-stage Xiantian expert. However, as a woman, her development in the military was almost at a disadvantage. So far, she only had the title of general in the Red Bud Army. If Chen Pengfei became the Grand General's disciple, he would be able to do as he pleased in the Red Bud Army. His future would be bright. Ning Yinghua, I'll bring Pengfei back to Red Bud City to receive treatment. You bring his soldiers back. This subordinate obeys. The Grand General lifted Xvii and then flew into the sky. A Heavenbreaker expert's flying speed was extremely fast. However, the Grand General wrapped 17 with his quintessential essence, so Xvii didn't feel uncomfortable. When I checked your body just now, I discovered that there are actually two types of intents in your body. I'm very curious. What's the other intent in your body? The Grand General asked. If it weren't for the two intents in your body, even if your body is very strong and your comprehension of the slaughter intent is deep, it would be very difficult for you to block Li Shui's casual attack. That's because I just comprehended the force intent. The Grand General looked at the 17th strangely and asked, Force intent? Are you sure? I'm sure. He had even comprehended the intent. How could he not know what the intent was? Force intent. Not bad, very strong. Chen Hao heard it very clearly. The Grand General's tone was a bit casual. It seemed that the force intent was indeed very strong. You slaughtered 5 cities just for this demon sword? The Grand General looked at the crimson blood demon sword and frowned. Chen Pengfei, can you control it? Chen Hao's entire sword tensed up. Demon weapons are different from spirit weapons. Although a demon weapon's amplification to a warrior is stronger than a spirit weapon of the same level, there's still a price to pay to use them. The Grand General said. The higher the level of the demon weapon, the greater the effect on the owner. If you can't control it, you might as well destroy it. Thank you for your reminder, Master. I can control it. In short, you have to be careful. He would remind what he needed to, but everything still depended on his disciple's choice. He couldn't destroy a demon weapon that his disciple had carefully cultivated in the name of protection. Master, not a nanny, that was what the Grand General thought, but Chen Hao had already started cursing in the demon sword. However, Chen Hao still didn't move. He didn't even bother to move the crimson blood demon sword. He was a demon sword with a good temper. I understand. Xvii nodded. He wiped the dust on the crimson blood demon sword, revealing the first blood ring on the sword. After half a day, Xvii was brought back to Red Bud City by the Grand General. You don't need to heal the wounds on your body. I won't help you get rid of the profound meaning of darkness in your body. Anyway, it can't do anything to you. Use your intent to fight against it. This is also a kind of cultivation for you. The Grand General left after saying this. Xvii lay on the bed, feeling a little helpless. He roughly understood the Grand General's way of teaching disciples. After returning to the safe Red Bud City, Xvii felt much more at ease. He calmed down and began to turn his divine sense into his body. The slaughter intent and power intent were still fighting against the remaining profound meaning of darkness. Chen Hao was about to speak to Xvii, but he saw that he was immersed in fighting against the profound meaning of darkness. Thus, he planned to wait for him to finish cultivating before speaking. Xvii sacrificed 5 cities in a row, nearly 200,000 people. He was almost full. If it wasn't for the fact that the red blood sword's material wasn't good enough, he could have upgraded it long ago. According to what he knew, Xvii had plundered 5 cities in a row. His spatial ring was filled with many excellent sword-forging materials. Not long ago, he was pretending to be asleep. Recently, because of Ning Yinghua, he had some scruples. Now that he was back in Red Bud City, it was time for Xvii to hand over the good stuff. In the middle of the night, 17 slowly woke up from the fight against the profound meaning of darkness. He had gained a lot from the fight against the profound meaning of darkness. His slaughter intent and power intent had both improved. At the same time, he had deepened his understanding of profound meaning. Xvii understood that with his current strength, he had no chance of winning against a heaven-breaker expert who had mastered profound meaning. He could kill a Khanate expert at the true energy realm because of his powerful strength and physical defense. However, his physical strength was temporarily unable to resist the threat of profound meaning. After 3 whole days, Xvii finally managed to expel the dark profound from his body. It wasn't because the profound was weak, but because there were too few of them. Walking out of the room, the sunlight was glaring. Xvii squinted his eyes as he walked down the stairs and came to a pavilion. A soldier in his 20s saw Xvii and immediately ran over. "General Chen, you can get out of bed now?" "Yes, I've been in the room for 3 days. My body is rusty." The soldier's name was Ho Yun, a warrior at the peak of the Qi Hai realm. He was the general's personal guard. For the past 3 days, he was in charge of taking care of 17's daily needs. The general said that if you can get out of bed, you are to meet him. "Okay. I'll lead the way." Xvii just realized that Ho Yun's way of addressing him was a bit wrong. "You called me general?" "That's right, the general has announced that you have reached the post-celestial level. You are now a general." Xvii stretched his body, his bones were cracking. "General, it seems like it's not bad. That means he will have over 10,000 people under his command in the future." The general's name was Sui, the Marquis of the Southern Cloud Kingdom. Some people called him Marquis, but in the army, more people called him the general. He was originally an orphan, but luckily he was adopted by the royal family of the Southern Cloud Kingdom. He showed great talent in training when he was young and became close friends with the current emperor. Later on, he was arranged to work in the Marquis army and slowly rose from a Qianhu to a general. Everyone knew that the Marquis of the royal family. When he saw the general, he was in the study room with a stack of letters on his desk. Seeing Xvii come, he smiled and said, "Not bad, you can get out of bed in just 3 days. I thought you would have to lie in bed for more than 10 days. I received news from Ninginghua, your men should be back tomorrow." "Thank you, General." Sui said kindly. "No, you can call me Master in the army." "Yes, Master." Sui waved his hand and let Ho Yun leave. After Ho Yun left, he smiled and gestured for Xvii to sit down. He took out a thick notebook from the drawer and said, "I've checked the cultivation methods and martial arts techniques you've exchanged for with your military merits. Even the direct descendants of the top clans who are focused on nurturing can't surpass you. Therefore, I can only give you the notes I've recorded for so many years of cultivation and leading troops." Xvii took the notes. He could feel the weight of the notes. "I only have 3 disciples now, but I'm afraid you're the only one who can inherit my legacy." Sui said in a low voice, "Your eldest senior brother, Wu Changlin, is a martial arts fanatic. He often travels outside and only sent back some news a year ago, but we still don't know where he is now. Your second senior sister, Yun Xianxia, is His Majesty's princess. Recently, she set off for Cloud City, so you won't be able to see her for the time being. They're quite talented and have hopes of breaking through to the Heaven Breaker realm. But you're different. You're the most talented and the best at fighting I've ever seen." Sui said with a smile, "My martial arts path is different from yours. You only need to use my notes as a reference. You must not imitate them. You have to walk your own path." "I understand." "That's good." Sui nodded. The more he looked at Xvii, the more satisfied he was. In his opinion, such a talented disciple was a gift from the heavens. "Let's talk about my arrangements for you. You can't appear on the battlefield for now. If old Devil Li Tian knows that you're not dead, with his temperament and violent personality, he'll definitely shamelessly attack you again once you appear on the battlefield." Xvii whispered, "Then what should I do?" Xvii was helpless. Anyone who was targeted by a Heaven Breaker expert would feel helpless. Demonic experts were indeed notoriously difficult to deal with. Sui smiled mysteriously and said, "I have other arrangements for you." Xvii looked at Sui, speechless. Can't he just talk nicely? "Alright, I won't keep you in suspense. Sui said with a smile, you defeated the Black Iron Army's 10th Army, killed Hui Qingying, and then massacred 5 cities of the Black Blood country. I have to praise you. Well done. It's simply satisfying. Because of you, our Red Bud Army can finally hold our heads up high. Even though the imperial court is dissatisfied with your massacring of the cities, our army still suppressed it. You don't have to worry about this. Why are they dissatisfied? XVII whispered. Sui sighed and said, Southern Cloud Country is still too weak. I understand. XVII nodded. It's good that you understand. This is the way for a small country to survive. Sui continued, however, it's only 5 cities, so it should still be within their acceptable range. Moreover, the Black Iron Army has already retreated, so there shouldn't be any war for the time being. After His Majesty heard the news, he was very happy and said he wanted to meet you. I reckon that you just became a Xiantian expert, so it's not suitable for you to show your face. At the same time, you need time to consolidate your cultivation. Your subordinates also need to rest and reorganize. You can go to Cloud City and ask for His Majesty's reward. Also, have you heard of the Southern Cloud Country's martial arts competition that is held every 3 years? 2 months later, Cloud City will hold one. I've heard of it? XVII was stunned. Master, don't tell me you want me to represent the Red Bud Army? How is that possible? Do you think the reward for first place is very generous? Do you still need to prove yourself by winning first place? Sui shook his head and said, you haven't left your house these days. You don't know how big your reputation is in Southern Cloud Country. That kind of competition is of little value to the current you. Then what does Master mean? Since you're going to Cloud City, you can be the leader and bring those little guys to the competition. Sui thought for a moment and added, we'll depart in 15 days. You can also teach them on the way. XVII hesitated for a moment and asked, I'll teach them? That's right. Although you just broke through to the Xiantian realm, your strength is very strong. You're qualified to teach them. Since Sui said it like this, XVII couldn't refuse any more and could only agree. As for what to call them, XVII hadn't thought of it yet. You don't lack weapons or cultivation techniques now. I know you've comprehended the concept of massacre. Since you're like this, I'll reward you with 1,000 spirit stones, a set of redbud battle armor, a black level mid-grade martial skill. You can choose any one of them and also have a chance to enter the massacre secret realm, 1,000 spirit stones. If it was before, it would be a huge sum for XVII. But after plundering 5 cities in a row, each city cost nearly 1,000 spirit stones. He felt that 1,000 spirit stones wasn't much. But he didn't have many spirit stones left. 1,000 spirit stones was also good. If he slowly absorbed them, it might be enough for him to reach the Xiantian midgrade. The redbud battle armor's defensive power was dispensable to XVII, but it would definitely be awe-inspiring to wear. Massacre Secret Realm, this was the first time 17 heard of it. Sui saw 17's expression and thought that he wasn't satisfied, so he said, when you reach Cloud City, His Majesty will reward you. You should spend the next few days in the Massacre Mystic Realm and carefully comprehend it. It will be very helpful for your massacre concept. The Massacre Secret Realm was one of the mid-sized secret realms controlled by the Redbud Army. It was almost never open to the public. The secret realm was extremely dangerous. It was filled with chaotic killing intent. If a warrior with a weak will stayed in the secret realm for too long, he or she could easily turn into a beast that only knew how to kill. It was said that this secret realm was a fragment of an ancient battlefield. There was only a strange creature called the Blood Demon inside. Killing the Blood Demon would give one something called the Blood Nucleus. It was similar to the crystal nucleus of a demonic beast. However, compared to the crystal nucleus of a demonic beast, the Blood Nucleus had chaotic energy and was filled with a large amount of killing intent. It couldn't be absorbed at all. Moreover, the Blood Nucleus was extremely unstable. Once it left the Blood Demon's body, it would explode. Therefore, besides the warriors who wanted to comprehend the massacre mentality and weren't afraid of death, almost no one was willing to enter the secret realm. The Massacre Secret Realm was the holy land for the warriors who wanted to comprehend the massacre mentality, but it was also hell for them. Even if it was hell, there were still many warriors who weren't afraid of death and wanted to comprehend the massacre mentality. Because the secret realm was controlled by the Redbud army, most of the warriors who entered the massacre secret realm were generals. When the massacre secret realm was first controlled by the Redbud army, it was almost open to the public. Anyone with military merits could enter. However, because too many warriors had died in the secret realm, it was strictly controlled by the Redbud army. Only those with special permission could enter. 17 was also confused and asked the officer in charge of the massacre secret realm, "What do you mean by special permission?" Warriors at the peak of the true energy realm who are about to die but still can't break through to the higher heaven realm can enter. Also, those who are favored by the generals and have a strong will have a chance to enter. The officer smiled and said, "However, the former have limited comprehension ability, so they usually die the fastest. The latter may not be able to comprehend the massacre mentality in the massacre secret realm. There are many who directly become crazy. Of course, we occasionally open it to warriors from other families and sects, as long as they pay a certain price. There are always those who aren't afraid of death." The general is right. The massacre mentality is indeed much more powerful than the normal mentality. After entering, is there anything we need to pay attention to? Strictly speaking, the blood demons are not living creatures. They are more like killing machines that were born from the murderous consciousness. Almost all the methods of hiding themselves are useless against them. They will kill all the living creatures in the vicinity crazily. Their numbers are almost endless. There is no way to kill them all. The officer continued, "The deeper you go into the massacre mystic realm, the stronger the blood demon and the thicker the murderous aura. Even an innate stage expert might be confused by it. It's said that even the Grand General has never entered the innermost area. I hope that the Grand General will be careful in the massacre mystic realm." "I understand." The moment she stepped into the secret realm, 17 narrowed her eyes. The entire sky of the mystic realm was a glaring blood red, and the ground was a dark reddish-brown, like dried blood. The secret realm was filled with the crazy, chaotic, and explosive murderous aura that XVII was familiar with. The entire air was filled with a sweet and fishy smell. Staying in this secret realm, XVII felt a pressure squeezing over, as if she had dived into deep water. No wonder it's easier to comprehend the massacre intent in the massacre mystic realm. No wonder so many warriors go crazy in the massacre mystic realm. XVII whispered, "But this should be the most suitable place for me." The scene in the massacre mystic realm was very similar to the murderous aura field in the red blood sword. Just the edge of the massacre mystic realm was already so powerful. XVII couldn't imagine what the innermost area of the massacre mystic realm was like. In the red blood sword, Chen-Hao looked at the scene of the entire massacre mystic realm. Even the sword was trembling slightly. He felt that there should be something that attracted him in the depths of the massacre mystic realm. "The 17th, go in and take a look." "Okay." 17 walked along a path paved with stone slabs as she slowly made her way inside. The inside of the massacre mystic realm was barren. There wasn't even a weed. Along the way, he saw warriors sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed on both sides. He didn't disturb them. He knew that they were trying to comprehend the massacre intent. When he was about to reach the end of the stone path, a blood river about 10 meters wide appeared in front of XVII. The blood river flowed very slowly. A few bubbles appeared from time to time. The river water was viscous, just like real blood. At the end of the stone path, a natural stone bridge formed by dark brown rocks appeared in front of XVII. XVII could vaguely see that there were many blood-red creatures on the other side of the river. "Kid, I advise you to adapt to the murderous aura in the massacre mystic realm first before crossing the stone bridge." An old voice sounded beside XVII. XVII turned around and saw an old man sitting cross-legged on the ground. The old man's face was covered in blood and he was wearing a broken Redbud army armor. He probably also recognized the military uniform on XVII. "Thank you, but I've adapted." "Yes, and don't touch the blood river. The blood river is very corrosive. Even spiritual weapons will be corroded." After speaking, the old man slowly closed his eyes again. He was just reminding him that 17's life and death had nothing to do with him. "Thank you for the reminder." 17 stepped onto the stone bridge and came to the other side of the blood river. After walking for a short distance, a group of blood devils immediately rushed over. There were 7 blood devils in this group. They were all red from head to toe, even their eyes were red. 4 of them looked like humans, but they were only 1.4 meters tall. They had thin arms and legs and looked a little funny. The remaining 3 ran on all fours. They had short tails and ran quickly. These 3 were originally the furthest away from XVII, but they didn't run far before running to the front of the group. XVII took out the red blood sword. When the 3 blood devils rushed over, XVII swept the sword and cut the 3 blood devils in half. The remaining 4 blood devils were quickly killed by XVII. After XVII killed the blood devils, Xianxia could roughly estimate that the strength of the 7 blood devils was at the early stage of the true energy realm. Just the blood devils at the periphery had the strength of the early stage of the true energy realm. It was indeed a very dangerous mystic realm. XVII, dig out the blood core and see. XVII was about to move when the blood devil turned into blood-red pus, revealing the crimson blood core. It was a very strange creature, but it was quite convenient. Explode one for me to see. XVII picked up the blood core and squeezed it with his hand. With a bang, the blood core exploded, blowing up blood-red smoke. Xianxia could clearly feel the strong murderous aura in the smoke. Activate the demonic aura. Let me see if I can absorb this murderous aura. XVII hesitated. 100%? Yes. Okay. After 17 conquered 5 cities, the demonic aura of the red blood devil sword had been strengthened to a terrifying extent. Even XVII felt that something was wrong. After desperately cultivating the art of concentration to perfection, it was still difficult for him to persist in the complete demonic aura for a long time. If the demonic aura was activated in the outside world, there would be a phenomenon after all. But in the massacre mystic realm, the phenomenon after the demonic aura was activated was almost covered by the entire mystic realm. Just after 17 activated the demonic aura, Xianxia turned his gaze to the depths of the mystic realm. In the dark, he felt more and more clearly that there seemed to be something very important to him in the mystic realm. 17 crushed 6 blood cores in a row. Xianxia was finally sure that the blood cores in the massacre mystery realm could be absorbed by the devilish aura. And killing a blood demon would strengthen the devilish aura much more than killing a warrior of the same level. The only thing that made Xianxia unhappy was that the crimson blood demon sword absorbed very little energy from the blood demons. More of the energy seemed to be swallowed by the massacre mystery realm, including the devilish aura emitted after 17 crushed the blood cores. This made Xianxia very distressed. This only proved that the massacre mystery realm could suppress the absorption ability of the crimson blood demon sword. Xianxia knew that in this world, there were many weapons stronger than the crimson blood demon sword, and there were many things that could restrain the crimson blood demon sword. Even though he was mentally prepared, he still felt uncomfortable when he actually encountered it. Thinking of this, he was even more curious about the things in the massacre mystery realm. 17 also asked Xianxia, and Xianxia replied, "There is something in the massacre mystery realm that can suppress the absorption ability of the crimson blood demon sword. See if you can find it." "I'll try my best," 17 replied. "Just try your best." Xianxia understood that the do your best that 17 mentioned was completely different from the do your best that ordinary people imagined. Although he really wanted to get the things in the massacre mystery realm, he hadn't lost his mind. Even Sui hadn't entered the innermost layer of the massacre mystery realm, so 17 might not be able to do it. Xianxia reminded him, "I can feel the activity of the massacre concept in your body. This is not your limit. Keep going." Okay. He also felt the activity of the massacre concept in his body. It was even more active than when he killed people. "Master Jianling, do you feel the strangeness of this massacre mystery realm?" 17 asked in a low voice. "I feel that this massacre mystery realm is a space covered by the massacre concept." "No, it should be something much stronger than the massacre concept and massacre profound. It should be." Xianxia agreed with XVII's analysis. "If we want to know what this massacre mystery realm is, I'm afraid we have to go deeper." Alright. There was a reason why the Red Bud army had sealed off the secret realm of massacre. XVII almost didn't encounter any human warriors. The deeper they went, the stronger the blood demons they encountered. The blood demons had all kinds of strange appearances. Some were even very deformed. Some had 3 legs, some didn't have heads, and some even had a pair of wings. The moment they sensed XVII, they would almost crazily pounce on XVII. They came in groups and were not afraid of death, just like a pack of hungry wolves. If an ordinary martial artist encountered such a scene, they would probably be frightened to the point of collapse. The crazy blood devils almost surrounded XVII and attacked him crazily. A few blood devils in the late stage of the true energy realm even let out ear-piercing screeches to attract the blood devils in the distance. More and more blood demons rushed over from afar. At the same time, Xianxia also discovered that the devilish aura was almost useless against these crazy blood demons. XVII, who was among the blood devils, didn't panic. He focused and calmly stabbed the crimson blood devil sword into the blood devil's heart. While killing the blood devil, he also shattered the blood core. He was just surrounded and attacked. He had seen this scene many times on the battlefield. No matter how crazy the blood devils were, with their strength in the late stage of the true energy realm, they couldn't break through 17's defense. XVII didn't use his true energy and relied solely on his physical strength. Those blood devils couldn't possibly exhaust 17's true chi at all. After half a day, there were fewer and fewer blood devils. More and more cold sweat appeared on 17's forehead. This was a sign that he couldn't resist the devilish aura. Finally, the last blood devil was killed by XVII. XVII sat on the ground and turned off the devilish aura. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and heaved a long sigh of relief. XVII sighed. "I've never met such a crazy enemy," Xianxia complained. "I've never seen such a weak man either. I'll just rest for a while." XVII said it was a while, but he rested for half a day. Xianxia didn't rush him. There were more powerful enemies waiting for XVII. After setting off again, 17's enemies quickly became peak-stage true energy realm blood devils. Hundreds of blood devils rushed towards 17, giving off the aura of a 10,000-man army. Seeing the 17th killing left and right among the blood devils, Xianxia had to admit that the devilish aura was a drag on XVII. The devilish aura completely lost its effect in the massacre mystic realm. Instead, it negatively affected the sword master. Xianxia was a little embarrassed, but only a little. After breaking through the blockade of peak stage true energy realm blood devils, XVII rested for another day. Eating demon beast jerky, XVII wiped the blood on his face and said, "Lord Jianling, do you think there will be groups of Khanate blood devils behind us? It shouldn't be, right? Khanate stage experts aren't cabbages." Groups of Khanate stage experts? Why didn't groups of heaven-crushing experts come? However, Xianxia didn't expect 17's words to come true. When he encountered a bird-type Khanate demon beast with blood-colored wings, the big bird immediately let out a sharp bird cry. In just a few breaths, XVII was surrounded by more than a dozen Khanate demon beasts. Then, more than 20 Khanate blood devils crazily attacked XVII. Almost every one of the 20-plus Xiantian blood demons had comprehended the concept of slaughter. Every move and every attack they made contained the concept of slaughter. Their strength had completely surpassed that of an ordinary Xiantian master, approaching the level of a middle Xiantian master. Under their siege, 17's body was covered in blood. Massacre intent. With no other choice, XVII finally used the massacre intent. His eyes turned crimson, and blood-red true essence wrapped around his sword. Under the crimson sword shadows that filled the sky, the blood demons were beheaded by the crimson blood demon sword. As the Xiantian blood demons died one after another, Xianxia could clearly feel that under the effects of the slaughter secret realm, the demonic aura field, and 17th slaughter intent, he gradually lost his mind and was immersed in slaughter. While he gradually lost his mind and was immersed in the slaughter, his understanding of the massacre intent was constantly deepening. Xianxia could feel the massacre intent on 17's body becoming stronger and stronger. More and more Khanate blood devils arrived one after another, but in front of 17's powerful strength, the early-stage Khanate blood devils were still decreasing. When the last blood devil was killed, 17 finally stopped. The true essence in his body was almost exhausted. Xianxia thought for a moment and turned off the devilish aura. To be honest, he still missed little XVII, who was trembling in fear in the devilish aura. XVI was not cute at all when he grew up. After a long time, 17's eyes gradually regained some clarity. How do you feel? My massacre intent has broken through to the advanced level. Do you want to continue? Maybe not. XVI took out a spirit stone, trying to recover some true essence as soon as possible. If I go deeper, I can still bear the influence of the secret realm. But if there are more than a dozen middle-stage Khanate blood devils, I'm afraid I'll really go crazy. Fighting in the massacre secret realm is indeed easy to improve the understanding of the massacre intent, but it's also very dangerous. XVI said, when I used the massacre intent just now, I was almost completely immersed in it and couldn't wake up anymore. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, how about I go in and have a look? End of chapter 156. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.